All right. I got a note from Dude Minds 89. And he asked if this should be the new theme song for Stuttering John.
Everything I touch turns to shade. Everything I touch turns to shade. Oh yeah. Everything I touch turns to shade. And you don't care.
It's
not bad.
Also from the Bloody Ass people. They do some good stuff. But I know everyone's going to have blue balls if I don't hit it. Stuttering John starts off his show yesterday, Friday. And, he did have the green screen not centered, and he had to adjust things. And you know that. I'm not going to play that for you. It happens every single episode. But the other thing that he does is he doesn't realize that as soon as you set up the show, you get the link that you can send to your guests. So you can send the link to your guests hours ahead of time. Probably a good idea to not wait until you start the show to then start sending out links to your guests.
Okay. There we go. So I'm going to send the link to Clay Day today.
You're going to? Okay.
I think I left my wallet at work. I don't know, man. Thank God I got 2 wallets. Fucking hell. Bizarre.
What's he doing?
I'm usually having them in my back pocket. What the fuck? I think I left it at the ad agency.
Is that where the link is?
I left the link at the ad agency too. God damn it. So this guy's such a bad liar. He doesn't even know how wallets work. Good thing I have 2 wallets. Who cares how many wallets you have? Your credit cards are in one of them. Fucking bozo.
This one's empty.
What an idiot. Good thing I have 2 wallets.
2?
I've never heard such a thing.
2 wallets, 2 of each t-shirt.
So John, claims that he works at an ad agency now, Vinny.
Oh, really?
Have you heard about that?
Which one? What ad agency's based in Cape Coral?
There aren't any based in Cape Coral, but I'm
Okay.
sure there's some in his general vicinity, I would imagine.
Okay.
But later on, I appreciate Clay. I do like Clay Day because Clay asks him some questions that forces John to answer. But first, we got to talk about this doxing that's going on in the Dabbleverse right now. It's very toxic what's happening. There's a lot of doxing. Mm-hmm. And John, for some reason now, is doxing Leo Gunn. Now, Leo Gunn used to be his man, my man. They would talk on the phone. They were buddies. He would super chat John. And now they have had a falling out.
Chadley, I'm telling you right now, I know. And then you got that fucking ex-cop, Leo Gunn.
I should mention, the way this episode starts is John's very mad at Chad Zumock. Mm-hmm. So the first 25 minutes is just him talking about how he's going to beat up Chad and he's going to come to his comedy show. And, he's not going to beat him up because of YouTube terms of service, but I got the gist.
They're going to have a talk.
Yeah, he's going to show up there to have a conversation, that kind of thing. And so what he's upset about is that Leo Gunn was super chatting Chad Zumock, who's now his enemy. Even though just last week he was saying that Chad's like the hottest guy in the Dabbleverse or whatever and trying to be his buddy, but now he's mad at him.
An ex-cop super chatting you when you have a poll trashing my family. You have an ex-fucking cop who lied to Pinky and said that I was begging him for super chats. Leo, you fucking loser.
John, we watch you beg these guys for super chats on your show.
You got into a giant fight over $50 that one time.
You do it all the fucking time. You're like, I don't know where legend or dirty deeds is banned. I'm not getting the super chats like I used to. And now he's... Okay.
9.
Oh, okay. So this is where he starts doxing him. Now, I'm going to play this only because I'm not even sure if he gets it right. Also, no one watching this show is going to do anything to Leo Gunn. We don't have any problem with Leo Gunn here.
Might build him a statue.
Yeah, correct. If anything, a pat on the back is what Leo Gunn gets. But this is John's version of doxing. He thinks he's very clever.
9. Uno. Ever see that movie 7? It's awesome. The number of the beast is I don't get why Iron Maiden did that. it's kind of weird, It's odd. Nil, tree, nil. I don't know, it is kind of odd, to do shit like that. I don't know.
So he's saying numbers, and he thinks he's doing it in a clever way, but in order for it to be clever, it'd have to make some sort of sense.
Right.
Nil, tree. It's odd. Iron Maiden, huh? Why would they do a song? Huh? Odd? Nil. Uno. John, this doesn't, you're just saying numbers.
Yeah.
We see what you're doing. It's not clever in any single way.
I'm just disgusted. What a dirtbag thing to do. Just a dirtbag move.
I left out something. Oh, yeah. What did I say? 9. That movie 7's awesome. Tree. The Number of the Beast and Nil. And ever play that game Uno? Yeah, I know. Sometimes it's fun. Sometimes it's a complete zero. Tree. It's weird. That movie 7 was awesome with Brad Pitt.
Yeah, that is weird. Also, why not be a little more clever? Be like, do you guys see the chance he drove his car into a tree? That would be just not just like yell tree. It doesn't make any fucking sense, John. It's stupid. Also, if you're friends with John, Rob, Richard, Rob, Clay, never give him any information. It will always get out. It will. If he has your information, he will weaponize it at some point. Sometimes, not even on purpose.
Right.
Most of the time, maliciously, because he's an asshole.
Yeah, sometimes it's before he gets a chance to weaponize it. He accidentally does it.
Fucks it up, and then Rob has to change his number.
Right.
This is a weird thing that happens early on in the show. He takes a phone call and turns off the audio and the video.
I'm going to, I'll be right back. Got to figure out what I'm going to do. All right, hold on. This is my...
Okay, literally 10 minutes goes by with just blank screen.
Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, very sorry. Very sorry about that. I thought I left my wallet at the ad agency. Then my mother called me. I guess Rob Saul was calling me. Everybody, it was like, all shit was all hell was breaking loose. Let me send Clay the link.
So his mom was calling him. That's what was going on right there. Because you saw him say, "Oh, my mom." Yeah. And then he went off. What is going on? Mom's pissed at him. What is going on? What was that phone call? What is the bill she's paying? It's probably all the electric bills that he never paid. And he's probably got a huge sum of money that he owes LCEC. She's pissed about something because he had to take her call. He couldn't. We've seen how he treats his mom. He couldn't just be like, "Hey, Mom, doing a show right now. I'll call you back later."
That's how he used to treat her.
Of course, or just ignore it. Like, my mom's calling me.
Yes.
Now it's like, I think Mom's paying some bills and he needs Mom real bad.
What time of day is this?
So this is the best part, is that now that he has his job at the ad agency, he doesn't start his show until 4:30.
So he's drinking already, right?
Well, he is going to be drinking, probably. The answer is probably, but he doesn't start drinking on the show yet at this point. I just thought that was very telling that he's off the show for 10 minutes and then he pretends, "Oh, it's my wallet," and I think Rob called me. He's just making shit up. It's like, you're on the phone with your mom for 10 minutes just now. And you seem a little shaken from it too. So that's odd. So John brings up the fact that everyone's doxing everyone. This is, of course, after he doxed Leo Gunn on his show.
He's losing it, Clay. I mean, he's out of his fucking mind.
It's a wild week in the Dabbleverse. Everyone's doxing everyone. It's
Wait, back up.
It's a bit ugly.
Who doxed who first?
Okay. So this is the rule.
Fuck
drawing
off,
first.
John! Fuck off!
Who?
Grow the fuck up!
Hold on.
My God!
Hold on, Clay. Who doxed who first? So Clay is going to do what Clay does and answer this honestly. John's not going to like that.
In order of things that I can remember, Rocco Burrow doxed you on his show. But again, you've doxed him about 1 million times with whatever his anaconda.
Look at John's face. Like, what?
Out comes the tea.
That's not what I want to hear. Yeah, look at his face. Like, no, I didn't.
Nonsense.
The anaconda drive.
I never say his whole address. And by the way, Vince came on my show first and said anaconda, and I didn't even know what it meant.
I don't agree with doxing in any form, but then, okay, so he doxed you, then for some reason you doxed OJ. I don't really know what OJ had to do with anything, and then...
OJ? What are you talking about? His name was public. Someone DM'd me and said, hey, this is his name. Fuck you.
His name was public. Someone DM'd me and said this is his name.
Yeah, everyone's name is fucking public, shithead.
Right.
It's not public when they don't use it on their channel. When they
Correct.
broadcast under another name, you using their real name is doxing them, period. Fucking stop with this phony fucking fake. What are you talking about? I didn't do that. And then fake anger because you know you're busted. It's so goddamn annoying.
He's so stupid, too, because what he wanted Clay to say was that Kevin Brennan doxed John's number on Twitter, and then John doxed Kevin Brennan's number.
Yeah.
So he wanted to say, yeah, Kevin started this whole
First
thing.
blood.
But then John forgot that he also doxed OJ this week, and Leo Gunn, and Rocco, and the list goes on and on and on.
But who did it first?
Who did it first? So you just saw him say, fuck you to Clay. Watch defensive Clay. He gets very high-pitched on this one.
Fuck you. First of all,
you asked me. I'm not saying it's fucking. Why fuck me? I'm not saying nothing. I'm just telling you the order of things I saw it in.
Is mom calling
here's the
again?
thing. You're telling me these guys can sit there and fucking trash my family.
Okay, so he didn't like the answer that he got from Clay, so now he's changing the question.
Right.
So it started with, who doxed who first? Well, you just doxed OJ for no reason, did this. And so now it's like, wait a second, but I had justification.
Yeah. You expect me.
Right.
But I can't fucking fight back.
Well, I'm just, John, whatever. I'm just telling you. You asked me what order of things was, and that's just what I saw. I'm not saying what either way, right?
Well, no, okay, stop. Yesterday, Pinky tweeted out my phone number.
That's what he wants to talk about.
I'm not talking about OJ and all that. OJ has been talking shit about me for way too long. It finally...
Oh, Pablo.
Yeah, all I did was say his name, Paolo Carnevale. Fuck you. If you're going to hide behind a fucking filter and think it's okay to trash me every day, fuck you.
Oh, so that's the issue.
Yeah, so this is completely changed. And so now he's going to explain, because, Clay, to his credit, like, well, you're also doxing Leo Gunn. Let's find out why that's okay.
Now, the only other one that I doxed, it's not unprovoked, was Leo Gunn. But guess what? Leo fucking Gunn has been in every chat trashing me. And when Chad did his show today, Clay, and I want your honest opinion.
No, you don't. No, you clearly you don't. You definitely do not want his honest opinion. I love that he says that. He knows he does not. Okay, so now he's going to explain what Leo Gunn did that was so terrible that forced him to dox him.
And then he starts fucking like he's got a poll and it's trashing my family. Like he's
What was the poll? I didn't see his show. What was the poll exactly?
It said, "Is John coming to Sarasota to beat me up?" No. And then something else, and then something about, anti-trans, put it that way. So, but as Dirty D said, it's like low-hanging fruit. Chad's supposed to be this great comic, but he can't come up with a funny joke about me.
No, it's cheap digs. It's cheap digs.
Yes, it's cheap shit. But what does Leo Gunn do? He fucking super chats him $50 when the poll is right there. So then Leo Gunn,
Okay. The poll is up in the chat for a long time during a show. Yeah. And the poll was like, because John's claiming he's going to go to Sarasota and beat up.
I actually saw this yesterday.
You did?
Yeah.
So the poll, I didn't see it, but I imagine the poll was like yes, no, and then something about John's son's vagina.
Yeah, that was pretty much
Okay.
it. Yeah.
That's what I assumed.
And there was a couple jokes in there, actually.
Okay. Nice. So that was what the poll was. And John's complaint is that Leo Gunn super chatted him while that poll was on the screen.
Right.
So now he's connecting these two things that are not connected.
Yeah.
But he's just mad at Chad. And he's mad that Leo's giving Chad money because if you're not with me, you're against me.
What he's mad at is the money.
Of course.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, that's what he's always mad at. Someone else gets money, that's bad for him for some reason.
But for some reason, convincing Clay of this does something for John, which I don't understand.
Yeah, and look at Clay. He's trying to figure this out. He's like, the look at his face right here is just like, wait, what happened now?
the poll is right there. So then Leo Gunn's okay with him fucking trashing my
So what did Leo Gunn super chat? Was it in relation to that poll?
Good question.
It was just trashing me nonstop.
Oh.
and and just trying to be a dickhead.
Oh, that's kind of vague. You want to give us an example, or can you something? Just trashing me nonstop. Is that really what Leo Gunn is doing?
Of course not. No.
Of course not.
The answer is no.
But the fact that Clay called him out, like, we can't just be doxing him because he gave $50 to Chad.
Yeah, just because the poll's on the screen.
Yeah, I mean, just because he's really just mad that Chad does shows about him and is his enemy, and Chad has fans.
I said nice things about him.
Right.
That really does bother him.
That's all it takes.
When he says nice things about people, and like when you, in particular, did that thing, and he thought you guys were best buddies, and then you dared criticize his show.
Yep.
It was fucking on. After he's like, Carl's an all right guy.
He complimented me.
Yeah.
And I didn't reciprocate, and it was on. From that on, it was war. Because if I'm nice to you, you have to be nice to me. Not how this is played at all, John. I think you suck at broadcasting, and we're going to point it out because it's my job. And so Clay's concern is like, well, you can't just go on doxing people on Twitter. You're going to lose your Twitter account. It's against the terms of service. And John first goes, I don't care about that. I don't care if I lose my Twitter account. Clay's like, really? You don't? Because it seemed to use it a lot. And so then John goes, well, actually, here's the reason why I won't lose my Twitter account from doxing.
I don't do it in the fashion that you think. It'd be very,
I know you do it slyly.
It'd be very difficult if the way I do it, like 9, I write in German, meaning no.
It's 9.
Nein. It might sound like a number, but it's no. And then I say the number of the beast.
Removing the Schulietspratten.
I mean, yeah. So I'm not like, even with Pinky, I didn't do it the dumb ass way he did it.
I'm doing it the smart way.
He's doing the smart way. Just like, you guys with that technicality.
I'm making
All right.
everybody think for a second before they realize I'm an asshole.
It's a rebus.
All right.
Damn it.
All right. So this is explaining that Leo definitely deserved to be doxxed.
I don't feel like Leo deserves it. Okay, he's not your supporter anymore, and he's supporting other people, but he doesn't deserve to be doxxed. I mean, think about it, John. Doxing's a big deal, man. Not that I doubt anybody is even going to really give a fuck and harass Leo Gunn, because he doesn't do anything. He's just a, if I say, if I say the nice guy,
he's a dickhead, Dallas.
Not to me, but there you go.
Here we go. Here we go. Deliveries.
I see your old Columbo's giving you more stellar information about who Penis Wrinkle is. Fucking hell, dude. That dude is just out to make you look like a tool.
How do you mean?
The penis
got his attention.
The penis wrinkle thing is great because every month or so, John comes out and goes, I know penis wrinkle is now. And every time he's wrong, and the last one was the funniest. He goes, it's Shuli.
Did he give up on trying to figure out who Cardiff is? And now he's like focusing on penis
Now he's focused on penis wrinkle. Now the Cardiff's off YouTube. Because Clay, even when he goes, I know his penis wrinkle is, it's Shuli. And Clay goes, how do you know that? I got this information. Like, this guy keeps feeding you false information because he knows you're going to say it and make a fool of yourself.
No, but this information's new.
Yeah, I know. You fall for it every time. Clay's going, you fall for it every time. He's making you look like a boob. What are you doing? Why are you falling for this? And John just can't help himself. He wants to dox so badly. He wants it so badly that he'll believe it when you tell him it. It's like Cardiff has gotten John to post so many fake photos of Cardiff just using fake emails and go, this is what Cardiff looks like, some guy in a Star Trek uniform. I know. Remember when he got Chad and John to post that all over the place, and they're just like, yeah, we know who you are, Cardiff. And Cardiff's going, no. It's fucking idiots. They're so easy to manipulate.
Cardiff is so goddamn far ahead of all.
I know. Cardiff invented trolling, as far as I'm concerned. You're not going to out-troll this troll.
And we'll never know if he did, but it's a good chance he did.
Yes, very good chance. All right,
God.
This is bizarre. I increased the volume so that we could hear this. John gets up because there's somebody at the door, and he's having a conversation with this person.
I'm a streamer. I'm on the air now. I don't have time for this.
I'll stop by at a better time.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'll stop by at a better time. The important part of John's time. What was your name?
John Melendez. If they're going to raise it 70, 24%, that's bullshit. They just raised it. Oh, crap. This is the second time they're raising it. Fuck them. All right.
Slam the door in his face.
You believe that, Clay? They're fucking raising the fucking power fucking prices again. They just raised it. They fucking just raised the fucking things.
Blame Trump. Blame Trump.
Of course it's his fault.
everything's his fault. So what? They knocked on your door to tell you that they were raising the water rates or the power?
I'm like, dude, I'm fucking
rate.
streaming.
Did they raise the rates or did they actually just make him pay the bill?
This doesn't make any sense. This is what I wanted to talk to you guys about, because I like to come to the show very prepared. I'll be like, this is what's actually going on. You'll often hear me say that phrase. I have no fucking clue what's going on. He was just having a conversation with some guy, and they agreed that he would come back later. The guy needed to know what John's name was, so he came to the door but didn't know who John was.
Right.
So my name's John Milena. He's like, come back later. I'm streaming right now. And then was talking about raising rates. Yeah. Is it his lawn guy maybe or something? Like, it doesn't make any sense. The electric company doesn't come to your door to tell you they're raising the rates.
No.
It's never happened before. Could you imagine that job? All right, what I need you to do today is go out to all of our customers and tell them we're raising the rates. Fucking not it. What are you talking about? I don't want that job.
Oh, come on. You'll make some friends.
Like, I have to wonder, they just had this whole situation where he didn't pay the bill. They had to turn it off multiple times.
Correct.
And he screamed and told them, next time you better come knock on the door. Maybe they are sending people to his house every month. Some
I
guy's
was
going to
told to
show up
knock on your door.
and be like, hey, stupid, this is your bill. This is how much you owe.
Yes. Well, it does coincide with that phone call from Mom that took 10 minutes that he couldn't air. And now all of a sudden there's a guy there and he's got to come back again. There's something going on.
Was somebody
here.
knocking at the door before that he didn't answer, and then they called the mom because her name's on the bill?
Oh, maybe.
And then she's like, go back there. He'll tell them to do it, fix it.
Oh, she probably did say, when he gets back there, you better answer the fucking door. You can't avoid him like it's Vince's
Right.
trying to serve you.
All theory. All theory, kids.
I honestly don't know. It's so weird. And the fact that Clay's like, wait, that was the electric company telling you to raise it? Yeah, that's what it was. They're raising it again. And even Clay's like, huh.
Yeah. Since when do they do that?
And Clay's in the UK, so he's like, America's weird. It's a weird job to have over there. Let's see what Christian Blatt has to say about this.
Do we have to?
He says the potatoes theory. Oh, good. It's Cardiff talking to us. The potatoes theory this morning is that it's someone scamming him, trying to lock him into a long-term payment. Oh, maybe there's a debt consolidation. Okay. This could be a thing where they find out who owes big sums of money. And so they come in and they're like, hey, we'll help you consolidate your debt and pay this off because you can't afford the $3,000 that you owe the electric company in non-payments.
So Fat Tony shows up at your door?
Yeah, right.
I understand you're having some trouble with your bill.
My daughter would really like that blue Harley you got there in the driveway.
Right.
I hear you have a boat.
Well, the thing about that is, it's just a cloud in the shape of John. Okay, so that was weird. Fun speculation. All I know is that John's in a lot of debt, and so he's working some type of day job now, and so he's going to give details to Clay about his job. Again, I've been saying this a lot. Props to Clay. He's not buying any of this. Clay knows that John's always lying. And so he's not buying any of this bullshit.
John, if you were just nice to this guy, he'd be sitting there still yesing you.
I know.
If you were just nice to him, you were such a fucking raging dick that now he's just leaning into it and he's going to make you look like an idiot.
Yes.
Because you created it. You had a fan and you drove him away through being shitty. Mm-hmm. You're good at that.
Do you working with a group of people? Do you sit at like a table, sort of getting ideas out about ads and stuff?
At 1 o'clock every day, the 7 and then 1 assistant, there's 8 that are, and I am working on an ad campaign now that I'm pretty sure is going to end up in the Super Bowl, but we just have to see if it gets the proper approval from.
Please.
He's working at an ad agency. Okay, let's just break this down. I'll play the rest of this.
8, 7. Is he doxing someone else's phone number? That's what is happening.
So this is nuts. I listen. Obviously, I've worked in agencies. I'm sure you guys can picture what this looks like. But he says, "What are you doing? You sit at a table with other people and brainstorm stuff?" And John goes, "Yes." And then he goes at 1 o'clock. And then he goes at 1 o'clock every day because you have like a meeting, a group meeting, team meeting at 1. And you go around the table and say what you're up to and what you're doing. Yeah, there's 8 of us, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be the Super Bowl. Like, whoa, what the fuck? What the fuck just happened? John wouldn't write copy for a Facebook ad. let alone something's going to end up in a Super Bowl commercial.
You know, local companies, like every year we watch a Super Bowl,
Yeah.
we'll see Mark's Pizzeria
That's true.
ads. Like
That's
local
true.
companies can buy it from the local affiliates because they give local affiliates X amount of spots that they can sell.
That's correct. So
Yeah.
maybe that's what he's referring
Well,
to.
probably not, but maybe.
Definitely not. You wouldn't even know that.
You pointed out once you understand that he thinks like a 6-year-old, you get everything. That is how a 6-year-old would lie.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's other people who work there too, and then we all work together and we meet at a certain time.
It's going to be in the Super Bowl.
And they all say I'm the smartest and most handsomest.
Does this sound like a guy who has a 9-to-5 job? Listen to this again.
Do you working with a group of people? Do you sit at like a table, sort of, getting ideas out about ads and stuff?
At 1 o'clock every day, the 7 and then 1 assistant. There's 8 that are, and I am working on an ad campaign now I'm pretty sure is going to end up in the Super Bowl. But we just have to see if it gets the proper approval from the higher ups.
How many hours a day do you work?
8.
8 hours a day.
Yeah.
Okay, now. So you start at like 8 o'clock and finish at what, 4 o'clock?
Nah, I start at like 7:30. Like 7.
This is a wall of lies.
Did you see the lie tell in there? Because Clay's like trying to figure this out. It's like, well, you're on with me at 4. You've already worked an 8-hour day. So he says, what time do you start? And John goes, oh, shit, I got to do the math in my head. 7:30. He's like, oh, nope, that's not it. 7. But look at, as soon as he asks that question, watch John.
Look at his shoes.
Look at his shoes and also has to grab his neck right here.
Clock and finish at what, 4 o'clock?
Nah, I start at like 7:30.
And then he looks away, can't even look at Clay.
My lying muscle is getting tense. This is a wall of lies.
Well, you've said it a million times on the show. His biggest tell is stuttering when he's lying.
Yes, right. That's when all of a sudden he doesn't know what's going on.
There's 8 of us, and we're all we have prime rib.
Yeah, I know. There's 7 of us, and then there's the assistant, and then
The number of the beast.
Super Bowl. He doesn't know that there's anything else like commercials going anymore.
Nope.
He's just for the Super Bowl. Okay.
Phew, got through that.
They're buying it again.
Fooled him.
Why does he do this? No one believes it. It's so stupid. And it's not even that impressive working at an agency. I purposely left that world. I don't understand why that's a brag in his mind.
Well, he knows we're going to be talking about it.
That's
and
true.
I brought this up. It's like underpants gnomes. He doesn't know what to achieve. There's something missing.
Right.
Yeah, we're talking about it. What are you netting from this?
I think that the goal for John, and I think the boat thing was the best example of it, is he wants everyone to think that he's got it all and feel bad about themselves. He's trying to put out, I'm great, and you should all feel bad because I'm better than you.
Yeah,
which is narcissism at its very core.
It's also how he feels.
Yeah.
When he sees someone else doing better than him, he feels less.
Yes.
And so that's what it all
Yes.
comes down to is like, I want them to feel less because they're going to think that I have more things than them. When the rest of us normal people go, my life's great. I've created a great life for myself, and I don't give a fuck what you're doing.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there.
That's one of the
I
ways
couldn't.
it's
You know
bad.
what? That's the best way to say it. That's how he feels when he sees people doing better than him. So he wants to try to inflict that pain on people he perceives as his enemy.
Who does he hate more than anyone else who has done nothing to him? Gary Delabate? You're like Fred Norris. Like he's constantly ragging on these people who have gone on to make millions of dollars at the Stern Show and still have a very comfortable living and are doing that. He's pissed about that. He's so mad at Gary Delabate for no other reason. Doesn't even make sense. It's like, yeah, he used to be your boss.
Yeah, someone had to be.
He used to be your boss at the best job you've ever had, where you would answer the phones, take 3.5 hours long shits.
And all he does is wax poetic about how great it was.
Yeah.
But
How
yet he was
amazing he
still a
was.
bad guy.
All right. This is hilarious because John's got to go grab a beer. Clay's got to go take a leak. And you would think they would do something like that in shifts.
Oh, I can't wait. This is going to be great. All right, hold on. You know what I'm going to... Yeah, so if you're taking a slash, I'm going to go take... Yeah, I'm gonna
Do you guys want anything from the kitchen?
God, this screen that we're seeing right here happens in the next 2 minutes.
Oh, my God.
They just both walk away at the same time. I've never seen someone operate their show like this. It'd be one thing if they were just an IRL stream and it's just 8 hours straight or 12 hours straight. Like, yeah, you see shit like this happen. He's supposedly doing his podcast.
This show is exactly why I know he doesn't work in an ad agency.
Right, yes. He wouldn't last a second there.
Right.
All right, so later on, Rob Saul joins the show, which is always great. And they're talking about, Bob Levy has left the Shuley Network.
Okay.
So what's next for
Did
Bob?
he really leave? Have we speculated on this?
I don't have to speculate. He's really left.
He's really gone? Okay.
Yeah, I've communicated with all the people involved, and
Okay.
It's
Well,
over.
they like their works.
it is over. They do. And at first I thought it was work. I didn't even acknowledge it because I'm just like, oh, here we go again.
All right.
But since then, I've learned that it is definitely a real thing.
All right. Well, good riddance, Bob.
All right, so you don't think it's a work anymore?
No, it's not work.
I think
What I
that,
heard is that Bob and Chad are going to do a show, which is
oh god,
another remedy for failure.
I kind of get the feeling.
Is it a remedy for failure? I think he meant recipe. I think so too. I think what he's trying to say is a recipe, a remedy for failure. Now, this clip blows me away. And again, it's the delusion, it's the inability to understand how you act and how people perceive you that is galling to me. When I watch these shows and I watch Tom Myers talk about Tony Hinchcliffe as a hack, or, you watch Stuttering John think that everyone's jealous of him because he's achieved so much. And then what Rob Saul says here is bonkers.
At least he's talking about you, Rob, eh?
yeah. I mean, he said don't.
Rob, you know what's so weird? Like,
told
I
me not
like
to
you.
engage with him, not to talk about him.
Hey,
not to
Rob.
address him. Yeah.
All right, well, let's all try and,
Yeah.
talk, listen, talk, listen.
Oh, he's learned that now. I was on Blunder Years this week. They're rewatching me versus John the first time we got together to debate stuff. And I explained to him, like, all right, you got to let me talk and then you can talk. And he got all childish. He went, fine. And he just did this like face thing.
Yep.
And when I finally asked my question to him, he goes, oh, am I allowed to talk now? It's like, holy shit, this guy is 6 years old. I keep saying it.
I fucking hate the faces he makes.
I know.
That one when he makes that big stupid grin is the worst one. You know what it reminds me of? The Grinch Who Stole Christmas.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's almost not, it's not even like the Grinch is exaggerated, but so is John. It's almost exactly the same.
Yeah, it is. Like he can't be the Grinch though. He's like the stench that ruined Christmas.
Yes.
I don't know. Fucking sucks.
All right, so watch what happens here.
What's so weird is I like you. Rob, I like you. I don't know why it's like bizarre, like Chadley and Pinky, like all these guys are attacking you, and I'm going, why? Like, I don't understand what, like, I understand why they hate me because they're jealous, because I'm the king of the hill.
Right.
But I don't know why, like, why are they all hating on you?
So this is when Rob says, have you heard the things I've said about their wives and girlfriends and their careers? And I say the most detestable things. I use the worst language. I call Carl's wife an old C word all the time. Like, why would people like me, John? I'm unlikable in every way, right? Is that what he's going to say here?
I don't get it either because in my life, people are usually drawn to me. So when I started doing podcasts, I'm like, I'm going to be good at this because I'm very likable. But for some reason, I'm not likable to a podcast. Right? Maybe
I don't get
in my
it.
small section of South Jersey that I'm likable.
Is that the most delusional thing you've heard today? We've played a lot. That's great. I'm really likable. People love me. I don't get it, guys. What's going on?
I assume everyone I meet can't stand me.
As
So,
you
like,
should.
I know.
As you should. You have the right amount of self-awareness there, Vinny. Rob has zero self-awareness. All he does is say the most wretched things about everyone all the time, antagonizes people, wants the super chatters to insult him for money because he thinks that's a great lifestyle. And then, I think you're a great guy, Rob. That's all it took. I think you're a great guy, Rob. Rob's like, yeah, I know, I am. I'm amazing. I don't get it.
That's what I've been
either.
trying to say this whole time.
Yeah, right. He's so fucking stupid. Things
Dynamics
do
change. We're not what we used to be anymore, and life goes on.
There's one thing that does not change.
Capiche? Skull.
Gagia. Here's some breaking news. People have probably seen this. It happened last night. Lenny Dykstra has entered into the Dabbleverse. Here is a tweet from Lenny Dykstra last night. He says, my hardcore liberal friend Stuttering John offered me $250 to come on his podcast. Nails Nation, I need your help here. I'm a little slow since the stroke, but I'm praying one of you can help teach me how to say fuck you and stutter and nails out.
Wow.
It's awesome. John was teasing. I didn't play the clips, but I was watching his show. He's teasing, we're going to have a baseball legend on the show coming up. And I think it was with Clay, and Clay's like, oh, you're going to have the legend? I was like, no, a different guy. So apparently the legend was reaching out to Lenny Dykstra to get him to do John's show. They offered him $250, I guess, because here's another tweet where he wrote, Stuttering John's chief negotiator, who decided to block me after I declined $250 disrespectful offer. My man used a Google app number, which caused a 5 million hour delay in communication. Nails Nations, go get him. So this is the legend right here. And Lenny Dykstra is telling everyone to go after him for what he calls an insulting offer of $250 to do the show.
See, that's disappointing because that first tweet is a bit misleading. It sounds like he has a problem with John.
Yeah.
So I wanted to see what the story was from something in the past. Maybe John interviewed him on a press line or something like that. And it just turns out by the second one, $250 was lowballing him.
Yep.
And he felt that was an insult. That's all it was.
That's all it was. But now that he posted that, everyone from the Dabbleverse is going, yeah, Lenny also did this, he also did that. They're posting all these videos and shit like that. So it won't be too long until Lenny's doing a show about Stuttering John. Even Fireman John put, you think that's bad? This filthy fuckstick admitted this on the show, says he doesn't tell women he sleeps with, and that he has HPV went away. The good news is he couldn't get laid in a whorehouse with a fistful of $100 bills. So this is warning women of Florida. This man is a self-admitted HPV super spreader. And Lenny, quote, retweeted that with some laughing emojis. So welcome to the Dabbleverse, Nails. Also a Creep-Off Hall of Famer, Lenny Dykstra. So he's got that.
That is true.
So he's got that going for him, too.
But for some reason, I don't think this... I don't think this is the first time Lenny has turned down his show, though.
Yeah, I feel like there has been Lenny Dykstra, Stuttering John overlap in the past.
Yeah, I feel like someone's posted the tweets before.
Interesting.
Yeah. I'm sorry,
if you
Eric.
can grab it, it should still be up there, but if you can grab it before they take it down or whatever, the Lenny Dykstra test episode he did for Compound might be a good breakdown for you for one of your bonus episodes.
No shit. I didn't know that happened.
Yeah, so Keith made this deal with Lenny Dykstra to have him come in and do a test show. We wanted to see if we'd have him do a weekly thing. And Keith said he wanted a certain amount of money to come do the test show. It was only like a couple $100. So, which is apparently was okay then, but it's insulting that John's asking, $250 to come on the show. So he comes on, does the thing, and then as he's leaving, he turns around to Keith with his hand out, like, "You owe me more money." And Keith's like, "What are you doing?" No, you said there was going to be more money. And he goes, "No, there's potentially more money if we sign a deal for you to do the show." That's not what you said. No, that's exactly what. So that's going back and forth. Lenny leaves in a huff. And then throughout the day, it's constantly sending shit posts and stuff to Keith and texts and just saying, fuck you. And then posting online that we didn't pay him. We owe him all this money. It's like, that's not what happened. And it kept snowballing as the day went on. And he had a spiral for about a week and then never talked about it again. But you can watch his show that was on Compound Media. That might be a good breakdown.
I'd love to see it. He is not a stable guy, and he does need money. He has lost it all. So
yeah, it was called Nails on the Rail.
Okay.
So
yeah, somebody posted it
Discord.
in our Discord. Beautiful. Thank you.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Look at that. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll definitely
Nails
check
off
this
the
out.
rails. Yes, there it is. That's the
JT
show.
posting that in our Discord. Thank you, JT. He's on top of this shit. Gotta love this guy. All right. So John said one of the funniest things I've heard him say in a very long time on his show just yesterday.
Talk about. There's a reason why everybody watches me. I understand that. They watch me because I'm the most talented person in here.
Is his dentures not in?
He's taking pills.
I just heard that Howard Stern watches me.
You serious?
So John is claiming that he has a guy inside the Stern show. He's got his mole, and his mole's like, just so you know, Howard can't get enough of the Stuttering John podcast. He's watching it all the time. And so John has decided that this is his in. Him and Howard are going to be buddies again.
Howard, how are you? Beth, how are you?
First off, if Howard's watching your show, Beth's nowhere to be found. She's playing with kittens. There's no fucking way. She's like, oh, is John on? Is John on? She's running into the room.
She's in a different wing.
She's in a different wing of the facility.
Coming to New York, so hopefully we can bury the hatchet. I'll drive out to Southampton to see you.
Oh, will
so,
you?
Howard, if you're watching today,
To the Southampton.
I say we make amends, go back to the old days, have a few laughs.
How delusional. I mean, I'm saying this too much. I use the word delusional too much now. Yeah. But is that crazy? Just like, all right, I'll tell you what. I will actually drive to your house. I know you don't like leaving the house, so don't worry about it. I'll come over to your place. I'm surprised Howard didn't get an invite to the Belmont.
I know.
Oh, it'll be me and Dirty Deeds and Vince the Lawyer and...
You know, absolutely, he would hop in the car. If Howard said, come on up, he would drive the ridiculous... And it would be even funnier, because if that was the case, Howard has a house in West Palm Beach, which is maybe 2.5 to 3 hours from where John is.
Yeah.
And he says, no, you come to the Hampton house, and makes him drive 2.5 days to get all the way out there, and then doesn't let him in.
Well, John is actually in New York right now. He did this podcast yesterday, and then he flew to New York, and now he's at his mom's house. So that's why he's saying, like, I'm in Long Island. I can come visit you. And it gets even funnier than that. Like, he's already fantasizing about how him and Howard are going to now team up together.
He's dictating terms.
Yes. No, this is hilarious.
I mean, that's just me. I think at this point you could understand all the things that I did where I had to do.
All the things that I did, I had to do. He's talking to Howard right now. You mean like when you went on Adam Carolla's show and bitched about how much money they paid you? Or when you wrote in your book about what a piece of shit Howard was to you and how they treated you poorly? Because that's the stuff that's why Howard doesn't talk to you anymore, John.
There was no guarantee that I was going to make, the kind of money that I made on the Tonight Show.
Oh, but in John's mind, he's revised history here. He goes, the reason why Howard's mad at me is because I left and went to the Tonight Show. No, Howard still talked to you after that.
Yep.
You guys got dinner together after that. That's not what he's mad about. He was fine with you leaving the Howard Stern show. And by the way, the show got better. Richard and Sale came on board, and the show got better. Ask any Howard Stern fan, they'll all tell you that.
And, Howie, I went to NYU for film and television, and yes, I graduated. And that was my passion, was to succeed in the highest regard. I was a big part of the Howard Stern show, and then I became a big part of the Tonight Show with Jay Leno. That's really unheard of for a stuttering, OCD-ridden Puerto Rican.
Why does he say Puerto
with
Rican?
smelling feet from Massapequa? That's just...
He says Puerto Rican like it's a bad thing. I'm OCD-ridden. I have smelly feet. I'm Puerto Rican. Like, whoa, what the fuck?
That's his other... I think it's you that coined that phrase. Is it his telemarketing script, or was that Shuley?
Shuley
that he has a telemarketing script.
Yeah,
that's his personal telemarketing script. That whole line, it would always ends with the smelly feet thing. That's his slug line. Like that's the caption under his headline for all of that shit. And the way he tries to spin terminology as he talks, it's like it's when a dumb guy is heard a word and he's trying to remember how to use it so he could sound smart. And you could see the struggle in both how he's saying it and in his eyes as he's trying to put it out there. And you go, stop trying to be what you're not. Stop trying to use words you can't spell and come off as being intelligent.
Also, if he's going to talk about what a success story he is and how everything was up against him and he still was on Howard and TV, you talk about his low IQ, because that's really the most impressive thing of all. Not the smelly feet so much. You can put socks and shoes on. The fact that you're so low IQ and you had a career in show business is very impressive.
That would be the bigger success story.
That's what I mean. That's crazy.
Unheard of. So I overcame all odds to parlay into so many things, and then you get fucking Lady K, some idiot in a panel basement in Rochester.
I am living rent-free. He's talking to Howard Stern right now. He's literally having a conversation with Howard about, like, you can't blame me. I had to go to the Tonight Show. It's what I wanted to do for a living. And then fucking Lady K is in a basement. You're like,
So he's slipping.
I can guarantee Howard doesn't know who you are.
For sure, he does not.
Howard doesn't know who you are. That's exactly. He's addressing Howard by mentioning shit that Howard wasn't even asking or even curious about.
He can't stop himself because that's how he thinks. He's just like, as soon as he goes through that telemarketing speech about how successful he was and how amazing it is, he immediately thinks like, and there's this guy Carl who no one knows who's clowning me, and how does he have the right to do such a thing?
Giving you advice, Howie. Giving me advice. You and I.
Oh yeah. Let me back that up a little bit because
he's got kind of the Paulie Walnuts thing going there with his hair. Look at him.
You're right.
He's not aging gracefully.
But how many times has John talked about how Howard Stern's show sucks now?
Right.
Remember when they got rid of the news? He's just like, oh, Howard's not doing the news segment anymore. We do the news on this show. And now he's saying that I'm the one who's telling Howard that he's doing his show wrong.
Like you said, it's in his fucking book.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
We're all telling Howard he's doing it wrong.
He backtracked a lot last year with any kind of comments regarding Howard because Howard was getting a lot of shit for being super liberal and then having Kamala and all that. So then he never said a bad word about Howard at all because it fits the agenda that he's trying to be a part of.
Right.
To parlay into so many things, and then you get fucking Lady K, some idiot in a panel basement in Rochester, giving you advice, Howie. Giving me advice. You and I have done way more than any of these fucking losers. Can you imagine the audacity of Lady K to
spell it
and Honique and Alex Stein, who all he's ever done is copy me.
Now Alex Stein is another one of these guys who just copied John for his career. Alex Stein does a lot of things that John can't do any of them. So I love that all of a sudden now him and Howard are teaming up. It went from I heard that Howard watches
the same
me
level
to I'll come visit you guys. And by the way, we should probably team up and go after Lady K and Monique from Radio Gug. You ready? Let's do this.
He's got that in his head. I'll go into Manhattan. I'm going to sit there in the room. We're going to pontificate about everything. We're going to go. JD will bring in clips of Carl's show. We'll sit there, and this will fill at least an hour on Howard's show.
This is the thing that John does because of his narcissism, because he's a child, because he's 6 years old still. He fantasizes about things, and he does it out loud. Yep. He has these wild fantasies that he can't wait to tell you about, and I don't think any of these things are going to happen.
Scola!
So after he's talking to Howard, look at he's drooling on himself.
I mean, hell.
He just drooled all over himself.
But anyway, so Howie, I'm coming out. Hopefully we could hook up. And I'm glad you enjoy this show.
Could you imagine if he shows up in front of Howard's house like he did for Melton's house?
Right.
He's just showing up this big gated mansion in the Hamptons. He's got the fucking iPod deck above his head screaming.
I think a neighbor will probably alert authorities where Howard lives. I don't think it'll go down the same way it did in Vegas. Howard invites George Clooney and John Bon Jovi over to his house. John just drooled on himself and went, so when am I coming over?
I must have missed the invite.
It's fucking crazy. He lives in a whole different world than the rest of us. It's fun. So now John is obviously very upset with Chad Zumach.
Yeah.
And he's got the rumor mill going about Chad.
So Chadley's taking Ozempic. Chadley's taking Ozempic. What a pussy boy. Zumach. Oh, Zumach. Chad's on Ozumach. Chad is taking Ozumach. Wow, go figure.
You just gave Chad a t-shirt.
Go figure, Chadley. Wow. Let's see. Let's see, Chadley. Make sure I got everything out of there. What did that say, Chadley? What did that say? What did that say, Chadley? Don't give my info out, but Chad is taking Ozempic. Chadley's taking Ozempic.
This is right after John said he's the best broadcaster of the Dabbleverse, I want to point out. He's like, I'm the best at this. Everyone knows that. And then he's looking at his phone and he's singing songs. He comes up with Ozumak, because I guess the Z. I don't know. It's not that
It's
clever.
as damning as Chadley.
It's not that clever at all. But what we just saw was, if you're listening to the show, John got a $2 Venmo, and it says in the note, Chad is taking Ozempic. And so if the guy who gave him $2 said it, it must be true, obviously. John will run with anything. You can tell John anything.
This whole time I'm thinking like, all right, did Chad say he is taking it on his show? Like,
Nope.
did he post it somewhere? I'm like, all right, Chad must have a reason if he's taking it. Fucking
just someone just told him.
$2 Venmo.
Yep, so that must
me
be the
is
case.
the gospel.
These people all
retard.
do this shit too. It's so annoying. You're like, why are we just like pretending that people make shit up and it has to be true?
Even if Chad was, like, we don't know, but even if he was, look at the amount of probably like heart pills that John's taking every stream that he does, right?
Good point. You're just shoving pills in his mouth.
One of those pills was huge, like a dewormer or something, you know? And he's taking that on a daily basis, and you're going to shit on somebody who has to take that for, I think it's a diabetic medicine or something,
I
right?
think Eric's taking Ozempic.
No,
He's
Eric
taking,
should
who
be
do you
taking,
work for? He's taking Chad's side.
Eric should be
I
taking
think Eric's
Ozempic.
taking. It's like, what's so bad about Ozempic? I think it's great. You know, people lose weight, they look better.
No, I mean, look, I know I think it's a diabetic medicine that I know people use for weight loss and
Correct,
stuff like
yes.
that. But no matter what it is, the point was he's taking a massive
know.
amount of pills
I
every
know.
day. He has no right to criticize anyone else's medical stuff.
So I recently on WATP, we talked about John doxing everyone. And he's out there, he's trying to dox OJ, and he's trying to dox Leo Gunn, he's doxing Kevin Brennan. And when he's not doxing people, he's talking about doxing people and threatening it.
All right, I see that fucking lunatic's fucking back at it. Dude, do you want me to release all the fucking shit on you? Seriously. Do you want me to release the state of New Jersey versus... I don't think you want that. You got a hell of a fucking track history, bro.
A track history?
You got a hell of it.
You got a hell of it? You got a hell of a track history. A hell of it. These threats that he does them all the time and no one ever cares. No. But he keeps trying. All right, so he's got some messages for Clay Dabbler. And, I've been complimenting Clay Dabbler lately. It probably doesn't do real well for their relationship when that happens.
And can I say something to Clay Dabbler? I love you, brother. I do. I know you're going to get your fucking panties all in a bunch, and I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. But, Clay, I get that you got to, and I don't mind arguing. I love arguing. I love arguing because I love winning. But the one thing I don't appreciate is don't start defending Leo Gunn. Don't start defending Paolo Carnevale. When these guys have done nothing but fuck with my life. So don't be fucking telling me what I should be doing and what I do wrong. Why don't you tell them? And why are you always friends with Penis Wrinkle and Vagina Wrinkle on Twitter?
He goes, don't tell me what to do. And also, I'm going to tell you what to do. Why are you always friends with Penis Wrinkle on Twitter? Does John hear himself? He sounds like a child.
He doesn't even look at himself. The way he purposely has the low res for his camera and the poor lighting for his green screen, the way his jowls come out make it look like he has mutton chops.
Oh, I think he missed shaving. No, I think there really is a lot of hair. He's really bad at shaving.
Oh, okay.
I wish he had the 1080 like he did for that split second when he got the new computer.
Yeah,
We're like, whoa, look at this fucking monster. Andy called it all those years ago. John is so hurt about Clay Dabbler.
What happens? Now you got Lady K and Sue. Oh, we like this Clay. He's fighting with John. Is that why? Are you like Vince? Do you want the love from Lady K and the shitware? Tell me. I don't give a fuck. Have their love. Have that.
Obviously. So in John's mind, everything that Clay is doing is to get into people's good graces rather than just like Clay calling it like he sees it.
Right.
Everything that Clay says to John is calling it like he sees it. He calls John out for falling for shit that he keeps falling for over and over again. And in John's mind, he's like, oh, you're just doing that so the shit whale likes you. No, not at all. He doesn't care about Shuli at all.
Clay seemed to have some sort of morals.
Yeah.
And said, don't dox everyone. And John said, fuck you.
Right. Not everything is like trying to be a part of a faction.
Right.
Not everyone thinks that way. Like John does, Chad does. Like there's certain people, Kevin Brennan, obviously. But Clay Dabbler's just like, no, I'm just telling you that you're being ridiculous. You should stop. And John's like, I don't mind arguing because I like winning. It's like, then you're not understanding what conversations are.
And he's not winning either.
No, obviously not.
He's been going through this thing where he watches some kind of mafia movies and then he starts acting like it, right? He starts talking his speech. He gets this kind of machismo thing going. But that whole thing there, it's like you're talking to this guy. He wants yes men around him to tell him, yes, everything's great. He's acting like he's some sort of like mafia don, and everyone has got to kiss the ring, and everyone's got to just tell him what he thinks is right, and everything he's saying and doing is correct, because he can't handle whenever that Clay guy is on. Because when that guy starts saying things that we all know are actually true, he starts getting mad. Shut up! I'm trying to make a point. You know, he can't.
One of the funniest things he said on the show we did yesterday, where he goes, I want your honest opinion. It's like, no, you do not. You want them to just nod along and be like, yep, you're right, John, and they're all wrong. Nailed it. So he goes through a long list of guys who he says, I never tell them to super chat me. And he goes through Dirty Deeds and The Legend, and he goes, I don't know why people are saying I tell them to super chat me. I don't.
Now, Leo Gunn, he starts this bullshit fucking rumor that I'm asking for super chats. Well, guess what, Leo? I haven't. And if I did, I was obviously joking.
We've watched John do this many times. Just like, where's Dirty Deeds been? Where's The Legend been? We're not getting any super chats. And he's just like, I never asked for super chats. Well, you do it on your show, John. We all see it. Well, if I did, immediately he goes, I've never done that. And if I did, he caught himself. Like, he knows he's done it.
I heard him saying there's a guy named Broccoli something, right? Or Broccoli.
Yeah. Broccoli, yeah.
I heard a clip of him saying, he's like, where have these people been? Where's Broccoli?
Yeah.
You know, they just disappear. It's not like he's wondering where they were. We haven't heard from them in a while, because he finishes it up with, it's like, they haven't given me money in forever. It's like, oh my God. That's the only reason you know their names is because they were giving you money.
Correct.
Not that they were contributing to your show and giving you some content to go along. He's not concerned where these people are. It's like, you haven't paid me in forever. Well, fuck off.
I'm an asshole.
That's right, Chad. That's correct. All right, big news. Big news for everyone in the Dabbleverse.
I have a big announcement. Stuttering John is returning to stand-up. I'm going back to my roots. I'm going to start writing.
Okay, so first off, those aren't his roots.
Nope.
He became a stand-up long after he started doing a stand-up tour. He decided to actually write an act after that. So
he's
that's
the
not his
epitome
roots.
of like, oh, I can't do this anymore. I can do stand-up.
Right.
I could do a podcast. He's that guy that we all hate.
He is that guy.
How's he going to have time with his new job?
Also, he goes, I'm going back to stand-up. Like, oh, you got some dates? He's like, I'm going to start writing. Jesus.
But you've got that big Super
I'm gonna
Bowl
get
ad.
on my boat, start riding. That's what I used to do with my boat in Bayville. Go by Sand City, sit there and write jokes.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how I slowly developed my act. I'd write them at home, and I developed a great act. And now I have an hour and a half of material.
Do you?
And all you guys get these guys who tweet me, that fucking squeegee bit sucks. So yeah, wait till you see me do it live. You'll laugh so hard your girlfriend will be in tears.
I can't believe he's defending the squeegee bit. I never thought I'd see the day.
He's been
You
mad with
hated
power.
that so much. Wait till I do it for you.
Yeah, wait till you see me do it live. It's like, well, the element of surprise is lost. I don't think we're going to think it's that funny.
Right. You could bring an actual squeegee and it wouldn't be great.
Missy B took a photo of him doing the squeegee bit. They were appalled at how bad that was. They saw it live. So.
He thinks that's like doing his big hit, you know, where at a certain point in a band's career, they don't sing the song. They start it off and then just put the mic to the audience because the whole audience is singing the entire song.
Yep.
He thinks that, I'll just lift my shirt up and everyone's going to recite the bit as he does it. He'll just do the motion.
King! Yeah, let's go. The other thing that John does, and again, he's a 6-year-old child here. Everything that he does is what a 6-year-old does. he declares things rather than does things. Guys, I'm back in stand-up. You are? No, but I might. Why even declare that? Just do it. Just, I did it. I said the line part. Why even say I'm going to go back into stand-up? Why not write a bunch of jokes, put together an act, and then surprise us with a gig that you have or something? So stupid.
You see those, I mean, with all the streaming services, they love a sort of a comeback special when a comic who's not been doing it for a long time all of a sudden has a new special. They're willing to do it. They all have the same story. It's like, yeah, I haven't done stand-up in so many years, but I never stopped writing. You know, I've had years of material. I would sit there and write, and I finally like, you know what? I think I want to give it a go and go back at it again. They have that story of they never stopped the writing process. They had their notes, they had their jokes, whatever. They just weren't going out and doing it on stage or touring anymore. And now they're coming back, and that's when you get those success stories.
I
like,
saw Paul Rodriguez not that long ago, a few years back. And he was a huge comic in the 80s and early 90s. And he's been writing, he's got all new original jokes and shit like that. It's like, yeah, it's like, that's what these people do.
Yeah. You know, it's like, I'm coming back to comedy. Oh, really? Yeah. I'm going to start writing again. No, that's not how it works. You should have been writing the last 10 years. And now you're like, hey, I'm going to go do small clubs and try it out and see if I have what it takes to move on to the next thing. Not that I'm going to start the process.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get a Spotify deal for $100 million. All right. John's got a new scheme. He's got a new scheme, and he's got a brilliant idea here.
This is going to be mine now. For the Stuttering John show, this is what it's going to be.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball, may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent.
Well, guess what, shitware? That's what I'm going to be doing. I'm getting the copyright attorney to make sure that my show cannot be rebroadcast and disseminated without the written consent of the Stuttering John podcast. Do you realize that's going to end you?
Now, how do I know that that's never going to happen?
I'll pay the money to do it, and I'm doing it.
All right, two things.
Definitely not. Yeah, please.
One, he already tried doing this.
Yes.
Remember, he used to do it live, like a live read at the beginning of his show, and
He
it
had the
did
banner.
nothing.
Yeah, he's done this.
Two, Dum here doesn't know by playing the MLB copyright is still against the copyright that they still can flag your channel and your video for being against the copyright.
That's hilarious. I was using it as an example. I was looking up to you guys. Come on. This is hilarious. This is how dumb John is right here.
I finally figured it out. Fair use is one thing, but not if it's a copyrighted show. And I'll pay the money. I don't care.
That's literally what fair use. It's part of the Copyright Act. It's a clause in there. He goes, yeah, you can say fair use all you want, but what if it's copyrighted? Like, no, that's literally why we talk about fair use. It gets around the copyright.
But Carl, he said he figured it out.
He's going to talk to an attorney and give him money. I'm sure you will.
Yeah, you don't go and play a full episode of a late night talk show, but they will clip parts of it to play on the morning shows.
Yes.
Because it's fair use, it's entertainment, maybe it's newsworthy or something. They can get around that by saying, here's a clip of Jon Stewart on The Daily Show. Here's Seth Meyers' headlines for something.
Yeah.
That's how you do it. They're not playing each episode every day where the copyright gets in.
It's crazy to me that John goes, I figured out how to get around this fair use thing. I'll have my show copyrighted.
Again.
Okay, so he's so stupid. Now he starts fantasizing about what's going to happen when he gets his show copyrighted.
You'll be paying a piper if you want to use clips of my show. You're gonna have to call me and ask me. Hey, can we use this clip from your show? Fuck you, pay me. Hey, can we use that clip of you drooling? Fuck you, pay me.
He
Fuck
just
you,
wanted
pay
to
me.
That thing of you singing, fuck you, pay me.
Eric's right. He just saw Goodfellas.
Of course. He keeps doing this. So this is now John's fantasy, is that Shuli's going to be calling him like, John, listen, I'm going to give you some timestamps. You can just give us approval on these. This is what Frog wants to play on the show today. John's like, all right, well, the drooling one's going to cost you $250. The snot in my nose, that's at least $1,000.
See, John's not entirely wrong, though, when he said, you're going to be calling me about my clips from my show. Yeah, they're calling to tell you that, hey, we played this one again today, or we played this one tomorrow, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Right. So John owes Vince money, as we all know, because there was a $12.5 million lawsuit. They settled out of court, and now John has to pay Vince in installments over 6 months. John has not paid anything yet. And he really, really wants to get out of paying. What I like about this clip is that John's trying to multitask. John can't even task.
No.
I think I heard Shuley say John's biggest enemy is multitasking. This is crazy.
He can't do one thing at the same time.
Right. Look at this.
It does suck. It does suck that you fucking, are going to hold me to this fucking money. It does suck. I mean,
was he looking at his wallet?
That's what I thought. He's looking down.
It is kind of lame. If you're my friend and you're going to start charging me, really? I mean, I don't know. That seems like dirty, Like you're supposed to be my friend, and then you're going to charge me. I hope you reconsider this, because if so,
So now he's reading something.
I mean, maybe we can work things out.
Something that's bothering him.
But I mean, I think it's lame that you're charging me.
Now he's going to respond. Now he's typing.
I mean, you don't need the money. You just spent $5,000.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
5,000. You charge me.
What?
5,000. I mean, sorry. You charged me 5 G's. No, I'm sorry. What the fuck am I doing?
What are you doing?
I hope Howard's still watching.
Paid 5,000 for UFC tickets, and you're gonna take my money?
So what he was trying to say, when he's so distracted by everything else going on around him, is that KC and Vince went to the UFC match at Madison Square Garden last weekend, and apparently that cost $5,000. I don't know if that's true or not, but who knows? And so John's all upset that A, Vince has another buddy from the Howard Stern show. He doesn't like that. And B, that Vince can afford these things and still wants the couple $1,000s from John that John cannot afford.
Clearly.
Obviously. So John's going on. And this is John being a manipulative asshole right here.
And you're going to take money from me on Christmas and West. Everybody, I want everyone to know, the Vince that stole Christmas wants me to pay him on December 26th. Right around the time I'm getting all my kids' Christmas presents.
He's a millionaire.
Bad liar.
We saw this coming.
Well, Vince isn't the one who wanted John to pay him on December 26th.
Nope.
Vince wanted John to pay him in October.
Yeah.
And November.
Right.
And December.
And
and
I
January.
think Vince said, and then I'm going to hear about this.
Yes, because John goes, let's make it the 26th so that I can get through Christmas. And now John's pretending that Vince is the one who set that date when it's just not true. And this is the way John thinks. This is why John said the 26th. Because that's a problem for future John. And I don't know any that guy.
Yeah.
Like John's never thinking just like, as long as I can just make it a thing that's going to happen in the future, I don't have to worry about it.
But remember, he flexes that money is no concern. He's a millionaire. He doesn't have to worry about these things. We think he can't afford a boat. We think he can't pay his taxes or his electric bill and all these other things here. So why is this an issue?
Oh, it's the biggest issue right now. He talks about it all the time. It's weighing on him. He's just like, why can't you just not take the money that I owe you? I don't understand. What's the problem here? Now, if it were the other way around, it'd be very different. Oh. So someone tells John that Chad has a video coming up. I think Chad was sniping John during this show. And Chad made a video that was going to be coming up that has a title making fun of his kids. I don't know what it is because Chad takes all his videos down, so I didn't see it. But I'm sure it was something about his trans son or something was the title of the video. And so what do you think John's going to do when he sees that? Do you think he's going to be a Karen and report him to YouTube?
Let's report this.
So he does this in real time. We watch him report this.
Let's see. Child
Up on
abuse.
the screen.
He just said, so he's looking at the thing when you go to report a video, you have to pick what happened that you're reporting. Listen to what he says.
Child abuse.
Okay, John, your children are all adults. I'm sorry to tell you this. I know you want to use this as a shield. It's not child abuse. Making fun of, I think the trans son is 30 or close to that. Calling that child abuse?
He might have that thing where, you know, people who have addictions and substance problems, whatever, they only tend to remember a certain periods of their lives that had some clarity. So he may honestly think at times his kids are still like under 10 because that's when he was around.
He hasn't seen them since they've been adults.
Yeah.
So I understand that part of it. But yeah, he really does think that his children are children.
Yeah, if he's not around, they haven't grown up.
Right. Child abuse. He just reported it for her.
Next.
There's so much excitement going on in the football games upstairs. All right, we got to come and work this. Come on. Then we'll get out of here. I'm sorry. That's all I'm hearing right now is people watching football upstairs. It's a weird time for us to be doing this. So John reports it, and then?
Reported that one. Let's report it again.
He's going in and reporting the same video over and over again. And this is the funniest part. So Rob Sal comes on the show, and John's all excited about this message he gets.
Here it is. Look, thanks for the report on YouTube. So I just reported Chad 4 times.
John got an automated message from YouTube. So when you fill in a report, you get an automated message that says, we got your report. Thanks for sending it in. We'll check on it. And John shows his phone and goes, look at this. YouTube emailed me just now. Fucking moron. It's not a good look to be reporting people either, I should probably point out.
No, and if they see multiple cases of you reporting the video and they find it not to be against the terms of service, that penalizes you.
Yeah, it's not child abuse. Dummy. There's no child abuse going on. It's a title of a video. You can say whatever you want. It's retarded. Here's a guy who knows how to do everything.
You suck! You piece of shit! Fuck off!
All right, good. Soft Weekly is saying that people play it differently. Wapio saying there's many styles of dominoes. Fleshy Victor says match the dots, dummy. No, I know that part. that was not the part that was lost on any of us.
I know that every time that you play it, you have to slam the domino down on the table to make as much noise as possible.
Yes.
And then go, domino, motherfucker.
And then when you lose, you have to pull out your Glock. I know that. So Stuttering John just made his most embarrassing video ever. I know that sounds like it can't possibly be true. We've seen so many of these videos. And John's at his mom's house. It's Thanksgiving time. He's in someone's room, not his. And I can only imagine what his family must be thinking when they're listening through the walls. And there's a part where he gets up to go get coffee, and you hear his mom is right next door to him. She's talking to him immediately as he walks out of the room. And this is what she's hearing.
Hey, you see that? Go ahead. Watching and weep, bro. That's me. That's right. That's me. Look different, huh? Look a little slimmer, huh? Huh? I think so. I think so, don't you? I think so. Thank you, Crackhead Bob. You're welcome. That's right, Chadley. That's right. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. And soon, Chadley, you're going to thank me for giving you a beating in the ring. YouTube's terms of service. When we box. This is what the Duke has been doing every day. Okay? In the fucking gym. That's what the Duke is doing. Oh, I look pretty fit, don't I, dickhead? Well, I am, motherfucker. I am fit. And I'm ready. I'm coming for you.
This is painful.
Are you intimidated by this, Doug? Do you want to leave the show right now in case he finds out who you are?
I don't want the smoke, John.
Go up to Chad Zuback. I don't want any part of this. This is crazy.
His shirt is hiking up like he's wearing something under his shirt.
Okay, there's a lot of speculation that he's wearing a girdle.
Oh, he's definitely wearing a girdle.
You think so, Lucy?
You could not convince me otherwise.
Look at how
also,
it's
I
bunched
feel like
over here.
He's just
It's weird.
never looked more like Ruth Bader Ginsburg ever to me. Like it's look at even in this still right now.
Yeah, it's not great.
His right arm is like a little teeny tiny twig, and I will admit that there were some side angles where it was not horrible, but it's horrible. I hate looking at this.
He looks like liver failure.
Yeah, there's nothing less terrifying than him going like this with his hands and saying Chadley.
Yeah, I like when he's punching his palm. And then he goes, in the boxing ring, YouTube's terms of service, as if they're like ready to hit the button to delete his account. Like, oh, okay, my bad. I thought he actually was threatening violence.
He didn't rehearse the threat either. He's like, and you're going to thank me for the beating. Whoops. Didn't think that through.
The worst smack talk ever. Vince McMahon would be like, you're fired. But no, John thinks that people are afraid of him, which is crazy.
That's the Duke. Slim as a rail. Buff as fuck. Look at his shoulders, dickhead. Look at him.
Slim as a rail, buff as fuck. Didn't think that went through either, did he?
It's so horrible.
Float like a bee.
Kid, look at the buys.
Look at the buys.
Look at his shoulders, dickhead. Look at the buys.
I'm looking at a buy right now.
Well, that's what's coming.
I can't wait to see that tattoo shift.
And then he shifts over. He's just like in a nice family home. Yeah. Portraits of
where
children
was I?
and shit.
Happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
This is the same spot when he was pretending he was in a hotel room last year. And I think he was trying to avoid getting served by Vince the lawyer. And he's like, you have no idea where I am. Is it your mom's house? Is it a different room in your mom's house?
Is that a picture of you as a kid?
Yeah. It just comes with the hotel room. It's a nice hotel. You wouldn't understand.
John, I brought your beer up.
Thanks, room service.
Because these fucking things are going to be moving in and out real quickly.
Please hit the computer.
That would have been great. So, John doing punching motions at the screen just to let you know how serious he is. Now he sat down, but he's still fired up and ready to fight Chad Zumock. And I just want to point out, because we just watched him say he's going to kick his ass, he's punching his palm, he's doing all this stuff. But remember,
I don't promote any violence.
Right. I'm glad you said that, John, because I wasn't sure if you were promoting violence or not. For a second there, I thought you were. But then he assured me that he wasn't. So I'm like, okay, good.
That's for a promoter.
Thank God, yes.
So I'm not saying anything that hasn't been said a million times in all of this bullshit with these guys, but like 50, 60 something year old men on the internet threatening each other to fight it's fucking retarded.
It's stupid.
This is so incredibly frustrating that I'm spending my Saturday watching this.
All right, so Mike Tyson is the same age as John. And Mike Tyson can't fight. He used to be the best in the world. John has never done anything. So do you think John's going to be good at fighting? Now, would I pay for the pay-per-view to watch him and Chad Zumock fight? Of course I would. Name your price. It doesn't matter. I'll raise the funds. We're definitely watching that. But it's not going to happen. None of this shit's going to happen. But again, it's fantasy, John. He's got these fantasies. And what happened
that makes it worse. That makes it worse.
Yeah.
The fact that it's not only the threat to do like, I'm gonna beat this guy up, but then it's also we know it's never gonna happen.
Right. Everyone knows it's not
depressing.
gonna happen. In fact, we're gonna see what Chad's response is to this in just a little bit. But the big news this week is that Chad lost his Patreon. His Patreon, someone reached out to Patreon and said that he's against their terms of service because he's bullying people and whatnot. And so there were 2 specific episodes, and both of them were talking about, I think, John's trans kid. Well, one was about John's trans kid, and the other one was about that guy, the legend, Mark Lewis, former Major League Baseball player, who gets involved with John a lot, and he's been in a lot of these different chats and stuff like that. John talks about the legend all the time. It's his buddy. So Chad's Patreon was taken down, and Chad comes on YouTube and goes, well, I'm out. a significant amount of money, a big portion of my income, because they just took down my Patreon. And Chad said, John's the one who did it. I know for a fact. He was on El Horrible show this morning saying he's 125% sure that John is the one who did it.
I didn't report you. I couldn't find you. I would have reported you, but I couldn't find you. And I'm not a member of your Patreon. So you can start bitching and moaning that I got you taken down or somebody else did, but I didn't.
Am I stupid? The idea, the idea, see how quickly I went into my next statement when I said that? I knew immediately. The idea that he said, I didn't get you taken down, but I would have, that kind of just makes that first part moot right there. You're like, I would have reported you if I knew how to. Like, yeah, that's why we don't like you, John. Do you understand? That's why Chad's pissed at you right now, because his channel got taken down, and you just admitted that you would have. And John has been striking Chad's YouTube. He was doing it live on his show. We talked about it.
But he's obviously lying right there.
Yes.
I would guarantee that all you would have to do is go to Google, type Patreon Zumach, and you would have been able to find it.
Yeah.
And what happens when somebody's lying? They give you unnecessary details.
Right.
Right. And also,
how could I porn bomb you? I didn't know what that was until 2 weeks ago.
Right. Yes. Also, John has a lie tell where he has to touch his face.
Yeah.
He has to do
Both
something
sides.
when he's lying. And you're right, Doug. Look at this.
Owning that I got you taken down or somebody else did, but I didn't.
All of a sudden, he's going to tuck his hair behind his ears. When has he ever done that before? He's just like, people are saying that I was doing shit, but I didn't do any of this shit. It's not natural. So I agree with you. I think that John's definitely guilty of this. And I am against striking people. I'm against trying to get people's shit taken down. But if there's anyone more deserving of it than Chad, I don't know who they are. Because that's all Chad ever does. When he was on El Horrible today, Cardiff was talking to him about like, yeah, but Chad, remember you went after my channel and you did this and you porn bombed El Horrible and you've been trying to get us all taken down. And Chad's like, yeah, but I'm sorry and I won't do it anymore. Okay. Cool, man. Good stuff.
I said I was sorry.
Which is still better than him just saying I didn't do it.
Well, yes, correct. At least he's
Right.
not lying about it. He's like, all right, well, I probably should
Unless he keeps doing it.
Which he will, of course.
Yes,
Which you would expect him to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is, John now has got to brag to Chad because John's way cooler than Chad is based on this information.
Last night I had a wonderful date at the Belmont fucking Tavern with a beautiful lady. Something that you're not used to, Chadley. That's why I got 3 kids. And you don't have any. Because you have to get laid in order to have children. That's just biology 101.
Speaking of children, John, you're a child. You
Wait,
really
did he
think
just-
that everyone without kids is a virgin? It's the
He
stupidest thing
just
I've
bragged
ever
that he had sex 3 times. That's
Yes.
him admitting that he had sex exactly
with,
3
with
times.
the same woman. Right. I know. It's so stupid.
Oh, John.
But John just had a date at the Belmont Tavern with a beautiful lady. And I actually happen to have a photo of that got leaked to me. There he is with his date. Congratulations, John. What a looker. Very proud of you. He put out a tweet after his date. He's so desperate for people to think he's cool and he's got shit going on. By the way, thanks to Elon Musk for making it so I can actually look at people's tweets again. So this is John's tweet. He said, Duke Cat successful date. Close the deal driving back to Long Island to cook Spanish rice.
And you know
That's
that
actually-
prostitute was sitting next to him like, you know I follow you, right?
Duke Cat successful date. This is the guy who complains about super chatters and their grammar and spelling.
I actually like this as a really 1960s beatnik poem.
Oh, you think he did that on purpose?
Yeah,
Duke
it's
Cat,
great.
Successful date. Hey, Daddy.
Spanish rice.
All right. John is saying he had nothing to do with Chad's Patreon getting taken down, but he is going to brag about this.
When I struck Lady K's Patreon, I did it. And I take full 100% credit for it. Because he had my an MP3 of my book on his behind his paywall. Yes, I struck him. And when he trashed my children. Yes, I struck him then.
So John's incapable of telling the truth. And he says this over and over again. I know I've played this clip before, but John did not strike my channel for having his book on there or for clowning his kids. It was because it was connected to my Discord and people used gamer words in the Discord. John will never admit that for some reason because that doesn't fit into the narrative. And he always pretends that it was different reasons why he tried to get my Patreon taken down.
Yeah, he looks like less of a victim, so.
Right.
He doesn't want that.
Yeah, he looks like he's doing something that's shitty. So he doesn't want to talk about that. But remember, when you know someone's lying about you, you can assume they're lying about everyone else. Everything this guy says is a lie, including this.
You've awoken a sleeping giant. And this sleeping giant is in the best physical strength condition I've ever been in my entire fucking life.
He's in the best physical strength condition. Watch out for him. What an idiot.
He's not even going to address the drool running down the side of his fucking mouth as he says that. That's sweat. And at the beginning of this clip, when he was trying to flex or whatever, it looks like he's got fucking cerebral palsy. The way his...
Yeah, that one arm doesn't work real well. He's got a stroke arm.
You've awoken a sleeping giant. And this sleeping giant is in the best physical strength.
He's like trying to deflect and his hands like can't help but like push out to the sides. So you guys want to see what Chad's response is to this?
Desperately.
What's funny is John is challenging Chad to a fight over and over again. And Chad just keeps yelling from the rooftops, yes, please, let's do this. And John's got him blocked everywhere. So John's just like, I don't know why Chad won't get back to me on it. But here's Chad's response.
So I'm sick of showing up at people's houses and they're not there.
I'm here. Let me know when you're coming. I'll be here. It's that simple. I'm usually here pretty much every day.
Yeah, when you're not out with your friends, Chad, you're here at home. So yes.
I don't really go anywhere unless I have a gig or I occasionally go hang out at Side Splitters because I'm friends with all the staff there. And
that doesn't surprise me at all. He's got nowhere to go.
Erica, the bartender's awesome. BT. So if I don't have a gig, I don't go anywhere. So I'm always home. I'm home right now. Where are you, Duke? Like I said in the tweet, even though you have me blocked on Twitter because you're a pussy boy. With the boy with the pussy. Just give me 12 hours notice so I'll be here. So don't just show up. Tell me when you're coming so I'll be here. John, I'm giving you $300 to throw a punch at me. I'm making it as easy as humanly possible for you cannot back out of this. You could get money for trying to fight me. And I will bring nothing legal into it. I don't know what you're going to do because I will punch back. I will.
I just noticed something. This is Chad's channel that we're watching this on, and he can't even spell. So he's got on here, it says patreon.com/shitdownzubach for full. He couldn't spell episode correctly. He really is a dumb guy. But the reason why I'm playing this is because this is exactly what I want to see play out. John challenges someone to a fight. They accept immediately and say, I'll give you money to come throw a punch at me. How does John get himself out of this one? How does he wiggle his way out of this? Chad's going, yeah, well, let's fight. Let's do this. I don't know where he goes from here. He called your bluff. Now what are you going to do, dummy?
So
he wiggles his way out by ignoring it. He says, I never saw any responses that he did because
but every super chat's going to tell him that Chad said yes and come to his house. And
we've seen him ignore shit like that before.
Yeah.
It's just going to be the same thing.
So there's always, back when I used to drink and go to bars and shit, there was always ruckuses. Mm-hmm. And there's always somebody like John at the bar who, typically a little guy, always wants to fight somebody that isn't going to fight or has just left or has a reason not to fight, whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah.
And you know that he has no inclination to actually fight anybody.
Correct.
Because of that thing that Rocco, when he punked him out right there in front of him, if he was a fighter anywhere near like what he claims to be, he would have just punched him right there.
Correct.
Yep. And damn the circumstances.
Yep. Right. Speaking of the little guy, because you're right about that, it's always the little guy has to prove himself. John took a photo with his friends and posted it on Twitter here. It's the Duke
this
with
is amazing.
friends. He wrote.
He is the little guy.
And look, he's up on his tippy toes.
I don't even think his feet are touching the fucking
They
ground.
might not even be touching the ground. He's like these guys are holding him up. Hitman Dan's holding him up.
Like when you're in the front row at a metal show, you just kind of get lifted off your feet.
That's our little Johnny guy right there. Also, what's going on with Hitman Dan's toupee? What is that all about?
I think it's a very nice toupee.
Who is he fooling with that? It's a motley crew.
It's a
right
choice.
there. Oh, these poor people. All right, let's get back to Jed.
Full punch back, John. I just want to let you know that. I don't think that's good for a 60-year-old man in your condition.
I showed up at Fatty.
I want to see these two in a slap fight so badly. I think it would be very fun. I realize, Doug, it's all so stupid. All these guys are like going to fight each other. It's like this is just this happens in every universe. By the way, this isn't just the Dabbleverse. Like anytime you get involved in these things and there's these rivals that make fun of each other back and forth, it always turns into let's fight.
I'm aware. I mean, but like I have enough self-awareness. There's probably nobody within this people that we're talking about that fought as much in their youth as I did. I loved it. I was good at it. I know right now I'm going to gas out in 20 seconds, and I'll be lucky if I get one hit off. If I don't hit you the first time, my fat ass is going to waddle away, so you can't hit me because I'm done. I'm gassed out.
Patty's, he wasn't there. Well, he claims he was, and he's probably hiding inside his fucking girlfriend's house. I showed up.
To Fatty Patty's defense, he's now legally married. See, I'm nice to Patrick.
At Pinky's, and he didn't come down. So apparently,
because he showed up today. Ray's like, he's not going over. He's not going over. Yeah, Ray, he already did. You dumb fuck.
Nobody.
He's so mad at Ray. He can never do anything without yelling about Ray for some reason.
Those two people that he just talked about, Kevin and Patrick, he showed up both of their places knowing they weren't there, right?
Correct. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And it gets worse because I'm hoping I can find this on his Twitter feed. He posted a photo of Kevin Brennan's apartment door.
Yeah.
And said, I got past security and I was right outside. Why don't you come out? And it's just like, obviously Vince the Warrior sent him food and the guy has to take the photo to show that they dropped out the food. So they just cropped out the food. And then John's acting like he's at the guy's apartment. It's just so childish and fake. So lame. But remember, John's an entertainer. Obviously, he's a fighter. We all know that. We've all seen it with Crazy Cabby and that amazing fight. But he's an entertainer first.
When I'm come back home, we're going to meet in Sarasota. And we're going to have a little fun.
Okay, I'll get back to that
Jesus
in a second.
fucking Christ.
So John's already changing what's going on. Because at first he was just like, Chad, let me know where you're going to be, when and where. I'll be there. And Chad goes, come to my house. I'm home every day. And he goes, let's meet halfway. Like Sarasota, it's like closer to my place. And then we can both drive and meet there.
I'm envisioning this being during the Thanksgiving dinner for the family. And the kids' table is just outside right there. They're like, what's going on with the old drunk guy in there? Who's he talking to?
This is Thanksgiving Day. You are 100% correct about that.
And we're going to have a little fun till the daddy took the T-bird away. Fun. Lola falana, mina babana, bambana, lana, mama.
Solo.
Uh-oh, retard alert. Retard alert, class.
All I could watch was Doug and Lucy right there, both trying to hide their faces. They were so embarrassed for John. Doug's hiding behind his arm, the mic arm. Lucy's covering her face. Like, oh no, please make it stop.
I was snapping
I really
along.
liked when he chose to take breaths during that. He was like, fun. And then it was like I can't even imitate it. It was
he's terrible
was
at this.
absurd.
It's so
God.
embarrassing.
My only wish is that he does show up at Chad's. Chad opens the door, and John is still singing.
So if you are Chad and there's a certain point in an altercation when you know a fight is going to happen, right?
Yeah.
So when you're face to face with somebody, there's the little shit talking thing, and you're trying to figure it out. Okay, is this real? Is this not real? Their body language tells you a bunch of shit. As soon as the guy goes in to start playing the hand trumpet thing, you're like, oh, he's not serious.
I watch a lot of hockey. I never see that when they drop the gloves. The guy starts singing a little tune and whistling to the guy.
There's no ding ding before the match. It's just John doing the
I got
trumpet.
This is some revisionist history right here.
Because you think I'm not going to defend the honor of the Melendez family? You think for a second that's going to happen? You're out of your fucking mind. You're out of your fucking mind. Ask Fatty Patty. He folded like a bad fucking beach chair when I fucking asked him to come outside with me. Ask Rocco fucking Burrow. That kid was shitting bricks right through the fucking mask. That guy was afraid of the Duke.
All right. So now he's trying to say, and the thing that you were referencing just a little while ago, Doug. Now he's trying to say that Rocco was wearing a mask when he asked John if his daughter ever or if his son ever queefed in his face. Like, he wasn't.
The only thing I remember is that Rocco couldn't get through the sentence without laughing.
Yes, he was laughing hysterically, and John pushed away and got all upset. He still regrets the way he handled that. So John's pretending that he's sticking up for his family. I'll speak on behalf of your family, John. They don't want you to. Their names would not be brought up if it weren't for you. You're the reason why any of this is happening, and they don't want you to, you created this problem. They're not looking for you to solve it. Because
who has besmirched the Melendez name any more than John?
Right. Yes. He is the problem. And it's shit like this. It's got to be so embarrassing for the kids, because remember, this is Thanksgiving Day.
You'd think on Thanksgiving I get decent super chats.
Fucking begging. E-begging right out of the gate of his show.
And the turkey was dry.
Oh, what an asshole.
Jesus Christ, what a fucking asshole. He's probably being waited on hand and foot. Go back to singing.
So he gets up. All right, let me play this clip, because this just shows how fake everything that John does actually is.
I don't think so. Ain't happening. Ain't fucking happening. Capiche? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you have a great Thanksgiving. Now, this morning I got up. Here, let me get my cup of coffee to tell you about this, shall we?
So he literally does this whole thing where he's punching in the air and he's going to fight Chad. He goes, and scene. All right, guys. So anyway, I hope everyone's having a great Thanksgiving. Oh, let me go grab my coffee. So he gets up, and you hear in the other room, his mom's talking to him. And he's like, hey, Mom, everything okay? And, I can't hear what she's saying. And then she goes, yeah, I got the rice on the stove. And John goes, oh, okay. And then you hear him yell, the rice is still wet, Mom. And she's like, what? What's going on? He's like, the rice, it's wet. She's like, I haven't checked on the rice yet. It's still wet. Like, it's got to be insane to have him in the house. There's no way she enjoys it at all. She's waiting on him. He's complaining about everything.
No,
He's
she absolutely
screaming.
loves it. I think you're totally wrong about that. I think she loves it. This is what she built. She created this. She wants a mama's boy, and boy, oh boy, is he.
No, he's yelling from the other room while she's preparing dinner that he's going to fight another grown adult.
And then he's singing.
I believe that she is proud of this.
Is it Wedding Crashers that Will Ferrell plays that?
Yes. Meatloaf.
Yeah. Meatloaf.
The other thing, too, is when he gets up and he sees his mom, he goes, oh, I'm streaming right now. So are there times when he's yelling in the room and he's not on the internet? Like, yeah, no shit, Sherlock. I would hope you're not just doing this.
He's doing the flex thing in front of the mirror.
I'm rehearsing.
Out
He
streaming.
probably is. Speaking of suffering through stuff.
Fucking hell.
I was checking out, I got a few things to talk about with John today that's interesting, but I want to start off. I was watching his show today when it first started off. I mean, he's so obnoxious. This is obnoxious John that we're seeing here, and he's fighting with Chad Zumach right now. There's a big war going on between John and Chad. They're gonna have a big fight coming up. Chad got his Patreon struck and taken down. Chad says that John did it. John says he didn't do it, and so these two are having issues.
Don't cross the Duke. Everybody knows that.
Hey, don't cross the Duke. Duke was in the gym. Ready? Ready! Ready!
He looks like an elephant.
Look, man.
Does he have things he has to like check off the list? Like this could be the OCD thing.
I think it is.
Yeah.
Wear gray t-shirt. Look more like elephant.
Yeah. He does have the complexion of an elephant right now. He's morphing into one.
Hey, Chadley, are you crying still about your Patreon? Are you still tearing about your little Patreon? Oh, my Patreon got struck. Really give me, Mama. My Patreon got struck. Big John. Big Stuttering John.
When John got his YouTube channel taken down for a week, how did he handle it, Carter? Do you remember? Was
he was
pretty upset about it?
No. He took it well. He was a model of decorum.
Right. Yeah. He's like, that's the breaks. What are you gonna do?
This is the business we've chosen.
Honestly, I've never seen anyone handle getting their YouTube taken down better than Cardiff Electric, which is insane to me. Like Carter's just like, yeah, I just wanted my videos back.
Remind me. Fucking
Struck my Patreon. But baby Charlie, you must realize
this is so enraging.
You were putting up hateful, anti-gay stuff, saying the most horrendous things about somebody who's not in the Dabbleverse, who's totally innocent. Yeah, I know, Mama, but usually you get me out of these stuff.
Chad doesn't have a mom who's alive. What is he talking about? Why is there this fictional conversation between Chad and his mom? John's the one who has a mommy he runs to.
It's called writing or projection.
I think it might be projection here.
And just by the way, for the record, if someone had my channel taken away, I think I would have handled it differently.
Yeah, that's true.
Than when doing it myself.
Yes.
Fucking idiots.
Good point. Yeah.
Yeah, but baby fat Chadley, listen, baby fat, we can't get you out of everything. It's impossible, pussy boy. I mean, baby fat Chadley. But Mama, can't you call Patreon for me like you used to do the principal over at the 3rd grade elementary school where I kept getting JD cards and suspensions and pink slips? I can't do that anymore, Chadley.
What's he talking about? This
Pink
is not
slips. That's for cars.
He's not right. He's not describing Chad at all.
No.
This is not how Chad behaves.
Himself.
This is John.
The
being a
JD
big
cards
baby.
very specifically. He's talked about the JD cards many times.
You're right.
Huh.
John is reacting to this as if he's Chad. Chad is not John.
Listen, baby fat Chadley, this is the real world now, baby fat. So this is the real world. We can't do that anymore. You gotta believe it or not, baby fat Chadley, I never told you gotta take responsibilities for your own actions. But Mom, I never had to do in the past. Yes, I know, baby fat.
This goes on for a while, too.
It does. I was watching this today, and it's enraging.
It never gets better, yes.
No. And he's talking to himself in many ways.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Because if you want to see how, and we're going to show it in a minute, if you want to see how Chad's handling this is not even close.
No, I was watching that, too. It was amazing.
Even close.
But you got to understand, this is a real world now. This is not a fake world anymore.
Good one.
We can't get you out of everything anymore. You're on your own. Really? Yes, baby fat. We can't do anything for you anymore. This is all on you.
Oh,
and
this
there
is
goes
interesting.
members only.
Yeah, so this is where he switches over to members only. And I didn't the reason why I wanted to play this for you guys with the chat up is because it's all L's. It's just nonstop L's going down. And I guess that those were all deleted now because he switched to members only chat, or did he go in and block all of them afterwards?
He might have gone and blocked them, but once you put in members only, then you could only.
Yeah. Okay.
There were no more, right?
That because
Or
it
less.
was because it was nonstop L's going through. And that's what I wanted to show you guys because that pisses off John more than
Well, somebody
anything.
on there is just like not funny, and I agree.
Oh, it's this goes on and on and on. It's crazy what's going on. So let's talk about Chad. This is from My Lost Interest. Grabbed a clip, and Chad was sniping Stuttering John. And when John gets wind of that, he plays his little theme song that he owns the copyright on, so then he can strike your channel. That's his big move.
Go and I paid him and all that. Oh, the sniping. Good luck, John. The volume's down. The volume's down, John. Good luck trying to strike my channel. The volume's down. That's why he's playing this. Good luck.
Sniping me. Sorry. Anyway, so that's the point. That's the fact, Jack. I don't, look, it doesn't matter.
He thinks if I'm playing his theme song that he can strike my channel. You can't. If anything, I'll get demonetized, which I never do because he thinks he owns it and it's copyrighted.
Forget about her mother.
Get him the timestamp where the volume's not playing, please.
I'm playing.
All right, so Chad is like, I wasn't even playing the audio, so nothing's going to happen. But John only knows that he got him. He got Chad. He played his theme song while Chad was sniping. So John's all excited about this.
You tell me that. And now I have the timestamp on Chad. Hold on. I'll do this. See, that's what, and there's so much to talk about. Let's hold it. There he is. 57-12.
What are you striking?
7-12.
What are you striking, John?
61 minutes. Got to be
YouTube.
around here.
You can't do this. This is a false strike.
Okay. Right there. Report.
But he didn't strike my channel. He didn't strike.
Chad's got to get a new computer or something because his mic is popping and it sounds like shit. Mine was doing that. What's that?
He hasn't learned how to use it yet.
Well, that may be part of it, but mine was doing that for a while, and it was just because my processor just was not keeping up with what was going on.
My Patreon.
Right. Report. Copyright. Legal issue.
YouTube. This is a false strike. He should lose his channel for this. This is a false strike. This is transformative. YouTube. Terms and service, Mr. YouTube
arguable.
Terms and service. This is
terms and service. It's terms of service. He keeps saying over and over again, terms and service.
That's how John says it, kind of.
Probably.
YouTube's terms and service.
transformative content. I'm adding commentary, and I didn't play his dumb theme song, but it's like I played Beastie Boys' Eggman up top. It just get demonetized, and I can't get ads. That's all it is. You can't strike a channel for it. You can't. You dumb fuck. You Ozempic fat fuck with 2 strokes. You alcoholic. Drink yourself to bed tonight, fat boy. John, name the place and time. Where are we meeting? We're not doing it in your front yard where you can call the police. You tell me. I told you when to meet me. You said it wasn't good enough. I said after 3, if you want to come before that, give me 12 hours notice. And you said, no, it's not good. You tell me.
There's the ding.
Location. I'm gonna make a prediction right now. There will not be a fight between Chad and John. This is not going to happen. And I really want to put a moratorium on people acting like they're going to fight. Like, let's stop it right now. It's not going to happen. It's stupid. It shouldn't happen. And not for nothing, someone with a 165 IQ shouldn't want to fight someone in order to win their argument with them.
Two stand-up comedians, allegedly.
Right. Yes.
The only thing they can battle jokes with is fights.
Yeah.
Content right there.
Striking my channel. Striking my channel again. False strike. False strike.
The timestamp is
false strike.
Probably.
This guy's losing his mind.
It's right there. It's right.
It's another false strike like you did on Patreon.
Tell you exactly.
So this is where John's not helping himself at all. Because John has come on and said, I don't know what Chad's saying. I'm the one who got his Patreon taken down. I have nothing to do with that. But then every chance he gets to get his YouTube taken down, he takes in front of us on his show. Yeah. And John even said, if I knew how to strike his Patreon, I would have. Well, then what the fuck are we talking about? So the reason why you didn't do it just because you're lazy and stupid, but you would have, then he has just the same right to be angry with you. You're striking him all the time.
Right. Something bad happened to his enemy, and he doesn't know what stance to take. And we've seen him go through this before.
Oh, yeah.
Many
for sure.
times.
And all he does is make his enemy more sympathetic. Because when's the last time we were out here rooting for Chad?
No shit.
I know.
Chad's actually cracking me up a little.
Yeah, I know. When's the last time we felt this way? But it's like not John versus Chad. Like, Chad obviously has his shit together more than Stuttering John does.
Chad's the hero we never thought we needed.
Well, I don't know. I'm not throwing out hero anytime soon. But
Shit. Hey, Judge, Exhibit A. We have a piece of shit right here to my left.
I say secondary email. I don't need.
Wait, which one?
Primary email. John Lund and myself. Add to list.
Look at this.
There we go. Submit.
You can't do this.
I'm not a robot. Done.
See, this is John striking Chad's channel live on his show. John, I know you can't be embarrassed. I know it's impossible for you to be embarrassed. This should be embarrassing to you that this is what you're doing. You need YouTube more than anyone, and you're striking YouTube channels.
It's someone who calls everyone pussy boy.
Yeah.
Sarah Wussa.
Right. What comes around goes around. He calls me just do it guy all the time, which is calling me gay. We know that. And yet if somebody says something about LGBTQ and any other thing, he strikes them. And he even said on the show, I think it was today I was watching, where he's like, and I'm going to get you in trouble with the gay community too. And he's done that before where he's like tagged different organizations on Twitter. Like this guy's saying insensitive things about homosexual.
He's incredible. He can't. He has to drag in any other group he can find because he cannot fight his own battles.
No,
that's the thing.
Definitely not.
What was great though, I don't think My Lost Interest clipped it, but on Chad's show, there was a moment where the ping pong ball was bouncing in between his ears, and he was like, "Should I take the episode down? Should I just delete it? Maybe I should just delete it." Or is it like he got all this confidence now from the chat? Like the chat was like, "Chad, leave it up." Like the chat wants it to get struck.
Yeah. You noticed that where he goes, you can't get my video taken down for that. You can't strike me for that. But he's thinking, can he?
Yeah.
And I will tell you,
you can.
Yes, he can.
Yeah.
I have a strike on my channel right now from playing that song on YouTube. So yes, Chad, you can do it. Now, I also play copyrighted music on this channel all the time. I also get all the notifications. In fact, we just did it. Whenever we play Tequila, I get a notice that says that's copyrighted. I can't monetize. So yes, that's usually how things go. But if John's the copyright owner and strikes your channel, YouTube takes that a little differently, I guess.
But what makes no sense with Chad is he does play music on every episode. He knows he can't run commercials. He still runs commercials on every episode.
Wait, what do you mean? What kind of commercials?
Like he has his commercials turned on. He has it he has the live streams monetized as well.
Oh, I got
Even though he makes nothing from it,
Right.
he still has them on. He doesn't turn that off for some reason. I know this now because I don't have YouTube Premium anymore.
Oh no, that's annoying.
Like giving him
Can't
more
do this. I'm not a robot. Done. Okay, my copyright complaint has been submitted. Fuck him. He's out there saying that I struck his Patreon, Vince. I did not.
I don't think you did at all because I wouldn't know where to find them on Patreon.
I wouldn't either.
You're being trolled right now.
So yeah, Vince, of course, is always trolling John. He's like, I wouldn't even know how to find something on Patreon.
Oh yeah.
It's called Google. It's how you find everything on the internet. You find it very quickly. Sit down, Zumach Patreon. Oh wow, first result. Holy shit. Go figure. But Vince is trying to act like he's too good for Patreon.
No, but he keeps lying, saying I did it.
You just struck me. We just watched you strike me in real time, you fucking stroke victim.
John.
Drink another Red Bull on your prescription medication and then swallow some more Michelob Ultras tonight.
Blame anyone you want, but you got to blame yourself.
Yeah, he would rather blame us than himself. And you're exactly right there, Vince. Finally, you and I are in total agreement.
It's because Vince is clowning you. That's why you're in total agreement, as everyone else knows. All right. Chad, not Chad. Chad'd be mad if he realized my slip up right there. Ray DeVito did a show last night, and Ray DeVito had a guest on who her name is Janelle Draper. You've never heard of her.
I have not.
But she was a page on The Tonight Show.
No.
She worked on The Tonight Show.
My bad.
And I want to give a shout out to Jackie Martling, who sent this over to me. He was watching Ray DeVito. I do not, but he was watching it. And he saw this interview go down. And so Ray And it's unbelievable. Like, Ray can't just spit it out. He's trying to allude to, do you know John Melendez? Have you ever worked with John Melendez? And he gets very confused in his own brain and then never asks the question. And thank God the chat is there to coach Ray a little bit.
I fell in love with LA, and then immediately after graduating, I moved there to become a page, to be a page for the Tonight Show with Jay Leno.
Oh, nice. Did you by chance? So when Jay Leno, when did he go off the air?
Honestly, I think it was around like 2013 or 2014. I don't remember. I could look it up.
But you don't have to look it up. I was just asking if you knew offhand. If not, no worries. So were you there till it ended, or were you? When were you there?
Well, now I'm so curious. It was like, so in May 2009, he left, was replaced with Conan, and there was that big switcheroo.
Oh.
You remember that?
I don't know. There's some people that watch this that are familiar with the guy that used to be.
She goes,
just ask the question.
She goes, well, okay, 2009, he was no longer the host of The Tonight Show. He went to that 10 o'clock slot, and Conan took over. And Ray goes, no, I don't know about that. Everyone knows about that. It's one of the biggest stories in entertainment in my lifetime, how NBC bungled that. It's crazy that Ray's just like, I don't know anything about that. What? You don't?
They used to work at The Tonight Show, so they might ask questions about that. But I don't know anything. I don't really care so much. It's more so like people that might be interested in that.
Yeah.
Spit it out, right? I know.
Oh my God.
He will not. He even said John as a Freudian slip when he's trying to say Jay. He can't just spit out like, did you work with Stuttering John Melendez? That's what people are going to want to know when they're watching this right now.
But
I wasn't there for the very end of him. But I was there for a year from like almost a year from like 2012 to like 2013.
All right, let me ask you a question, Cart. If you're a Stuttering John historian, I would call you one of the top historians in the Dabbleverse.
Thank you.
Was John still working at The Tonight Show in 2012, 2013?
Yes.
Of course he was. Of course he was.
But Ray doesn't even know that. Like, she's saying years. Ray doesn't know what years he worked there. He just has to ask the question.
Right.
Yep.
Did you work with Stuttering John?
You would think he would ask that.
Like right after that, he went off the air. He retired.
What kind of car was Jay driving?
Right.
The years you were there.
Show, but obviously, famously still works like crazy.
did you see his face after an accident? So he performed a stand-up comedy show. After
it's unbelievable.
This is
Cam and Mama D all over again.
It's unbelievable. It's like he was all ready to ask about John Melendez, and then he just got distracted, and then his mind, just the ping pong went flopping around. And just, that's why
Ray's.
Chad and Ray don't get along. They're the same person.
This is Ray's "What did you do with the groceries?" question.
Right? Yes. All right. So finally, a super chatter gets him back on track here.
This is we're having good times over here. Nick in Fort Wayne, who's a good egg. I always do for Nick. I always he wants to know about Stuttering John.
Yes, ask about John. It couldn't be more to the point. Ray, ask about John. You were about to.
Well, somebody also just said, Janelle, read the free chats.
Yeah, because that's where people are probably
did you know Stuttering John Melendez?
Stuttering John when he was at the Tonight Show. Did you know John Melendez?
No.
No, all right. Was he even there?
No,
the guy that you spent Howard, so he was gone at that time.
Yeah, who is that?
There you go. That just got clipped. So you worked at the Tonight Show and you did not know who John Melendez is.
Well, I should say we were really we were pages. So it's like we were basically a step above interns. Like we get coffee and check people in. It's not like we were working as an actual
yeah, but he was the head writer and the announcer.
Oh, and if you're a page, you would know John because he'd be like, "Get me some coffee."
Oh yeah,
get me my beers
for sure. So she doesn't know John Melendez, which is weird because he was the shit over there.
Yeah, he's best friends with Jay.
Yeah,
best friends with Jay. Also, all the cold opens. Do you know what a cold open is? So on Saturday Night Live.
team member. I mean, we were a team member, but we were pages. We were like sit
Right.
people, give tours. So it's not like we're that close.
He was the announcer.
Okay. I mean, I was like young and dumb then. I was like in my early 20s. I'm sure I
Don't worry. You just made a bunch of people's day by saying you had no idea who he is. So it's fine. It's all right. But no, people will people will love that. I'm fine with John, but there's people that like to give him a hard time in this.
Does he listen to the podcast?
He will now. He'll see that. He's not going to.
Ray is such a fence sitter. This hasn't been brought up in a long time in the Dabbleverse. This fence sitting is ridiculous with him.
Just be cool, Ray.
Yeah,
Calm
Ray,
down.
come on, man. Be cool. You got
He's so excited. He got such a scoop
here. Yeah, so he's got to be like, well, I mean, if John's watching this, I think it's cool. But, some people.
Anything, he'll be mad at me. Which is fine.
Do you know who he is? He's an announcer?
Was
John the announcer, they call us.
This page is featured at the Tonight Show ride at Universal Studios, but John isn't.
He used to announce. He was on the Howard Stern show. You don't know who he is. It's fine. It's better you don't know who he is. I have no problem with the guy, but some people. I
mean, there's a lot of people I don't know. Like, it's amazing.
There you go. You're fine. Don't worry about it. You answered it correctly.
Okay.
It's all right. I get along fine with that guy, but I don't know him in that.
Not anymore.
I've met him twice. I've hung out with him twice, and
she doesn't know who he
I've
is.
had good experiences with him. But he likes to
it's
play.
Chanel Jokes. Sorry, it's Jokes.
Why is he still talking about this guy? She's like, I don't know who that is. Okay, well, anyways, this guy and people, some people don't like him, but I went out to drinks with him one time, and he's cool. The fuck's he doing?
There's this documentary out there by Sheet Shitterson.
Yeah, that's right. You probably should have pulled that up. Be like, let me introduce you.
Watch this whole thing in live time.
Let me introduce you to it. So, good job, Ray. Way to get the scoop. Well, I'm starting to think John wasn't as popular on the Tonight Show as he likes to tell all of us. Yeah, I do think that, actually. That's my takeaway from this. We'll have to look at that, but let's talk about this fucking idiot.
On the go. Capiche?
Stuttering John does Clay Day every Friday. Well, not always every Friday, as we're going to find out. But Clay Dabbler is the most loyal guy that John has ever had in this corner. He puts up with so much shit. It's ridiculous. And things kind of came to a head because John did something so egregious in Clay's mind that Clay had to call him out for it. Actually, Clay tried not to call him out on the show. He's like, John, we don't have to talk about this, John. Let's not talk about this. And John pushed it, and then he ended up calling him out for it. And fireworks ensued here, which is fun. But starting out, this is the beginning of the tension that's happening.
I don't give a John. I don't give a shit about Vince the lawyer. I don't give a shit about the shitwayer's opinion of me. I couldn't give a fuck. I hope she hates me. I don't give a shit about Lady K's fucking opinion. I might care about his lovely wife's opinion, but I don't care.
Oh, that's nice. I care about your opinion, Clay. Just want you to know.
I might care about his lovely wife's opinion, but I don't care about Lady K's. I don't care about the mask guy's opinion. I don't care about any of their opinions. I'm not friends with any of these people.
Didn't mention Adam Bush, interestingly enough. Might care about Adam Bush's opinion, but not me or Rocco or Shuley, any of those guys. So he's trying to show to John that he's a loyalist. John's getting these notes from Noga who are saying that Clay's doing this and Clay's doing that. And Clay's going, you don't even know who this person is. It's just a random person to get your phone number and text you this shit. And John's like, yeah, but what about this? And he just keeps reading all this bullshit information. And Clay's going, what else do I have to do to prove this shit to you? And it just shows how difficult it is to be friends with Stuttering John.
Fake Clay. There's a fake English Clay Dabbler. He was in Vince's chat today. Another retard. Super chatting that he's blocked. How mentally retarded are you? You can't super chat when you're blocked, dumbass. These people are tiresome, John.
Did you call me a dumbass?
No, not you. Not you. The geezer that fucking chatted Vince the lawyer. Your hard work. Difficult John.
Oh, here we go. I'm on. Really? Fucking sensitive play, Mr. Oh, you didn't respond to me. Fuck off.
John, have you replied to me in 2 weeks? And it was really considerate of you to let me know that I wasn't on last Friday and that you were ditching me for Pat Dixon.
Oh, wow. Every Friday, Clay's the guest on the show. So last Friday, he doesn't get a note from John. And then, well, maybe John doesn't have a show. It was Good Friday in the States, Thanksgiving weekend. And then all of a sudden he sees that John's doing a show with Pat Dixon. He never got a message from her or anything. So I'm sure John has a good excuse and a good reason for why he didn't reach out to his pal and loyal companion, Clay Dabler, to let him know.
That was really... Thanks. Cheers for that, mate. Yeah, that was great.
Clay?
Well, the adverts are kicked in. Yeah.
Clay, I was really hungover, and I couldn't even crawl out of bed. The only reason I did that show was because I forgot that I promised him I would do it.
Oh, he was too hungover to shoot Clay a note and tell him that he wasn't on the show that day. Well, that's a great excuse. That's someone I want to be friends with.
Yeah, he forgot that he was hungover, so he went on Pat Dixon's show.
He had Pat Dixon on his show.
Yeah. It was a favor to Pat Dixon, not Pat Dixon doing John a huge favor.
Also a good point there. But it's just like, why not just be like, dude, that's fucked up. I should have sent you a note.
Yeah.
But John always goes to defensive, has a reason why, hey, listen, I got excuses. I drank way too much the night before. I was up really late.
It like he was saying I was in the hospital. Like,
right.
It's a real reason.
Yeah, it's a horrible reason. No. Being too hungover is the worst excuse possible. And he realizes that. So then he starts coming up with different excuses as this goes on.
Bitch, if you want to play
games. It's Thanksgiving. Do you really think I'm going to stick to the same schedule around Thanksgiving?
Well, a simple DM, a courtesy DM wouldn't have killed you, would it?
Happen on Friday, and I don't get back to you. You're going to start wanking like a little bitch boy that you are?
Oh, that's you. That's you start crying when you don't get text messages back.
Why,
do you think... Anyway, I still love you. I still love you, mate.
Oh, it's so pathetic. John turns that around into you're a bitch for even bringing it up. Not that was very inconsiderate of me and I fucked up, Clay, and it won't happen again.
Yeah.
It goes from I was hungover to and fuck you for bringing it up and pointing it out. And Clay, I love you, buddy, but you're coming off so poorly in these interactions when you're like, it's okay, John. Hey, we're still friends, right? Come on, man.
If it was the other way around, Clay would never hear the end of it.
Oh, of course.
He stood John up or didn't even call him back or return his call in a timely
didn't
manner,
respond immediately.
John would fucking fly off the handle and probably cut him out of his life.
Oh, it would be endless with John. Yes. And the idea that Clay wants John's friendship more than his own dignity is surprising.
Sad.
It's surprising that he feels that way about John. I don't know why he's not fed up with this being treated like garbage all the time. So this is where we get into Clay calls John out. He didn't want to. He was dancing around it. But he calls John out for something that John did a couple days prior to this, making fun of Chad Zumock. Now, Chad and John are having this battle right now, and it's good for both of them. Gets people watching both shows. And, of course, Chad's the mud shark, so he's going after John trans kid, even though he doesn't realize how this kid transitioned. He thought it was the other way around, but whatever. And so John then goes after Chad the worst way he can by making jokes about the fact that Chad's 9-year-old younger brother died in the driveway with a car that was in neutral running him over. And this is something that Chad's talked about. And so John's like, oh, now I can retaliate by using that. And Clay is like, dude, that's so uncalled for to bring that up. That's a horrific thing that happened.
It's your kid. It's your son. It's your daughter. Yeah, it's your son. It's your daughter.
Yeah.
So I understand the rage you would feel from someone doing that, but I did not agree. I didn't agree with your retaliation. Not the getting him banned, but something you said, man. I thought I thought that was really like. I thought, oh, fucking hell, John. I didn't think you'd go that low. Do you want me to talk about it? I don't. I think it's so bad that we shouldn't even talk about it.
Wait, I said something about somebody?
You said something about Chad that was so bad. I thought, fuck me.
So it was unprovoked.
No, but John, do you know the situation there?
What?
About someone getting run over and stuff.
All right, watch Lying John. There's so many tells here with this face. Do you know the situation about the younger brother?
No, I have no idea. What are you talking?
What are you talking about? All of a sudden,
yeah.
What do you mean? I don't know anything about any of this stuff. And his initial response was, "Oh, was it unprovoked?
Right.
Did he deserve that?" You know, that's how he always thinks.
Yeah.
But Clay's coming at him like, "Dude, I thought you were better than this.
Yeah,
you should be above that."
I wish he could use those exact words. Right. Constantly backpedaling and.
It's like, what did John say next? But he says all the things that you would set up. Like, does he play dumb? Does he get aggressive? Does he
overly emotional? Performative?
Yeah, blame somebody else. He's gonna do it all.
Well, this is where So Thorough Joe Burrow did a phenomenal job for us. I'm going to play a clip of his recent video where he shows. Now, this is John playing dumb. And, Clay doesn't have the clip to play for him, so it's easier for John to be like, I didn't even know what was going on. But watch, we'll see what John said.
Never happened.
A couple days before this.
Right?
Yeah.
You made fun of Chad's 9-year-old little brother getting run over.
I never knew that his fucking kid got run over. Baby Fatso, you don't want daddy to run over you like he did your brother, do you? No.
Bro, when I saw that, I was like, I couldn't believe. I was like, John would not say that. When you said, you even said the car that ran him over.
We don't either. We don't want to hurt our Buick. Oh, God. Too much fun.
Okay. So, John knows everything that happened there. I didn't even know the car brand or make, that ran over the younger brother. And so John's trying to play dumb. And there it is. You just saw what Clay saw that was like, dude, what the fuck? Why would you go there? It's not a good look. And so John first acted like he didn't know. Mm-hmm. And now he's going to say he was justified.
I was gobsmacked. I was like, John, I know you never.
Was after he said the whole GoFundMe bullshit?
Yeah.
Well, what do you want? What the fuck do you want me to do?
No,
it's my fucking kid.
I know, but
why you out of your fucking mind?
I just didn't think you'd go there, man. To be honest.
Holy shit!
So he kicks Clay off.
Amazing. This fucking fat fuck baby fatso is out there trashing my fucking family, and I'm not allowed to say something?
Well, okay, that's fine. That's one angle to take on it. You can say, like, yeah, Chaz says a lot of shitty things about me and my family. I say shitty things about him and his family. But instead, he had to play dumb first.
Right.
That's the problem with all of this. Like, I didn't know. No, someone told me in the chat to say that, and I didn't know why it was funny, even though he laughed at it and obviously knew why it was funny. It's like, I'm a vindictive asshole. Yeah, that's what I do.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, we know.
I like how red he is. I'm surprised steam isn't coming out of his ears. He's so mad.
He hates the pushback. He has a show where nobody pushes back on him, and that's the way he likes it.
Or you're kicked off.
Yes, correct. So he does bring Clay back, but now he's got to keep up this performance to show how worked up he is over what Chad said.
Tragic story.
Am I in Bizarro world here?
No, I understand it would make you angry.
Bizarro world, Clay.
John, man, I'm here.
Let me get this straight. This asshole gets thrown off of Patreon because he fucking is making anti-trans and trashing my fucking family.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
I fucking say something back in retaliation, and what? This is what I was saying about yesterday. Hold on a second.
Yeah, but
this is what I was saying about yesterday.
Oh, my good God.
So, in other words, good guy John has to be the good guy.
I never met that guy.
That's the dumbest argument. So, you're saying that in order for me to be the good guy, I have to be a good guy?
And take the high road?
Yes. That's exactly what he's saying. That's how good guys operate, like the good guy.
And also, am I in Bizarro? I mean, is that a real question? He's like waiting for an answer.
Right.
Oh, John. No, you're not, John.
But he has to get so worked up. And he's like, see how angry I am? Of course I'm going to say crazy shit. Like, well, you weren't that angry a second ago, and all this stuff happened days ago. Mm-hmm. So I'm surprised you're all so worked up about this all of a sudden. It's just a performance, of course. Try to justify that. But again, He didn't even know the joke that he was making.
When he goes low, I go low. Now, I made one comment while I was doing that whole baby fatso thing? And I'm doing that one thing. I make one comment that I don't even know anything about it. People were just texting me shit. I had no idea. And now I'm the bad guy. It's amazing to me. It's amazing to me.
People were just texting me shit. I didn't even know anything about it.
Yeah.
Why would you be talking about something? Did you also invest in Hawk meme coin?
Yeah, I know.
Why are you doing things you don't know what you're doing? That's stupid.
He's like Ron Burgundy. He just
right.
It is kind of his whole show format where he reads super chats that are making fun of him, but he doesn't even vet it. He's my kid hates me and is a guy now, or what? It's a terrible way to go through life.
But those are super chats. Those are $2, $5.
I know he wants the money.
This is just shit that like someone texted him and he's acting like I didn't know anything about it. I'm just repeating what someone texted me to say.
Or watching shit on Reddit that is not legit and thinking that it's real. He just never learns.
No, but we
don't want him to either.
But he's completely lying about all of this. He knew exactly what he was doing.
Yeah.
He didn't think that Clay was going to call him out for it.
Right.
He just thought like this is what you do in the Dabbleverse.
He was proud of that whole baby fat.
Oh yeah, he was.
And he thought that as soon as he pushed back on Clay, that Clay was going to submit to him, and he didn't.
Right. Clay was just like no.
He thought he was going to be able to talk his way out of it.
Correct.
Which he never can.
Right. And in fact, this continues. He brings Clay back on. And now John has to try to change what they're even talking about, but I think he's just buying himself time.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It was his 9-year-old brother accidentally run himself over with a car job. 9! He was in his 20s. And his little brother,
fucking baby fatso.
I think he was in his 20s.
What? Really?
He was in his 20s and it was his baby brother.
How is that possible?
I don't know. I guess his mum.
So he's 20 and his brother's 9?
Yeah, we covered that.
How is that possible, he says?
You see, when two people love each other, have a seat.
You are so right. That is like the classic stall tactic.
Yeah.
It's ask a question, repeat the information, ask a question, repeat the information. And that's exactly what he just did.
Yeah, because he knows. He's a dumb guy. He knows siblings can be over 10 years apart.
Yeah.
It's happened many, many times. So it's a retarded thing to be like, wait a second, how old was Chad? This doesn't even make sense. It doesn't compute. It's just like, all right, you're just trying to buy yourself time because you're trying to figure out how to smooth things over with your buddy Clay here. And so John finally decides that he needs to be the bigger person.
Normally I would apologize because I didn't even know anything.
I know. That's what I'm telling you.
Here's the wit.
Sorry, go. I'm stuffing myself.
Okay. I didn't know any of this story. I don't know anything about Chad. Nobody can stomach the Zumick. Now, if I did make a comment about something like that, that's not me.
That's what defines your personality, John. Yeah. You've said this many times. You tell Artie to kill himself because he goes, yeah, your movie poster's stupid. You're overacting on it.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, drink bleach. Like this is what John does. He always resorts to the lowest possible place he can go to.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's not me, man. I didn't even know what I was saying. I mean, obviously, you know me. I don't do that sort of thing.
Right.
I don't know.
It's not even resorting.
Nice to see.
Sorry, go ahead.
It's kind of nice to see the nice guy being the nice guy, you know?
Right. Yeah. So he's like, I would apologize if, like, that's not a great apology. Is that a good way to start it? Normally, I would apologize for something like that. No, not at all. You just love to do it. You love to get away with it. And so then this is where things get crazy because, remember, John is the good guy here in John's head.
We all have family. Now, I know he doesn't get laid, so he doesn't have kids, but we all have family. So if he thinks that is a good road to go down, it's not. KB's kids are going to be 18 soon.
Yeah.
Chitway's going to be 18. Are they going to want people to go after their family? Because, look, Chad doesn't have kids. So what do I do, Clay? If Chad's going to start going and harassing my children, do I start harassing KB?
Talk shit about his fat aunt. No. Yeah, but you shouldn't talk shit about your kid. No, you shouldn't.
I should.
No, I know it's not.
I should.
No, he should. No, he shouldn't talk shit about your kids. No, you should talk. But I'm saying that.
Clay,
you get my point about it. Like, you even said yourself.
Here's the question I'm asking you. If Chad thinks it's okay to start trashing my family, then because Chad doesn't have any children, do I then, at a proxy, go after Brennan's kids?
What?
Well, no,
Good
if Brennan
God.
went for your kids, I suppose. But then
How do we get
Brennan's
that?
kids are underage, right?
But
I don't know.
Brennan always defends his buddy Chad. So since those guys are best pals, then if Chad's going to go after my family, then should I go after Brennan's?
It's up to you, isn't it?
It's up to you, isn't it? Like, obviously not. John just thought of the most evil thing he could think of. He's just like, yeah, Chad's pissing me off. What if I went after Kevin Brennan's children? Like, what?
I know.
What
That's
the fuck are you
some
talking
logic.
about?
That'll make Chad sorry.
I know. It's so stupid. And but Christine Knowlton's number one fan. This whole thing that we're watching John go through is the monologue of the narcissist prayer.
Yeah, I was looking for that.
Where
in
it's
my
like,
notes.
yeah, if it did happen, then it wasn't that bad, you know, because it's first it's deny, and then, well, then they deserved it, and I'm the victim here. So John's going through all those scenarios. What a crazy question to ask Clay. Like, so don't you think I should go after Kevin Brennan's? He's like, do what you got to do, John.
Right.
I don't know how to. Did he think Clay was going to be like, yeah, that makes perfect sense? And John continues to try to justify this.
Because if Chad now is fucking KB's butt buddy, and Chad doesn't have children, and since Chad's going to go after my children, then therefore the only way I can get Chad back is by going after Pinky's children. Would that be deemed appropriate? Why should I be penalized for having children? Why should Chad get a free ride because he's too infertile or isn't able to get laid? Why should I be penalized and he not be?
Well, you should be penalized for having children. I just want to point
Yeah,
out.
correct.
Yeah.
Yes, you've been
Please
penalized enough.
Stop penalizing children.
John is, first off, he does not understand how family planning and birth control work at all. If you don't have children, you don't get laid. Like, no, like John had his first kid before he was married to Susanna, so he's a fucking idiot. He doesn't understand. It's like, yeah, I don't know, you can actually like want to have children or not want to have children and find the right person. It's just like, no, it means you can't get laid and you're infertile. It's not the 30s.
Or you're gay.
Yeah, it's not the 30s anymore, John. That's not how that works. But he's wondering if the Dabbleverse will come after him for going after Kevin Brennan's kid. That's what he's asking Clay here. He's like, are people going to get mad at me if I start going after Kevin Brennan's kids? Like, yeah, of course. It's a shitty thing to do. You know that because you're asking the question, so you obviously know that. And the other thing there, do you see how he called him their butt buddies?
Yeah.
It's kind of homophobic to say that KB and Zumak are butt buddies, which is interesting because later on in the show...
What I said. Not say Ellen, you cocksucker.
All right. Hey, don't. No homophobic slurs.
No homophobic slurs, everybody. That's the rule on John's show, you butt buddies. Fucking idiot. He used to call me and Vinny Paulino butt buddies. Someone pointed out to him, like, you're calling them gay. He's just like, no, I'm not. What do you think a butt buddy is?
He doesn't understand.
1T. Butt. All right, so this is John's message to Kevin Brennan. He wants Kevin to see this.
Kevin, I know you have children, and I'm sure you're a good dad. So all I'm going to say is this. Tell your buddy Chad to shut the fuck up. Because since I can't retaliate against him because he's too much of a lame fuck to have his own children, then he's forcing me to do something that I don't want to do and is start involving your family. So he's your friend. Be his worm tongue. Get in his ear and tell him to shut the fuck up. How's that?
It's good. You like that expression, worm tongue.
It's good. Clay, anything you say.
John uses that term. Whenever he learns a new term, he uses it over and over again. Yeah. Be as a worm tongue. So John's stupid. But he also knows that Kevin Brennan's not going to say to Chad to stop doing that. He's just trying to get more and more people involved in this drama.
Yeah.
To get more people watching him and more super chats. And he's using his family. And that's the saddest part about all of this is the person who's the worst to John's family, even including Chad Sumak, is John.
Yeah.
It's always John. He's always trying to get this going and trying to get people saying crazy shit about his kids. And then he says crazy shit about them. And then everyone's talking about it. And we're doing Point Dabble Point for 2 hours straight about the Chad and John feud. That's what he wants. That's what he needs in order to survive. You know, aside from Vince the Midget sending him pizza and fried chicken, The other thing he needs are these $5 super chats of people who are involved in this drama. It's a really shitty way to live your life, to treat your family like that. And I'll prove it because later on in the show, John is reading this fan fiction somebody sent him about Chad's life. And it's like, he didn't go to the prom and he asked a girl out and she said, "Who are you?" And it's like all these things that make Chad seem like a loser. And then with Clay sitting right there.
As you can see, Chad never developed into an adult. I can't make this joke, but it's very funny.
Is it?
All right. As you can see, Chad never really developed into an adult. He is like his brother, stuck in neutral.
You wasn't going to say that, was you? That's not funny. What, you find that funny?
No.
Why are you laughing?
I apologize for it. It's written on the thing here.
I don't find that funny at all, man.
Is that what happened?
Yeah, probably.
All right, I apologize. I did not know.
Oh, it's okay. He apologized, even though he did know. And we've been through all of this. This was the first half of the show, was all about that. And then he still reads that and cracks up on it. I didn't know. And again, I don't give a shit if they make fun of Chad Zumach's younger brother who died when he was 9. Chad Zumach's a horrible person by every count. I don't give a fuck. What's done is done. I had nothing to do with that. Just the fact that John's sitting here pretending that he's apologizing and he shouldn't go after him. It's like, no, this is what he wants. That's proof right there. He wants Chad to make every thumbnail about his trans kid, to make every show title about his trans kid. John wants this to continue to escalate because he doesn't give a fuck about his trans kid. He doesn't talk to his trans kid.
Yes. And also, one thing that John always wants from everyone else is an apology.
Yes.
And you can see how much his is worth.
Right. That's why I always say adults asking for apologies is so stupid. if they apologize to you, yeah, I know. And you know,
I wonder if there's something to talk about.
Yeah, you might know something about that. All right, real quick, the last thing I want to play from this exchange, there's a lot going on. John starts calling out Clay Dabbler for being needy because Clay was calling him difficult to be friends with.
Oh, yeah.
So John's like, oh, yeah? I'll start reading our DMs to prove that you're difficult, which is like the shittiest thing you can do. This is him threatening that.
Never.
Oh, my God. Do I have to start reading your DMs? Yeah.
No.
Oh, yeah. No. I want to tell them.
Go on, tell him.
What an asshole. This is proof that you're a shitty friend. This is what being difficult is. When you get called out, you don't self-reflect. You don't try to fix things or apologize. You go, oh, yeah, I'll prove that you're the asshole by reading private messages that weren't meant to be read out loud.
Right.
And so,
I'm sure there's no evidence of John being an even shittier person in those DMs either.
No shit.
If Clay went in bed, oh, well, you read that about me when I said that? Let's just scroll back 2 pages to when you said this. And it's like,
of course. But John's gonna handpick ones, and here's where he starts.
Oh, he does?
Hey, gotta scroll back months. Yeah, you can't find anything.
No, this is where you're begging me to come back. Don't let them win. I'm telling you, it's not a strikeable offense.
Oh.
But it's for your mental health.
Don't be melodramatic.
If that's for you, then I understand. And they've ruined it for your fans and for themselves.
I don't even know what.
Assholes. Okay.
How long ago was that?
That was October 21st, 2023.
From 14 months ago. John had to find something for friend, and Clay's even laughing at it. I'm like, oh, okay. He was being a good friend. You know, John read it in a way that made him sound bad.
Exactly.
But it was a nice message.
Yeah, it wasn't that bad.
And he's like, where did you find that? He was scrolled back 14 months to find something to read.
Which he did abnormally quickly. Like, did he have that at the ready?
Oh, yeah. I think so. Because you're right. He can't find anything ever on his phone, his computer.
Yeah. So we finally did some prep.
I don't think that we got a single... Yeah, we didn't have a single in there.
That's a good point. He was prepared all of a sudden for that. That's what he's best at, being a shitty friend. We just finally found John's strength as a person, being the worst friend possible. So this is more of him making fun of Clay for Clay having nice gestures.
Guys, this is Cardiff. I mean, this is Clay, November 15, 2023. Why does Cardiff have a screenshot of your DMs?
What?
Yeah.
Well, what does that mean?
I don't know. You're like worried about me.
Well, sorry for worrying about you, John.
I don't know what John was trying to prove here. It's terrible.
He had to go back 14 months, and that's the best that he could do.
Yeah, that was the best he could do. He's just like, hey, Carter's putting out screen grabs.
Yeah.
From your private messages.
This is just more rake stepping, which I love.
Is. Oh, me too. It's great.
I don't like watching Clay get hurt, but he's kind of asking for it.
This is the last clip I have, but this is Clay getting hurt. This is the kind of shit that's like, John, this makes you the worst friend ever. I don't know why Clay is loyal to you. I don't know why anyone would be when you do shit like this.
Come on, fuck off. Let's go.
Piano pictures that you sent me.
Piano? Oh, Keanu. Look at you fucking John, stop.
So Clay found nude pics of Keanu and sent them to John, and John just fucking outed him. Now, I know a guy who was arrested for a felony revenge porn for doing something very similar to that. And John just comes on his show and just fucking says it on his show. And Clay's like, what the fuck? Why are you telling people that? Like, first he was trying to embarrass him.
Right.
And now it's just like, he's just going for it. This whole thing went on for a long time, John trying to find things to embarrass him with, but that was really shitty.
Well, yeah, you were saying before he resorts to going for the jugular. He doesn't resort to it. He goes there immediately.
Correct. Yeah. It's his first thing to do.
He can't pull a punch. He can't land a punch, but
right,
or throw one, but.
But yeah, John is an awful, awful person. And no, John, you're not the good guy. No. You've never been the good guy.
Never.
Nope.
And as soon as you learn that, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, let's hope he doesn't.
Let's hope he doesn't. Well, he won't. But he's a very shitty father and family member. That's for sure. Because the only other thing to play at this time is... Have you been following Stuttering John this week at all, Doug?
No.
Oh, good.
Good. I hear him on your show. I get a lot of him twice a week. I get my Stuttering John updates.
Wow, you are in for a hell of a ride then today, because big news came out, and John came on his show yesterday full of energy, and I'll just play the clip and then I'll explain what's going on here, but there's a big reveal that happened.
Hey, everybody! It's your teacher. How are ya? Skål! First of all, now there's so much to unpack here, but let's start with the elephant in the room. Not that fucking cowardly potato. I'm talking about the real elephant in the room, which is, yes, I have been teaching.
We're all shocked. All right. This surprises no one. John's been talking about how he has a day job again, so he's been starting the podcast later. And he's, the ad agency.
Can I just say that ad agency stuff? That was some of the funniest Stuttering John stuff. When he just pretended to be in Mad Men for a little while, that was really great.
Yeah. Everyone talks about their day at work, and they're just like, well, we had these prime rib lunches.
Yeah. Followed by lobster. Stuffed with tacos.
Get any work done, or what were you guys?
Hey, everybody!
What were you guys doing over there? So John was talking about how he was at the ad agency. He was talking about the Amazon warehouse. Someone brought up teachers. So he'd be like, oh, yeah, I'm teaching. And he wouldn't elaborate on that at all. We had a lot of elaborations on the other things. He had a lot of details about the other things. And that was a tell that John was definitely teaching. And so he had court. And he was doing Zoom court. And Cardiff Electric found the link to this thing somehow. And so Cardiff peeked in at his Zoom court and saw John in the classroom.
No.
Doing his traffic court because he had his registration. He had to get his registration in Florida. So he had his court date. And there's second graders in the background. So John's teaching elementary school. And this came out because Cardiff saw this.
You can't do that. He won't be teaching much longer.
Well, people pointed out.
He's not.
People pointed out that normally, if you have court, then you get a substitute teacher to fill in for you because you got court that day. John's a substitute, just like, by the way, I won't be able to teach this class because I have court. Okay.
Wow.
I guess. So he handed out like a word search puzzle to all the kids. It's a music class.
Yeah.
So the kids had to find different names of instruments in this word search. And that's what he was keeping the kids busy with while John was in his
Wait a minute.
Zoom court.
Okay, wait. I have a lot of questions.
Please.
Actually. Hold on.
I have a lot of answers.
Like, I assumed like he's a substitute teacher.
Yes.
But he's subbing for the music teacher? Like, because my thought was, oh, why didn't he wait for the kids to go to special or whatever? But he is special. I get it. But like, so he's teaching music and he's doing this court thing while the students are in the classroom?
Yes, because you can see students.
Oh my God.
No one has shown this video. Cardiff hasn't put the video out. John's going to accuse Cardiff of doing things he hasn't done. But from what I've heard, students show up on the video because they're just like, I can't find cello. And John has to be like, all right, well, here you go. So these students like walk up to him while he's doing this. All right, strap in. We got all the answers.
Okay,
You have a lot of questions.
okay.
I have all the answers because this was him explaining what's going on. And the problem with teaching, now remember he was teaching in California and bragging about all the money he was making. Florida's a little bit of a different story.
Why? Because I love doing it. The problem here in Florida is that the salaries are not what they were in LA. And I've been saying that on the air for how long? And it gave me the reason to give notice a while ago, even though they asked me to be there full time. So my last day is next Wednesday, and that's fact check.
So John is claiming he put in his notice already a while ago. He just started this job. It was just November. And then he already took a whole week off for Thanksgiving and went back to New York.
And he didn't know what the salary was before he got the job?
Oh, how is that possible? He goes, they're not paying me enough money, so I put in my note. It's like, well, you agree on what they're going to pay you when you take the job.
Yeah, it's not an audition.
Right.
Right. And it's not, it shouldn't be a mystery.
Right.
No.
Of what you're going to get paid.
That is, I've never like forgotten to ask a potential employer what I was going to make.
Oh, and one more thing.
Doug, listen to this. This is crazy right here.
Because when I got my first paycheck, it was just not acceptable for the Duke. When I was in California, I would make about $7,000 a month. Bullshit.
So John literally didn't know how much he was making until he got his paycheck and went, oh, this is what you're paying me? Well, then fuck this. I'm out of here. How is that possible? This guy can't even be bothered to know what he's getting paid to do a job that he was doing?
Well, because he loves teaching so much.
He did say that he has a passion for it and he loves it. Fuck this.
I'm going to Pepsi. The game until that paycheck comes in.
Well, there's some people like G. Rob who think that John probably got fired. And that's why he's pretending that, I quit. I didn't get fired.
There's no... There's no way. Because I don't know what he's getting paid, but it's more than nothing.
He's going to tell us. He's going to tell us a little bit.
Oh, okay.
But do you remember him bragging? He was coming on his show after working his long days, and he'd be like, I already made $300 today.
Yes.
He said that specifically at the ad agency, which I went, how does that make any fucking sense? You don't know how much money you got paid that day at an ad agency.
Hand him an envelope full of cash as he walks out.
Right. Like he's collecting for a mob boss or something.
Right.
So he got $300 that day. And then I started thinking about it. I'm like, oh, maybe he didn't know what he was getting paid. Thought he did make $300 that day. And then got his paycheck and went, oh, shit, $15 an hour? I thought that was $50 an hour. I thought he said $50 an hour, 15. I'm telling you, something like that must have happened because otherwise, why would you be surprised by your paycheck? And also, he's like, 6-figure job. He's killing it. Everyone's jealous. He's got this amazing job. He's substitute teaching in an elementary school and thinks he's going to make all this money.
And managed to get fired.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I would like to say that he's probably lying, but that does seem like something John would do. Just assume that you're making a certain amount of money and then be shocked by what you actually get.
So John's going to explain to us there's different tiers of what substitutes make in Florida. And I did do a little research on this. This is true. Based on what your credentials are and your background, they'll pay you different amounts of money. And there's a tell in here. John is lying because he only stutters when he's lying.
Granted, because I have a 4-year degree, contrary to all the losers out there who like to lie, like, or not admit when they're wrong, like, just do it, Lady K. Saying that I don't have a 4-year degree. Well, once again, I just proved it because I had to send my transcripts in order to be.
He didn't prove it because he's going to go on to say you can teach at these schools with a high school diploma or associate's degree, which he has both of those things. So wrong again, Johnny boy.
Become the second highest.
Okay, so now he's going to explain to us that he's the second highest you could possibly be paid as a substitute teacher. But watch how hard it is for him to spit this out. And also look up to the ceiling again.
In order to become the second highest level paid sub.
Okay. I think you're lying. You were getting paid bullshit and you know it.
Second highest. I want to know how many levels there are. Because if there are 2, then he's probably right.
No, I think there's 4.
Okay. All right.
So if you're a former fully credentialed teacher, maybe you've retired or you're doing something else and you want to substitute, they're like, all right, we'll give you the maximum.
Sure.
And then there's other levels based on other things.
What if you're a lazy, lying, drunk retard?
Probably a lower level. I would imagine.
Just asking for a front.
So John does another tell here where he says, I'm going to be honest, which means everything he was saying before this was a lie.
And I'm going to be honest. I make less than $20 an hour.
Yep.
It's 8 hours a day.
Uh-huh.
And, it's sad that they don't pay as much.
So he's complaining.
I mean, if you're just doing Zoom court from the classroom, how much should you be getting paid for that?
I'm also teaching driver's ed.
Well, this is the problem right here. So he was getting paid way more in California for doing nothing, babysitting a classroom, than he's in Florida. That's why people are fleeing California and going to places like Florida, just like John did, because you're getting taxed to death and your tax dollars being wasted on idiots and losers like John. Whereas in Florida, there's 0 state income tax because they're just like, we're just going to pay people what they're worth. Oh, good idea. That's probably pretty smart.
Ooh, John should not go anywhere where they're going to be paying people what they're worth.
Correct. He's handing out dittos to the class and then complaining he's not getting paid enough.
And he didn't, those were just left there by the teacher. Here, I understand that you are not capable of teaching these students. Get them to do this worksheet today.
Yeah, here's some busy work to keep the kids doing something. So why doesn't he care that people are contacting the school? Because I was looking at Dabblers Anonymous and everyone's outraged. We got to contact the school. We got to let them know that John said this about Chad's brother and he's drunk and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, it's not your problem, guys. Your kid isn't in the school. Don't worry about it. Whatever. They'll figure it out.
Yeah, and John will take care of himself.
John will take care of himself. You don't need to get involved in this. A lot of people are getting involved, contacting the school. But John doesn't care about that, and here's why.
Because I'm going to devote my time to my one-man show, which I started working on last night. And it's really coming easy to me. A, because I'm a joke crafter, and B, because I'm following the template of my autobiography.
And C, because you're all alone.
And that's what I'm going to start doing. I'm going to start getting back to the clubs. I know you're going to try and get me canceled there, too, because,
no.
You guys have this ultimate jealousy for the Duke, and I understand.
Just last week.
Funny, Chad. A couple of your people that you opened for have responded. So if anyone has a thumbnail of Chad's show that Patreon so smartly removed, if anyone has a thumbnail, I want to send that over to Nick Swartzen and to Daniel Tosh.
Anybody. Yeah.
Just last week, he was talking about making sure that Chad Zumach's future gigs would be canceled.
Yeah.
That he would be kicked off of these lucrative shows that he does. And now, John, working on his one-man show, yes. Thank you, Lord. That's amazing. Make it happen, please. Goes, and I know you losers are going to try to get my gigs canceled. And it's worse than that. And I know John will say he can justify it. No one else can. I'm not the one trying to get John's gigs canceled. John's the one trying to get Chad's gigs canceled. Right. There's no host of a show. Shuli's not making phone calls. I'm not making phone calls. Mike Morse doesn't talk. He's not making phone calls. And John's sitting there actually the one who's reaching out to Daniel Tosh.
It's the most effort he puts into anything.
And Nick Swartzen. Oh, yeah. When he wants to get people's lives ruined, that's when he gets into high gear and gets things moving.
Listen, Carl, you have said so many times to your audience, do not get people's stuff canceled.
Right.
I would like to reach out right now, and if we could all get together and actively get this show made, produced. I would. This is the one thing of all the dumb stuff he says he's going to do, and none of it ever comes to fruition. I want to see this one-man show so badly.
I would start a GoFundMe for him, except for I know you just spend all that money on beer.
Well, yeah,
it wouldn't actually happen because that would be great. Josie Whale says, one-man show, who's the man? Very good. I like that. But I actually have a brilliant idea for what this one-man show can be. I think he maybe has already put it together.
If you ever saw me teach, it's a performance.
Oh.
And in this case, it's 24 of the same performances. It's like doing 2 weeks at the Laugh Factory. I mean, for instance, I was doing, the whole alphabet and how notes have their own alphabet. And I'm not going to get into everything. But I start there and I build and I build and I build. And it's a 40-minute lesson. And that's what I do. And then each week I'll have a new 40-minute lesson. So it's like writing a new monologue, but you're teaching something that I am very passionate about, which is music. And I think you all know that I'm extremely passionate about music.
Hence the Motorhead t-shirt.
Right, yes. Everyone's passionate about music loves Motorhead.
This is amazing.
So when John teaches, it's a performance. And he's like that charismatic college professor who brings chemistry to life, except for it's music to second graders. Could you imagine? He's putting together, and John always looks at himself in this crazy light, like he's doing so much good in the world. He's teaching second graders notes.
Yeah.
And he has to put together a 40-minute monologue in order to do that?
There's no way. That doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make any sense. I also went to second grade. They don't teach you notes. You're not at that point yet.
I just picture a bunch of Ralph Wiggum sitting there like dumbfounded at this.
There's no music theory at this stage. Maybe this is a private school. Maybe it's focused on music or something, which in that case, I don't know why you'd have John in there. But John, I can save you a ton of time. That's your one-man show. You've already written it.
Yeah.
Just act like you're teaching second graders as if you're the most brilliant college professor ever and teaching them a scale.
That's so great. Well, at the end, all those second graders stand up on their desks in support of him.
Yeah.
Oh,
there's a prodigy in the corner who pulls out the recorder, just like, oh, you'd be like this.
Someone in Davos Anonymous Photoshop School of Suck.
All right, so this is how good his monologues are that he's doing for these second graders.
Kids, of course, they took to me. In fact, teachers will bring other teachers in the room.
No,
like,
they
this
don't.
This is amazing. We actually have somebody. They were very happy. Not like the other guy wasn't good. He was good too, but he had to leave. He had a family emergency.
John is claiming that teachers are bringing other teachers in the room to watch him do this. And Doug, your immediate reaction was like, that's not happening. I think it is.
I
think that the word is getting out in the break room.
Right, you're right. Okay.
Holy shit, you guys see Mr. Melendez teach these second graders music theory.
You want to do a cameo this afternoon?
Yep.
Great.
No, sorry, I was thinking about it in the opposite, but you're right. That actually makes perfect sense.
I think that is actually happening where other teachers are looking in. They're like, hey, do you mind if we hang out in the back? I got an empty period right now. And John,
I'm not trying to out myself right now. I do teach. I am a teacher. I find this, first of all, personally offensive, but also I will walk down the hall sometimes and I do hear somebody teaching and it's bananas and I will literally stand out in the hall and listen. So yeah, I could kind of see other teachers showing up to see this absolute train wreck take place.
So I think if he could record this, or maybe a teacher already has it or something like that, and we can watch this performance, I will pay $1,000 of my money personally. I'm sure we can pool in other money together to get this going because you know that it's full-on performance, John.
Oh, confident performance, John.
Yes.
I mean, there are second graders out there that have phones. So kids, if you can do it, that would be great.
I think there's one that took his phone.
That's right. Now, John's talking about these kids. He's changing their lives as he does. And so, of course, he's going to get a little bit choked up here when he thinks about what Cardiff is doing to take John's unique teaching style away from them in this way.
And, I love children. And I love teaching children.
Oh, no.
Well.
I taught my own kids.
I have a couple theories here. Some guy wrote me when the show was happening and just goes, you notice how red John's eyes are? I think he was crying all afternoon, which is very possible when he saw Cardiff.
He lost
in that
his
Zoom call.
teaching job.
Yep. So it's very possible that that's what's going on. But also, when he got choked up about the children, I think he's remembering back to when he had a relationship with his kids.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what's getting him so worked up. Like, damn it, now they're adults and they see right through my bullshit and they want nothing to do with me. When they were kids, they had no choice.
Oh. Yeah, because this is real. This is not like the fake Alex Jones crying. Like, this is real stuff.
Yeah. Also, Josie says alcoholics can't control their feelings now. That's part of it, too. Like, that's real right there. Where let me play that again, where he really is choked up and he makes that noise to get himself out of it.
And, I love children.
That was him thinking back to Greta as a young girl and Lily and the rest.
Yeah, I'll bet 20 years just passed in those 2 seconds.
Yeah.
He
had to snap himself out of it.
He was bummed out about that. But now these kids, and this is all Cardiff's fault. These kids are missing out.
Fucking Cardiff.
I got news for you, people. Florida needs teachers. All Cardiff did today was maybe they'll fire me before this Wednesday. So the students will not have a quality teacher for the next 8 days. And that is the only thing that the potato accomplished.
2 things. First off, Saturday and Sunday are included those 8 days, so it's really 6 days of lessons or whatever. I think in the grand scheme of things, these kids will be fine. It's not like COVID when school shut down for years. Yeah. I think it'll be all right. But also he goes, the only thing that Cardiff accomplished was fucking with these kids. No. What he accomplished was proving you're a liar. Yet again. This is the thing that John will never understand, is that when he makes up stories about ad agencies and it's not believable, people investigate. They're like, wait a second, there was an ad agency? No fucking way. And so everyone's trying to figure out what's going on here. If he would have came out and said back in November, guys, I'm substitute teaching again, no one would be shocked by that. He was doing it before. Right. And he just goes, I'm in an elementary school. I'm not going to say the school. I don't want anyone messing with these kids, but it's what I like to do. I'm teaching music. It's great. I think overwhelmingly people would be like, great, good for him.
Yeah, that probably would have been the long and short of it.
That's fine. I know me personally, I wouldn't have been making fun of him. We wouldn't be talking about it right now.
He takes the wrong approach to everything.
Yes. Yeah. Right.
It's amazing how you can do everything wrong, but he manages to do it.
So this is my favorite. This is him talking about what the kids enjoyed about his teaching style.
But these kids enjoy my singing and my playing the guitar and showing them octaves and how the 7 notes and then you go to the octave.
One of my favorite things about John, first off, self-awareness doesn't exist. So these kids enjoy his singing. No fucking way in hell, but okay. But now he's talking about octaves and 7 notes, and then you get to the octave. And John can't help himself. He has to start bragging about what he teaches these kids, which is so elementary, pardon the pun. But he really thinks this is impressive somehow.
Right. Which is the 8th octave, hence OCT. But see, it doesn't matter. I mean, the point being is he's not hurting me by showing up as that stupid potato. And I saw him, as soon as I saw the fucking idiot, I turned my camera off.
Can you imagine he's in court and he looks over, there's the bailiff and the attorneys and the judge. And the potato's just like, he's got the stupid Santa beard on. He's like, fuck. How did he find me?
I guarantee you those kids were having a ball. Those kids,
yes.
Potato, the expressions that Cardiff makes. Oh,
That's great.
John, it probably took him a second. He's like, "Oh, Santa's here." Hey, wait a minute.
But John, talking about singing for the kids, all I could picture was, he's a shit weigher. He's a dude's payer.
Fatty.
Yeah. Play shit weigher again. What's he talking about?
I know.
Oh. If you didn't watch Point Dabble Point this week, I recommend it because we were playing a lot of John pulling out the guitar and singing. I can tell that he's been performing a lot lately, which we're finding out obviously is true. And you could tell he got confidence from that. And he's pulling out the guitar and he's singing, he's playing everything wrong. It's the funniest shit you've ever seen. So worth checking out because it really culminated into this, which worked out perfectly. Right after we played that, he admits that, he's performing for these kids. And this is what I was talking about earlier, where some of the kids came into the camera view.
I guess at some point, some kids had, could you help me find a word? And I would say, there's cello. There's piccolo, I would help the kids out as you would. You say, just look for the first letter, look for a P, and you go down the line and you find the.
Again, he's over-explaining shit to us. Like, we're going to be impressed. Like, wait, you know how to do a word search? Holy shit, dude. That's amazing.
That's not the point of this.
That's not
You're
the point.
You're not supposed to be in court while you're teaching class.
Yeah, he's like, what do you want me to do? I got to show the kid where cello is.
This isn't impressive.
And hey, Billy, should I plead no contest?
And that being said, they were supposed to write their favorite instrument and the three instruments they like and a little sentence about each instrument. Banjo has 5 strings, something like that. So at least they could do some of their research on their laptop and, Anyway, that's what I had prepared.
Or someone else did.
He cannot help it. He hands out dittos to these kids, and he's just like, and so I handed out dittos, and the kids had to complete the dittos. Yeah, it's second grade. We know. I was there once. Okay.
That's what I had prepared.
So this is John talking about, he thought he'd be safe.
I am thinking that I'm in the safest environment in the world in a federal court.
A federal court, Lee County Traffic Court, is where you were, John. It was a registration ticket that you were getting dismissed because you got your registration taken care of. I swear, when he tells the story a year or two from now, he will have been at Capitol Hill in front of Congress talking about this, and then the Cardiff Electric shows up. It's not federal court. This is a guy who talks about politics once a week with his buddies. He thinks this is federal court.
Oh my God, this is funny. This is insane.
I'm in a courtroom.
Yeah.
No, you're not. You're in a classroom.
The last thing. Now the principal was notified. The school was notified that I had to do this Zoom meeting. I would never think in a million years that an asshole like that coward would come into the room and film it. So when he says, I doxed these children, no, I did not. You, Potato, doxed these children.
He's done nothing. Cardiff has done nothing. All he did was go on Twitter and say, John's teaching again. I just saw him in Zoom court. He hasn't posted a photo or a video or anything. There's no children anywhere. And also, showing a video or a photo of a child is not doxing a child anywhere. What does that do for anyone? Like, oh, yeah, there's a kid. He's supposed to do with that information.
It's just so funny to watch him get this angry and to have to say the words, you did this, Potato.
Passionately like that, too.
I'm starting to think this isn't him angry. This is him embarrassed.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure there's a lot of that in here. Yeah.
Yeah. G. Rob's theory is that John didn't notify anyone that he had court, and then he got figured out by these students. That's why he got fired.
I couldn't imagine a principal on the planet going, oh, yeah, that's cool. Don't worry about it.
You got court? Yeah, I got a dentist appointment during my classes, too, so don't worry about it.
Fuck it.
I was going to leave as well.
You want to go get a beer?
All right. You guys ready for Stuttering Karen?
Oh, yeah.
What do you think John's going to do now that Cardiff Electric showed up in his Zoom court meeting?
First of all, I will tell you, Cardiff, and this is a fact, I did immediately call the police and called Lee County Court. and I notified them of your name, Cardiff Electric, and I told them of your intent.
So John called the police and the court. I'm sorry, sir. You said there's a potato named Cardiff Electric? All right, hold on. I'm going to put you on speaker. Can you say that again? What a fucking idiot. I called the police to tell them that a potato showed up in my Zoom court meeting.
We understand all potatoes have eyes. Oh, this one has a mouth as well. Huh?
Right. Fucking idiot. I told your name, Cardiff Electric. All right, so now John almost gets it, but he doesn't get it. Cardiff is a master troll. That's how we know who Cardiff is. Yeah. He's just a master at it. He's the only guy that I know who's gotten on the Howard Stern show to talk about Stuttering John. And John used to be that guy. John used to be the guy who was talking to the celebrities and catching them off guard and getting these great tapes back. And John just can't see it.
Because, he's trying to be Stuttering John without the talent, without the charisma, without the jokes, without the humor. So, Rob, this idiot potato, after case is dismissed, he tries to yell out, "What about drunk drive?" And the judge just fucking cuts him off. Just no humor, nothing funny about it.
I wonder if John would have thought that was funny if he was the one yelling out, "What about the drunk driving?" to one of his enemies.
Oh, be laughing about that for weeks.
Oh, it'd be nonstop. How hilarious he is.
How hilarious the Trump prank phone call was.
Right. He's trying to be me without my edginess and humor and quick-wittedness. There's no evidence of any of this, John. Nope. You're not funny at all. Cardiff is funny, turns things into content. Yeah. You do just the opposite.
I mean, listening to him cackle about Chad's dead brother. Yeah. That was the cringiest shit I ever heard come out of this guy's mouth. And he said some absolute nonsense, but that was abhorrent.
Well, the worst part
is he didn't get it, or not that he didn't get it, but pretended that he didn't get it.
The worst part is
so sad.
And he's still doing it up until yesterday when I was watching this. I didn't pull the clips, but he's still saying, I have proof that someone just texted me, and that's why I made the joke, but I didn't know that his brother had died or anything like that. But then after Clay Dabler explained that his brother had died, he still told that other joke and laughed at it. So that's not the cover you want, John. It's not going to work for you.
Yeah. Not knowing what it means. If you don't know what it means, why are you laughing at it?
Correct.
Why would you laugh at that if you don't know what it means? That's the joke.
He showed on the show. He showed on the show the text message he got from an anonymous source at the time that he told that joke that just said, "Make fun of Chad's brother getting run over. He hates that," or something like that. And so is John just trying to sell it with that laugh, or did he genuinely think he was coming with a good joke with the Buick and stuff? I don't know. Either way, not great. Nope. Not a good look.
Nope, not at all.
So the police are involved, and Cardiff better look out.
I called the police. I've been in contact with them, and they're going to look for his VPN. Now, I know he's probably smart enough to hide his VPN, but they're going to try and find it because
that's breaking the law. I don't know why you gave him a warning. You should have let him air it. Now he's probably not going to air it.
Well, I want to protect the kids.
Well, yeah.
Yes, the kids come first, Rob.
Protect the kids. Okay, couple things here. First off, John's a moron. They want to find his VPN. the virtual private network? What an idiot. He has no idea what he's talking about. And then he goes, Cardiff was going to air this video on Potato Soup Thursday night on Rumble, which I believe Cardiff has no intention of doing. I don't know what he's going to do. I'm not Cardiff. Right. But John goes, "You better not air that video." And Rob's going, "Oh, you should have let him air it." Then he could have gotten him in even more trouble. And John just like, "Sorry, Rob. I care too much about the kids." Again, what would seeing a child do for anyone? What harm would come to that child if that were to happen?
Well, and the other thing is, you can't say that's harming the children if you're the person on virtual court in the middle of a classroom.
Right. They would never have been filmed on the internet.
To do that. School districts have rules in place. You can't just put images of your students just willy-nilly up on social media and shit like that.
Right.
I think this all falls under that. And
Yeah, it's John's fault. It's 100% John's fault for filming from his computer in the classroom and then getting them on there. So at this time, KB...
Did he at least have that cat filter on his face?
Oh, that'd be fun.
At least that would make it mildly amusing. I mean, actually, there was a potato. Never mind. Forget it.
Yeah, there's already a potato in there. What are you making a mockery of my courtroom?
Yes.
At this point, Kevin Brennan is sniping them, and Rob Saul comes on, explains to John, Kevin Brennan is sniping, and not only that, he's telling everyone to contact John's school to get him fired. And so John hears this news, and Stuttering Karen comes out again.
So wait, is Kevin trying to get me fired?
I think so. Yeah, well, yeah. He told everybody, he said, do your thing, got him fired. And
Okay, thank you. Because then I am going to then file, when I'm in New York, I'm going to go to New Jersey, and I'm going to file a complaint against him because you can't start telling people to get somebody fired. You're not allowed to do that.
Well,
so
more the merrier.
What?
Never mind.
Okay.
What Rob is alluding to there when he says the more the merrier, Rob's not doing a good job of covering this up. He's pretending to be, but he's actively trying to put together a lawsuit against Kevin Brennan. And I don't know if it's because Kevin was saying that Rob's on pills or whatever defamation thing. Like, good luck, Rob. You have no case. You're wasting your fucking time. Your attorney is wasting your time. You can't afford it. Don't do it. What these people don't realize, the Rob Sauls of the world, he's literally on the internet with a big shiny sign behind it that says Saul Show. And he's got his own channel on YouTube, and he's making himself a public figure. And he's like, and this guy's saying stuff about me that's not true. Yeah, you're a public figure. So all of that's out the window now. You've kind of brought this on yourself. Kevin Brennan's going to say all sorts of shit, and your little lawsuit, like he thinks just like John does. Yeah. I'll shut him up with a cease and desist. Fucking
also,
idiot.
Like, what's great about this is my favorite thing about John, and it is his worst trait, is believing everything that someone else tells you that
every
someone
time.
else said about you. Like, that is crazy. Like, Carl, even if you texted me that, I don't know, whatever, Cardiff said this about me, I probably wouldn't believe you or honestly wouldn't care. Like, it's so easy to get him riled up, and everyone knows how to push his buttons, and he falls for it every single time. Whether this happened or not, that's not the point of this. Like, it's amazing to me how he falls for it each and every time.
Clay Dabbler tries to explain this to him. John, this person Nogo keeps giving you this information, or this other person, they keep giving you false information. You keep saying it on the air. He's making you look like an idiot. Why do you do that? And John goes, okay, but do you live in this area of London? It's just like, no, John, I'm telling you, stop fucking listening to these fucking people. But yeah, it's amazing. He'll never learn. He wants it to be true so bad. When he has information on his enemies, he wants it to be true so bad, he just goes with it.
Right. So he says, did he say this? Rob says, yeah, he did. Okay, then I'm going to do this. He's never going to go back and see if anyone had ever said anything because his buddy said it.
Yep, that's all he needs.
I'm not allowed to do that.
Well,
so
more the merrier.
What?
Never mind.
Okay. Well, I'm going to do that. And let me download his fucking show right now.
Okay. So I guess what Kevin Brennan's angle was, a chat on there, they're watching Sniping John, and they're saying, hey, everyone who's watching this, call John's school and say that John was laughing at a 9-year-old's death. So that was their angle on this, because that's how MLC operates. It's got people in trouble in the real world over internet shit.
The point being, if Kevin was telling people to get me fired, then I'm going to file a complaint and issue a summons against Mr. Brennan.
Oh, yeah.
Because you are not allowed to start telling people to get me fired for whatever he's defending his lover boy Chad for. He's not allowed to do that. That's a misdemeanor, and I will file. I'll be in New York very soon.
Yeah.
So that will be filed. That's a fact check.
Okay.
And he can try and delete everything he can because it's already downloaded.
There you have it.
You ready for a bold prediction? Here's another thing that will never happen. There's no way the police department is going to give a shit about this misdemeanor of Kevin Brennan telling people to get John fired on the internet. Nothing's going to happen.
I don't believe anything he says. No. But instantly, you do not have to pay attention if it's followed by "that's a fact check."
Yep. That's a tell right there. Nothing is going to happen. Now, I have to point this out. This is a key point because as we saw earlier, John was talking about, oh, woe is me, you guys are going to get my gigs canceled. Meanwhile, he's actively trying to get Chad's gigs canceled. And now people are trying to get him fired. So listen to what he says to Rob Saul here.
Rob, when is enough enough? Like, I thought this was, like, am I going to anyone's job? I don't know. Am I calling your work? I don't know. Am I going out of my way to call somebody's job? I don't know. I mean, I'm asking you, have I?
No, you have not.
Rob just like, how do I answer that? So John says, have I ever gone out of my way to try to get somebody fired? Would I ever do anything like that? Let me play you this clip from the Stuttering John podcast back in 2018.
He has no idea. Hi, Maya. He has no idea the litigation I'm going through to get him fired over at Sirius. He doesn't understand. I have the girl, one of the girls, who has the tweets. I have them in my possession now. Now all I'm going to do is I have a lawyer that is going to represent the girl, and she's going to sue Sirius XM.
This sounds like a case for Michael Avenatti.
I'm not saying what lawyer it is. I'm not saying it's Michael Avenatti.
I didn't say you said it was Michael Avenatti.
I'm not saying it. But soon, Sirius is going to be served with a multi-million-dollar lawsuit for harassment, sexual harassment by J.D. Harmeyer.
So what does John have to do with any of that? He just decided he wanted to get J.D. Harmeyer fired from his job and decided he was going to get a lawyer involved and try to get J.D. fired. And then John has the balls to come on this show and be like, Rob, when have I ever tried to get somebody fired?
I don't know what you're talking about, Carl. I don't. That youthful, vibrant voice that we just heard, that is clearly not the same.
I know. It's shocking. That is Stuttering John from just 6 years ago. But that is the truth. I know. So once again, John is such a hypocrite. He plays by his own rules. They don't apply to him for whatever reason. And he really is a pile of garbage. But all that said, I do want to watch him teach students the major scale and explain what an octave is.
You mean his one-man show?
I really do want to see that one-man show.
I want to see that so bad.
Oh,
because it's a mix of everything. He's playing, he's singing, he's teaching, he's interacting.
Oh, I hope he raps.
It's going to be, it's going to have everything in it.
Some moonwalking.
John, don't forget that lesson plan. Whatever you do, keep that one. I love
the
those little cardboard cutouts, like sets, like, you know, here's the skyline of New York City. They wheel in behind him at one point.
Maybe he's got that thing like the Jackson 5 where it like comes off and it's like, now I'm going to bring in the whole band. And they're all singing and dancing around.
Dig deep, brothers.
Could you imagine he puts way more effort into this than we ever could have thought? And it really is like a Jack Black School of Rock kind of thing where he's just like, anyway. I can't. So I'll just drop that right now. There's no way he's half-assing all of this, and he sucks at it, and it's embarrassing.
If I take my whole family, I'd be like, guys,
oh my God,
we're going for it. They would have no idea what's going on, and I'd just be grinning ear to ear the whole time.
I know.
Laughing like an idiot.
You know who's not having any fun with it anymore? I want to start off. There was some drawings done by a listener. Brad Wolf sent me in some art, and I always enjoy some nice artwork, especially when it comes to Stuttering John Melendez. This is a guy playing a guitar with a Tonight Show t-shirt, and he says, I could play Leonard Skinner without looking at the fretboard. Here, watch. What the fuck is wrong with you, guitar? What did it sound like when he strummed that? Does anyone know? No. Producer Chris?
Sorry.
All right, there it is. The guitar chord heard around the world. So then in the next frame of this cartoon, the guitar responds to John. It says, give your balls a tug, Mr. Tonight Show. I'm fine. You're the dipshit with no talent, you fucking jabroni. Why don't you go teach another figure painting class down at the Learning Annex you never was? So the guitar is very upset that John's dragging his good name through. That's great art. All of this. It's fantastic art. I just wanted to show that off for everyone. Thank you.
I never thought of the guitar's perspective.
A lot of people didn't. That's why Brad Wolf's an artist. You know, he thinks about things like that. John started the show yesterday. My brother and I were coming in from the airport to beautiful Ferndale.
Was his hair okay at the beginning, or did he have to fix it?
Oh, Drew, his hair is fine. Okay. That's not the problem. But I was watching this during our cab ride, and don't worry, I sped this up because this is a lot of dead air.
Don't cross the Duke. Everybody knows that.
All right, so he's chewing. He's eating something. His green screen's not centered. I'm going at 4 times speed. He gets up. He walks away. Again, this is 4 times speed. This is how he starts his show.
Maybe his hair wasn't okay.
Completely unprepared. Yeah, maybe that's what he's doing because he's still not back in his chair yet. He seems to not give a fuck. I can't imagine less effort being put into anything in life than what John is doing here.
What is going on?
Oh, he's back. All right. Fix his green screen.
He did fix his hair. He did.
Oh, that must be what it is. Smacks his lips. Now he's typing something to someone, probably sending the link out.
One finger.
Yep.
Oh, nothing like taking a giant bite right as your intro's ending.
How are you, everybody?
So there you go. 5.5 minutes in, he finally says, "How are you, everybody?" And the lip smacking he's doing is on purpose. It's to annoy people. Let's go back and look at his hair. I think you're right, Drew. Let's see here. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He definitely fixed his hair by the time he came back because it was wet and greasy. It looked like he had just put his fingers through it before.
Yeah, and he just hasn't looked at himself in a while.
That's the first time he looks at himself when he starts up his stream.
Yeah, maybe the first time of the day.
Yes, definitely the first time of the day. So, guys, are you ready for the big announcement?
Yeah.
This is a big one, guys. We've never heard John say this before.
So, big announcement today. As of December 31st, the Duke is gone. And I know it's going to be hard for you to handle this without me. But at some point, you just got to say, fuck it. Because it's just gotten too toxic.
Yeah, go on, beat it, retard.
John is pulling up the white flag and surrendering. December 31st is his last show. And if he hadn't threatened this 5 or 6 times since the last time he left, I might take it a little bit seriously, but it's very hard to take seriously when he does this all the time.
Is there a significance of just the end of the year? He's just going to wrap up 2024 and that's it.
Well, that's a good question. We're going to hear a voicemail from Gary in San Diego who says, why not just make today your last day, John?
Yeah.
Today's the 13th. Why don't we just call it right now? But I think he needs money for Christmas presents and to pay off the debt that he owes Vince, which he'll never pay.
That's always the problem, though, is that he has no other income. He needs this income desperately, right?
We're going to get into that because Clay Dabbler asks him that question, which is great to hear his answer on that. And actually, let's get into why he's finally fed up. It's enough. He can't take the Dabbleverse anymore. Too much harassment. And apparently, I don't know if you guys know about this, but he had some visitors show up to his house on Wednesday.
Oh.
Now, Tuesday morning, he had court. He had a Zoom call. Cardiff Electric was there and reported on Twitter that John's an elementary school teacher because he did it from his classroom. So Tuesday, John comes on and says, Cardiff outed me, but it doesn't matter. I quit anyway. My last day is next Wednesday, so you guys can try to fuck with my job. It doesn't matter. And then the next day, Wednesday, he comes home and he's greeted by some unwanted visitors. And Vince the lawyer was on his show talking to him about this. And you can tell John doesn't want to talk about it.
So why are we dancing around the cat thing?
Vince, there are some things that I want to talk about.
Okay,
So,
I didn't know if you want to talk about it. I mean, that's kind of lame, tame. I've had the cops at my house, John, with my kids. So when they see cops, they still have this fear because High Pitch and the people would call them to my apartment. So they have to come up the stairs, up the elevator, and to my house. But they were doing a check on me. So when you get the wellness check, that happened to you once. It's hard to explain to someone that you're normal when you're really not, but that you're not psycho or wanting to harm yourself. So for a cat, it wouldn't be a big deal.
For a cat? What are you talking about? Like, I'm blanking on this.
Oh, okay.
I don't. This guy is fucking amazing. I just can't. It's like I don't even know what. I don't. It's like it's amazing to me. I don't know what he's talking about.
Obviously, I can tell you don't know what he's talking about just because he's like, "What are you? I don't know what you mean." And Vince is rolling his eyes like, "Oh, we're gonna play that game."
Was there a wellness check for John's cat? Someone saying that he's not taking care of his cat and calling.
There sure was.
Oh,
there sure was, Drew. And so John told this to Vince in private because John's an idiot who never learns from his mistakes, not realizing that Vince couldn't wait to talk about this with him on the show.
Because anything I tell him becomes fodder for this fucking guy. It's amazing. All he wants to do is troll me. Now, could somebody super chat me? Tell me, get rid of Vince or keep Vince, please, because I can't deal with this.
So he has to turn that into a grift.
Oh, super chat me.
Yes, you guys make the call on what we should do with our next guest. Super chat me.
He can't just read comments in the chat.
Or just make the decision himself whether or not he can continue to have Vince on the show. So he's always turning everything into a money-making scheme. Good on him. And so he brings Vince back on the show and explains to Vince why he should not have spilled the beans about this.
Hi, Vince.
I thought we were going to be able to talk about that issue.
Okay, Vince. Now you broke me. I didn't want to talk about it.
Okay, because you tell me things and I keep most of it in confidence.
I did not want to talk about it.
Most.
Okay.
Why do I want to give people the ability? Why the fuck would you want to empower people who harass people?
I can tell you the answer to that, John. No one harasses people more than VTM. Why would you want people harassing me? He's harassing you more than all of us combined. No one's suing you for $12.5 million and forcing themselves on their show and clowning you to your face without your knowledge. And John's just like, I thought we were friends. Like, you've betrayed me for the last time. Like, really? You didn't know that's what was going on this entire time?
Isn't Vince the other reason he can't quit December 31st? Isn't he pushed his whole debt to Vince into next year?
Well, December 26th is the day that he owes him his first payment, from what I've heard. But I don't think that's going to happen. I highly doubt that's going to happen. But yeah, John is getting very upset with Vince betraying him.
You're not funny. You're not a comedian. Stop it. And stop betraying me. You have no... If I tell you something in private, you keep your fucking mouth shut.
All right. I didn't know
you were supposed to be fucking
in private.
Stop betraying me.
I'm writing that down. That was an ISO.
Stop betraying me already. Jeez.
Most people it just takes once.
Yeah, right.
Stop telling him things you don't want everyone to know. Duh.
I get so many text messages from Vince, and they're mostly screenshots of messages between John and Vince. Like John's like, why are you betraying me? That's all he does all day long. How have you not figured this out yet? It's fun. Vince has a good time with it.
It is up to John. He can make this stop by simply not telling him things he doesn't want known. Duh.
Yeah, John's in between a rock and a hard place because he needs Vince. He wants Vince to release him from this debt. So he wants Vince to be his friend. He's like, come on, we're friends. Friends don't give each other money for debts that they owe. They let it go.
No, the one that has more money, lets go of the debt because he has more money.
Yeah, if you have more money than me, then I don't have to pay you any money. That's how that works. So he wants to keep Vince close for that reason, or else he has no excuse to not pay the debt off. But then he also doesn't have any other friends. So there's that as well. So he's got to kind of like pick his battles with Vince. But finally we get into what really happened with this welfare check.
You know what really happened?
Well, yeah, I want to know. That's the interesting part.
Yeah, I know it's interesting. But it's funny.
I like that Vince has to explain to him, yeah, I'm trying to make your show interesting. And he's like, I know. I should be more interesting. Good point.
So Maureen goes, John, just do your show. I'll handle this.
Who's Maureen? Does he have a cleaning person? Is Maureen a friend from the bar that helps him out? Anyway, so there's some Maureen over there who says that she's going to handle this for him. He can just go do a show because they showed up like right around like 5 o'clock on Wednesday or something like that.
She's some Yahoo that's probably just met John, and so he's just started bossing her around until she gets bummed out.
Yeah, she doesn't know any better yet. Yeah,
that what he always does.
He always cycles through these new relationships.
She's an old Howard Stern fan,
probably.
And I read the guy to fucking Riot Act. I fucking went ballistic. I go, you motherfuckers. I go, I rescued fucking 2 fucking cats of my goddamn kids. And then you believe some anonymous asshole. I mean, it's amazing. So I'm doing all the right things, and you get punished for it. So what happened?
This was on the phone before they came, and
no, as soon as the fat fuck, and it was funny because when you text me, I bet you Wolverine's in better shape than the cop. He is.
Screen grab.
I know. I had to pause it right there. So he just said it was a cop that came over. You heard him say, better shape than the cop, the fat fuck cop that came over. Also, John is always on the offensive, it sounds like. They come over to check on the cats, and he's just like, oh, you're going to check on my cats after I saved them? And for my kids? Do you even care about my kids who love these cats? And it's like, yeah, okay. Sir, where are the cats? Can we see these cats, please? And last clip, and then I'll get into yesterday's show where he addresses this, is he's talking to Vince, and he wants them to make up at some point.
But again, this is the harassment, Vince, and this is where, when you are allowed to represent me at some point, there are people that I'm going to want to sue.
So you can look forward to that, Vince. More failed lawsuits with your friend John Edward Melendez.
I have some work for you.
Yes.
Is this Cardiff action going to come up?
Yes, okay. we're gonna talk about that. Let me just finish up with the animal welfare stuff because this gets brought up by Clay. So he addresses it on his show just yesterday.
Yeah, Rob. So because it's bad enough. Them calling animal, domestic services on me. It's bad enough that even though everybody knows I'm an animal lover, just like yourself.
Not a good thing to say to Rob Saul. I'm an animal lover just like you are. Whoa. Then let's get these cats out of here. That's not good.
Driving across the country with 2 cats loose in a car.
In a car. He told the story that one of the cats got underneath the brake.
Yeah.
And the gas pedal. That's on the expressway.
Not an animal lover.
It's not great.
It's an animal owner.
Hey, I had cruise control. It's okay.
That's not safe at all. So let's find out what the consequences were for this visit that he got for the animal welfare check.
So did you get a fine yesterday from that animal shit?
No.
They're saying you got a fine? You were fined money?
How much?
I don't know, $60?
Why is he asking him?
No, why?
It's a number I heard. It's just what they're saying.
Now, John is an incredibly bad liar. He's getting worse and worse. And his tells are so obvious. So watch his response again, and then we'll get there eventually.
How much?
I don't know, $60?
No, why?
It's a number I heard. It's just what they're saying. What shit Ray was saying.
I thought he said that was $400.
I don't even know. Maybe it was 400. I thought I heard 60.
Oh, really? I don't know.
But you didn't get fined.
I didn't deal with them because I was doing the show. So I got a check.
2 days later, he doesn't know if he got fined or not. Marine hasn't invoiced me for that yet, so I don't know. And you hear how he only stutters when he's thinking up lies.
The person that dealt with it didn't inform him.
No, he's not sure yet. He hasn't figured it all out because he's buying his brain time. It means a lot of it to come up with something.
But you didn't get fined.
I didn't deal with them because I was doing the show, so I got a check. I mean,
no.
If it, I don't know, I gotta ask.
The cleaners ain't gonna pay you the fine, are they?
What?
Well, you pay them so much money, they could probably afford it.
And even if I did, it's fucking nothing. I mean, who cares about $60?
Okay, so the truth finally comes out at the end. I heard it was $60. Well, no. Where'd you hear that?
Wait, is that John accepting Shuli's number or?
Yeah, I don't know. Then he finally just goes, All right, so what? $60. What are you going to do?
And what is he paying the cleaners? Did he say you're paying the cleaners so much they could pay it?
That must be a conversation they've had privately about these cleaners charging too much, which, by the way, if I'm a professional cleaner and I go to John's house, I'm doubling or tripling my rate because, A, I'd rather not do it. I'd rather be like, yeah, all right, never mind. We don't need cleaners. But if I'm going to do it, I'm going to get my money's worth.
But he can't pay Vince the lawyer, yet he's paying cleaners to clean his house.
Oh, he will not pay Vince the lawyer. He is.
He's got more money than me.
He's avoiding that at all costs. He owed him back in October, didn't pay. Owed him in November, didn't pay. Owes him in December, definitely won't pay.
I guess with John, it's just that I'm a star from the Howard Stern Show, the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar Roast, the Tonight Show. I deserve to have my house cleaned. It doesn't matter what his budget is.
Correct.
Yeah.
John's been living...
I think he really thinks that way.
Well, also, it didn't help. I think John is a narcissist and always has been. But it doesn't help that you're on the biggest show in New York City and everyone wants to do you favors. Everyone wants to get in with the Howard Stern Show. That's where VTM comes from. Vince's whole thing is he just wanted to get close to the Howard Stern Show. So he started doing favors for High Pitch Eric and taking him to Yankees games and just doing things with High Pitch or anyone's connected to the show possible so he could somehow be a part of it. And John experienced that as much as anyone, especially back then when the show was only 5 or 6 people. And John was one of the guys that people knew about. So now he just expects the rest of his life is going to be like that. People want to do him favors. They want to get close to John. And
it is kind of amazing that there are people, it seems, there are still people who will do anything for him for a certain amount of time. I mean, until he wears them out.
He wears them out. Yes. And also, I think people, when they want a friendship with someone that they know from the radio or something like that, they're hoping it's a friendship.
Yeah.
And not just a one-way street. And a lot of times you can become friends with people who are listeners or admirers or something like that. It's not a big deal to do so. You have a lot of common interests. It makes sense. But John doesn't know how to be friends with people. He just knows how to use them.
Right. He's superior to them because he was on the Howard Stern
He already
Show.
looks down at them because they know who he is and he doesn't know who they are.
Yeah, he's famous. They aren't.
Yes. And that's the way he looks at everyone in life. So he sees Kevin Brennan. He goes, all right, he was on SNL. He's been on some stuff. He might be my equal. So Kevin Brennan, I'll give this amount of respect to. And, Shuley, he really hates Shuley because Shuley also spent a lot of time on the Howard Stern Show.
Well, Shuley wasn't on the Tonight Show.
But he wasn't on the Tonight Show. He never turned into the
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar roast either.
No, he definitely did not. So as I mentioned, Cardiff Electric was the one who somehow found the Zoom link. He's a master troll. And so he was there as Cardiff Electric. John saw him like, shit, he's here in my courtroom. And so this is not going to be good for Cardiff.
And then we'll get to the potato. This is the best. I just watched him a little bit last night because he was trying to play this video and I couldn't wait because at this point, well, not really. I want to keep the kids safe, but at this point, he has no idea what's coming down the pike. I mean, that's a felony here in the United States. Now, I know you're in Canada, but it doesn't matter.
It actually does matter quite a bit.
Is the felony endangering second graders?
That's a great question.
By recording a Zoom?
That's a great question because John is hoping that he shows these second graders from his classroom so that Cardiff will get in trouble. And then he catches himself like, I'm not hoping for that. That'd be horrible. That's what I don't want to have happen.
But isn't John showing them?
Well, John didn't know that the Zoom meeting was going to have anyone from the Dabbleverse in it, of course. But yes, he was showing them. He shouldn't have been doing that from his classroom.
Yeah, no, it's not okay to Zoom for court from a second grade class. No. I don't care if you're a sub or a regular teacher. That's not good.
Definitely not. It's definitely not a good move. And I don't know if anyone watched Cardiff's show, Potato Soup, on Thursday night. But Cardiff, what he did, which I thought was brilliant. Some people were annoyed. I knew Cardiff wasn't going to show any of the Zoom video. Is he did, familiar with like the courtroom sketch artist?
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah.
So Cardiff drew some pictures of what he saw on this Zoom call. They're a little crude. Cardiff's not the world's greatest artist. But, he showed like the little girl who came by, a little stick figure who had her word search out, was looking for cello. And he showed, the different dynamics that were happening. I think he had like 14 different pictures that he drew for us. To get a sense.
Here, you dumb fuck.
Look for the C, you see. So, unfortunately for Cardiff, bad things are going to happen.
And it's been reported, and they're not happy. I've already heard from my cop friend the judge is not happy. There's a violation against him as well.
He heard from his cop friend. The judge is not happy. There was a floating potato in traffic court. Could you imagine?
I love the way he says, it's been reported, as if he didn't report it. If anyone reported, he did.
Of course he did. He was on the phone. He said he called the police department and the courthouse both to report Cardiff. And he goes, and I gave him the name Cardiff Electric.
I mean, look at all the time, all the people whose time is being wasted. They can't possibly give a fuck, can they?
The judge is not happy.
John's earbite says, I'll be teaching you kids civics today. He knows nothing. No, if somebody does something you don't like, you report them to the FBI immediately. They'll take care of it.
I would think the judge would just be like, what?
Yeah.
Well, why would anyone do that? And
who cares?
Do I care?
Yeah, who gives a shit?
I've got a full docket.
Well, it's not. If Cardiff recorded it, we don't know if he did or not. But if he did, he hasn't posted anywhere. There's no stills of it. There's no video of it. So I can't imagine there's any type of crime he committed by showing up to a Zoom call that probably is open to the public because he got it off the internet.
Yeah.
Oh, so Cardiff did not show it at all.
No, he's not showing anything.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, and he's still in big trouble, though.
He still reported them, and it's a felony. It doesn't matter that Cardiff doesn't live in the United States.
Now, can John prove that he reported it? They recorded it? Is there some...
There's definitely not. In fact, I'm not even sure if
this
Cardiff...
judge must be so annoyed by this.
I'm not even sure if Cardiff claimed he recorded it.
And the cop.
I don't think he did. I don't think Cardiff even said he did record it.
Why does John think this?
Because Cardiff tweeted that I was in the Zoom call and I saw John in his second grade classroom. So John assumes that this is going to get out. It's going to be very embarrassing for him.
What was John in court for?
His registration, his car wasn't registered in Florida, even though he has a Florida license.
And he got a ticket?
And he got a ticket. So he got his car registered within 30 days. So all he had to do was pay a $10 court fee. But that was...
You had to go to court for that?
Yeah.
Okay.
To clear it up.
Court.
Okay. You know what I mean? If he wanted to just pay the ticket, I'm sure you don't have to go to court for that. But he wanted to...
Oh, of course, yeah. He can't afford
innocent,
that.
Right, and clear it up. But he also couldn't take the day off of work to do it for some reason. He had to do it from his classroom.
No, you would be unavailable to sub the day you have to go to court. But he just thinks, I'll just do both at once.
No, regular teachers would get a sub if they had to go to court.
Yes.
John's going, you're an idiot. I'll just do court from the classroom.
You also don't want people at school knowing that you went to court for anything, especially while you're teaching.
Right. He gave the kids all these dittos. These people made fun of me for using the word ditto. Didn't you use dittos in school when you were growing up?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah. So he gave them all these like word searches with musical instruments, and then they had to write down their favorite 3 musical instruments and write a sentence about why they liked it or something like that. He was giving examples. A banjo has 5 strings. You know, it's really...
That's just some fake assignment to kill time
busy
while
work.
He's in court.
Just busy work. And he told the kids, don't get out of your chairs. I have to take care of something. And a couple of the kids walked over to him like, Mr. Melendez, I can't find this thing. Or what do you want us to do?
The fuck out of here.
Wait.
Get the fuck out.
The school knows this. Does the school know this happened?
Okay. This is the thing.
The school is not going to like this at all.
He claims he cleared it with the principal. Well, not the principal, but the assistant principal who told the principal, so the principal knew. And actually, they're the ones that printed out the dittos for me. This is what John claims. But there's a lot of speculation. We're going to see some clips coming up here that maybe the reason why John's going to no longer be substitute teaching is not because he resigned, but because they fired him. Because he was in court during this, because it's odd that he got, and I'm still trying to wrap my head around this. John has only had this job for a few weeks. He got his first paycheck and said he put in his notice immediately because it wasn't enough money, because he's worth more money than that.
I see. So he knew how much he's being paid hourly, but he didn't know how to add up how much that would be after in a pay period.
I don't even know if he knew how much he was being paid hourly. I don't know if he assumed he was going to get paid the same as he got paid in California. But who knows if any of this is true? He could have just gotten fired already.
I'm having a real hard time believing the assistant principal who told the principal that this was okay, because they're second graders. They're small. They're unpredictable.
Right.
You don't want a teacher in court who is in charge of 30 second graders. There's no way they want that.
Of course not.
They'd say, no, don't sub that day.
Right. Of course.
Oh, yeah, combine them. Just go to court while you're teaching class. That's fine.
And obviously you didn't have a TA in there. If you did, then they could manage the class and proctor them doing their word search. So it's just John with these kids. And all right, let's get back to John, that big announcement. He's leaving the Dabbleverse. December 31st is his last show. Oh, he did say he will come back, not anytime soon, but he will come back with a political show. And he's got a great name for his new political show.
That always monetizes really well, too.
Oh, yeah, that'll be great. He's got a new name for his political show. It's going to be called Talking Politics with Stuttering John.
How did you come up with
that? Good stuff, John. And this is the guy who's writing his one-man show, and he claims that he's able to craft jokes so easily. Can you come with a good title?
Are we going to learn more about the one-man show?
Not in this segment.
Not today, okay.
No, but we can speculate if you want. I'm excited about
this
it.
This is going to be like, he thinks this is like a Mike Tyson's thing. Because Mike Tyson did the one-man show. Yeah. Except Mike Tyson was the heavyweight champion of the world who made, $1 billion and lost $1 billion and got rich again. And, I mean, that's a compelling story.
Has led an amazingly interesting life. Yes, right.
John thinks he's going to do a one-man show and it's going to be on Broadway or somewhere. I mean, he thinks this is a big deal.
There's a Tonight Show. I'm not even sure. It's at Universal Orlando or Disney World or something. But there's a Tonight Show. He calls it a museum. It can't be a museum. But there's a ride or some type of exhibit. It's about the Tonight Show. And he's not mentioned anywhere. His name doesn't exist there.
Why would it be?
Exactly. He didn't matter on that show.
No.
And John's whole thing is like, I had the most interesting life ever. I was an intern / call screener on the Howard Stern show that would get ragged on when I came to the studio. And then I went on to be the announcer for a little while until they realized I sucked. And then they just put me in the back room with the writers to entertain them. And sometimes they'd bring me out and humiliate me.
But what about the U.S. Arm Wrestling Championship? Would that make the one-man show?
Hold on. That was the Pro Football Arm Wrestling Championship, which I believe the people involved in it got in a lot of trouble with the NFL for even being a part of it. Because they're just like, you can't do shit like this. It's in your contract. You can't be representing pro football and something like this.
I think that's one-man show worthy.
I don't think so.
I'm not sure the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar roast is one-man show worthy either.
No, I don't think so. All right, so this is him talking about not coming back.
I'm going to be gone. And you're not gonna have the Duke to kick around anymore. Yeah, you're gonna be left with, and and I know what you're all saying. Oh, he's coming back. This is bullshit. No, it ain't. This is not bullshit. Last time I left for 8 months.
That's not true.
It only came
Last
back.
time he left for a week, and it was because his channel got suspended.
Didn't he leave once for a couple days?
Yeah, he's left for a couple days before. He acts like that one time he left for his full-time substitute teaching job is an example of how he'll just leave everything behind. There's been so many times since then that he said he's going to leave, and he leaves for a short time, or he doesn't leave at all. He's just right back there.
It only came back. And who's to say one day, 2 or 3 months down the line, I won't put out there, give me 2 G's and I'll come and do your show. Give me 3 G's. I think that was the going rate. Who's to say I won't do that?
So
maybe I will.
So John's already thought up this grand scheme. He's like, look at it. I have people coming over my house to harass me about my cats. People are showing up in my Zoom court meetings. I'm trying to teach a classroom and keep that I'm a substitute teacher under wraps. This is getting annoying. So I got an idea. What if I go back to just going on Kevin Brennan's show for $3,000 at a time? Because then I don't have to read $2 super chats insulting me and my family. And I can just make a whole big sum of money just for a short amount of time.
By leaving the Dabbleverse, I will up my value.
That's what he thinks. Was that producer Chris?
He said that was the going rate.
Oh, yeah, the going rate. Let's remember what happened to John the week he returned to the Dabbleverse. He went on Kevin Brennan's show for $3,000. Then he went on Chad Zumach's show twice, I think about $600 a piece for those appearances. That was $1,200. Then he tried to go on Opie's show. Opie offered him a 6-pack. John asked for a case, and Opie declined.
Yeah, the going rate goes down really fast.
That's a down going rate. So,
By the way,
I don't think it's worth $3,000 anymore.
His brags have really gone down. It used to be, it's on the Howard Stern show, on the Tonight Show, the Cream Abdul-Jabbar roast, and then it's the U.S. wrestling thing, and then it gets to like, I made $400 today, to I have electricity. We're giving away keychains at the Tonight. I mean, it's like the brags are so lame now.
But he thinks normal day-to-day things that you and I do and don't think twice about are impressive when he does them.
I aced the teacher certificate thing. Remember that? Did he say aced it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He aced it. The C-Best, which is just a pass or fail test. They don't come back and be like, this was a really good score on this C-Best, John. Wow. Very impressive.
And it's pass-fail, isn't it?
It's pass-fail. Yeah.
This one-man show sounds... I would love to see this one-man show.
He said that he's already cranking on it, and that the reason why he's leaving teaching is to focus on writing this one-man show.
Who the hell would show up for that? Oh, no, I would too.
I'm pretty sure we could pack a theater.
The Dabble? Yeah, the Dabble.
I'm pretty sure we could. Now, this could actually...
Maybe it's not such a bad idea.
This could actually turn into, and I don't want to get ahead of myself, but Tommy Wiseau still tours around the country with showing the room and doing Q&A afterwards, because he finally leaned into the fact that he sucks and it sucked. And if John realizes that he puts together a one-man show and everyone just goes there to ridicule him, I'm thinking Broadway, I don't know. There could be no limit to this.
But a one-man show, I mean, it's got to have a run of like 6 weeks or...
It'll start to pick up some momentum, I think.
I don't think so.
It's a one-man, one-night-only show.
Yeah, one-man, one-off.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, you could be right about that. But
I guess you could charge a lot if he had, a 500-seater and he charged $100. He could make some money fast.
Or, we had some pretty good luck streaming DabbleCon too. If he wants to do this I know we've had problems before, but if he wants to do this show at Comedy at the Carlson, I could get Vinnie Paulino to set up some cameras. We get a stream going. I mean, he'd international viewers on that. People would be watching from Australia. The list goes on. All right, so this is John complaining to Clay Dabbler. He comes on the show because Cardiff goes, John, the reason why we're exposing you is because you had a lie. You lied that you're in an ad agency. You lied that you're in the Amazon warehouse. And so he wanted to expose him to show that he's substitute teaching again. Like, why wouldn't John? We said this on the last show. If John just came out and said, guys, I'm substitute teaching again, we'd be like, okay, because he's done it before. We wouldn't be like, what? Wow, it's great. Like, okay, whatever. But he had a lie about it.
He's running Super Bowl ads too.
He was writing a Super Bowl ad for Pepsi.
I made $400 today
at the ad agency. Yeah, he's constantly lying.
They paid him daily.
So Cardiff goes, well, that's why I did this, to show that John's lying all the time. So then John goes, well, you know who's really lying? And he's talking to Clay Dabbler here.
Cardiff, his rationale is because I lie all the time. Clay, I mean, here's a guy who lies about his identity every single day he gets on his show, but yet I'm a liar?
Now, he's talking to the wrong audience about this. Clay Dabbler's name is not actually Clay Dabbler in real life, and he's wearing a mask. And he's like, can you believe this asshole doesn't even tell everyone his real identity and show his face? And Clay's like, yeah. Do I not picking up on what's going on right now?
That's a different kind of lie.
It's not a lie. It's not a lie. Yeah, it's just maintaining your
anonymity.
Yeah. Thank you for finishing that for me.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. All right, so this is John talking about... Now, he told us before that he had already resigned, and his last day was Wednesday the 18th. And now all of a sudden, he's writing his resignation letter?
I mean, I'm sorry. I told the school that I was done after this Wednesday. Right?
Notice the stuttering and stammering. John doesn't do this when he's not lying. This is all a lie.
I mean, I'm sorry. I told the school that I was done after this Wednesday, right? Yeah. But I hadn't formally I resigned until I talked to them when that fucking fat fuck dog cat guy was here.
What?
I'm confused.
I am too. None of this is adding up. The timeline doesn't make any sense. So now he's writing a formal resignation letter as a substitute teacher. A substitute teacher can say no at any time. They call you up and they go, hey, can you teach today? No.
Yeah, you don't retire from substitute teaching.
You don't resign. You don't retire. None of it makes sense. And I was, for some dumb reason, believing him that he saw his paycheck and went, fuck this, and told the school he wasn't going to teach anymore. But now, the more he talks about it, I'm thinking they were like, you got to go. Because now he's pretending he's writing a resignation letter. And
would the school know that he was in court in the classroom from Cardiff? Oh, because he tweeted it?
He told the school that Cardiff was there, but they must have figured it out before that. I don't know. The kids told him or what was going on, because he was in that courtroom for a long time. The period ended, and then he was in his time between periods, and he was still in that court, Zoom court. I think he got in trouble with the school.
Yeah, that you can't do that.
That would be my guess on it. But
it's funny that he acts as if the school would be so angry that Cardiff recorded him being in court as opposed to him being in court.
Listen, the federal government's going to come down on you. The principal, the assistant principal. You're in a lot of trouble, Potato.
Do we know why the cat people, whatever, the cat police came to his house? Do we have any idea?
Someone called it in. I don't know who.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kind of a dick move.
Do we know what they said?
It's a giant dick move. Well, they must have explained to him, I see this guy and the state of his living conditions, and I know he owns two cats. In filth. They're living in filth. I'm worried about them. And, it's swatting. You see it happen to a lot of these streamers and stuff, and it's nonsense. No one should do that. And I would also be annoyed if people were coming to my house to check on my wife who's in the cage in the basement this weekend. Don't want her getting out anywhere.
No, that sucks. The obvious move is to do a one-man show.
Yes,
After
that is the obvious move. All right, so John has a new rule on his show about super chats. You saw it scrolling on there earlier. He won't read any super chats under $4.99. You have to give him $5 in order to get your super chat read. Clay has a problem with this.
Don't snub the $2 chats, Johnny boy. I told you this. I mean, your show. All right.
Don't tell me how to run my show.
Have a little respect.
Don't tell me ever how to run my show.
You want? Well, I'm giving you advice, John.
I don't care. Don't tell me how to do it. I don't agree with it. I'm not going to sit here and read $1.99 super chats that are going to take shots at me. Not happening.
You've been doing it for years. And all of a sudden, it's just like, oh, you think I'm going to read insults at $1.99 at a time?
Yeah. I'll read $5 ones.
But you're going to sell my family for $4.99.
He has to save up for the period while he's writing his one-man show and upping his value when he comes back for $3,000.
I tell you, from my observation, it looks like he was getting way fewer super chats by not reading the $2 super chats.
Yeah, you'd think.
Usually you see a lot of those $2 super chats coming in. I saw a lot of people just coming in like, fuck it, it's not worth it. I'm not going to kick up the other $3 for it.
So how long till he admits Clay Dabbler was right?
Oh, he'll never admit Clay Dabbler was right.
He'll just start reading.
In fact, if he starts reading it and Clay says, oh, I'm glad you're doing that, he'll come up with a reason why he thought of it. And, Clay had nothing to do with it. That's John's personality. Just a few more clips on here. John gets beer delivered to his house, and it's already paid for. And John loves free beer. But there's a problem with this one, unfortunately.
Oh, Vince is angry. He's doing passive-aggressive shit now. You seem to...
Say it costs the normal. Fuck you. I didn't tell you to do it. I didn't tell you to order it. Don't fucking blame me. I'm doing a show. You're trying to disrupt my show. So fuck you. I don't have my driver's license. So there's nothing I can do about it.
Okay, so what just happened, and I just paused it, we'll get back to the rest of this, is the beer shows up, it's paid for, and John can't find his driver's license. So now he's mad for the beer being sent there that he couldn't collect without the driver's license. I wish I could have recorded him talking to the delivery person, but Clay was rambling on. Clay, shut up when John's at the door. I want to crank up the audio and play that. And so John couldn't find his license, so they has to go back to the store. So there's an extra fee given to Vince, the lawyer, who ordered it for him. So now Vince is complaining to John, hey, asshole, I got to pay extra money now that you sent it back. And so Clay, like a man does, explains, here's a solution to that problem so it doesn't happen again. John doesn't want to hear it.
You're turning down free beer.
I don't have my driver's license. I don't know where I put it. I'm not going to fucking be looking around for it for the next half hour.
Didn't you get one of those things where you whistle and it tells you where your wallet is?
John's just exhausted, like, oh, okay, so you think there's a solution to this problem? Is that what you're telling me? Because I don't give a fuck about solutions.
There's no solution unless I think of it.
Right, yes. It's like a woman. It's like, I wasn't looking for you to tell me how to fix it. I just wanted a sympathetic ear.
Yeah.
I just wanted you to feel bad. And John's doesn't live in a big house. How does he lose his driver's license? It's not in the 2 guest rooms.
It's in your wallet.
It's either in the kitchen, the main room, or your bedroom, or the bathroom,
or where he left it cutting up lines.
It'll take me a half hour.
Back in the toilet is probably where it is. Good point. Didn't think of that.
Is it possible that he lost his license for some reason?
Oh,
legally lost it.
That's interesting.
So he's saying he can't find it.
Do they really have to ID? And this is Florida. They really have to ID a 60-year-old guy to give him beer? That's silly.
No, it's stupid.
It's stupid. It doesn't make any sense. All right, Drew, I think you're going to like this. This is a visual, but someone put together this new AI software, and John doesn't get it at first. But this is wild.
Silent Mike, who did you say was gay?
So there's Shuli and High Pitch.
That High Pitch,
and now they're kissing.
That's AI.
John and Gina Levy are kissing.
You're kissing someone. Yeah, it's not
Shuli
real.
and Bob Levy. And there's me and John.
Oh, you're gonna kiss home?
No.
I love John's response to me kissing him. He goes, "Oh no!" As if it's actually happening. Just do it.
Oh my God, that's great.
Isn't that funny? Like, I turned all the way around. You see the back of my head. And I caressed John by his face and really give it to him.
It's really technology, hey? Oh, you're going to kiss Cole?
Oh, no!
Who's that?
Look at how much tinier he is than Bob Levy's wife. He's such a little dwarf.
Oh, it's great.
You know, leave me. Oh, no. You look so much together.
I don't know.
I didn't know I wore a watch.
John's takeaway. I didn't know I was wearing a watch that day.
I could sell that.
Good stuff. Although, you know what I noticed? The photo of me is just from like the breastplate up. And then I had a watch on, so I guess maybe this AI adds a watch on people's arms if it's cut off. Because John's just like, I own a watch. That's awesome. That's his takeaway.
Of course, he's fascinated by all things John. He's looking at himself.
Yes. Yeah, like the funniest video. I loved your reaction to it just now. And John's just like, oh, I knew he was gay. Oh, wait. Oh, this isn't real? And then, oh, that's a nice watch I'm wearing. Just missing the point all the time. At the end of this episode from yesterday, Grifting John comes out. The Beggy Monster comes out.
That's such a great
now, let
name.
me thank you, generous super chats. I'm at 47. Come on, guys. 3 more and I'm at 50. I like even numbers. I like odd, too. But 47, I don't know, it's 11. Let's see.
Thank you to my brother Grant for watching this whole episode today and finding some of these clips all the way to the end there, where John's going, guys, you got to give me 3 more super chats. I want to get to 50. He's like, 51's also good too. So I guess odd numbers can be all right. In fact, come to think of it, 67's even better. So there's a lot of odd numbers that are better than 50. Now I think about it.
Yeah, what a ridiculous thing to say.
I got 47, not a dollar amount, just a number of super chats, 47.
That's my OCD.
Right. He's going to pretend it's his OCD. I saved one clip here at the end for you, Drew, because Clay Dabbler is actually very talented. He does some really good work. He makes these clay figures. That's how we first knew about Clay Dabbler. He was making all these clay figures of people who are in the Dabbleverse. And he's working on a new one that I think is going to be a hit.
John, are you friends with Corey Feldman?
Yeah.
You know him, right? Do you know how amazing that would be if you got him on the show? You should really reach out to him. Because, you know, Corey Feldman has his own Dabbleverse. But it's the Corey Feldman verse. Yeah. But he's much more of a lolcow than I would say you are. He's delusional.
Ever.
I'm not. I said than you. I'm saying you're not a lolcow.
That's such an idiot.
Well done. I'm making Corey Feldman now. I don't know how well you see it.
That's awesome.
That's just a stand.
Good.
It's wow.
You can't see much, but
yeah, but you should show it to him. I can.
I'm gonna.
If you send me a picture, I'll fucking send it to him.
Well, I'll finish it this weekend, and then I'll probably tag him.
That was my favorite part. John goes, I know Corey Feldman. I'll email him the photo. And Clay Dever goes, I'll just tag him in a tweet. That's fine. More likely he'll see that.
He even got the hair tendrils.
Yeah.
The perfect tendrils.
Isn't that great? It's good work.
Yeah, that's good.
I like that he goes, he's even more of a lolcow than you are. And John's like, I'm not a lolcow. Yes, you are. Even your friend Clay knows that.
Why wouldn't he have Corey Feldman on if he knows Corey Feldman?
You heard him say he's reached out to Corey Feldman. Now, whether or not that's true, I have a feeling that Corey's just like, pass. Although those two, that would be an interesting dynamic.
That would be weird.
You know what else there are a lot of on YouTube is losers. David Collins, we've talked about Stuttering John before.
Very accomplished actor and comedian.
That's correct. He's got all the credits in the world.
And writer.
Most successful guy to come out of the Howard Stern show, aside from all the other guys who are way more successful than him, but never mind that. John recently was, again, a substitute school teacher. And he claimed, because he was in traffic court on Zoom in the classroom.
As one does.
And Cardiff discovered this and outed him for this. And he claims that he resigned before this even happened. He'd already put in his notice because they weren't paying him enough money. And then we played a clip where it sounded like maybe he was forced to resign. And I started getting confused because I thought, well, no, you already resigned because you weren't making enough money, and so you didn't care. You told everyone you didn't care if they called the school because you already quit. But then he's on with Pat Dixon, and it sounds to me like things went down a little differently.
Part of this, this part of your life and stuff, and I mentioned how much you love doing it.
Well, I did, but I had to resign. Well, I didn't have to resign. I did resign because I just had enough after.
Whoops.
Whoa. The truth wants to come out sometimes. Seems like you loved teaching those kids. I did, but then I had to resign.
Part of this, this part of your life and stuff, and I mentioned how much you love doing it.
Well, I did, but I had to resign. Well, I didn't have to resign. I did resign because I just had enough after what that potato did, trying to get me fired, and then Brennan and everyone telling to call the school. The school don't need this shit. So so when they called me while the cop was over, the fat fuck, to go and check on my cats because they got a fucking animal domestic services on me.
Yeah.
And at the same, and I just said to the woman, she's a sweetheart. I said, Joyce, you know what? I resign. Okay, I don't need this. I resign. You guys don't pay enough anyway. I'm done. Goodbye.
That story changed a lot, didn't it?
Yeah.
I don't need this. I resign. You don't pay enough anyway. I thought it was the pay was the first thing and why you resigned.
Yeah, he had given his notice.
Yeah.
Wednesday was going to be his last day.
Now he just got caught lying twice.
Yep.
He can't help himself. It's hard to keep lies going, especially how many he has.
I'm starting to think this guy's on track to have sex with his mother.
How do you mean?
He's being harassed online to a deranged point. He's the next Christian Chandler.
Oh, is how I see. Yes, Christian. And it's very possible because he mistakes his wife and his mom all the time. He calls his mom his wife a lot back when he's back home in New York. It'll happen again over the holidays, I'm sure. So he just let this slip that he was forced to resign. And people are wondering, like, why would you be forced to resign as a substitute teacher? But then someone on Point Devil Point this week, one of the chatters brought up something that makes a lot of sense. He could have done this through a temp agency. And so the temp agency are the people who represent John. And so John didn't want to get fired because then he can't get placed anymore with the temp agency. So if he resigns, then the temp agency could find other gigs for him. Something like that must have gone down. It doesn't make any sense otherwise. It'd just be like, you were doing a Zoom call for court during the classroom? What do you think? You can't do that. That's why we have substitutes. People can actually pay attention to the class. while they're there. So then the next day he comes on his show and he starts doing damage control on this.
Now, I resigned from Lee County. That's a fact, Jack. I resigned because the pay is shit. But it doesn't mean that if I wanted to go back, I could. But the point is, I don't.
So he resigned, but he could go back if he wants to, which tells me he can't. Also, I'm starting to think that when he says that's a fact, Jack, it's actually not a fact.
Yeah.
It's actually a lie that he's making up.
And he misspoke anyways because he said it doesn't mean that I could.
I know. The truth is always coming out. It wants to. It's trying to all the time. Okay, so this is another thing that he admits while talking to Pat Dixon. Because John is leaving the Dabbleverse. The 31st is his last day. He keeps talking about it. We're 2 weeks out. And he lets this slip.
Yeah, that's another thing that's going to be fun, like not having to worry about, not having to rely on Super Chats to pay your mortgage.
What?
Not having to rely on Super Chats to pay your mortgage. Now, Pat picks up on this right here. And now Johnny starts backtracking.
What are you going to do?
Well, I don't have to. My WGA pension handles that.
This is what happens when he has a live guest. He's not just talking to the camera.
Yes. A lot of lies come out when he's talking. Especially a guy like Pat Dixon, who I think he admires. Mm-hmm. And so he's trying his best. And he can't just bully him like he does Clay and Rob Saul. But John's tells when he's lying have gotten so pronounced and obvious lately. And here's a perfect example of that. The stuttering and stammering.
Mortgage.
What are you going to do?
Well, I don't have to. My WGA pension handles that.
Oh, okay, good.
But, I'm just talking about all these other people who rely on these Super Chats, not me.
Fucking losers, other people, not you.
Not me, of course.
Nice.
Well played, Pat.
I appreciate it. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, it'll be a nice, to not have to read Super Chats that fucking are calling me telling me what a loser I am.
It's a tough job.
It is a tough job, right? $2 at a time being called an idiot is like, I don't know if it's really worth $2 to keep reading all this stuff.
Not everybody can be Ray DeVito.
Right. Pat comes on here and Pat makes a joke about whether John is a boob or brilliant. Because it's oftentimes discussed, especially when you're new to the Dabbleverse and you watch this character that is Stuttering John, you go, oh, he's doing this. He's doing this on purpose. And so John pretends that that's what's going on here.
Most people try to put you into one category or the other. Is he like some kind of boob or is he a genius? And I'm going, yeah.
So Pat's assessment is yes, he's a boob and genius. And so John now has to respond to that.
The answer is yes, right?
To the latter, yeah. I do things intentionally to make me look like an idiot, but I'm doing it because it's funny.
All right, so he's now going to list examples of things that he does to make himself look like an idiot. And it's very telling because it's all the things that we don't pay attention to because we know he's doing them on purpose. So he's not fooling anyone.
You've truly sold your soul for comedy, and a lot of people don't do that.
Well, from drooling to taking my pills on the air, to eating on the air, to pretending I'm sleeping on the air. Mm-hmm. It's all fucking a show. Isn't this supposed to be entertainment?
No, John, we make fun of you for not being able to tune your guitar or play it or hitting the world's worst guitar chord ever played. Not because you're pretending to sleep on the air. We all knew you were pretending to sleep on the air.
Yeah, that was the only thing out of that list that he was doing on purpose.
Yeah, so he's trying to pretend this is what John does. Like, no, I know I'm an idiot and I'm leaning into it. No, we know you're an idiot and you want to get away from that stigma so badly.
So bad.
You want to prove to the world that you're funny to the point where you'll read jokes that are texted to you from Dirty Deeds. And then if it doesn't go well, you throw them right under the bus. He's talking about Adam Bush right here.
So Adam Bush, I guess he was on Buffy the Vampire Slayer. You know, I mean, but he hasn't done anything in 5 years. I mean, fucking his resume is thinner than his hairline. But the point is that he that was written for me. Somebody just texted me that. Anyway, but I'm too honest, Pat. But if it got a laugh, I might not have said that.
That's the truth. That's the truth right there. If Pat had been like, oh, come on, his hairline, John would not have said that he got a text from someone telling him to say that. It wasn't until it bombed that he goes, by the way, I didn't write that shit.
He's like a Seinfeld character, the way he laughs at himself.
Yes, it's not real, but it is real. He can't stop it. He can't turn it off. So now he's threatening Adam Bush. This is wild. This week has been going off on Adam Bush. We talked about a Point Devil Point where he's trying to expose, he's showing the original messages he got from Adam on Facebook, asking him to come on the show. This is all stuff that Adam admitted to immediately. First time he was on John's show, the only time he's been on John's show. He goes, yeah, I've reached out to you multiple times. I love the Dabbleverse. I'm into all this sort of thing. All of the stuff that John's pretending to uncover, Adam came right out and explained to him on his show, but John's forgotten about that. So now he's threatening Adam.
I pity the fool that's known as Adam Bush. That guy has no idea what's going to happen. Zero. You know, that's what happened. Don't cross the Duke, Adam. You didn't want to listen. You didn't want to listen. You crossed the Duke. Well, it's coming. It's coming.
I think I know what's going to happen. Nothing.
Yeah.
That's my guess. What an asshole. He's constantly threatening people. And he's really changed his tune because Adam went on his show and then Adam came on WATP. And this was John's original reaction.
My man, thoughts on Adam Bush being on a WATP? What do I give a shit? I mean, I don't care. I don't own the guy. Let him do whatever he wants. He's a big Dabbleverse fan, so let him enjoy it. You know, have his fucking 15 fucking minutes, as Andy Warhol would say. I don't give a shit. You know, I was thinking about the top 10 bands.
John, what happened? How come all of a sudden now he's mad at Adam Bush? And before he's just like, he said he's a fan of the Dabbleverse. Of course he's going on other people's shows. I don't care, whatever. And
Isn't John the Dabbleverse?
Well, this is what's bizarre about John, is he never, ever learns his lesson. Adam Bush is beloved by everyone. Yeah. Everyone, when Adam Bush does a show, I see all the notes that come in. He's going to be on WATP before Christmas. I'm excited about that. I see all the notes that come in. Everyone's just like, we love Adam. Everyone loves Dr. Steve. Universally adored.
Absolutely.
And those are the people that John decides to go after. I'm going to ruin their life. Like, well, I wouldn't do that if I were you, John. It's not a smart move. It's why you're the villain. And John's always going like, people make me out like the bad guy. Because you do shit like this. Because you are the bad guy. He's also a clown. Because I'm so happy to say he's working on his one-man show. I think he's getting some confidence now that he can write jokes again and come up with stuff. So he's got a new parody song that he's workshopping. Did you see any of this yet?
No.
Okay. This is exciting. This is him working out a brand new parody song, and he's singing along to a karaoke track. The problem with that is that a lot of times karaoke tracks have the backing vocals on them, especially on a chorus, so that, you know, the harmonies are there and you can sing along with that. When you're doing a parody, that doesn't work, especially when you have the mix all off.
Day after day, I'm so amazed. Just how dumb the Dabbleverse is. They lie and grit to get losers to pay. But all they do is lie. Makes you laugh and sigh. Give me the B-boy and free my soul. Wanna get involved in your rock and roll and drift away.
Sorry, Joey.
Give me the B-boy and free my side. Wanna get involved in your rock and roll and drift away.
I'm sure it's hilarious. We can't tell what you're singing there, Johnny boy. Yeah, Doom, I can't wait for his one-man show. I think that this is what he's working on right now. That's why he's all of a sudden creating again.
Oh, I fucking hope so.
Writing songs. This is amazing. Who told him he can sing? That's a great question, Da Vinci.
I thought he harmonized well.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. If you could make out every fifth word or so, sounded like he was killing it. So then he lowers the volume, and now we get to hear what the chorus is. Thank God.
Before I'm gone, look at the creep boys, Pinky and Lady K. Shit where you got more bills and dues to pay as they grip away. Look at the pussy boys make up lies just so they can feed their fat wives and grip away.
A lot of syllables.
A lot of syllables. A little shoehorn. He's a little off on the rhythm. And what happens is there's a breakdown later in the song. And John is going to fuck this up so badly, but pretend that it's because of the backing track that's fucking him up, as if we have no idea how bad he is.
Look at these pussy boys make up lies. They can be their wives and grip away. You gotta get one without that freaking chorus. I don't want the chorus in there.
Yeah, you started in the wrong spot, is what happened right there. Then he's just like, oh, it's this chorus that's fucking me up. What's going on? No, I saw what happened. You're bad at this. Wouldn't you record a parody song and then play it or something rather than try to sing it live?
You know, next week for Drive Time David Collins, I've been preparing on the piano the accompaniment, and I'll be practicing the duet this weekend. We're going to be doing a live performance because I think people appreciate the live music more. Now, when we do a song parody on David Collins' 30-minute hour show, it's always pre-recorded, and that's fair when it comes to a parody song, but people do love a live performance, and you can find that next week, Drive Time David Collins, 7:30 a.m. Eastern on the Blind Mike Project.
I'm glad you brought that up. I wanted to promote that for you because not only do you have your own YouTube channel people should definitely check out, and we did talk about that. That is at David Collins Show on YouTube. But you're also on the Blind Mike Project YouTube channel Wednesday morning, 7:30 a.m.
Right, every week, including Christmas and New Year's Day. And Christmas, we're going to be doing a live song performance, which we're all really looking forward to.
Who isn't looking forward to that? I'm going to get up early for it. I'm excited about that. Okay, so now because the backing track was fucking up, he's like, I'll just do this a cappella. And I'll figure this out. And what's great here is we don't get to see this very often. We get to see him actually workshop something in real time. We get to watch the process. This is John writing a song parody.
But all the time they just grip, yeah. But it won't be long before I'm gone. Look at the creep boys, Pinky and Lady K. Shit where you got more bills to pay as they grift away. All right, shit where is got.
Yeah, it was a little off. Too many syllables there. Let's see.
Big bills to pay.
Uh-huh. Hilarious.
Bills to pay. Okay, that's better.
You know, John, sometimes parody songs have jokes in them. John's just like calling people pussy boys and Lady K and shitware. And he's like, yeah, we've heard all of that material. What else you got?
Yeah, that's been done.
Look at the creep boys, Pinky. Look at the creep boys, Pinky. Don't even need an end there.
No, you don't.
Look at the creep boys, Pinky. Look at the creep boys, Pinky. Look at the creep boys.
Should I just do a podcast where you watch me pull clips? Where I'm just watching the show, I'm like, oh, that's kind of interesting. What if I grabbed a Rick and Morty thing to put on the end of this?
He's flexing to us.
Oh, you think that's what's going on?
Yeah, he really thinks that he's showing us the process. This is what a writer does.
Because I was excited about this. This is my favorite segment of John's show I've played in a long time. Watching him try to, seeing what he thinks is a creative at work.
Frankly, this makes me very uncomfortable how relatable this is. I would never do this in front of a camera.
Right, yes, right. Embarrassing.
Look at the creep boys, like Lady K. Take out Pinky there.
Yep. Okay.
Look at the creep boys, look at the creep boys, like Lady K. Shitway's got big bills to pay. They grift away. As they grift away, look at these pussy boys make up lies just so they could feed their fat wives and grift away. And when double verse, and when double, okay, no. And when I'm double verse free, I can't wait for them to lose me. They can't grift off me when I'm not here to use me. There, we take that out. To use me. Yeah.
It's incredible.
This is fascinating.
Yeah, it's a child writing a parody song because it doesn't fit, but it's also just not funny or interesting in any single way. Does he think he's getting laughs from this?
No, but he's impressed with himself.
He is. So I have one more clip of him working this out.
Look at these pussy boys make up lies just so they can feed their big fat wives and grift away. Now, I'm not really saying that they have fat wives, of course. It just goes with the comedy of the whole routine.
Come on.
That's pretty good.
Come on, own it. You're calling our wives fat. He's like, by the way, not all their wives are fat. Just want to point that out. Oh, okay. Fuck. So that was John writing his new parody song. I can't wait for the one-man show. He's got to incorporate music into it. Someone was pointing out, he's almost like a modern Joe Piscopo. Where Joe Piscopo was so enthralled with himself, he couldn't help but like overperform. And he's singing and he's dancing and he's doing impressions. He's telling jokes. Like, it's kind of John. Joe Piscopo has a little bit more talent. A little bit more.
John's an old-fashioned performer.
He is.
Is he also the same YouTuber that did the 13-octave voice 10, 15 years ago?
I don't think he is, no. I'm pretty sure he did not. He's not that good of a singer. Now, one more thing I want to play from John's show, because Chad's Patreon was taken down, and Chad claims that John's the one who struck his Patreon, and John says there's no way.
When Baby Fatso was grifting you saying I struck his Patreon, now let me tell you, folks, I have never been on Baby Fatso's Patreon, ever. You could look at my computer history. Never have I been on there.
We can?
Yeah, I'd
John,
love to.
Please show us your browser history. You just said we can. You have to share your browser history with us. Give me your login. I'll log into your Chrome and look at it, because he just said we can. If it's going to prove that he's innocent, I don't know what he has to hide. What an idiot. He's such a child. You could even ask my mom or look at my history. I can't do either of those things. I don't talk to your mom. I don't have access to your computer. And this is proof. I've been saying this for a few weeks now. Everything John does, if you go, oh, he's 6 still. He's 6 years old. You go, okay, now it makes sense. Otherwise, it seems crazy. Here is a perfect example. John is a 6-year-old child still.
I swear on my life, I did not, no fingers crossed, I did not strike him.
He swears on his life, and he just showed his hands. His fingers were not crossed.
Was he the wife in the Truman Show?
What the fuck does he think that proves right there? I got a Bible right here. Hold on, let me go get my Bible. I'll prove to you I'm not lying. Never ceases to amaze me. Hope you guys enjoy John being a child.
Yeah. I don't
like
say
a good
much.
song parody.
It's good stuff.
I was going to say, I don't say much, but I was speechless after that.
I know. I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, I might just let this play. There's not much we can add to it. It's so embarrassing for him.
I want to be singing that on the way home, but I'll be thinking, what were the words before Lady K? I can't remember.
Yeah. Look at the dues payer who has bills to pay. And there's a guy who's gay that I say, just do it.
Hey.
He's like, oh, hold on, let me rewrite that part. I don't want to call him gay. Well, there's a guy who's making a ton of money on the internet, and he is ready to give up on it. Big news in the Dabbleverse. Breaking news in the Dabbleverse. December 19th. That was
2 days
Thursday night. John flies back to New York City, and he's going to spend the holidays with his mom and his family. But first, he's going to go out with some friends. He hangs out with his brother-in-law, who lives in Manhattan. And then from there, he goes out to a restaurant and meets up with a friend. And that friend is someone we all know. And the story was broke on the 20th, Friday, at 4:13 p.m. when TM Zumak posted this on Twitter. John and Kate Meany went out to dinner and a strip club last night after she taped all of his phone calls and clowned him. And there's the photo of them at the restaurant, both giving peace signs to the camera. It looks like Kate's holding up the phone.
It's also
a selfie.
Looks like she is drunk out of her mind, high out of her mind.
What? That's not the Kate I know. And also, John responded to this with, the Duke spent the night at a lady's apartment. The Duke had a fun night. Now, if I'm going to translate that, John is saying, I fucked Kate Meany. How else would you translate that, right? It seems to me like John, who uses the third person, the Duke, is claiming, because he posted this on this photo, that he fucked Kate Meany. Now, we're going to find out if any of that's true. We're going to dig into this because John went on a show after this was divulged and talked to Clay Dabler about it and explained what was going on. Seems like you guys are following this.
Oh, yes.
This news story, this breaking news story.
It's hard to turn away.
It is very difficult to turn away. But where I want to start is this was all broke on MLC, Mizuko's company, with Kevin Brennan. And I was doing This Little Piggy at the time. So we found out about it while I was doing This Little Piggy. So I missed this, but Kevin Brennan decided to call Greg Fitzsimmons. Now, why would he call Fitzdog, you ask? I'll tell you why. Greg Fitzsimmons happens to be the godfather of Kate Meany because he was very close with Kate Meany's father, Kevin Meany. And when we were doing DabbleCon 2 and Shuli was promoting the tapes and Shuli's going, we got the phone calls between Kate and John. We're going to play him at DabbleCon 2. Greg reached out to Shuli and said, don't do that. You know, this is Kate. She's my goddaughter.
That's not right.
I want to protect her and all this kind of stuff. And Shuli went, well, she's an adult, and she sent me this shit to play, and she's told me to play it, and I've made sure she's okay with it. She definitely is, so we did it. So that's the connection. So Kevin Brennan has Greg's phone number and decides to call Greg, and this is the message.
After she taped his call.
I can't answer your call. I just can't. At the tone, please
Is that Greg Fitzsimmons?
When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
You know your goddaughter is fucking Stuttering John?
Oh, shit!
You know she's back doing coke? Does her mom know this? She's back doing coke. We have a private detective following her. She's back doing coke with Stuttering John, and she spent the night with Stuttering John. You were all worried about her? Now where are you, you fucking nothing? And Buschetti thinks you're a fucking piece of shit.
Thank you, So Thorough Joe Burrow, for pulling that clip for us. But this is crazy. I don't have to remind you guys what went down with Kate and John. The FBI was involved. The mom, the grandmother. He was going to sue. He called Kate every horrible thing you can call someone, a prostitute, a drug addict, a coke whore. Posted all of this stuff for everyone to see. I mean, he literally has said he reported Kate 3 different times to the FBI and wanted to sue her and her mother for taping these phone conversations. Now they're friends again?
Yeah, I know.
And they're going out together? I believe this is the first time they've ever actually seen each other together.
Yeah.
Because she was supposed to go to the nephew's wedding with John. Then everything blew up.
She backed out of that.
Yeah, so that didn't end up happening.
Kate Meany's like, oh, it turns out there's a hole in the bottom of this barrel that I can sink even further down past this.
Yeah, so what is Kate up to? Because
occupied.
I said when we were doing This Little Piggy and I found out this news, my first instinct was, we're going to hear every conversation that happened that night on the Uncle Rico show in a month. So my first thought was Kate Meany is just like, he's going to fall for this again. Let's go. Why not? But what do you guys think?
I don't think so. I think it's all drug related.
Okay.
I think he lured her in some way, shape, or form.
Yep.
I think that the two of them went out and had a fun, stupid night that probably involved lots and lots of dumb things.
Okay. John doesn't have money.
Yeah,
And he doesn't
I'm
have
aware of
drug
that.
connections. Kate, I don't know if she has money, but she definitely has drug connections and knows younger people. Like, why would she need John in order to have a coke-fueled fun evening?
Question.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't he mention her name on his show?
Okay.
That's a great question.
I have the clips.
Okay.
We're going to get into that because he's trying to be coy and cute.
Mm-hmm.
So, listen, giant W. Chad Zumock gets a W for breaking this news story. Stuttering John gets a W for going out with Kate Meany, who he's been lusting after for all this time.
Oh, he's king of the world now.
King of the world. I'm giving him full due. Let me go full screen right here so I can make sure everyone knows. I am giving John props right now. Chad Zumock has a W. John has a W. Kevin Brennan has a W for that phone call to Greg Fitzsimmons. I'm giving wins across the board right now for everything that's happening.
So who gets the L? Kate Meany?
Well, no.
Greg Fitzsimmons?
John's going to tell us who gets the L's. But first, he's not even sure how this leaked out.
It's fucking...
Look at the filter he's using. People are picking up on this now. That
It's horrible.
He complains about Cardiff, but Cardiff looks more like a human than John does.
Yeah, John looks more like a potato.
Yeah, that's not what John looks like at all.
It's fucking... I don't know how people find shit out. I don't know. I don't care. But I don't know how they find shit out.
Of course you don't care. You love it.
I mean, doesn't matter.
He's so happy.
Don't matter to me. Let's just say I had a wonderful time last night. Eat your heart out, baby fatso.
He's loving this. This is what he wanted to have happen.
Hate victory lap.
He's
John.
not. Oh, I love it. He's not the one who had to brag about this. Chad leaked it, and now this is a big W for John. Take that, Chad. I was with the girl because remember, Kate Meany was stringing both of them along for a long time. There were, I believe, Chad talked about like an 8-hour conversation he had with Kate on the phone or some ridiculous amount of time that. I love all you guys. I would never talk to any of you for 8 hours. It's retarded. It doesn't make any fucking sense at all. But so now John is the winner here. He got the girl and Chad broke it and he's bragging about this. We'll get more into that. But first, John traveled on Thursday from Cape Coral to New York. And so Wednesday night, he was wasted. He was up doing a show with Rob Saul, just getting hammered. So then he has to get up early Thursday, and he gets up, and he sees there's a car parked out in front of his house.
I mean, I walk out of my fucking house, there's a car fucking in front of my... What? So...
It's creepy.
It's really creepy. So then I get in a cab, I call the Cape Coral Police Department, because I'm like, shit, if they're seeing exactly when I'm leaving, they'll know that I'm not in the house,
Okay. This fucking guy calling the police.
What do you want, John?
It's out of control. It's so ridiculous. It's literally that South Park episode where the Karen keeps calling them. And John, his complaint is there was a car looking at his house, and now they're going to know he's not home. John parked out in front of my house for 20 minutes and live streamed it, knowing that I wasn't home. This fucking asshole kicked out. Should I be calling the cops on John?
Hypocrite.
Yeah. I don't understand why he thinks one thing's okay and the other isn't. But this is, John's nuts. The fact that there'd be a car parked in front of his house, he calls the police, is so pathetic. He's such a loser for doing that. And then he's so bad at managing himself as an adult. I travel a lot. I deal with airports and times to arrive and times to be ready to get on the flight. John cannot pull it off.
So then I'm like, oh, so then I almost missed I get to the airport. I walked to the wrong gate because it said, because it's connecting flight and it said D3, and then I go to D3, and they say, no, that's out of Charlotte. You got to go. Your gate's in B. And I'm like, oh, fuck. So then I'm
okay. Two things right here. First off, whenever you go to an airport, the first thing you do is you look at that little thing that tells you where your gate's going to be, because that's the most up-to-date information. And it's going to tell you whether it's delayed or on time or whatever it is. That's the first thing you do. Second thing here. So he's looking at the wrong ticket. He's got two of his tickets. He's looking at the ticket from Charlotte to New York. And not only did he not realize it when he got to the gate and went, oh, that's not going to Charlotte. He had to go up and talk to the person. Is this going to Charlotte or what? Because my thing says D3. They're like, dummy, that's the wrong scroll. Yeah, that's the one right there. B7. He's like, oh, he couldn't figure it out on his own. He had to go talk to the person at the gate to find that out.
I'm imagining him going to the wrong gate, dealing with all of that, and then looking at his ticket again and going, okay, so it looks like I have to go to seat B14.
Right.
And then walks over to gate
Walks over to gate B14. Or he looked at the other ticket and he goes, oh, my flight doesn't leave for another 4 hours.
At least he went to the right airport, right, Carl?
He did go to the
Carl
right
and I were coming back from seeing No Effects in New York City, and I told our Uber driver to take us to the wrong airport.
Yes. We discovered it at some point. I went,
yeah, when you was going to the exit, it was like JFK. You're like, we're not flying out of JFK.
I know. I wasn't paying attention. I just figured that Andy knows how to
know the difference between JFK and LaGuardia.
gate because it said, because it's connecting flight, and it said D3, and then I go to D3, and they say, no, that's out of Charlotte. You got to go. Your gate's in B. And I'm like, oh, fuck. So then I'm like running like OJ.
Oh, my God. I would pay anyone $300 for that footage. John running through the airport. But it wasn't like OJ.
Yeah, it was like OJ today.
Right.
Typical Duke.
Yeah, so I get on the plane, and I knew that I did not want to miss this plane because I had a very important person to see.
Yeah, apparently so.
Oh, it's coy John. So this is a new version of John. What he's doing here, he's playing coy, and we're going to see examples of this, where he lets Clay say that he closed the deal. And right. John doesn't say, no. He just makes faces like, sly dog, you know? He does that sort of thing. So he's implying that he fucked Kate Me. I just want to make that very clear as we watch these clips. But I didn't even pull this clip because it's just more of this shit. Then he almost missed his next flight. He had a 3-hour layover. And he's like, and then I was live streaming, and then I didn't realize they had already like called my name over the loudspeaker.
Yeah. Jesus. How many layover beers were involved?
All of them.
Yeah.
He is such an idiot. He has no idea how to navigate the world on his own. He couldn't put his cats in a cat carrier when he drove cross country. This is just basic shit. Everyone knows how to do
that. Is basic shit.
It's very basic. All right. So now you saw the note from Chad saying they went to dinner and then they went to a strip club. John is going to confirm the strip club.
But I'm going to say that, yes, we did go to a strip club. We had a lovely time.
Did you spend a lot of dough?
See that face right there? I just want to point this out. This is a face you make. Well, I don't. This is the face John makes. If he got Kate and a stripper to do a threesome, what is he implying here with this face? He went to a strip club. Now, it's later revealed that he didn't get a lap dance. She didn't get a lap dance. They argued with the bouncer.
I was going to say they got into a fight.
Yeah, he almost got his own words, the shit beat out of him.
Right, yeah, it's coming up in a second.
He's cheesing.
So, but what does that mean? What do you mean he's cheesing?
He's so proud of himself.
Yeah.
He's so proud of himself. He managed to turn around this situation that was so horrible for him.
Right. He's going to sue
now
arrest.
Kate is in love with him again.
Right.
And in addition to that, she's Kate Meany, so she's young and she's prettier than him, and she all these things. And it's fucking insanity because he spent so much time being like, I would never date a girl that's that young.
It was nonstop.
Good point.
How could you even imply that I would do that? I have OCD and I have a rule in my OCD. My kid's older, so therefore...
And now this is his face.
And now this is his face when he's implying that he had this crazy drug-fueled party night at strip clubs and places with Kate Meany.
That's the implication is his whole move. Because taking a younger woman to a strip club, it's like, that's not turning her on.
No.
That is, maybe turning you on, and maybe she's just like, maybe he'll be distracted by these other people and stop trying to kiss me. I have to stop fighting him off. If he gets a lap dance, too bad he can't afford a lap dance.
Right.
So it just becomes another, misfire from him, really. But
okay, wait. Can I just? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
She was just picking up coke at the club. That's what I think.
Okay.
It was a one-stop shop.
That makes sense.
I also think that it's possible. We keep talking about the fact that he doesn't have any money. He's with his mom, and his mom is a giant enabler, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. He stole money from his mom.
Yeah, I think he has money from his mom.
Yeah.
Okay. But he hasn't gone to his house yet. So his day.
That's a good point.
Was
that's
flying
a good point. All right.
New York, takes a train to Grand Central Station, walks to his brother-in-law's.
Yep.
Then
where's his luggage? At his brother-in-law's?
Probably, yeah.
Is that where
Probably
he's
dropped it off
staying?
there. Oh, he stayed at Kate's house.
Yeah, but where's he staying after that?
He's at his mom's house the next day.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll find out all this stuff.
Did you spend a lot of dough depleting the Dukes?
It was $15 a beer.
Imagine, this is your big brag. I went to a strip club with Kate Meany. He's like, yeah, it was expensive. Dude, wasn't it fucking expensive? I would have been like, yeah, I don't know, whatever, it doesn't matter. Anyway, these chicks are so, and I'm there with Kate. Instead he just like immediately goes to $15 a beer. Like, yeah, you're in Manhattan at a strip club.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I couldn't afford a lap dance because I had 3 beers.
She admits he has 2. Which, if he spent more than 15 minutes there, is not his normal drinking time. He's slowing way down with $15 a beer.
Yeah. Quite expensive, isn't it? That's a lot of money.
And they almost
good stuff.
beat the shit out of me.
Yeah.
Who, the bouncers?
Again, let me back up. I mean, look, the Duke, this is my last week, pretty much. So what a wonderful ending, Clay, than to have the Duke really sticking it to everybody.
The Duke wins. The Duke wins again.
Now, I know John's saying December 31st is his last day. There's a lot of speculation on why that is. Is he going to some type of rehab facility starting January 1st? Are there other things going on, family related, that he has to get off the internet? Is he making this up as a grift to get as much money as possible in the month of December? I don't think that if he's still riding high like he is right now, the Duke right here, got the hot young girlfriend and everything else, there's no way he's leaving the internet.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to go out and brag every day.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So
he's going to victory lap until he steps on the next rake.
Correct.
While he's running.
Yes.
Let's see. The fun police
Like
are
OJ.
showing up.
Like OJ.
So then he starts speculating because he's been talking to Kate on the phone again lately. And he starts talking about, is she recording him all over again? Because that's something that I would consider if someone like, I don't know, stand me in the back. And then they're like, hey, want to be friends again? I'd be like,
I wouldn't talk to them.
I don't know, maybe not. But John, his dick is smarter than his brain. That's smarter, but you know what I mean. So John's thinking with his dick, but he wants to cover his tracks. So he's going to say, by the way, if she is taping me, all I'm doing is lying to her all the time.
And I don't even care if she was taping me or not, because it wouldn't matter.
Don't matter now, does it?
It doesn't matter at all. It doesn't matter. Plus, I would say shit just to be over the top, like crazy.
Yeah, outlandish. Yeah.
Because and she doesn't know this, but I'm sure she'll understand. I made a video last week with the date, and I made a bet on Hard Rock Bets. And in the video that I have with the date, so it's all legit, I say, I know she's taping me, so I'm saying the craziest fucking shit because I don't care.
He's covering his ass right here. He did the same thing when he was getting catfished, where he was making videos all on the way to be like, I know I'm getting catfished, but then he'd be initiating, just in case you want to meet me in Atlantic City, I'm going to be in Atlantic City. But then he'd be making these videos to show, in case something happens, I knew it all along. This is what he's doing. He's hedging his bet. Also, this idea that he's saying the craziest, most outlandish shit, the stuff that was on the tapes originally, and I can only imagine if she's recording him now, what we might hear, is stuff about his ex-wife being a C-word, his oldest trans kid being mentally ill, having all these issues physically and mentally, like all this stuff that you wouldn't say to get a rise out of someone. It's like really personal.
It's personal stuff.
Yeah.
That's the stuff that you share with somebody because you think
trust
that they
them.
care about you.
Yes, correct.
Right. This wasn't integrity verification.
Right. This is the stuff you share with someone or you don't at all. Which should be
right.
where I would go with it. But But then after he says all of that, so he's covering his ass. He's got this all figured out just in case she backstabs him again. But then he lets his guard down immediately.
It didn't matter to me because I really do care about this person. I always have. But what changed in this past month. So all the time that I was saying that I would, whoever this person is, that I would never, too young, whatever. I really believe that. But,
I don't know why he's pretending that we don't all know he's talking about Kate Meany, too.
Yeah.
It's the only person it could possibly be. You're just at a photo with her. That's all you guys are talking about.
This was the weirdest part of this whole scenario for me because what we had Chad going on MLC saying the exact story of what happened that night.
Yep.
And then the next day, John going and talking
Confirms
with Clay
it.
and saying the exact same story but omitting Kate's name.
Right.
What,
What's the point?
And I'll be honest, I was completely convinced that all the Chad stuff was exaggerated. It
Sure.
was, I didn't know where to go with any of this.
I would think Chad was full of shit.
Yeah, exactly.
right.
Exactly.
Until you just showed the picture on this show.
Yeah.
I didn't believe it. I thought they might have been in cahoots,
Right,
just trying to get, fuck over the shitway or whatever the fuck their work they're trying to do.
Yeah.
So, really, I just think John is told Kate, I won't say your name. But Chad will, and everybody will know anyway. So he probably just told her he wouldn't bring her up. And he's being coy because of that.
Okay.
I mean, Chad is claiming that he got the information from an inside source.
Correct.
So he is saying, I know this information and I know it independently of anything else.
Well, Chad lied and said that he hired a private investigator to follow John around New York City, which is fun. Yeah, I would plant things like that too if I was Chad trying to fuck with John, so that's fine. Obviously not what happened. But,
how did Chad find out then?
Well, no one really knows.
Okay.
But what we do know is that it wasn't just John and Kate. It was John and Kate and another couple.
Yes.
And there could have been other people involved too. And I don't know if you guys know this, but the Dabbleverse is pretty big. There's a lot of people who know, everyone's pointing and laughing at Stuttering John. And they would want to get photos of John and Kate out and then give them to people like Chad Zumach. It's very possible that,
and a lot of them might be at strip clubs
or at that restaurant, or meeting up with Kate,
or at a coke dealer's house.
Correct. All of these things are correct. So we don't know any of that. But isn't that interesting? The clip that I just played, where John first starts saying, "By the way, I'm saying all this horse shit to Kate. So if she is taping me, none of it's real." He's like, "But things are different now." You just heard him say that. Things have changed.
Yeah,
I trust her. He goes on to say how smart she is, just complimenting Kate.
He's talking like a battered woman.
We're back to him sending her the ring light.
Yes.
We're back into the, I can't wait for her to get another ring light.
This is what I love about the Dabbleverse and Stuttering John specifically, is that when you watch Looney Tunes, you know that the coyote's going to go after the Roadrunner and he's going to fail miserably. And you go, why won't he learn? He's investing all this money in all these Acme products. I don't know if he owns stock, what the deal is, but you would think eventually, it's just not going to happen. This is John's actual life.
Yeah.
He's Wile E. Coyote in real fucking life.
Cyclical.
He's literally 6 feet off the edge of a cliff, just running in place.
Don't look down, John. Don't look down. You got this.
Oh, my package from Acme's here.
Okay, so now John starts dropping hints about Kate maybe still using drugs. Can we say that Kate enjoys cocaine? I think that's true, right?
I can.
Yeah, I think that it's been put out there as a fact.
I think the tapes revealed that.
Yeah, right. There was talk about getting blow for the wedding, and John offered to do blow with her.
A lot of blow.
Visit him in Florida. Yeah, it was a little too much, in my opinion, for one wedding.
White wedding.
Who are you to judge?
It might have been a really boring wedding. Maybe it was the right amount. I don't know. So this is John hinting that she's still doing stuff.
After the restaurant, and we barely eat. We barely eat. We
you couldn't keep your hands off each other. Is that what?
Yeah, and we barely ate.
Well, that's interesting right there. Again, he's letting Clay say this stuff. And then not only did he not deny it, he confirmed it. Oh, you couldn't keep your hands off each other. Because I can only imagine Kate sees a 6-year-old Stuttering John and just is like, oh my God, I am just so horny right now. It's just, I can't control myself. So Clay says that, John just goes, yeah.
Because you couldn't keep your hands off each other. Is that what?
Yeah, and we barely ate. Like we had I think I had 2 or 3 tortilla chips. We went to a Mexican place.
Oh.
And then we had a couple of stuffed jalapenos and peanut butter.
Ugh. By the way, I have to say, I know that Kate's into anal. Not going to Mexican. That's not dinner plans for me. I would have planned to have a little bit better than this, but
let's
whatever.
get pancakes.
Yeah. It tracks with John's financial situation. We ate the free chips and salsa, and we shared an appetizer that sounds fucking disgusting.
Doesn't he at some point? Maybe I'm entirely misremembering this. He was talking about paella for entirely too long, and I was like, "Why are you telling us this?"
Yeah, I think it's in this clip.
It's the only thing that really happened.
And then we ordered paella and split it, and we barely fucking ate any of it. This woman didn't even. I don't even think she took 3 bites.
I mean, what's the point of that story unless he's implying? You know what I mean? There's no other reason to talk about how little she ate at dinner.
It's either to imply that she's on drugs or to imply that he's getting anal sex tonight.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, actually, let's not eat a lot of food just in case, huh?
Yeah, Mexican.
Let me time this out for you.
What did you have for lunch?
Yeah.
Why do you ask? So, we'll be tasting it later. So, at some point, John claims that he lent his rich brother-in-law $300, and Clay's just like, well, I bet he didn't pay you back. And John doesn't move. I have not seen since I believe Chad Zumach did this. I think it's the last time we've seen someone flaunt their money like they're in a hip-hop video.
Okay, yeah.
Duke don't lie. Duke don't lie. Duke don't lie.
What you paying me for this stream?
Clay, how much? How much?
Is this...
300.
Is that crazy?
Duke does not lie.
He pulled out 3 $100 bills and showed it off to the camera. Right. And Clay Tabler's just like, yeah, everyone has $300, man. I have a full-time job. I have $300. What do you mean?
I don't know. My pussy's pretty wet right now.
Well, now that you mentioned that, Lucy, let me see what I got over here.
Hey, what's $375 get me?
What? Oh, we're doing a bidding war now, Andy? Who invited this asshole?
I'm at $3.75.
Oh, okay, good. All right, I got you beat then. Thank God. Whew. Wasn't that Chad who was doing that? He was proving how much money he made at the gig or something. Was pulling out 20s.
Oh, yeah. People were saying he couldn't pay his rent, and he walked
it was something like that.
Room and brought out his rent money.
What a fucking loser. John, if you're showing cash, and it's not even like $10,000 stacks. Mm-hmm. Like that's what you'd see in a rap video, like fucking fanning yourself with $10,000. Like, I'd be like, oh, that's impressive. That seems like a lot of money, to have sitting around. $300 at your mom's house, and he lost his phone. He lost his cell phone. I think Kate lost hers too, or something. Like, what a fucking night this was. What a lunatic. 59 years old, John. What are you doing? Go to strip clubs and losing your phone. So now John confirms where he spent the night before.
I didn't leave the apartment until about 1:00 in the afternoon.
That's crazy. So what's next? Are you seeing that person again?
I hope so.
Anytime soon?
I would like to.
Okay. I hope so. I would like to. Doesn't sound like there's solid plans being made. He's implying, I'll use John's term, that he shagged Kate Meany. Maybe multiple times if you're not leaving until 1.
What about the next day? Yeah. I would think that if he did actually get laid, he would have left early. And I think that he didn't, so he was hanging around till 1 trying to get laid.
Well, I think they were up doing blow all night, so they didn't go to bed until very late.
That's exactly what I think.
That'd be my guess. Like when you're getting up at like 12:30 in the afternoon, and you're like, all right, you got to go. Like that would be the scenario.
And for a guy who, I think he's admitted to taking ED pills and stuff, Coke doesn't help that.
No, definitely not. Pushing that rope. That's what a 25-year-old wants. So John, like I said, he lost his phone. And has no idea where it is.
So, people are asking me, because we had a lot of pictures that we took together, but I can't access them. So, Dustin, if you're watching this, I know I sent you two, not the one that surfaced. But so if you could send me those, at least I'll have something to remember this wonderful night. Oh, what a night. It's December back in 24.
Bring back the Leah.
I went to an apartment and she opened the door.
Boom.
And anyway, she's a wonderful person.
Again, implying that he fucked Kate Meany. Now, if he didn't, and I'm Kate, I'm angry about this.
Mm-hmm.
Because Kate has a reputation. It's not a great one. A lot of people
This
think
is not helping.
A lot of people think that she sleeps with a lot of dudes for nefarious reasons. And so the fact that John comes on here singing songs about the night that he had and bragging about leaving at 1 the next day, and it doesn't help that Clay's going bom chicka bow wow. I'm killing it over here. But it's also weird that it's like, you're going to hang out with her again. He's like, I don't know. And I didn't pull this clip, but later on he talks about these 2 other girls he's supposed to meet up with. One he's known since 4th grade, so she's probably a looker. And the other one I forgot is maybe the girl that he took to the Belmont last time or whatever. But he's like, I might cancel my plans with them because now I got this young, hot girlfriend going on. So I'm rooting for him. I hope he hangs out with Kate the rest of the holidays. I hope it's just nonstop old guy sex.
Gross.
I hope it's a very white Christmas for Kate Meany. I'm dreaming of it. I have a clip on here, Lucy, not to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
That will haunt you.
No.
For years to come.
Oh, no.
Look, the Duke's always been horny. The Duke is very horny. I mean, overwhelmingly.
Overwhelmingly.
Could you imagine this guy is trying to bang a chick half his age, less than half his age, and he's going, and you know what's great about me is how horny I am. That's a turn on for a girl. Oh, he's always horny. Oh, neat. Yeah.
Why is he telling Clay this? Why are they always flexing for each other,
I don't know. Yes, they're constantly pulling up their shirts, like literally flexing.
Yes.
I mean, you'd think that if you're in that context, you'd be like, oh, what do you mean flexing? No, literally flexing their muscles and then talking about how horny they are. And...
Very homoerotic.
It's very weird. It's odd behavior.
I also think that it's odd behavior. So 2 clips ago, you played him being like, hey, can you please send me the pictures of me and Kate? I have never had an amazing, raucous night of sex where I was like, oh my God, it was so animalistic and everything was so wonderful. And,
me neither. Anyway, you weren't finished yet?
And then been like, wow, I really need pictures of me and that person at dinner earlier that night.
Yeah, that's another towel.
That's not the memory that I need.
That's not the towel. That's a towel right there. You're right. That's a good point.
He wants proof.
Oh, what if he finds
the paella was better than the sex?
He should have a iCloud account, though. He should be able to get to his photos, even if he lost his phone. He'd never figured that out.
No. Yeah, imagine watching that.
This is what happened.
What are you talking about?
They went to the strip club. They got the cocaine.
Yeah.
The bouncer that sold him the cocaine said, he's like, how about I leave my phone with you? You give me twice as much cocaine. When I get the $300 from my brother-in-law, I'll come back. I'll give you the $300 and I'll get my phone back.
Interesting.
And then I have super amounts of cocaine to take advantage of Kate Meany with.
Right.
That's what
you know how to do that.
Hey, that's what I do that all the time.
It's a good strategy.
Fucking truckers, man.
Well, now my dick is lit, but I have no phone. That didn't work out the way I was hoping.
What a perfect night.
Christian Blast just putting in a bunch of puke emojis in the chat. It's crazy. So there was another show that happened, and this is what I was planning on doing. I put this in the description of this podcast episode. There was a show Wednesday night, I've already alluded to it, where John got wasted. Him and Rob Saul did a show together. And big credit to Penis Wrinkle, who messaged me on Patreon and told me about the show. So I downloaded it. It's been privated now. You can't get it. It's gone. I have the whole thing. And I want to play a couple of clips, but basically what I'm doing right now is...
The teaser. Next week's teaser. The teaser.
Because I have Adam Bush coming on the next episode. We're going to actually record it on Monday so I can put it out on Christmas Day. So it'll be a regular Wednesday episode. Christian Blatt's going to join us as well. But I want to go through this Rob Saul episode with John and Rob getting blitzed, getting hammered. And I'll just show you a couple of clips of what I'm talking about here. This is a very drunk John right at the beginning of the episode.
Oh, God.
Smirnoff Ice.
You have to turn your filter on, John.
Oh, yeah.
Do you see the difference? Hold on, let me go back to...
Who's that lesbian on the left?
Yeah, nice hair, Rob. Nice shirt.
So, yeah, somebody found this shirt is on Forever 21. Good job, Rob. Very fashionable.
Smirnoff Ice.
Jesus.
That was nice of
Oh,
PTM.
it's Mr. and Bessie, thank you. I actually wanted one of these things. I needed one of these, Rob.
Yeah, where are you going to put it? He's got a big pickle, big whole pickle.
A whole pickle. This means it's him.
Is this when he flew into town? No.
The bell just rang.
This
When
is
is
the night
this?
before. This is Wednesday night. He has to catch a flight the next morning. He calls the cops on the car in front of his house, almost misses his flight, almost misses his next flight, then goes to a strip club with Kate Meany. It's been a wild 24 hours we're talking about.
Fucking bender.
It's crazy. It's holiday time, man. Let's go. Let's party. Let's do it. Don't have to worry about fucking internet issues like the rest of us. He's having a blast.
The bell just rang again. Oh, no. Oh, it's my doorbell.
So what's great here, Rob's muted, so we can actually hear what John's saying. And I turned it up.
Yeah, that's okay. Oh, hi. What? Am I who? George Clooney? Way up.
So he just goes, what? Am I who? George Clooney? What Vince does, I've seen these. When he puts in an order to Grubhub or something, he puts in all these instructions. This is my uncle. He's very famous. Tell me he looks like George Clooney. He gets a kick out of that. He'll put in all these like random instructions and then he'll be like, I'll give you more of a tip if you do this sort of thing. So people are just fucking with John.
Oh, so you're doing your show too? So you have your own things? No, I know. So you get your own super chats, right?
Your own things.
So what John just saw was, and I don't know why Rob put this up, but Mason in Portland put up a chat, free chat, and it just has a bunch of pills going across it because people are speculating that Rob Saul might be on a lot of pills the way he acts. And I don't know. I watched this episode. I think that might be true. We'll get to the bottom of it with Adam Bush, but
so he can hear Rob, but we can't.
Right, and they fix it pretty quickly. Rob figures out how to get his audio working because people tell him they can't hear him.
Impressive.
It's actually the best way these two do a show together.
Yeah. I was thinking that
Can't
too.
hear Rob Saul. So now John's talking about, again, very drunk. He's talking about that time that I think it was Kevin Brennan wished for John's airplane to go down. Remember that?
Yeah.
He goes, I hope his plane goes down. And John's like, what about all those innocent people? There's 200 people on the flight. You know, as if Kevin Brennan could wish these things into existence. So he remembers that. I can't believe that this is when a drunk John goes back through all of the people who spite him and all the memories that he has and things like that.
But
yeah,
the person we don't speak about, I'll go to the village, M. Night Shyamalan.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely Kevin Brennan because
the fuck?
Rob Saul is in the middle of some type of legal action against Kevin Brennan. And so he won't talk about him. He's been instructed by his attorney to not talk about
And John's abiding by that?
Kevin Brennan.
Barely.
He's yelled at him a bunch of times. Rob Saul's told him a bunch of times, like,
What is this layout where it looks like Rob is snipe streaming his own show?
Yes. So Rob has to do this in order for his audio to work. That's why he's on. That's why he's on twice. It's great.
You know, that appear he once wished my plane went down while I was flying to Atlantic City, and then I responded going, so your hatred for me would want to, you know, get rid of 300 other people.
Yeah,
that's kind of sick.
It is.
What you say?
It's sick.
It is sick, Rob.
It is.
Rob, say it again. I mean, you know, we're doing this is rhythm.
Take it away, Rob.
Forget it.
This is rhythm.
No, I was hoping you say it's sick again.
Oh, it's sick. It's goddamn sick. But yeah, my hair is almost. I was taking a nap because I'm all pilled up.
The chemistry here is fantastic. So Rob's trying to lean into the pill thing that's going on. And
Smart.
I just want to fast forward the last clip. We'll get into more of this in the next WATP episode. But these are how things conclude a couple hours later.
But I mean, I listen, Neil, I feel like, that we had a fantastic show tonight.
Yeah, it was a good time.
Yeah, Rob, if you're trying to convince people you don't have a problem with drugs, maybe don't go on your show and go, I feel like,
So was that John's show and Rob was on and then he went and did his own show after that?
I think they were
Completely
simulcasting.
wasted? Oh, okay.
They were both doing a show, and so John leaves, and it's just him and Nasty Neil, and this is the one that's no longer available that I was able to download.
I can't wait, because I recognize that beer that Rob is drinking. That's Troeg's Mad Elf. That is a high-octane beer.
Yeah, I think at one point he says it's 11%.
That will put you in the fucking ground. So
what about that with painkillers?
Yeah.
What will that do?
I've been looking forward to this, because I know he's going to be a fucking puddle.
Oh, boy.
Yay.
Yeah, so that should be fun. We never really analyzed Rob that much on this show, so I'm looking forward to that.
That's great.
Very drunk and high and whatever else. Rob Saul. And with Adam coming on the show. So should be a very good time. Today, we'll be reviewing Saul Show or Rob Saul Show, depending on where he wrote it. We have all listened separately. We've not discussed it with each other beforehand. Let's get into it. A show hosted by Rob Saul. Let me read the description of the show according to YouTube. Join legendary podcaster and Dabbleverse villain Rob Saul as he chats with celebrities, comedians, musicians, and newsmakers. Script async src equals https://page add to googlesyndication.com/page ad/js/ads by Google.
That old chestnut.
JS !client equals CA-pub-84929413059433643 close quote. Cross origin equals anonymous. End script. I think he fucked that up. I don't think it's supposed to be in the description on YouTube. He's trying to
could
sell
have just added
ads.
special skills coding instead of just showing us how well he can.
Right. I'm not sure why that's in there, but Rob's an idiot. And I think we're going to demonstrate that today. Of course, I am cheating a little bit because for the most part, this is Rob's show with Stuttering John. And they're both hammered. It's December 18th. Now, this is a Wednesday night. John has to get up early, take a flight from Fort Myers to New York. And he's getting wasted with his buddies the night before, getting into that Christmas spirit. Of course, 24 hours after what we're about to see, he'll be at a strip club with Kate Meany. And there was a show that he was on today, John's show with Vince. And I do want to look at that. I didn't pull clips, but I just have the link. I just thought we could watch it. We were doing a little bit of that on Point Dabble Point today, and it's fascinating what Vince was able to get out of John as far as him staying at Kate's house.
I could do it all day.
I know. That's what I was thinking too. When we ended Point Dabble Point, we just ended because of time restraints.
Yeah.
And we just kept watching that. So we'll just start it back up again on here. But first, we got to talk about Rob Saul and John. And the first clip I have, John never knows anything about his friends. It's weird. Whenever he asks them questions and they answer, he's not listening. We've seen this time and time again with Clay Dabbler. He doesn't know anything about the guy. Clay will be like, I told you before, John, blah, blah, blah. And John never knows. And here's an example of John with Rob Saul not knowing anything.
All right, well, Rob, you're Catholic, right?
No, a Baptist.
All right, well, that's the church my mom goes to now. So
yeah,
I think it's time, since Blind Malik was so kind to give me $2, and he wished me a Merry Christmas, and he also wished that my plane goes down. So I think it's time to sing something cheerful.
All right, let's do it.
So this is fun because what we're watching, if you're not watching the show, I'll just explain to you what we're seeing. So you have John and Rob are next to each other in vertical views. And then next to that is Rob horizontally, who's the same Rob as the other Rob. But this is the only way he can get his audio to work on both channels because they're simulcasting this on John's channel and on Rob's channel. Later, John leaves and it's just on Rob's channel. But it's a little bit awkward looking, and it gets even goofier when John has to bring up this video clip that he's all proud of for some reason.
Stuttering.
Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer had a very shiny nose.
Like a light bulb.
I can't explain how embarrassing this is because what happened was John sang this song with his buddy Hitman Dan when they were down in Florida last year, around the holidays. And then someone grabbed this and put music to it and turned it into this video. It was embarrassing when it happened. It's even more embarrassing now. And John is dancing and clapping along with that because a drunk John is most entertained by watching himself. John loves John. He can't get enough of it.
It's also sorry. It's worth pointing out that Rob Saul jumps in with the like a light bulb, except the like a light bulb actually comes after you would even say it glows. So you'll notice.
Good point. We back that up because Rob's watched this a million times too, but he doesn't remember it as well.
So just wait till when he gets to the part where he's supposed to say like a light bulb. Yeah.
Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer had a very shiny nose.
Like a light bulb.
If you ever saw it, you would even say it glows.
Yeah.
Also
like that's my buddy Hitman Dan.
You still have to call him name.
I like that John goes, introducing my buddy Hitman Dan. And we all know who your buddy Hitman Dan is. So we start off, they're festive, they're feeling good, they're enjoying themselves. John watches this entire video and continues to be endlessly entertained by himself.
And then the reindeers loved him, and he got out quickly.
Close.
Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer, he'll go down in history. All right, thank you. Walk the woman off. Beautiful.
Shuli, the red-nosed Shuli. Yeah.
Well, Blind Malik asked me for a little Christmas thing,
He's so smitten with himself.
What do you guys think that if you were able to, do a breathalyzer test on this John and the John in the video, what number do you think? We're going to combine the numbers. What number do you think that would possibly be? How drunk are these two Johns?
You want to combine the two, or you want to compare the two?
No, I want to combine them. I want to know if that's a triple digit, or I don't even know if that's possible.
Okay,
I think whatever number that is, it would definitely kill a mid-sized horse.
This is probably counter to what you think it would be. I think that John is on Klonopin and mixing that with alcohol. I think he's 4 light beers in, and this is how he acts.
And Dan's there, so there might be something else going on.
Well, it might be something else going on. He's probably taking an edible as well. Because John gets wasted immediately. We watched him on these streams when he used to do beer on the balcony on Saturday afternoons. We would watch him drink 4 beers, and 3 beers in, he's slurring his speech, and he's like, got the I love yous. He's all excited that his guest is there. We should do this every Saturday. You're like the best guest we've ever had on the show.
It's just before the tears start falling.
I missed that show so much. I was thinking back about when he had the writer from The Tonight Show who only had the job for 1 year.
Oh, right. And everything was hilarious to John.
Yeah. Oh, and then when they let you go, he's doing the stupid clap thing. And it's got to be so frustrating to a guy who's endlessly more entertaining and talented than John. And John kept his job, and only because Jay didn't want to give Howard Stern the satisfaction. That's why John stuck around. Also, there was that post, we read about it on Point Table Point not long ago, where one of the people who worked for The Tonight Show came out and said, we all liked John. He was endearing, and we just enjoyed him being around. He was kind of like a clownish kind of guy at the office that didn't cause any harm, didn't provide any value.
Right.
But it was just a guy that was just like, oh, John's here. That's cool.
It's John being John.
Yeah, it's just John John thinks he's running his own show. That's neat. You know?
And it shows by how they gave him the warm-up gig because, I mean, even, was it Joey Cola that was the warm-up guy?
Yep.
Explains that is not often a job done in-house. Usually the people that are working on the show are busy working on the show. What the audience does during commercial breaks is really not of consequence to the show as long as they're in a good mood. And they tend to hire like people that do that gig specifically. And they're more like DJs or like party MCs, you know, that keep everyone active. The fact that they gave him that job, I know it was different. There were strikes and things happening at the time. Who knows what the actual deal was? But that's the job you give the house mascot. That's the job you give the intern who's really funny, you know?
Yeah, I would be insulted if I'm the announcer and, you know, then a writer and I'm doing all this stuff. And they're like, oh, so can you just like get up 15 minutes before the show and get people rocking and rolling? You're like,
yeah,
well,
no, I'd be busy working on the show with the writers, and the writers would be like, we need him.
I'm in the writer's room. Obviously, I'm not going to be able to do that part of it. Could you imagine?
Adam Bush, what if I told you that to warm up a talk show and the time that John did it, you would get $2,500 per show? Does that change your plan at all? Because I'm sure it changed John's.
Oh, good point.
Oh, absolutely. It's a wonderful gig and steady work and one that anybody would take. But it's not what you would give a writer you want focusing on the next funny thing Jay is going to say.
Great point.
All right, so they're getting super chats. Both shows are getting super chats, so it's a lot of super chats going on. A lot of $2 and $1.99 super chats are going on. And this one fools John at first. He's not really sure because he can't read ahead for whatever reason, so he's not really sure where this is going.
John's intimidating dumpy runt member 2 months.
By the way, the name is John the Unintimidating Dumpy Runt. It's the name of this. And John's like, I'm not sure if this guy likes me or not. So let's see where this is going.
Hey, no, he's a good guy so far. Big fan of yours in Stern days back when you said N-word. There. So now it becomes stupid. I knew it was going to end that way.
Yeah, what was your first hint? So let me read what he kind of trailed off there. Hey, SJ, big fan of yours in Stern days back when you said N-word. I'm a non-binary, wienerless woman, and I find it offensive when you say pussy boy.
He trailed off at the wrong part there.
I know. It got better. He's geez, I knew it. Damn it.
He still doesn't know why. He knows it's something said not good. He knows the words in there don't feel right, but he doesn't understand if you actually read it. They're saying, hey, I'm a fan. Here's this bit you used to do. And by the way, I'm in touch with this community, and here's how I feel about it. Like, that's what they're saying. He knows it's not good. He just doesn't grasp why. And that's an ongoing theme.
Right. John doesn't want to acknowledge that pussy boy would be offensive, especially to one of his offspring.
Mm-hmm.
And for whatever reason, if I were John, I'd be like, oh, shit, I shouldn't be doing that. And I would just retire it, never mention it again. But it's in his vernacular, and it's a to-go, too.
Right.
He has a hard time not calling people pussy boys. Oh, I had an idea today. You know the song Barracuda?
Oh, I know where you're going with this.
I'm thinking of a potential parody song. Barrawoosa.
But yeah, you're right. He can't say Lady K without saying just do it.
Right.
So it's like a trigger almost.
Yeah, it's like a tick.
Yeah, tick.
Maybe he'll get a show like Balin Dupree did on TLC. All these
but in John's defense, he can't really read even when he's sober. So, it's hard for him to understand what the super chatters are saying to him.
I like that it just says big fan of yours. He goes, oh, I didn't see it going this way. He was all excited at first. He's like, I got a fan. Again. Okay. All right. So now he's going to talk about the shit weigher, of course.
Listen, it seems odd to me. Hey, Southern J, why am I banned on your channel? I am. Don't doubt me. Unblock and I'll super chat you a hundy. Noga Chaser says in my chat room.
Rob, I'm just glad you could figure out how we could both make money. I mean,
We're both live, but you have.
Did you learn this from the shitware? Holy shit! Is that anti-Semitic? I'm sorry, I mean that you're always grifting, the grifters or whatever it is, the fake viewers. Oh my God, Rob, was I anti-Semitic? I didn't.
Oh well, anytime you don't like Shuli and you're against Shuli, yes, that's anti-Semitic.
Can we all agree that drunk John is way more entertaining than 2 in the afternoon, John?
Yeah, he couldn't even do his little mouth trumpet thing earlier.
Oh,
Like,
I
you
have
know
those clips. Yeah, I have those clips. He starts failing miserably at everything.
That's peak John when he can't even make that sound. Yeah.
And Rob Saul is perfect for this show format. If you're going to have someone get wasted and not be embarrassed for them, you need a just as wasted Rob Saul.
Yeah, they're trying to outdo each other in a way.
Oh, yeah. It gets... This is the beginning of the show, by the way, I should point out. This is 8 in the evening. What's going on here?
Oh, this is the pregame for them.
Right. It gets crazier. So someone tells John he's got to buy new guitar strings. I've been saying this for a while. That guitar of his, it doesn't sound good. It doesn't stay in tune. I don't know that new strings would fix it, but it certainly couldn't hurt.
Now, here's the thing, Rob. I'll like this guy, don't matter. I love his name. Geddy Lee, Van Halen. I love Rush. I love Van Halen. Glad you got a tuner, John. Please use the $5 to buy some new strings for your guitar. He's right. These strings are probably as old as the time I gave them to my oldest kid when he was 9. So, yeah.
So the strings are 20 years old on this guitar. I don't know how that's even possible. They're as old as the time I gave them to my oldest kid when he was 9. So he gifted this guitar.
Or just the strings.
Or just the strings. What are you going to do with those strings? You want to put them on my guitar? Sure, Dad.
By the way, John's so unfunny that he messes up that chatter's name. It's actually a funny name, Geddy Van Halen, but he's like, Geddy Lee Van Halen. So he ruins the joke, which is Geddy Van Halen.
Yeah. But also, John goes, I like this guy because I like both Rush and Van Halen. It's like, the guy doesn't care about that. You're missing the point. Okay. So John has been talking about how he's leaving the show in January. He's got a job now. He mentioned that, I think, on the show yesterday or today. He's got this job going in January. He won't be back doing his show anymore. But there's going to be one exception. And I want to play this clip and discuss what this could possibly mean.
I'm done. Yeah. This is not a bid. It's not. Yeah. I don't plan on appearing on anywhere, anything.
Yeah.
There's one show I'm going to do, and that'll be February or March, and that's just with a good friend of mine, and it'll be one show.
That was a good friend of yours, no?
You are a good friend of mine, but it's something that I already booked.
John's going to do one show in February or March, something he's already booked. Who's booking John months out? Is this Talk Tua? What show could he possibly be talking about that he's going to be doing in February or March that he has to keep his commitment to?
I mean, look, we all hope he lives forever, okay? But there's a chance that if you do get John to say yes, that he's going to be on your show, you should book it for tomorrow. Just in case something happens.
So it's definitely not who are these broadcasters.
No, we've been declined. Yeah. But the problem is he says it's a friend.
Yes.
And who does he think is his friend? He has no actual friends. But I was trying to figure out who he thinks is his friend that he said yes, he'd do the show. It's not Pinky.
No, he wants that. He wants Pinky to pay him $3,000 again. That's why he's hoping if he goes away, he can make some bank. Adam, any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I thought about this a lot, and I think there is no guest. I think he realizes I'm not doing the show for all of January. Yeah, I'll definitely be back at some point in February or March. And then Rob cornered him, and he just starts lying like he does, and just had to double down on that. And now it's a guest friend that had to, you called it. There is no one who's like, yeah, let me look at my schedule. Middle of March. Let's put it down. Right. You and me, John.
Yeah,
it's not
that'd be the weirdest thing. Okay.
He's thinking financially. He's going to need to raise money, and he's just coming up with an excuse.
Oh, right. He's getting out in front of it. I told you I was going to come back. I told you I made
that's
a
why
commitment.
the first thing was he knew the time. He knew it would be some point a month and a half after I've stopped doing this that I'll probably just do one more. He's already, letting us know he'll be back. It's not going to be a political show because he doesn't raise money from that. He wouldn't even remember. And even if it was a guest, he can't remember. He won't remember anything in March. He doesn't know where he's going to be tomorrow.
There's no way. Because the fact that he even goes, it's February or March, you didn't book a show then. Correct. It's a huge range of time.
The time zone? I mean.
Yeah.
Well, this was a simpler time when he had a cell phone where he could put the thing into the calendar, and now he's never going to know when it was.
Oh, my gosh. So that's a little foreshadowing. John got his phone stolen or he lost it or something, and I have the clip. We'll play it later, but he's talking to Vince, and Vince asks him about, is there anything people could find on your phone that would be embarrassing to you? Like your emails or something? And John goes, well, how would they get into my emails? And Vince goes, what's on your phone? Because that's to log into my Gmail account. So John might use his phone like such a boomer that he just goes into the web browser and does everything from there. He might not be able to access a calendar from his phone. He might not have no idea how to set up a calendar on his phone. I don't know.
Also, did the iPhone 5 have a calendar built in?
Yes,
I don't actually know.
All of the iPhones have a calendar.
Okay.
It's
I just
one of
wasn't
the
sure.
most basic apps.
Yeah.
Everyone should use a calendar.
And a calculator.
If you're not. Okay. So there's this person named Cape Coral Kelsey. Oftentimes, Vince is talking about Cape Coral Kelsey, claims that she is an informant for him, and she's down there in Cape Coral spying on John, reporting back on what's going on. And John claims that he doesn't think it's a real person.
Cape Coral Kelsey, you don't exist. You've never fucking, I gave you so many offers.
Then who are you talking
There's
to?
no way a woman. Rob,
I've gotten so dumb watching this guy for so many years. I don't even pick up on the most obvious stuff. It's like, you know what? You're not even a person.
But I will take your $2.
That's fine.
And listen to what I have to say here.
And I'll prove you're not a person. You listening? Because I'm going to prove it.
Instead, give me a 10.
there's no way a woman. Rob, I mean, you could feel free to disagree.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way a woman would refuse this.
Well, I'm going to plead the fifth on that.
I gave you the lob and you ran with it.
Okay. So the reason why I pulled this clip is for that
Checkmate.
part. That part right there. I gave you the lob. Yep. And you ran with it. What would you do with a lob, Christian? I mean, you're a baseball fan.
Yeah, I would hope that I was able to at least hit it for an inside the park home run. If it didn't go over
at least
the
make
fence.
contact with it.
Yeah.
Maybe leg out a single.
Yeah. Or I would catch it and then run to third base.
I give you a lob and you ran with it. John seems to think that he's part of a comedy duo. I've seen him do this with other people too, where he'll say something and then the other person will make just the most obvious, easy joke. It's like, yep, this is us. We're the best at this.
And before the last
It's also one of the only ways he can enjoy like a joke being on him is by pretending that he was in control of it the whole time and setting it up from the beginning. And thank you for doing exactly what I wanted.
Yes.
And my favorite part about what we're watching is his inability to produce any actual joy or cheer. So it just comes off in this very like evil clown like delivery of forced laughter. That's very disturbing.
Yeah. And also there's this addiction and this thing where we're witnessing what happens every night at John's house. He gets drunk. He's probably yelling at his computer screen or the TV. And this is what his life is now. And the over the top maniacal laughing. You're right, Adam. This is not a jovial guy.
You know that character when he opens the show and he's like, hello, everybody.
Yeah.
Like, it's like a troll. It's like a real villain, like from Tim Burton. That's some dark stuff. And he thinks that's like positivity. It's going to be really fun when we see him, post the Kate date and suddenly it's a different character.
Yes.
And now there is some actual actual joy. We'll get to that.
He does the impression of a guy who's doing well in life. Like that's his impression of that. Like, yeah, you guys must think I'm killing it, right? Because I've been so happy and happy-go-lucky. Like, no, everyone sees right through it. Actually, you're a terrible actor, and no one's buying it at all.
It's monstrous. It comes off like a serial killer kind of behavior.
Yes. Now, this next clip, there's a couple things that are going on here. John's got a terrible joke. Rob can't read. It's all over the place.
And by the way, AJ Beat from my chat.
So he's reading the super chat from Al Beat. Right?
AJ
That's
Beat,
the joke.
close
Is
enough.
AJ Beat. Doesn't even make sense, Rob.
And by the way, AJ.
Oh, I thought Anna was talking. I bet.
And by the way, AJ Beat from my chat paid $2 and said, "Ask Stuttering John if his wallet is in his car from the drive to bar."
All right, now here's the problem. It smells like tomato juice.
Yes.
Which only means.
So John got delivered beer multiple times during this episode because when VTM sees that John's doing a drunk stream, he can't order enough Grubhub and Uber Eats and deliveries to his house. So John's drinking something that he's already proclaimed years ago that he hates and will not drink. And now John's drinking it. It's the Modelo Chelada. It's like the beer that has tomato juice in it. And what's crazy here is John tries to make a joke and no one gets it. And so he tries to play it off like, oh, yeah, I'm just new boot goofing over here.
Tomato juice.
Yes.
Which only means it's going to taste like tomato juice.
Points his head.
I'm kidding, Rob.
Yeah.
See, I can't make those kind of jokes with these people because they will.
Who can you
What
make
kind
those
of
jokes
jokes?
with?
I have to watch
Yeah.
it. I have to watch it again. This
What
is
people?
crazy.
What joke?
This is crazy. He realized that what he said wasn't entertaining in any way, and they're just like, you don't get it.
John if his wallet is in his car from the drive to bar.
All right, now here's the problem. It smells like tomato juice.
Yes.
Which only means it's going to taste like tomato juice. I'm kidding, Rob.
Yeah.
See, I can't make those kind of jokes with these people because they will.
Do you have the drop? That's just drug talk.
I do.
Sweet.
But you did it
drug
just fine.
talk.
Thank you. Yeah, he's like pearls before swine, you know?
Yeah.
You just don't get this.
This is the version of John that I like. This is the real John that we're seeing. Like I said before, if he wasn't talking to Rob, he'd be talking to his TV, or he'd be yelling at the shitwaya, or he'd be clapping along with clips of him on the Howard Stern show. We know he watches himself.
Or he puts lipstick on his hand.
YouTube. He's not Eric Cartman. I don't know. It's not that entertaining. So then a super chat comes in that asks John to play a scale.
Uh-oh.
I think this is fun. There's a few musicians here for us to analyze John's response to this.
Brian S. says, ask John to play scale without looking at the neck. I'm reading my super chats.
Play what scale? I mean, there's a lot of scales.
Well, there you go. You got to elaborate there.
Bass clef, it's the treble clef. I mean, you got to really, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of options here.
All right, I'll ask you first, Adam. Is the bass clef or the treble clef a scale?
No, that would be irrelevant here.
Okay, that's what I thought. John's trying to sound smart, which he can do in front of second graders. If he wants
And
to
Rob.
right. If he wants to sound smart about music, well, I mean, I could play a scale, but you didn't tell me which scale. Treble
You
clef?
dumb fuck.
Doesn't make any sense at all.
The kids are like, oh, treble clef. I've heard that said when I'm not paying attention to you. All right, that must be the right answer. All right.
So,
John, can you play a scale? And he's like, here are some musical terms.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
can you play a scale? Any scale?
Well,
In any-
you want it in 6/8 time? You want it in 4/4? Do you want it
Should
in
I
2/4?
play the-
Things are not on the question.
Should I play the do, re, mi? What do you want? Which scale? We got a bunch.
So later on, this guy comes back and says, John, any scale. I don't care. You choose. And listen to this deflection that he has.
And Jacob Ryan S. for $2 says, John, play any scale at all they want you to play.
Oh, wait. Any scale?
Yeah.
Some scales require different things.
Like what?
Should I get a capo?
A capo?
Ask him that, Rob.
A capo?
Even Rob knows it's a capo.
Yeah, I call it a capo.
I call it a cop out.
Yeah, Italian mob.
Oh my gosh, you're
mob
right.
talk.
That was a cop out, and his brain connected the two things. And he called a capo a capo. Now I realize people are going to be annoyed with me, but as a guitar player for many years, no scale requires a capo.
Nope.
You can play every fucking scale that's ever been invented on a guitar. You don't need a capo to do it. And he could have just played a chromatic scale. That would have been the joke.
I was thinking go with the easiest.
Yeah, just play every note.
You can't lose.
You can't. There it is. There's a scale. Yep, you're right. That is a scale.
This little deflection that we just saw here is like he'll wage year-long wars in his life over refusing to be corrected over the correct pronunciation of capo. He will hold on to that. I'm from Italian. I'm from this place in Long Island where we call it a capo. And he'll hold on to these things forever.
Oh, he'll look it up. He'll find where the word came from and find the Latin root and be like, yeah, but it was pronounced this way in Latin, and therefore everyone else is wrong.
He'll die on that hill for no reason.
For no reason. I'll just be like, oh, yeah, I meant capo.
Oh, I'm sorry, for $2.
Well, the reason is now we're talking about this instead of talking about the fucking scale he can't play.
Play the goddamn scale. And the capo has nothing to do with the fucking scale, especially if it's any scale.
And you're not Italian.
That's like Homer with the any key. There doesn't seem to be any key. The guy goes, play any scale. Well, there's the other problem. There's some scales that you can't play. Right, so play the one you can. That was the point of all of that.
Well, that would be too easy.
It reminds me of the outtake from the audiobook Howard used to always play, William Shatner saying, sabotage the system. And he's like, well, no, that word sabotage. No, I say sabotage. And, he won't give in.
Right.
And, yeah.
He knows better. He's the celebrity. Yeah. He's the star. All right. I'm sorry. I know people get annoyed when I make fun of John's knowledge on music, but it's just wild to me. It's wild that he was teaching music theory to second graders.
Right.
And he could just be like, I'm not going to pick up a scale. I'm not your monkey. I'm going to play a scale for you. That's what I would say. I'm like, I can play a scale for you, but it would be easy to do for anyone who plays fucking guitar. And John just has to be like, well, I don't know. You have to give me more information.
Also, second graders don't really learn music theory. They just learn music. It's called music.
Well, you didn't have Mr. Melendez as your teacher, Adam. So I think that they have actually learned music theory. So
and maybe if I would have, and if he just would have sat me next to his desk, and I could have learned from osmosis, I wouldn't be the limited musician I am today.
It's been pointed out in second grade, the teacher sits behind a piano and everyone sings the songs along with them.
Yeah.
You just learn how to sing songs and stuff. Maybe there's a recorder involved at a certain point. You learn 3 or 4 notes.
Yeah, if you're lucky.
Right. Yeah. If you got a big budget at that school, maybe the kids got a recorder.
The substitute music teacher is really getting involved in any aspect of their education or lives.
We were talking about it on Point Dabble Point, John's one-man show that we all want to see happen, obviously. But I said, John claims he's put together a 40-minute lecture on music theory for this class, and he calls it a performance that he does. I would pay $1,000 a seat and bring all you guys along with me to go watch John present music theory to second graders. If he could recreate that somehow. Or if someone was filming that class, I'd pay less money than that, but still.
Yeah, I picture all the preamble, which probably involves like what he used to do and all that. It's not just going to be like, here's the notes of a scale or...
Did I tell you guys that Sting was in my music video?
Right.
Do you guys know the band The Police?
It would be all that. It would go on for more than 40 minutes.
Do you think the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar roast might come up before he got to actually discussing music?
Perhaps.
Do you know
I have studied acting a little bit since I was a kid, pretty seriously, and he loves to come off like an acting teacher. And the only thing I've ever heard him say is the word colors. He's like, you need more colors in your work. And I explained to these kids what colors were. I don't know what he thinks colors are, but that's really for painting. That's not what we're doing here. So I could teach an entire music theory course just on John tuning that guitar to his voice, right? Which no one can do. And then hitting the note and singing it at the same time without hearing it, thinking he was going to be able to guess with his voice what the first note was of this entirely wrong chord, which, man, like he thought he was going to come in and hit that.
La 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 la.
That's what we teach a course on. I would love to see anything he has to offer. I think it would be incredibly entertaining.
Do you guys think that even for like a split second? Oh, sorry. Do you guys think even for a split second he just figures that? Forget how long this drop is.
See, now, if I was a nice guy, I would have paused that and let you talk.
No. I deserved it. I should never talk over a drop like that.
What were you saying? Was the point you're making?
I can't wait for you to play the drop again when I try to talk again.
No. Look at my hands up here.
No, not this show. Not this show. So even for a second, do you think he's just like, you know what, I'm too wasted to play any scales. Let's talk about, does he ever consider that? Just being like, no, not tonight. I'm too drunk.
Yeah.
Like, it seems like he has to be like, no. I just don't understand your dumb question.
He can never admit that he's actually drunk.
He can never admit anything.
Right. But he even has to say at a certain point in this show, he's just like, I'm just like 4 beers in. And, well, that's probably organ failure than what we're watching, because that's not great either.
Good point.
Okay. Good point. Organ failure.
Well, no,
Good point.
just like when he lies about being younger, it's like, no, you look like shit.
Yes.
Say you're older, dumbass.
That's something I don't point out a lot on here. John used to lie about his age for years until he found out that Google exists. Years after Google existed. And he realized he couldn't lie about his age anymore. But yeah, it's the worst thing. If he could still lie about his age, what would he be saying? He's 48 now or something like that. You'd just be like, oof, I hope not.
I'm timeless.
I remember when he tried to convince Gary on the Howard Stern show that he was lying about his age, making himself younger as a goof on Gary. And he really thought he could spin the whole room into thinking this was not his own personal vanity. This was a goof on Gary. And he never let it go. And this is how he still lives his life.
That's right. I forgot. Yeah, he did get busted on Stern lying about his age.
And he's like, look at how stupid Gary is. He thinks I'm younger when I tell everyone I'm younger. What a fool. How embarrassing for him.
And that goes back to Chad Zumach's school of schooling people and Stuttering John, like lie. And then someone repeats your lie and you go, ha, you idiot. You fell for that? Oh, I just didn't realize you're a pathological liar. I won't be fooled again.
Right.
My bad.
Fool me once.
Yes. All right. Now, Rob Saul gets a question about his Christmas plans. I don't know a lot about Rob's personal life other than that he's a loser with no friends and very little family.
I think you just summed it up.
I think I summed it up.
Nailed it.
So he gets the question about his Christmas plans. And he, like John, has these tells when it comes to him lying that are, watch how Rob responds to this.
What's your big plans for Christmas?
I am going out with some family and friends. I'm going to my family's, and then I'm going one of my best friends. They consider me a part of their family. I'm going to their family Christmas party. I happen to have off Christmas this year, and
family.
I am doing stuff that normal people do because I'm popular and I have friends and family and I'm itchy all of a
Certainly not
sudden.
lying.
My face is itchy and I have to look over here and over here. But definitely not straight ahead.
I'm having family time with my friend's family because they consider me to be family. What about you?
It sounds about right. I believe that. Rob? Okay. Vince, you see John's not up here right now. It's because he got another knock on the door. He's over talking to whoever's at the door for him. And Vince is just sending John drinks he hates, which is one of the things that Vince likes to do.
Look, here's the problem. Vince is sending me this shit, but he sent me shit I can't drink now. Vince, at least send me a 6-pack of fucking Michelob Ultra. I can't get this gelada is gonna make me puke. I don't really drink this.
He goes, "This is gonna make me puke." He's already started drinking that. He's got 3 drinks open right now.
But he's already puked, so
right.
Shit. I don't know.
So now he shows off. Yeah, he's got the screwdriver, Smirnoff screwdriver thing that he's showing off to the camera. He's like, I can't drink this. And then what do you think he's going to do with that drink?
Hydrate?
He's going to drink it.
I don't know. Let me try.
Well, Stuttering John, since you can't see it on screen, I got to tell you, I got to pull up a super chat from Gino Bobina. It's a pink one. It's a $50 one.
Good.
They say, "Go."
There's that chord. You ever see those guitarists who can grab a bottle and play like slide guitar with the beer bottle? They shred on it. John's able to drop a bottle and hit that chord. He's amazing. He hit that chord from across the room.
He ruined the beer and the guitar.
He's more upset about the beer.
I know.
So he goes, I can't drink this stuff. He's already drinking the tomato thing. And then he goes, well, let me try it. And cracks it open and starts chugging it. It's almost like you don't have discerning taste, John. It's fine.
This is terrible.
All right, I'll drink 3 more of these, but stop sending them after that.
I'll take the crab juice.
Before John's musical moment was one of my favorite things about this show, which is Rob cannot wait to point out that he got a $50 super chat from someone who insults John. And he sees it when John's gone. He's like, oh, I got to save that one. I can't wait to he's so upfront about it. We were talking on Point Double Point. None of these people like John, but he just can't wait to be like, hey, how about that? You don't have $50 tonight, loser.
Well, okay.
Good point.
Since you brought that up, and actually our buddy Cardiff is here. Cardiff might have some insights. I don't know if he's ever studied Stuttering John before. What's up, Cardiff?
Oh, hello. You had me at, as soon as I heard capo, I needed to jump on.
Capo, what the fuck?
Is that how they say that in Minnesota, Cardiff?
Of course. And there's many scales you can't not play without a capo.
Okay.
Did I say that right?
You'll have to tell me during the break which scales though are. I'm confused by that.
And in which clef, you dumb fuck.
You're right. You don't know anything. So, John, this is later on in the show, but he puts up a insulting super chat. So this is like payback. They're battling super chats here. He puts up an insulting super chat about Rob, but claims he's not sure if it's insulting or not. Like, you can't read a sentence before putting it up on your show?
Rob, if I put up a super chat, it's not to hurt you in any way. So I don't know what this is going to say. Cool Cut Casting, Slob Souls, Podcast Poison. Thanks for letting us hit this clown with tomatoes.
Yeah, that could go either way.
Casting, you're a fucking loser.
I'm not sure if that's insulting or not. John goes, look at Rob, just so you know, there's no way I could possibly know if it's insulting or not. So don't take offense if it happens to be insulting.
Can you play the end of that? What does Rob say?
Oh, I backed it up.
Oh, all right, great.
It's in all caps.
Yeah. What?
And it starts with slob salt.
Yeah, so he knew because the first word was slob. He knew exactly what it was. He only gets fooled when it's at the end. So he was letting him know ahead of time.
So I don't know what this is going to say. Cool Cut Casting, Slob Souls, Podcast Poison. Thanks for letting us hit this clown with tomatoes.
Cool Cut Casting, you're a fucking loser that just pays money, and you're like, I'm throwing my pennies and at people. No, you're losers.
Who knew he was going to call him a loser? I wasn't predicting that.
I was going to create a Rob Saul game, like how he responds to things, but all the answers were losers.
Yes.
There's no way to fool you.
Yeah. He really is a one-trick pony when it comes to this stuff. And I can't think of someone who's more down on their luck than Rob Saul in his Forever 21 shirt, getting wasted on the internet with Nasty Neil and Stuttering John Melendez. Is there a bottom lower than this?
We'll find out.
He was on Win by 2 the other day.
Okay.
And I guess he was Win by 2 uses Zoom or something, and he didn't have his green screens.
Oh,
like his StreamYard green screens. So he just had a green, like the green fabric behind him.
Yep.
And it just made him, like, at least the background he has there makes him almost look like he's somebody. But when he's just performing or talking in front of a green sheet. He looks even more pathetic.
Yeah, we talk
It was
about.
fantastic. There you go.
Yeah, it's like Christian looks right now. What a loser.
What? No, I look cool. That's the difference between me and Rob Saul.
We do talk about wanting to see John's house and what it all looks like. Rob's place would be fascinating as well. I can only imagine what that place is like. Because you're right, Cardiff. He's got that one of his green screens is that recording studio with that sick board and drum room and everything. And you're like, wow, this guy owns a multi-million-dollar studio.
This guy can play a scale.
This guy knows how to play a scale. He's got the Roadcaster in front of him. He knows what he's doing. I would love to see what reality looks like. Kind of like how we're seeing John's reality with the empty closet behind him. Why not close the doors if you're going to have an empty closet?
Because you'd have to move the boxes out of the way, Carl.
You're right. And he's got his guitars lined up right there. He wants to show off those sweet guitars. I'm sure they all have new strings on them, too.
You'll see later on that Vince asked John about something about his underwear, and he goes, "Oh, this is the kind I wear." And he didn't even have to leave frame. He just reached down, pulled right up, had underwear at the ready. So I want to see what's going on below there, and I want to see not just Rob's place, but his neighbors. I want to see that whole complex there and how they're all living together.
Yeah, because that neighbor who came over for a $20 bill so he could make a beer run.
Right.
And Rob had the most specific order of all time. It was 2 drinks I'd never heard of in a size I didn't know existed.
Yeah, it's like the tiny little.
And then he goes, get yourself something nice, too. Whatever's left over.
I hate to burst your bubble. It's Rob's roommate.
Oh, is that Rob's roommate?
It's Rob's roommate.
Oh, no shit.
Wait, he podcasts in his living room with roommates?
He has roommates, for sure. He's had people walk in on his show more than once. There's no way people are just walking into his. They live in the house with him.
Oh, you're right.
You're
in
right.
the apartment, yeah. That's a good point.
What are the odds it's some kind of group home setup?
Interesting. I wouldn't put it past
No,
him.
He drinks too much. Now, never mind.
He does own the place. He's talked about that. We all know the bankruptcy. He does own the place, but I think you have to bring in some boarders, as they would call them, to pay the bills.
Okay, so there's a super chat that comes up about John's relationship with his children. And I think it's odd that this is why he won't ask that question.
You know what? I'm not even going to answer this one because it's only $2. You gotta leave me more money. $2. John, honest answer. Last time you saw each child. John's not going to want to answer that. And
yeah, not for $2. He's not going to want to answer that. If $5 maybe he would. So John's up at the door right now talking to the next delivery guy. And so that's why Rob's putting this up.
Exactly. He's taking a moment out to insult him.
Correct. Yes. He's like, he's not going to want to answer this. And for $2, what price could you put on John's dignity? I'd love to know.
$2.
that, and I'm not going to force them on my show for $2. You know. And who cares? Like, why do you care? His relationship with his children.
Yeah.
Do you get that? Do you get that? Like, why people are so obsessed?
No.
With our relationship with our kid.
Yeah. I don't know. I can hear John talking to someone else in the background.
Yeah.
Trying to spy in.
All right. And now, can you please leave me alone?
Oh, jeez. Yeah. Now, please leave me alone.
All right, so at least Nasty Neil understands. Shut the fuck up, Rob. We can hear John, the delivery person at the door, the most interesting part of the show, when John's interacting with these people who are delivering free booze from Vince. But I like that Rob, and I'll open it up to the group here. Got a good group. Do you guys know why people would want to know the answer to when's the last time John has spoken with any of his children?
Scene was.
I think it's because he talks about what a great parent he is.
Yes, it's because he lies about it endlessly.
Yeah.
If John came out and just went, I wish I had a better relationship with my kids, we'd all be like, oh, that sucks. We'd feel bad for the guy. Yeah. It's only because he lies. Why do you think Cardiff outed John for Zoom courting from his second grade classroom? Because he said he was at an ad agency.
Mm-hmm. Eating prime rib for lunch every day at 9 a.m.
That's why we're interested in it.
Also brags about being a great teacher.
Yes. Yeah. I've said it many times, but I'll just say it again. We've clowned Opie for endless hours, and I've never cared about what his personal life is like. Yeah. I don't think he's lying to us about anything. I think he does have that really nice apartment in Manhattan and that other house that's on the beach and probably another place in Philly.
I believe those three things.
I believe those three things. I think he didn't pay for parking in the garage, and so he had to move his car once a week.
I believe that.
For the street sweeper. So
I do believe that Doggy really does like him. I don't know about anybody else, but I think Doggy really likes him.
have a great relationship, honestly. But that's the reason
I
why.
think what we're seeing is it's the same thing as when he was on the Howard Stern show explaining to Gary that he's younger than he really is and that it's a goof on Gary. That's the noble cause. That's what we're all here to do, right, Howard? We're all here to goof on Gary. So that's a holy thing. I can do anything in the name of that. John, all of these lies that were just listed that you have admitted are lies, you will say they were lies to protect the children.
Right.
Maybe. Why do they also have to be lies that make you look good? Do you understand that's the part we're interested in? We're not interested in the children part. We're interested in the part of you that says, I have to protect children by looking like a monopoly billionaire with a monocle.
Right.
And, that's what we're taking down. It's not the kids. Maybe if your lies didn't have to make you look like some kind of superhero in every single telling, even a substitute teaching gig has to be like, lean on me. And you're like, shoeless Joe. It's just stop it. Just stop it.
But that really is what it comes down to. When I had my one-on-one with John over a year ago, I told him, I go, I understand you want to protect the kids, but why did you have to make up that you were working for a trivia app? And why did you say you bought a 5-bedroom house in New Mexico? Like, you're making up these lies that make people want to dig in and see what you're lying about, rather than just say, yeah, I have a day job. It's none of your business. No, I work at an ad agency.
To be fair, those lies did make Gary Delabate look really stupid. So,
okay.
And
that
again,
is the goal.
To be fair, I wasn't spying on his Zoom court to find out if he was substitute teaching. That just happened. Nobody expected that to happen.
That's why it was a big story that broke. Yes, correct. And Rob would be like, well, how do you care if he's substitute teaching? Because he was lying about it. He thought he was writing an ad for the Super Bowl. No one bought it for a second.
John, if you really want to protect the kids or your kids, when somebody says, John, are you teaching? Say, no, I work at the DMV.
Yes.
It just kind of ends
job.
there.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
There's nothing else to say. It's the fact that you're living a Mad Men fantasy that makes people have some follow-up questions.
Yes. The fact that you're unemployable and have a 6-figure job is why people are like, wait a second.
And just to bring this back to Rob, can we point out that, because I normally listen to these shows, and I did listen to this one, I didn't watch. I wasn't aware that there was this like Louis C.K.'s slower younger brother dressed as an elf, just not saying a word for a full hour at a time until John leaves. And now it's his turn to not listen to Rob and to interrupt him and to tell him you're doing the wrong thing. Can we please just listen to the door?
Yes. And thank you, Nasty Neil, for pointing that out. Now, Neil's a little different than John and Rob in that he's sober. How he puts up with this, I have no idea. It reminds me of when DG and John did that drunk show with Joey C.
Oh, yeah.
And Joey C was sober. I'm like, why are you talking to these guys still? Aren't you annoyed? Because I would be. So John comes back from arguing with the person at the door and tells us that he's not sure who's in whose head when it comes to his relationship with VTM.
I don't know. Fucking Vince said that fucking dwarf was probably drinking. You know what that dwarf thought? He thought my bit that I did was hysterical, and now he's rewarding me.
What do you think?
Good.
He thinks he's in my head. I'm in his head, too. That's what it was. He loved that dwarf bit, and now he's going to keep on earning me shit.
John thinks he's being rewarded for good bits. And that's why. And I don't know if John really thinks this. I don't know what John thinks, honestly. I'm not going to be like Aaron Imholt claiming that I can think like myself and think like other people. I don't know. But John is constantly claiming that he's entertaining to Vince and Vince's kids love him and he knows that he's killing it. And Vince, the other person he hangs out with as much as John, is High Pitch Eric. Vince sees John as a whack packer that he can clown nonstop. That's it. That's the beginning, and that's everything you need to know about their relationship.
And John with the deliveries is like Homer saying, "I don't need your money," as he puts the check in his pocket.
Normally, people don't take the money when they say that.
Because that's the stance he has to take if he's going to accept this from
Right.
someone who's clowning him openly.
Right. I'm not sure who's in whose head. Okay. So now John gets mad at Rob because Rob's got too many super chats, more than John has, even though Rob has like 5 viewers, but everyone's super chatting him. John's not getting any super chats. So he has to shut it down. He's like, I thought we were just going to have a conversation, man. I thought we were going to talk. And then watch what John does immediately after he shuts that down.
But I'm saying you're reading. I wanted to ask, really, in questions, talk without these stupid super chats. I don't really not stupid. I appreciate all of you.
Yeah, of course.
But I don't want to it to affect my train of thought. Polar bear skill.
He goes, Rob, stop reading these super chats. You're getting me off track. All right, let's get back to my super chats now.
Get that stupid $50 super chat off the screen. Polar bear $1.99. Skull.
Yep.
That's it.
He doesn't read.
We've seen
$2 super chats.
videos of like children under 5, under 3. Somebody else gets a toy and they just give me the toy. They can't have it. They can't rest. They have to blow out the candles. They can't do it.
Yes.
And that's him. And he does a little more advanced trickery, but it's the same thing. He is incapable of being happy for anyone or ever seeing that if money were to be hitting those around you, that means it could hit you at some point. You want to support this. We're not looking for a desert. He truly, it's not enough for him to have anything. We also cannot have. He can't stand it.
And we've literally watched him tell Clay Dabbler to shut up so he can read super chats.
Yes, all the time.
Like his guests.
Yes.
His guests be damned. But
Adam, you just reminded me of one of my favorite moments ever in the Dabbleverse was, and Shuli and Chad were working together. It was right after John came back, and John's on with Chad, and Chad puts his Venmo out there. And all of a sudden, all this money's coming into Chad's Venmo. And they were even doing Photoshops of what Venmo deposits would look like and sending them to Chad. So Chad's showing this. He's like, holy shit, another $300, John. And John's face just goes, well, you could probably share some of that with me. Like he got so upset that Chad was making money on that. It was one of the best trolls ever. That pisses off John to no end. Someone else succeeding.
You know how we know that on this day that we're watching, John's upset that Rob Saul's making so much money in Super Chats? He's upset because he says, no, Rob, I'm happy for you that you're making so much money.
Mm-hmm.
That's the tell that it's like,
tell.
oh, he's furious.
Yeah, he's not happy for anyone, ever. No, there's no way. Unless he can take credit for it. He's happy that his son went to Harvard because his dad was so brilliant. You know what I mean? Like it always comes back to him. It's never just like, man, that kid's been through a lot. It's amazing. I hope he has a great life. It's always a reflection of him and what he did to have that happen. Even when he's talking about Howard Stern, this was happening just recently this week, where he's talking about the Howard Stern show and how much better it was when he was on the show. I think it might have been Clay Dabbler was asking him, what do you think? Some people say that the Artie years were better after you left. And just like, no one thinks that. It's like, no, actually, I do, personally.
I definitely think that.
Yeah, when they went to Sirius.
Yes.
When they went to Satellite, the show changed. It took on a whole new life. It was amazing.
But it's so reflexive in his behavior. He cannot just dish out a compliment and leave it there.
No.
He can't say anything. He can't do a movie quote and say, wasn't that a great movie? No, it's like, did you enjoy how I did that quote? Isn't that amazing? I remembered it word for word.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Every fucking thing.
Well, speaking of that, John is quizzing Nasty Neal. Now, Nasty Neal was on this show talking about he's into horror movies, and I think he makes or produces independent horror movies.
He has a horror movie podcast.
He's a horror movie podcast, so he's always
Off
talking.
your head or some shit.
Yeah. So he's really into movies. So John quizzes Nasty Nate here, or Nasty Neal.
Who's the bigger fool? The fool or the fool that follows him?
No, that's an age-old question, I think. I would have to go with the fool that follows the fool.
No, who said it?
Oh, who said it? You just I thought you were asking that.
No, I'm talking movie. Rob, I've already told you. That's why you're not allowed to.
Yes.
I'm not positive what movie that is.
Fucking Neil.
He already told Rob, so this is the one piece of trivia he has in his brain right now that he can use.
It's a famous line from the original Star Wars.
Yeah, I was going to say.
This isn't a difficult trivia question.
At least he went deep and really obscure. No wonder that Neil didn't know it. That's not on Neil.
But that is, Chris, I think that's what was happening. I think this guy's a movie buff who talks movies all day long. I think this was such an obvious question that he was like taking it as an actual question. Like, are you asking me if I can handle the truth? Like, what movie that's from? Like, these are basic. I think it didn't even occur. And I think when he hears Star Wars, he'll be like, oh, right. Like, I wasn't even. We don't talk about Star Wars on my podcast. We talk about that's what I think.
We go a little deeper.
John, are you calling me a fool? Or are you the fool? What do you?
Yeah.
Cardiff, if you ever bring back the Who Said It game, you got to pull that drop.
Said it. Yeah, I need that.
John saying Who Said It.
By the way, Adam Bush has a little bit of foresight in today's game with the you can't handle the truth.
Oh, shit. All right.
Yeah, John throws that line around in today's episode.
Nice.
But Adam Bush, I have a question for you. Luke, I am your father. Go.
First of all, my name's not Luke.
Right.
And
I
we're
am
not
your father, though.
Right, that is true. Is it from a musical?
Okay.
Play the clip, Carl.
Let's get it.
You can't handle the truth.
Let's get into John playing the hand trumpet, something he's very proud of. Again, going back to how talented he is as a musician.
No one
Secret here.
No one has came to understand the talent of doing that. Like, I'm one hand, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'd use the two for like a Muslim's or whatever.
A muzzle. It's called a mute.
Oh, no, not good yet. No, it's not gonna be good because my hands are wet. Anyway,
that's
you
why.
understand the problem.
Why are your hands wet? Nothing is better than calling your shot. Like if Babe Ruth had struck out after pointing to left field, there's nothing funnier than that right there. It's like, people don't realize how fucking scary talented I am. Check this out. Okay.
My hands are all wet from doing that. It's so stupid.
So John thinks that he has this unique talent that nobody else has. Someone sent this to me to play on Who Are These Socials? I'm not sure if we have played it or not, but it fits into this context pretty well. Check out this chick.
Here's a weird talent nobody asked for.
That is Mouth Trumpet Girl. She's pretty fucking impressive. I would start a horn section with her. I don't know if the others would be offended by that or not, but it sounds great. Much better than
It's
John's.
cheating when you use a glass as a muzzle.
As a muzzle.
But the whole point is it's not supposed to actually sound like a trumpet. That's why
Oh.
much better, Lady K.
My bad. Yes, I'm sure he'd have a reason why his is better than that. This is so we're reading super chats back and forth. They're simulcasting. They're both on their own channels doing this, and a brilliant idea is thrown out.
Man of
I think we can do a thing here, Rob. We can go super chat, point super chat. You read yours and then I read mine.
Yes.
That'll be a new show on the Sandusky Network.
Super chat, point super chat.
And you can Venmo me a Headyverse. I'll read them.
I like that. Nancy Neal gets in there at the end. He's just like, I can also be taking your money. Yeah, guys. No, my favorite part about that clip is it's point counterpoint. It's not counterpoint counter. It's not 0.0. They're like, give me super chat, point, and super chat. You're not even understanding how this phrase works. The reason why it's point dabble point is if the point to go on the either end. It's a discussion. People making points.
Can you slow down with that explanation? Hold on. What?
I know. I might
What point? What?
I might have over-explained it just now.
I think I might have to call you out on that one, Carl.
Please do.
I think you're a hypocrite.
Okay, fair enough.
Got you there.
No, John's being honest about what he wants. He does not want any counterpoints. He just wants people to agree with him. He's not looking for the other side, so why request it?
Super chat point, super chat. I'm tuning in for that show. It sounds amazing. Can we super chat it? Oh, yeah. We accept super chats. Cool. Sounds good. All right, now, Penis Wrinkle gets into the mix here on the super chats, and Penis Wrinkle has some opinions on Rob Saul and maybe what Rob is up to, and Rob doesn't like it.
I know a pillhead nod when I see one.
It says, I know a pillhead nod when I see when Rob's a fiend. And Rob does. I mean, his head motions, and I said this before. I was going back and watching an old episode where it was like Rob and Bob Levy or something from a few years ago. He was not like that. This is all new behavior that's going on. And it gets crazier the later it is in the day that he's streaming.
I can't wait. This guy is
Penis Wrinkle. Why don't you just why don't you? I mean, you have.
Yeah, he's the biggest loser.
You want to say to me? I implore you to come to my face and say it, but you won't because you're a pussy. And look at you. You're hiding behind a Tim Curry Pennywise.
Why is that always the move? So someone says, "Dude, you seem like a pillhead." I can tell by the way you're nodding your head all around. Rob's response is to nod his head all over the place and then say, why don't you punch me in the face? Yeah. Because I'm on the internet and so are you, idiot. Because no one's looking to fight anyone.
Fucking a graphic? You're a loser. You're a fucking loser. Yeah, I get it. You can look up people's information. Look up my information. Come to me and find me.
Did Penis Wrinkle say anything about his information or looking up his information? He just said that it seems like you're maybe on pills.
You seem to be.
Rob can't make eye contact with this entire side of the room.
Right.
Like, he can't even look in that direction. And it only happens when somebody accuses him of being inebriated. Suddenly he is dizzy
You're
and
inebriated,
spinning.
Adam. I'm not inebriated. What do you mean?
Exactly.
What Rob was referring to was Penis Wrinkle was the one that broke the Rob Saul bankruptcy story.
Oh, okay. Well, that was an important story.
It was.
That was an important story only because they'll be like, why do you care if he had a bankruptcy? Because he calls everyone a loser. That's what makes it interesting. When someone goes around saying that everyone else is a loser, you find out that they're a loser. You're like, well, that's interesting. I'm going to note
and
that
for
down.
two people that are accusing everybody else of, you're inside their heads, you're having a conversation with him right now that needed explanation to the audience because you don't care if we understand. You're just fighting a battle and having a conversation with ghost people who are joking with you.
Yes.
And John is at first proud of his boy and then slowly disgusted.
Good
and
point.
the fact that I know all these facts means I'm a loser.
I agree with that. Yeah. Penis Wrinkle, his only job is to get a rise out of people, and then they do just that all the time. Rob goes on to say that he has him blocked and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, that's what he's trying to do, is fuck with you idiots.
He has a lawyer involved with Penis Wrinkle.
Oh, I thought the lawyer was with Kevin Brennan.
No, I believe he's discussed Penis Wrinkle as well with his lawyer.
I guess Penis Wrinkle will be super chatting $1.99 anytime soon. Not after he's supposed to pay all his legal fees.
I hope that court hearing is actually also streamed on Zoom. The state of New Jersey versus Penis Wrinkle 12.
Yes. Penis Wrinkle, is that a second
Nasty
grader
Neil
behind
might
you?
point out. Nasty Neil might point out that it's the old Tim Curry, not the current one. That's something to talk about.
Right.
All you can do is make fun of his
You should know
avatar.
that.
People's information. Look up my information. Come to me and find me.
Very disturbing.
You seem to be so.
You ever stop and think like I'm yelling at a guy named Penis Wrinkle?
Yeah, I mean, all I'm saying is, this guy's such a tough guy. Come say it to me. I'm more than willing to hear you out because you seem to have such an issue with me that I would love to hear you out face to face, you pussy.
Let's see.
No one's got Rob's back, which is great. Even amongst friends, just like, all right, you done? Moving on. Hey, Rob, I also make fun of you on the internet. It's not because I'm a tough guy. It's not because I want to meet you face to face and explain this shit to you. I'd rather talk to a larger audience than just you and explain that you suck. I hate that thing where it's just like, oh, you think you're a tough guy? Penis Wrinkle's never claimed to be a tough guy.
No.
His name is Penis Wrinkle.
And the way John just glazes over and he's like, yeah, welcome to my world.
Yeah, right. Like, why are you getting so worked up, you idiot? This is why you get clowned on the internet. So John is so fucked up at this point that he brags he's able to read a super chat. And then Rob does something. I've never seen anything like this before. This is wild.
Great show. So this is the normal night, John, getting shit-faced and blacking out alone. Really sad, man. Rob, nice eyeliner and dashiki. Just do it.
Yeah. Oh, you're so funny, fella. Oh, my
Hey, Neil, if I was that fucked up, could I have read that?
Very, very well said. I plus, we heard someone at the door.
I guess that's the case closed motion. It means a lot of different things to John. It's like aloha to John. It can mean hello, I love you, goodbye. But that was case closed. I read a super chat. How fucked up can I possibly be? Now watch what Rob does here, because I always say that John's a 6-year-old child, and that's how it explains all of his behavior. Watch this.
Door, and you're here with the two of us.
Look at me. I'm the guy from Star Trek.
But again, all right, Neil.
What the fuck was
Wow.
that?
Wow.
Look at me. I'm the guy from Star Trek.
I
And
think
they
he
gave him
said Star
nothing.
Trek. I'm pretty sure he said Star Trek too. Just that insult to.
They both gave him nothing, which was great. Is amazing Star Trek bit.
What it deserved. Yeah.
Look at me. I'm the guy from Star Trek.
I think you're right.
But again, all right, Neil.
By the way, he gets criticized for wearing eyeliner, and the first thing he does is cover up his eyes.
Yeah. There's something to that.
A loser wouldn't do that.
He's reaching. He had some success with the Shuli costume.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, let's see what other props. Like, oh, I have headphones. Let's see
Some
what
success. Vince the lawyer said it was the best improv he's ever seen in his life.
That is true.
And there's one thing I
It
know
is the
about
best
Vince.
improv Vince has ever seen in his life.
One thing I know about
Yes.
Vince is he's never lying and telling the opposite of the truth. Now John gets a question here that he has to think quick on.
Hey, John, honest question. With your credits, why do you think you haven't been able to find another showbiz job? When COVID happened, I was like, fuck it, no industry. So I decided to become a school teacher. Sorry if that's not cool in your book, but to me, these children need school teachers.
Did they not need school teachers before the quarantine?
And he thought it up quick.
Well, that's the thing. the idea that John hasn't tried to maintain his show business career is insane, and we've all watched him do this. Before he left LA, he's like, I got an audition, and I'm going to get this gig, and I'm going to probably do this thing, and he's constantly talking about what he's going to do. And they're like, how come you never got any of these gigs? He's like, because I'd rather be a substitute school teacher. What part of that do you not understand?
I just
John,
want
you know
to
what's-
go
sorry.
ahead. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
You know
Rob.
what's still happening during the pandemic? Voiceovers, podcasts. Like, you've done cartoons. You didn't have to stop being an artist, and kids still needed help before this. Like, just admit what's happening.
Adam,
you could have
you're
done
wrong.
many other things.
You're wrong.
I was
No
listening
one
to comics talk about doing roofs and pool parties and houses.
No one
and,
has a job in show business anymore because of COVID. Nobody
Right.
does.
Right.
Well, it's funny you say that, Carl, because my wife's a television writer. She hadn't worked for all of 2019. And in July of 2020, she got hired on a TV show. And then when that one was over, she was hired on another show. She
Nope.
worked for about 3.5 years straight.
Nope,
Yeah,
you're lying.
that's-
You're lying. Because of COVID. There's no way that possibly happened.
Are we all going to ignore the 5-year gap between COVID and his last TV gig?
That's also a good point.
He was
Long
waiting
before
for the
COVID.
reboot of the arm wrestling league.
Right.
It's still coming.
And I'm pretty sure it's mostly over. So why is he not working now? Why
Why-
can't you supplement your income with some entertainment
got a
gigs?
new job in
Isn't this show
January.
you've been doing the entire time an entertainment gig? It's just not working for you, but you never stopped.
Well, I can think of a subreddit you don't read, Rob, if you think the pandemic is over.
Yes, that's a good point. Zero COVID community still keeping the dream alive that we should all be staying in our houses forever. John leaves the show, and Rob reminds us that he can't talk so good. This is a guy who claims to be a broadcaster.
I'm not willing to cater to people that are just people that that haven't been good to me, and I don't know, Neil. What am I trying to say?
I don't know either. You're the one trying to say it, so you have to tell us.
Try talking while a dog's licking your taint.
Okay, he might be distracted. I couldn't imagine being that bad at talking and thinking that I should be a talk show host.
This is like closing time at the bar. Hey, Rob, why don't you finish that up and get an Uber?
You think I'm okay to drive?
I don't think you're okay to do anything.
Come on, man.
You want me to get an Uber?
Oh. So then Rob just gets up and leaves, and Nasty Neil's not really sure why.
Gina Bobina was asking earlier what was my pornography of choice.
What was it?
Let's see here. I don't know. Like I like 8-bit pornography. So it looks like old NES graphics. Kind of my deal. Like a princess and Mario.
Rob's just taking his date into the other room.
Yeah, time to fuck the dog.
Okay. So this guy is going off on some weird thing about NES porn or something. And most of this show, especially when John leaves, is them reading free chats and just trying to keep something going. They have no chemistry together. They have nothing to talk about. So they're just hoping that they can read a chat and come up with something. And so when Rob comes back, he can't explain why he just got up abruptly and was gone for minutes.
Oh, here he is return. Let's see, Gina Bobina, hilarious. Santa's balls. Final boss just put Santa's balls with a bunch of smiley faces.
Oh, wow. How dare him.
That's in reference to. Maybe he's just happy about Santa's balls.
Yeah.
Jay Warren, what do you think of Kelly Rutherford as an actor? I'm not sure who that is, honestly. I know I'm bad sometimes with names. Let me look.
Why'd you read it?
Welcome back, Rob. You okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
Dog's not.
I'm just.
Does Vince the lawyer have your address? Does he ever send you anything?
Neil, why did you bail him out on that? Are you okay? Yeah, I'm good. I'm just,
Rob, you kind of trailed off there.
I know, but
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, well, no, I'm fine. Just,
Okay.
The dog you walked off with, is it still alive, or is it in your freezer now? What happened?
He looks like he just saw a body or created a dead body and was now told to go back in the room, act like nothing happened, and continue your podcast. That's what you just saw. He couldn't stop looking over there. He's not present. I know there are moments where I've had too much to drink and I hear myself slurring a little bit and I'm like, oh shit, I sound like that. I think what we're seeing are large gaps where they have no idea. And he is waking up kind of mid-sentence and going, what were we talking about, Neil? And it's such a cycle of abuse the way John shits on him, so he has to shit on Neil, and it just goes round and round.
Yeah, it's interesting to me. I don't even have nightmares about being this bad because I know I can't possibly be this bad. But he does this all the time where he gets way too wasted. He can't talk normally, but he gets way too wasted and does these shit shows that are this embarrassing. It would take one of those for me to never do it again.
So he's not looking back at any of this when he's sober. Oh, he's never sober. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know. What's your take on this, Adam? You watched this episode.
He's blackout, drunk, pills, whatever it is.
But he's doing that on the internet. Now, remember, he privated this video, so he definitely was embarrassed.
He has some awareness. He's done this a few times. He's had a few drunk episodes that get privated, like almost immediately. Like I've been watching some of them that just disappear as I'm watching them.
Yes. So I'm so glad I grabbed this in time. Thanks again to Peter Sprinkle for giving me a heads up on this because, this video is gone.
Which means that he still has at least an employer or one or two friends and family in his life that he doesn't want to see that. Because outside of that, he keeps saying the word family, right? And he keeps coming back to John. And John, for whatever reason, is a mentor or a bigger brother or a family figure. And John is showing him how to podcast. Right. And Rob is doing everything John does, from the losers to the attacking to the drunk, and he's just following what has worked for this successful guy, because he's found when he's out at the bar trying to talk to people and they say, "What do you do?" And he goes, "I do a podcast." Everything he says after that, they stop listening. But sometimes when he says, "And I do it with this guy from the Howard Stern show," the ears just kind of perk up for a second. And he doesn't want to lose that because it's all he's got. And so he's willing to completely debase himself like a court jester who will be murdered at the king's random whim any day now to, get by and maybe get some super chats. Because there's no show. There's no show here.
Again, Adam, brilliant insight. I didn't even think about this. Rob used to do a show with Bob Levy. And he's had Anthony Cumia on his show. And he's been able to say, yeah, I was on radio, I was a broadcaster, I've done shows with this person, that person. He doesn't want to let go of that. So now he's down to Stuttering John. And anyone who's not in the Dabbleverse knows who Stuttering John is and doesn't know how pathetic that is to be co-host with him. I think you're onto something there, my friend. Any final thoughts on this? I know it was a marathon. We probably went way too long with this segment, but these clips are fascinating to me. Christian, anything you picked up on?
Well, I was just thinking that watching Rob, the way that he keeps his eyes closed and, he doesn't stop moving, it's like for the most part, these things are fun. But then when you catch those glimpses of like, oh, there's a real problem in this person's life, and I mean, he's still a terrible broadcaster. So it's
and a horrible person too, I would imagine.
Well, yeah, that's true. Yeah. Well, yeah, he did that. He did definitely celebrate a miscarriage, right? So let's never forget that.
The miscarriage of what would have been his only child sibling.
Yes, right.
He's also said the worst things he could possibly think of about my wife, and then goes, I don't know why people don't like me. I'm a very likable guy. He's such a garbage human.
And I think if Michael J. Fox watched like a minute of him, he would be like, could you just sit still? You're making me fucking nervous.
We have to talk about John with Vince the lawyer here.
Go.
All right. This is questions about Kate's place because John spent the night over at Kate's apartment, and Vince is going to get to the bottom of this.
Go back then. You went to Kate's house after the strip club, right?
Kate's apartment.
Kate's apartment. When you got there, did you recognize that you had your phone?
That's when I knew I lost.
As soon as you got there?
Some point when we were...
So not really related, but what happened when you got back to Kate's house, apartment?
We went to bed. I don't know.
You went right.
Said the guy telling the truth. We went to. That's what people do when they're hooking up, right? They go to bed.
Yeah.
Right to the bedroom.
Pretty much. I mean, I can't remember if we had some wine, but I think we went straight to bed. It was late.
What time about?
Probably like 1 or 2 in the morning.
Okay.
The tell right there. Probably about 1 or 2 in the morning. And I don't even know what parts of these are the lie. I just know it's all a lie. Like, I know he did spend the night at Kate's apartment. That part we know is true.
Also, John, if you're going to have the filter on like 95% on other streams, you can't just not have the filter the next day.
Yeah, I just
it makes it
forgot.
seem like you're being dishonest.
Yes.
And outside of the filter, I love just the joy and light we'd never seen before that was in his eyes when he was relaying this story to Clay. Even Clay was like, I've never seen you this happy ever about anything. And it took about how many hours for this to return? The L in the forehead, the absolute just fear, paranoia, tension. It's just, that's how long it lasted. You can give him the greatest gift in the world. It'll last about 24 hours before misery sets in again.
And let's remember, we witnessed him finding out his son got into Harvard.
Right, yes.
Oh, my God.
But I don't know why John thought he could come up with this lie about hooking up with Kate and it wouldn't lead to this specifically. Props to VTM for interrogating him, and John has no answers for any of this stuff. And that's why he looks so miserable right here, because he's like, oh, fuck, I am being found out right now.
Now, you had said something about her bed being...
No. I'm not talking about that. Please, do me a favor. Some things I tell you privately. Anything that I've told you, that's private. Please, can we keep it that way?
Well, we really...
Why does he keep stepping on this specific rake? This rake is right outside of his doorstep, and he just steps on it every day. Why does he send details, personal details to Vince, and then is surprised when Vince brings it up? So what Vince is referring to here is the fact that John said Kate's bed didn't have any sheets on it and had blood stains on it, and it was just a mattress on the floor. And so this is what Vince is referring to. And now John's like, listen, I'm going to pretend I banged this girl, but I don't want to embarrass her. That's a step too far.
Carl, when I think about the stories he's told us about his kids and the things he's admitted that even have nothing to do with him, that's just like, hey, my kid did this.
Yeah.
Let me just share something about them. And the effort he's putting into protecting Kate. Like he normally lets Vince at least finish while he does his blah, 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 blah. Now he is shutting him up. He's like, you don't fuck with this.
Interesting.
This is
You're
not
right.
about super chats. This is true love.
Yeah, let's see if you read super chats. Let's see if you read super chats from a character called Kate's bloody mattress on the floor. I bet he
Kate's
won't.
bloody mattress on the floor. Yeah. He won't rush through it.
Even the $10 ones, even the $9.99 ones, he won't?
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, sure, no problem. I don't think we talked about.
No. I just don't want to.
All right, fair enough. Did you hook up with
Anything
her?
I told you that was something.
I don't know. I was out of it, John. I've
All
been
right,
out
just
of.
please don't. All right. Anything I told you.
I'm asking
before,
you the questions. Did
just
you hook
ask
up
me
with her?
questions, But anything I told you on the phone, like that, I told you like when I was at the Verizon store. Please, let's just keep that confidential for right now.
All right, I will just ask questions.
That's why I
Did
called you before, because I knew you were going to do shit like this. I don't want anything revealed about anything that I told you.
Well, I got some more information from this person. I'm going to ask you about it, and hopefully we can figure out exactly what happened. So after you left the strip club, you went back to Kate's house. Did you hook up with her at her house?
Good question.
See, now this is Baby Fatso just tweeted this out.
Wait. There's a tweet from Chad? Well, then don't answer the question. Let's get right onto that. This is such an obvious tactic that John's trying to utilize here.
And I love that Vince said, I was out of it. Nothing you can say, because he knows that's John's excuse for everything. I was half in the bag. I'm not responsible for anything I say or do. So you accuse me of something, I was out of it. What are you going to say?
Yeah.
Get this tweet over to Stuttering John. I know you're going to go into the police to file a report today. Can you let them know Pinky and I hired not just one, but two PIs to follow?
Yeah, John, I don't get distracted by them. So far, they have nothing to do with this. You're at Kate's house, her apartment. Did you hook up with her there?
Good question.
Still a good question.
It doesn't matter, Vince. Well, why do you care?
No, I'm just curious, because I'm a Yent.
Okay, let me explain this to John yet again. The reason why we care is because you're implying that you did. And it's a shitty thing to do to hang out with a chick that everyone knows who she is. She's a part of the Dabbleverse. She has an internet presence, or had. And for John to say, yeah, we had a great time. I spent the night, didn't leave till the afternoon the next day. Like, all these things are...
John, put your eyebrows down.
Yeah, right. He's like Millhouse. All these things are implying that he slept with her. And so I think it's a fair question from the attorney here.
It's a yes or no question.
Did you hook up with her or not? Why do you care?
John thinks he's allowed to ask his political guests if they've ever done anal.
Yeah,
but this is too far for him.
Exactly.
That's a great point.
You fucking Noel Castler?
Yeah.
I'm curious.
I was just curious to the story of the phones. I thought we were going to stay on topic here.
So John wants to bring it back to, and the whole conversation is about John getting his phone stolen, and then, we find out, I don't know if we're going to have the clip or not, but we find out, because I mentioned on Point Dabble Point that John went to find my device, which you can do. I know his things are connected, because when you text him, it hits all of the pings and everything like that. So all of his devices are connected. You can go to your MacBook, find my device, find out where your phone is, your iPad, and everything else. John lets it out that he was on the phone with Apple. And they're like, yeah, your phone's in Ithaca, New York. So he had to call someone. He's so old-fashioned. He had to call someone to find out his phone is located in Ithaca. And he's claiming it was stolen. The person who stole it's looking for tons of money in order to send it to whoever wants it. So John's like, why are we talking about me fucking this 25-year-old that I've been bragging about all weekend when we can be talking about my stolen phone?
Oh, we didn't agree to anything. I don't know what happened. I think this is...
No, everything is fake. The picture, the kiss is all AI. We didn't do anything.
I was wrong. I had said to you this is AI.
No, you were right.
I was wrong.
Fake. We didn't do anything.
I said I was wrong.
We didn't do anything. Don't worry about it.
All right, so you hooked up with her. I don't give a shit. I mean, did you have sex with her?
It doesn't matter. No, we didn't do anything.
That I believe. That's the part that I believe. In case you're wondering what John's referring to, it is this photo right here. And my wife is still mad. She just saw this today on Point Dabble Point. She's still mad at Kate for this photo right here of those two smooching.
By the way, if any of us haven't sent out our Christmas cards yet, this might be the thing to rush over to Snapfish and see if they can get it back to you overnight.
Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
It's going to be a great show if we're not going to get any information out.
I thought we had a ton of other things to talk about.
This is the biggest news going on in your life ever. You hooked up with a 24-year-old. I was wrong about you even doing it.
How dare you? I'm not a creep.
You had previously told me that you would never hook up with someone that is younger than your oldest child. What happened?
You pause it, Carl?
Yeah. That's a great question, too. What happened? What do you think, Cardiff?
Well, no. It's the screaming at she's 25 now.
Mm-hmm.
He's making it like she got older and he did not age a year from a year ago when he said it was creepy.
That's what he loves about these high school girls. They get older, he stays the same age. All right.
I don't think that's the phrase.
Well, no, I'm pretty sure that's how it goes.
Okay.
You don't even like that movie, Carl.
John's like, I'm from the Howard Stern show. I'm just not comfortable or used to trying to do a regular interview and being pressed by all of these sexual questions. It's just not something I'm familiar with. And how dare you, Vince, when I'm trying to tell a very innocent story about a 60-year-old man, a 25-year-old girl, and 2 phones that went missing.
And
Can
a
we please stay on
cocaine-fueled
topic?
sex romp. That's a great point because John will say inappropriate things to his guests, as we were just talking about, and he'll say, listen, I learned from Howard Stern. I was on the Howard Stern show for 15 years. This is how I learned how to do this sort of thing. And then Vince, who's a Howard Stern super fan, also learned from Howard Stern. Mm-hmm. Did you hook up? What'd you do? What's going on?
Mm-hmm.
I don't like this line of questioning all of a sudden when he's the one under fire.
Yeah, John also told Pat Dixon that everything he does is performative and Andy Kaufman-esque. But then in the same breath, he says, I was told directly from Howard Stern, be yourself. Talk about your day.
Right.
Just be honest. Which one is it?
Yeah, which one is it? Because it is all performative. That's why we don't think IRL streaming, while it would be great if he could do it, we don't think he could pull it off because he's always performing when he knows a camera is on. We don't get to see the real John Melendez, except for when he's wasted, which is why I really enjoyed that Rob South show that we looked at earlier.
That was pretty cool.
When we started talking for the second time around, not the first time. The first time, I stuck to that fact. I was interested in Kristen Carney. That's a fact, Jack and Kate.
Says the guy who's not lying. I only saw it when I'm lying.
It's a fucking capo.
Yeah.
I think he forgot that I think he forgot we've heard those calls that would end with him saying, I love you.
Yeah, when we get married,
yeah.
We're going to go to the beach and down to the Keys, Epstein Island. I forget all the places he wanted to take her, but some crazy places.
Epstein Island is nice this time of year.
All times of
year. That's what they tell me.
But
that's where the women stay the same age, Christian, if you want to go back to that.
When we started talking and she apologized profusely and felt so bad, and then we started talking and laughing, and it became, a very, I don't know, like it was like we were, like it was.
No, we
I
don't
know it seems bizarre, but it was like we were falling in love. It was crazy.
Oh no! You did not just say that. This is going to be so much more embarrassing when these tapes come out, this next round of Kate secretly recording everything that's going on.
Yeah.
It's going to be so
I keep
much
thinking
worse.
this is secret. He's okay with saying this.
We're falling in love. I didn't want to sleep with her before. I promised I wouldn't, but now we're in love. So what are you going to do?
And he's so sincere. He was telling Clay earlier when he was first busting out with the story, he couldn't stop forgiving everyone. He actually said to Clay, he's like, I'm not even thinking about the Shitwaya or Pinky or any of those people because he was so in love suddenly. And he started talking about Catholicism and forgiveness and how that's always been a huge part of him. It lasted about 24 hours, but he meant it. When he has just the slightest win or even perceived win in his life that he can claim to others is substantial, suddenly all these enemies aren't so bad. Suddenly everything that's happening to him isn't so bad. Suddenly he can see past all of it when he just gets the tiniest bit of love.
Sleeping with Kate is like owning 3 boats. He was excited about the boat. He couldn't wait to drop that news. But this was way beyond that. Sleeping
It's
over an
not
apartment.
even what he's done. It's just that there's pictures. He wouldn't want to do, if he had to choose between the experience and the pictures, he would pick the pictures because the pictures affect all of us and all of his perceived enemies. I just wish we all could have gotten together before he dropped this and said, whenever that picture gets released, let's all just say, oh, that's like your student. That was AI. It's definitely AI. We don't believe it.
Right.
And just moved on and not giving him any attention.
Yeah, he would have
right?
lost his mind over that. But Adam, I don't know if you saw this. In Dabblers Anonymous, there was a poll out. Would John have rather to have actually gotten laid and no one knew?
Oh, wow.
Or would he rather he didn't get laid, people think he did? That
And
really,
who
that's
won,
all
you know?
you need to know about this guy. He'd much rather have people think that he got laid.
Mm-hmm.
Less venereal disease too, by the way.
Yeah.
A lot of upside on people just think you did it.
He was really invested in getting those pictures. Dustin, or whatever your name is, can you get me those pictures somehow? How? You don't have your phone.
But again, what Adam's point takes me right back to where my initial thoughts on this, when the pictures came out, when Chad put the picture out. The story that Chad got and leaked out is the exact story John would want out there.
Yes.
Which leads me to believe that none of it is real.
Oh, I think it's all real. I think that.
Think?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Here's what happened. John and Kate met up at the Mexican restaurant.
I believe that.
John was drunk already. Kate didn't have much of an appetite. They go meet up with their friends at another bar. They go to a strip club. They score a blow. John has no money for it. The bouncers kick him out because he has no money, and the beers are $15 a piece, and he really wants to drink those beers. They go back to Kate's apartment, and it's John and Kate and a whole mess of people who want to stay up doing blow all night. John slept on a chair somewhere. He didn't even get the couch. He wasn't even close to the couch for this. Got nowhere near Kate, and woke up the next morning hoping something would happen. Hung around as long as he could till finally it got awkward. Kate's like, "Look, I got shit to do. Can you get the fuck out of here?" That's what I think happened. What do you think, Cardiff? Am I crazy?
I don't know. I almost think like Kate's in on it in the fact like let's convince the world we're together, we're in love. Let's take these pictures of us kissing.
Yeah.
Let's
that's
get
part
them
of
to
it.
Chad. Let's get all this out there. But yeah, you're probably right about the other stuff.
But no, you're right. That's a good point. I forget about that part, that there's a side of Kate that really wants this kind of attention and likes people talking about her and her being involved in it. And so, yeah, this was part of her strategy. I'll go out with John Melendez and we'll make a huge splash in the Devilverse. It's all anyone will be talking about.
Because the story Chad's told of a PI that was staking them out all night is just stupid enough that Kate and John came up with.
Oh, I don't think they came up with that. I think that one of Kate's friends, because John talked about it, we talked about it at Dabble Point today. One of Kate's friends is interested in John because of the Dabbleverse and took photos and leaked that all to Chad directly, knowing that TM Zumach is the place to leak this information and get it out of MLC.
Do you think it was Kate's hot friend Emily or hot friend Emily's hot mother?
Yeah,
Who do you
Emma
think
or
leaked the
Emma's
photo?
mom, right? Yeah. That was
I don't
some
know.
weird crew they had doing blow and go to strip clubs.
It just, I don't know. It just seems like a Page 6 story. Oh, John Melendez has a huge penis. Yeah, I wonder where that rumor came from, right? Like,
I know what you mean.
I think
yes.
a mistake that intelligent people make is in assuming that there are, planned reasons and motives behind the things that people do. And sometimes it's just a feeling, or it's just random, or I know it'll get me some attention in the Dabbleverse. I know I'm lonely tonight. I know I feel bad about what I did, whatever it was. I don't think there's a big meaning behind it. I don't think, I think it just happened. I think Clay likes hanging out with John. I think Kate likes older men, and all of that is okay. Maybe Clay likes getting beat up a little bit. Maybe Kate has a thing where she likes this sort of thing. It's everybody's right to do whatever they want. The only thing that's clear is that Clay and Kate are getting whatever they need out of this, and John is delusional. Because what we really learned, which is very revealing to me from this experience, is that John doesn't know where anything in New York City is.
Yeah.
And that's fucking crazy. He doesn't know where Grand Central is. And this Mexican restaurant he's talking about is on 34th and 8th.
Yeah.
You know what's also on 34th and 8th? The entrance to the Long Island Railroad to go back to Long Island, which means his favorite restaurant in town that he had to book a day in advance is 1 block away from the train. So you're not really exploring the city very much. You haven't gone past, Penn Station, which is remarkable for a 60-year-old man.
When they're talking about the strip club, Vince asks him, "Oh, there's 2 locations. Is the one Midtown or downtown?" And John goes, Here's the difference between Midtown and downtown? I know that. I've never worked in Manhattan. It's crazy. He really is so sheltered.
I think the reality is much closer to the way you described it, Carl. And of everything that John said, there's probably only the one detail that's real, that wherever he slept that night, it was stained in blood. I think it was a chair, like you said, but there was definitely a blood stain in the morning.
How embarrassing for Kate. And I stained her chair all bloody.
That's not bizarre at all, John. Obviously, she's got major daddy issues, which is great for you. I mean, you're an older guy.
I wouldn't say that.
Well, John, if your dad was gay, you're going to have issues unless you're super strong mentally.
Well, Devin and Alexandra's dad is gay, and
exactly, and expect them to have major issues.
Well, put it this way:
John actually got mad just now.
Yeah,
he's like, "You're saying mean things about my girlfriend." Yes, and that's not cool. I'm going to put my foot down right now. You're gay.
And what he's saying is a known fact that Kevin Meaney was gay.
Right.
He was an espresso martini.
The subtle implication that it was something other than charm and good looks that got him this attention.
Well, right, yeah, that's the other thing too. But I'm the Duke. That's why she likes me. Oh, okay, yeah, no, that's it. You're right.
No, she has to be broken inside. That's the only way this works.
The person that is, because I see so many super chats.
Not that many.
But the person. What happened was in the morning.
Yeah.
Kate called one of her friends, who she thought was a friend, and this friend is the one that's spilling all this information, who is involved with this theft.
Now, can you pause it?
Yeah.
She called her friend in the morning, but her phone was stolen.
Good point. Kate didn't have her phone the next day. Oh, I think he goes on to explain that she FaceTimed on her computer. I think Vince asked that question as well. So, okay, so let's get back to the phone things. So John is claiming that one of the guys they're hanging out with, a tall guy, so probably 5'8" or above, one of the guys they were hanging out with stole his phone, Kate's phone, and John's friend / brother-in-law's phone. And then Vince offers up a theory. He's like, what if Kate stole your phone? What if Kate's actually the mastermind behind all of this? And he starts putting a little doubt in John's mind about, oh shit, whose side is she on? She wasn't on my side before. She was working against me. She was working with Shuli. So this is fun.
I'm out. What do you mean? She went through his phone. She probably copy and pasted all his texts to his kids and all that shit. Oh, how'd she get the password? So that's what I asked her. It was open at first because he put his phone down, and then she watched him enter it.
See John's face? Okay, what Vince is doing right now is he's reading a text exchange he's having with someone he doesn't know who he is, but a person who claims he knows everything about this phone and Kate and the night, and claiming that Kate stole the phone and how she was able to do this. And I got to back that up. Look at John's face as he's processing, like, could that have happened? This seems like a reality, a potential reality to John.
And then she watched him enter it.
I mean, the only way that could have been possible is when I was sober at El Parador, and we were, our arms, as you can see by the pictures, we were all over each other. There wasn't any, I wasn't putting any passcodes in my fucking phone.
John is claiming, when they met up at the Mexican restaurant and John was sober, they were all over each other.
It's ridiculous.
They would kick him out.
Yeah, right.
This is disgusting. Get the fuck out. People are trying to eat dinner right now. This is disturbing what you're doing.
Sir, you've eaten 4 nachos and you've ordered an appetizer. Please get out.
You're drooling all over this poor lady's face.
Let's be honest. His passcode is 6969. Let's move on. It wasn't that hard.
Good point.
You can tell that their hands were all over each other by the 2 photos, one of which where she's kissing him on the cheek.
Yes.
That one might imply it, but yeah, that one. Yeah, look at them. Oh my God. How could she resist that?
You know how I know that you're right, Cardiff, that his passcode is 6969?
Look, the Duke's always been horny. The Duke is very horny. I mean, overwhelming.
What a charmer. Could you imagine if I'm talking to a friend of mine, I'm just like, dude, I'm fucking horny, man. I am so goddamn horny. You can't believe how fucking horny I am. It's wild.
Hello?
I was busy fucking paying attention to my date.
Obviously, that's why there's a chance maybe.
I don't look, I don't think, look, after what happened with the taping and the phone calls,
right.
I mean, is she capable of doing something?
Yeah.
Has she done something like that in the past? Yes, but I don't think she stole my phone. I think this guy's just full of shit.
And also, would I be so gullible that I'd fall for the same thing twice? I mean, come on. Stepping on the rake.
What's brilliant that's happening right here is that this was a win for John because he thought it took away the embarrassment of the previous situation. He thinks this negates that because in his mind, it does. It's all worth it. I'm the winner. I'm the Duke. Vince right now is slowly chipping away at that, and it's starting to work, and you're starting to see it, and all the joy is gone, and the hatred and the anger at all of us and everyone else is slowly coming back, and he's starting to realize what's going to happen because his argument against it is, I don't think she would, even though, mathematically, scientifically, politically, culturally, everything would tell me, oh, she's going to do it again. But I just don't think so. And I'm going with my gut on this one, Vince, the evil lawyer.
Is there strong evidence that she's done it in the past and she'll do it again? Of course there is, but I doubt it. Not this time.
And I'm pretty sure that his password is John. It's John. I'm pretty sure.
So he doesn't forget.
Shit.
Okay, said phone wasn't dead. That's just you trying to squirm out of it.
Vince, I swear on my life, because
you don't have to tell me, John. I'm just telling you what he wrote me.
Kate will attest to this. When I tried to get on my phone, it was dead. She was with me when it was dead. And the other thing I'll tell you is, so let's get this straight for a second, Vince. Now, I'm going to try and ask you to use your Columbia brain. Okay? If my friend's phone was stolen, and we found the guy that stole his, which was a man, why then are we going to then jump that there's 2 perpetrators, the guy stealing my friend's phone, and then Kate's phone was definitely stolen, and I know that's as a fact, and then my phone is stolen, and then somehow this guy's alleging that the only phone Kate stole was mine, she didn't steal her own, and she didn't steal my friend's. So
she didn't steal her own. You're really cracking the case, John. Yeah, good point. The fuck you talking
Maybe
about?
it's just as simple as Kate didn't want your friend's phone, your brother-in-law's phone. She only wanted your phone, and her phone is not stolen. She hid it,
right?
And so this guy in Ithaca's got your friend's phone. That's it.
Or maybe everything in life is not some kind of Star Wars, Joseph Campbell, power of one absolute. And he's just saying, maybe Kate knows a little more than she's letting on.
Right.
Can we agree with that, John?
Yes.
Or is that too much for you?
Yep.
For, again, my hypothesis is this guy's just trying to put it on Kate.
Well, this is the guy that you're claiming has the information.
Kate, as you're texting me right now, did you steal my phone? I'll believe you.
Send her a text. Let's talk to her.
Kate Meany didn't steal the phone like Charles Manson didn't kill those people.
Right. Yes. Good point. Kate is actively texting when he goes, text me whether or not you stole my phone and I'll believe you. What a waste of time.
With children, you don't say like Vince is like, I think this woman's stealing from you. You're like, I can produce her and have her tell you that's full of shit.
Right.
Case closed.
Yes.
But
not how this
Kate,
works.
Just text me. I don't believe you did. So did you steal my phone? It's a simple question.
Oh, fuck, John, you got me. No, all right, well, you were right, Vince.
I believe you.
I believe you.
Kate said she didn't steal it, but she did write a book called If I Stole It, and it explained how she would have stolen it.
It's not a compound question, is it, Vincey?
No, it's a beautiful question. The only thing is, John, she could obviously misrepresent the answer to you. So just because your friend's phone was stolen doesn't mean that that same person stole your phone.
Of course not, Vince. And just because, and just because.
Yeah, come with an example, John. Here you go.
Lindsay,
I get what you're saying, John. It's an indicator, but it's not 100%.
All right, so if the same guy kills 10 people.
I want to know where he was going with Lindsay Lohan.
Yeah, who is she going to kill?
That's a good question. Just her career. So I think she's doing. So now Vince starts asking him, so your phone has been stolen by a guy who can activate it and get into it, according to everything that we know or John knows. Is there anything incriminating in this phone that's going to be embarrassing for John?
Are you upset at all? Anything on the phone can be incriminating to you?
Not incriminating, no.
Anything that's embarrassing that we wouldn't know about?
I don't know. I mean, how would I know?
Well, it's your phone.
How would I know? Well, because you know all the bullshit you put out into the world, and you know reality. So what's the part that's reality that's going to embarrass you? How would I know?
And for those of you just listening, John waited for the question to finish, then took a giant sip from a cup of tea and then just like swirled it around his mouth while he was thinking, waited for Vince to finish, then took some time to swallow and then came back with nothing.
Right.
By the way, that might be a coffee or tea mug, but I'm sure that there was probably some grain alcohol in there.
It could be Irish coffee. We don't know.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Like what?
Naked pictures, your porn sites that you visited, all that stuff. Emails to family.
Looking up. Let me think. Come on.
Comedy of threes. Emails to family that go unanswered multiple times, maybe something like that. I don't care what porn sites Sean goes to. I don't give a shit about that.
Well, how would he get into an email?
Wouldn't they just open up the phone and see your email there?
How would you get into an email? Now, this is crazy, guys. If you are on my phone and you have it open, I have this app called Gmail. It's got all my email right there. Ooh, and we can just touch that.
An app?
Yeah,
What's an app?
Yeah. Like this whole screen is just full of apps, and anyone can just touch that app, and it opens right up.
You go into Safari and you type Gmail.
No.
Nobody can crack that code, Carl.
There's this new thing where you can actually just download apps to your phone. Like one of them is email. I have one that's a calendar. You just go into that.
Like Candy Crush.
I have that too. But you just go into that.
So you're saying all these pictures on the phone, these are all appetizers? Is that what you're trying to have me believe?
They'd have to log into my Gmail.
They'd have to log into my Gmail. So this is old man opening Safari and going to Gmail because he doesn't know how to use an app. Or he's this stupid. I don't know. It's hard to tell.
If he is logging into his Gmail every single time, you know how simple his password. It's got to be password 3 at this point.
JOHN69. I think everybody's right.
And it would explain why he's so angry all the time. Imagine if you have to go through that process every single time you want to check something on your phone, typing that small little thing in and doing the CAPTCHA.
Right. My buddy David Collins, I text with him from time to time. He was just on the show recently. And I sent out the YouTube link to you and him of the video, and I forget he has a flip phone. He's still doing that thing where if you want to type in an M, you have to hit 5 3 times.
Oh.
he's got one of those types of phones. Like, I forget that it's frustrating for him to send text messages. I'm like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you text. I'll just email you next time. That's like what John's going through every time he has to open up his email.
Wait, I just realized I don't think he's ever looked at email on his phone.
Oh.
I think that's only on his laptop.
That's interesting.
Holy shit. He's like, how would they get my email? All they have is
What
my
are you talking
phone.
about, Vince? Yeah.
Oh,
This is
wow.
foreign to him. Email on his phone is foreign to him.
And okay, the funniest part about that is that John worked for NBC up until 2014.
Yeah.
So everyone in 2014 was getting email. If you worked a corporate job, you got email on your phone. You responded to people from your phone when you weren't in the office.
Carl, you forgot he lost his NBC phone on his Harley.
Did he really?
Yes, he did.
Of course he did. Holy shit.
But he
John
told
doesn't
everyone
know.
on the first day this would happen.
Yes,
It's
I'm gonna
not
be
his
bad.
fault. He warned them.
I'm going to be bad at stuff. It's going to take me a long time to learn stuff. This is crazy. John doesn't know you can get email on your phone. Wow. You're right, Cardiff. You just cracked the case. What would they find on my phone? I don't know. Everything you've ever communicated to anyone ever? How would they know that?
Well, I'm sure everything's saved in there.
I don't know, Vince, but I mean,
I don't know.
just
Who
pay
can
this
tell?
guy for the phone.
Oh, so this is the other thing. Vince is claiming this guy, and I've seen the text threads between this guy and Vince. He sent them to me. But he's claiming this guy is saying he wants $10,000 for John's phone. And so Vince has responded with, well, show me evidence that you have John's phone. I'm not just going to put $10,000 somewhere and wait for you to
wire it to you.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. And now John's going, yeah, but dude, why don't you just give him the $10,000 and get my phone back? Because John thinks, like any poor person, that rich people just spend money on nonsense because they're rich. No. You get rich by doing just the opposite of that. But okay.
He didn't really make that offer, John. He was saying, like, he'd get it to me, not that he actually had it. I actually asked him for proof of life, sort of like the Gary puppet. Like, do you have a picture of John's phone? Because I would pay for it for you to get it back.
Yeah, I know. So pay for it, and I'll.
Are you listening?
So once you found out that your phone was missing, what'd you do?
Freaked out. But that's something like why then when I was on the phone with Apple, it was in Ithaca.
That's the thing. You had to call Apple to find out where his phone is. Something that you could just easily do on your computer or any other device that you have.
It's just like when you call Google to find out what the weather's going to be that day. It's the same thing.
Movie phone to see if there's any movies playing. Sure.
So if it was Kate that had it, how did it get to Ithaca? She didn't have a car.
Yeah. Answer that, Vince. If Kate stole the phone, then why is it in Ithaca? What, does she know someone who could possibly go to Ithaca? I guess.
Yeah, I don't know, John. Was anyone there with her in college or live in upstate New York?
I don't know where they would live.
You don't know where they would live? It may be in a house or an apartment. Or
Here's where
someplace
everybody
in Ithaca.
lives.
It's a college
College
town. People figure it out somehow. What, they get a teepee or some kind of hut and start a fire? What are we talking about? How would they even?
Would you agree at least there's a probability that Kate potentially stole your phone?
Oh, this is a great question. Is there a possibility that Kate stole your phone? A very telling answer right here out of John, because he's processing all of these questions and thinking through these different scenarios. And he wouldn't have said this at the beginning of the show, but now we're 37 minutes in.
I think I've asked her. She denies it. So I mean,
He's asked her.
He thinks he asked her.
He asked her if she stole his phone. Now, I don't know a lot about stealing people's property because I don't do it. But if I were to do it and someone asked me if I did it, I would say I didn't. Because I'm already a thief. I might as well be a liar. I cannot tell a lie. Yes, I did steal your phone.
Otherwise, you would suck as a thief.
I'd be the worst thief ever if that were the case.
Just destroyed your credibility, Carl.
I know.
John, the reason these shows exist is because for the last couple years, you have prided yourself on being a master interrogator.
Mm-hmm.
You look at the classic lawyer scenes in cinema and you go, I can do that.
Yep.
You look at actual interrogations on YouTube and you're like, I can do that. And then when presented with it in real life, you're like, Vince, I asked her if she did it. She said no. What else do you want me to do?
John, do you ever lie about stuff? Yeah, all the time. What's your point?
But I have reasons. There are reasons I do it. Why would she take my phone? I can't even think of a reason why.
This is interesting.
I mean, there's a probability. Everything's a probability. I mean, anything could have been true, but seis cuatro, 6, and
Oh, now he's starting to dox the phone number. This is the phone number doxing that he does, that he thinks he's so creative and interesting with this shit. Isn't that interesting, though, that he just goes, well, yeah, I guess anything is possible. We were just playing clips a little while ago where it's just like, well, Kate didn't do it. We know this other guy did it. Now all of a sudden he's just like working through all the different scenarios.
This guy, Jeff,
Sorry, did you hear him when he was doing it on his dark show?
No.
I think it was yesterday.
Oh, yeah, I did listen to it, yeah.
He was singing in Spanish, 6, 1, 3.
He didn't know Trace.
Trace is a tough one. That's a tough one.
Puerto Rican didn't know
what is it?
three.
The 8th day of Christmas to I don't know. I have 9 pimples on my back, and then
What are we doing? Giving out his phone number in a coy manner?
8 warts and 6 cuatro. What? No, I have all these pimples on. No, I'm only kidding. They're really just little bumps from eczema.
Let's say you're giving out someone's phone number. Why do you have animosity towards that person?
Yeah.
This is the person that Kate. Now, here's the other thing. When Kate called this person in the morning, well, in the afternoon, because we didn't get out of bed till 1 o'clock. But when she talked to this person, it was on FaceTime on her computer, like she didn't have a phone.
There's your proof right there. She was pretending she didn't have a phone, and she kept that up the whole time. She didn't slip up and go, oh, I'll just give him a call. Oh, fuck! Where did this come from? There's your proof.
Now you could go, well, that was a guise to make it appear that she doesn't have a phone.
Yeah, I think I just did that, actually. Now I think about it. Good call, John.
But I will tell you that then all of our conversations after that were all, through her FaceTime.
So if that was a guise, then she kept it up. Oh, wait, actually doesn't help prove my case at all. Never mind, Vince. You might be onto something here.
Okay. So look, if she stole the phone, John, I mean, that's a huge deal. I don't think she did, but I don't have any proof to say one way or another.
Well, I thought that she did.
Whoa! How did we get here?
I'll tell you how. It's really great. Vince is so good. He's the only one who does this. He is comfortable sitting in silence.
Yes.
John cannot do it, even for a second. So when you present John with just a touch of silence and you sit there and you wait, I killed the clerk. He just can't help, but he can't have it. He has to.
It is a technique for interrogation.
Mm-hmm. And Rob doesn't provide that. Clay won't provide that. They're background noise. They're constant. If you just let him sit with it, all lies will out.
I love that he started with he lost his phone. That was the next day. And then all of a sudden it was stolen and he's got all this evidence. He knows who it is and he's doxing this Jeffrey guy and he can't wait. And then Vince goes, do you think maybe Kate stole your phone? He's like, that's what I thought. I got to back that up. That's crazy right there. I can't believe we got here this quickly on this episode.
So look, if she stole the phone, John, I mean, that's a huge deal. I don't think she did, but I don't have any proof to say one way or another.
Well, I thought that she did. In fact, I asked her to go. I asked her to go through her pocketbook, and
look at how happy Vince is with him. So it's like, that's what I wanted to have happen.
It was all worth it.
We did it. We got there. Now he's saying that he thought that she did and asked her to go through her pocketbook.
That she did. In fact, I asked her to go. I asked her to go through her pocketbook, and she had a very tiny pocketbook. So
that's what pocketbooks are.
Case
Look at my giant pocketbook.
Gaping asshole, tiny pocket.
I get the biggest coin purse you've ever seen.
The phone would be sticking out of it. It was like a Prada or whatever, you know.
Not if she took it at your house, John.
What?
At her house, sorry. If she took it at your apartment while you were passed out drunk on her mattress.
Holy shit, he's so stupid. He goes, "Did you steal my phone?" She goes, "No, look in my bag. It's not there." He's like, "Okay, well, there you go." And Vince is like, "Well, it could have been anywhere else."
I'm sorry I asked you that, honey. I had to be sure.
Yeah, right.
You're at her house, because he did talk about how the phone was dead, I think, when he got to her house. But now it's missing and stolen. But the only other person here in the house couldn't have possibly stolen it from me.
Right.
Yeah.
So why would you go through just her bag?
Well,
yeah,
she could have hid it somewhere. Yeah, of course. Anybody could hide anything.
Yeah.
But specifically, the person you were in the room with would be the best guess, as opposed to anyone else in the world. That would be what we're looking at.
Right, yes.
Not going to put the phone that she swiped from you while you were passed out drunk on her mattress in her bag.
First of all, no, I don't think that she'll get mad at me. She wasn't exactly fucking sober either, Vince. And by the way, I sang her to sleep.
Unrelated.
Yeah, he's changing the subject here, isn't he?
But we're finally getting to the part that Cardiff asked about.
John
an hour ago.
I know this has been pointed out often, but we have to address this. John was so concerned about Kate Meany's drug problem that he reached out to her mom and said, "You have to get this woman help. It's a serious problem she has. She needs to go to rehab immediately." Yeah. And then as soon as yeah, but what if she gets fucked up and then makes bad decisions with you? He's like, yeah, wow.
Well,
she'll figure it out eventually.
She has supervision then.
Right, yes. She's around people she can trust.
There are times I wrestle with Howard Stern and how he treated a lot of these whackpackers, because it's such a gray area where they were generating so much money. They were so popular, but they didn't get paid. And I'm not saying they should have. It's a gray area. There's a lot of weird things to say there. And what John represented when he was an intern, there's a lot of gray areas. He was famous, but he was also an intern, but he wasn't getting paid, but the station was making money. There are times, and I know this is not going to be popular, late at night, where I wrestle with whether he should be making money for the entertainment he's providing. Mm-hmm. And then shit like this comes up. And then you hear Artie talk about how, when I was sober, the only one who came to my house with a six-pack was John. The only one who gave me shit about being sober was John. Jackie Martling, recently it was uncovered, was like, I had to stop talking to John because every single person in my life was like, good for you, Jackie, you're sober. John made me feel bad about it, and I think made him relapse. The same thing here. This is why you don't get paid. It's because you treat people like this. If she's supposed to be sober, why is this okay?
Now, very well said. And I talked to Dan Filato about it when John was calling Dan the enabler. Meanwhile, Dan's living with Artie, trying to keep him sober, doing everything that he can to keep him sober and get him into rehabs and stuff. And like you said, John shows up with a case of beer. John is chugging beer on Artie's podcast in front of him.
You couldn't even get drunk beforehand. I mean, I'm sure you did, but you couldn't just support him. Maybe he has a problem with it. Maybe you don't. You can't be there for him. You have to shame him and make him feel bad. That's what these people expressed.
Yes.
It's really, it's horrible, horrible behavior, and it's repetitive, and he's not learning anything.
Well, John was being supportive because that case was for John. Artie wasn't entitled to any of those beers. John was going to drink
I
all
wouldn't
of
share
them.
with him if he was drinking.
Yeah.
But he can't stop talking about how Artie left the room and came back and left the room and came back. Maybe because your fucking six-pack was triggering. Maybe just seeing his old friend drunk was triggering. And he's like, I don't know if I can do this sober because we used to do it this way.
Yeah.
Either way, you're not bringing out the best in people.
No, definitely not. John is a selfish asshole. He's selfish like a 6-year-old is selfish. He doesn't realize that other people, he affects them in negative ways, and he doesn't give a fuck when you tell him that either.
And by the way, I sang her to sleep.
What song?
It's called Lead On.
Lead On?
I know that you're feeling kind of lonely. I know that there's trouble with you. There you go.
Lead on. This is a song he wrote for Oscar.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yes, it was on his old YouTube page. He had a video for it and everything.
I remember that.
Lead on.
He sang her to sleep. Now, all of us are older gentlemen at this point, but we've all been in a place where we've hooked up with young ladies and fooled around or went all the way or whatever. Has anyone ever, and I'm not saying not just ladies, whatever your proclivity is, has anyone ever on the first date going back to the house sang their partner to sleep? It's just normal behavior in any world.
Carl, I've been with my wife for literally 20 years. I have never sang her to sleep. I've never even thought about it. Not even
talked her to sleep a few times.
All right, sure. I might put on some shows that I do to help her, finally get some rest. But I don't sing, Cardiff. That's the point.
This is crazy behavior.
Fucking potato.
And by the way, John, you only saw her as a friend you were trying to help.
Yeah.
And then suddenly, through fate and time and just coincidence, and she turned 25, suddenly you see her as a romantic interest. You say in this episode that if she wanted to get married, you would marry her in a heartbeat. And so your instinct is to sing her the song you used to sing your child to sleep. That's not cool, man.
One of the lines is, "You're my buddy Oscar."
Do you think he changed it though, Cardiff? I would hope he changed.
I'm your buddy, Katie.
I gotta find the song now. I know I have it recorded somewhere.
Okay. Oh, that's so gross. And again, he's doing this on his show. His kids could be watching this and seeing this. Oscar could be watching this and going, "Oh no, Dad, what are you doing?
I thought that was my song.
What are you doing right now?"
I think he knows they're not watching.
Oh, I'm sure he does. So this goes on. I'm sure it'll be talked about by a lot of people. It's a very interesting episode. This all just happened today as we're recording this on Monday, the 23rd. And so he goes on to talk about, it's possible that Kate wants to get back at you for what you did to her mom. And Jack goes, "What do you mean? What are you talking about?" He's like, "Well, remember when you called her mom and you told her you dumped all this stuff on her, that Kate had this huge problem. And then when she didn't do anything about it, you were tweeting about what a horrible mother she is and how she has a daughter who's going to die at the age of 27, who's a whore and has a drug problem, and it's all her fault." And John's like, "Oh, no. Kate and I talked about that. She doesn't care. She's not worried about that." And Vince is just like, "Well, she might have told you that, but it's very possible that she's still annoyed with you about that, right?" I think normal people would be pretty pissed off that you call their mom and say all these things and do all this stuff on the internet. John's like, I don't think so.
That was my theory over the weekend, was that actually this whole thing is to finally make Kate Meany's mom realize just how bad it is. John's like, "Look, she didn't listen, so I had to go and fuck her to see just how far her daughter had sunk. Obviously, She can't be trusted to make good judgments."
Yes, this is her rock bottom. Some people need to hit their rock bottom in order to get some. We thought Kate got help last time, but now we're finding out not so much.
I'm only here to help people.
Why else are we here? Than to push a rope and help people. I'm a stupid idiot. That's for sure. Speaking of stupid idiots. few episodes left of the Stuttering John podcast, as he will be leaving after December 31st forever. Will not be returning to the Dabbleverse. The Dabbleverse will go away. The Dabbleverse will not know what to do with each other. There'll be a lot of infighting. I'll be trashing Mike Morse.
You're going to be out on the streets.
I'll be out on the street. It's going to be a debacle.
Wait for it.
January 2nd, it's going to be a debacle. It's going to be crazy.
It's going to be way worse than that Y2K thing.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I'm already predicting end of the world.
Good.
Kind of stuff going on. And I think the reason why is because who could possibly replace this?
Oh, how are you doing today? I'm good. I sent the... Mom, I'm on the air, Mom. Mom, I'm doing my show.
What show?
What's the matter with you? Mom! Take it easy. Lower it. I'm
not going to lower it. I have to do this now.
I don't mind you playing it, but lower it.
When John's podcasting from his mom's house, it is the greatest thing. All of his best episodes have been when he's podcasting from his mom's house.
What's more unsettling, those decapitated baby heads on that one lady's desk or those troll dolls on the mantle behind him?
I was going to ask about those.
The people of color troll dolls that are behind him.
He's owning the trolls.
I hope Asa calls them her children. Like breastfeeds them when he's
You don't even
got dementia.
You don't even know. On his show today, he has a bag of them that he went through.
Oh,
he's got an entire
more
bag
now?
right beside him.
So that is like symbolizing that he's owning his trolls, right, Cardiff?
No, I think that's the way his mom decorates that room, and he threw most of them in a bag when he started doing a show.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck, okay. I was giving him too much credit.
No, yeah,
You're always talking about trolls.
You read way too much into that.
I did. That's my bad. On December 26th, that was Boxing Day, John went to Sales Place, which is a bar in his neighborhood, his mom's neighborhood, that he likes to go to. And he told all of his friends that he grew up with on Long Island to come meet him there.
Right. So where did they go?
To get drunk. Well, that's the funniest thing. I didn't even pull this clip, but he's blaming some other guy for not telling Hitman Dan, a whole list of other people, that they were going to be there. Don't you have Hitman Dan's cell phone? You couldn't just text him and tell him to meet up with you? But he was saying how, yeah, we didn't have as many people because so-and-so was supposed to tell everyone, and they didn't, but we still had like 15 people there. I've seen photos from this event. I don't think 15 of his friends showed up to meet up with him, but whatever. I don't care either way. But this is him explaining that, because I was watching Uncle Rico, and Uncle Rico was getting breaking news during their show that there were people there filming and taking photos of John, who are dabblers.
And I'm going to get into the real desperation of the shitway. This is really rich. So last night, I get tipped off that the shitway's got some people there taking pictures. Now, who gives a fuck? They're so obsessed with my life that they got to send people to my bar to take pictures so they can do another grift and grift their audience one last time. Well, shitway, you got 4 more days.
This whole thing with this grift thing. So he's saying that Shuli sent people to the bar, and they had to do that in order to keep this grift that they have going. It's not just people who enjoy the show and super chat and support it monetarily. It's a grift, and all these people who are watching are actually being cheated out of their money somehow.
And did he or did he not post that on Twitter himself, where he was going to be?
Here's the Facebook post right here. Yeah. Well, Plainage people, as Phil Collins said, tonight, Sales Place, be there 7 p.m. Drink heavily. This is how he's promoting this event. I'm 59 years old. We're going to get blackout drunk at a bar on Thursday night. And then he's blaming Shuli for telling people to go there. No. You're the one advertising it. It's all over Dabblers Anonymous. People are going to show up.
Shuli doesn't have to tell these people shit.
No, He doesn't have to, and he doesn't. He never has. He's never told people to go get photos of John doing stuff.
We did tell them to observe and report.
Observe and report. Correct. But John likes to spin this as to like, oh, Shuli's sending people just because the person is a fan of Uncle Rico's show and sent it to Shuli. So that's why. So then it's Clay Day. Clay Dabbler joins the show. And John is so fucking annoyed with this guy, and rightfully so.
So, here I am. I'm at Sal's place, which is my favorite
Pub.
Yeah, it's my local pub out here, and it's where everybody knows your name, kind of thing.
Everybody knows your name. Like Cheers.
Here comes the lighter.
No.
So anyway,
It was a packet gone, yeah.
Man, you are
making your way in your world today.
You got that weird kind of jittery ass syndrome. Like you always got to be doing something.
That ADHD. Yeah. I do actually have that. Yeah.
Yeah. What is it? ADHD. Yeah. Right.
He is the worst guest at a show ever because he literally is always making noise and he can't stop himself and he has to sing the song and he has to do the next verse of it to keep it going. And Adam Bush made a great point. The reason why Vince the Lawyer gets the best clips out of John is because Vince is fine sitting in silence, which is how you got to deal with a guy like John.
Mm-hmm.
The more he talks, the more we learn because he can't help himself.
Mm-hmm.
These other idiots like Rob and Clay Dabler will just, as soon as John stops talking, they have to start making noise and doing stuff. And, hey, we're doing a show, Johnny. Hey. Like, dude, shut up. Relax. It's fine. And John does get very annoyed with him. So John tells the story about talking to these two girls at the bar at Sal's place. And his version of this we're about to hear. And then we're going to play what actually happened. And this is a perfect case study. When John tells you stories about how cool he is and all the stuff that he's doing as the Duke of the Dabbleverse and how he's owning the trolls and all this stuff that's going on, we're going to find out he's always lying and always full of shit.
Yeah, I know. I've talked to him.
Right. Or does he just not remember it and his dumb narcissistic brain is recreating a scenario that never happened? But let's start with John's version of the event.
So I knew something was up. I knew somebody was going to be there, but thanks to the guys. But someone tipped me off. Shitway's got two people there. So I knew by the angles of the pictures that they were coming from these two fucking dimwits. So I go over and I go, hi, what's your name? And she goes, one girl says Sabrina, and the other girl says, I don't know, like
Shandy or something.
Yeah. I go, okay. And my name is Jesus. Now, we're going to get with real names or we're going to get with fake names? They don't realize I'm way ahead of them. They're not going to fucking outwit the Duke. So as soon as she made up these fake names, Sabrina and whatever, Soletta, I don't know. And I mean, like, I said, oh, okay, well, mine. And she's, what's your name? Jesus. Yes, I'm the savior of the Dabbleverse. Yes.
So you see how John comes off in this interaction?
Yeah.
Like, I don't buy that shit. I'm Jesus. All right. How about that, guys? Huh?
Well, and Sabrina is an actual real name.
Yeah.
Right. What's he saying? You say like,
I'm on to you, and now you have to buy me a beer.
Right. I just like in his mind, he's like Dexter with the blood spatter, trying to see where the angle of the camera is coming from. They go, it must be him.
Right. So the Uncle Rico show got this recording that these women had.
Oh, they recorded him?
Yes.
Oh,
so now we're going to find out what actually happened.
Oh, great.
Oh, my God.
We just heard what John's account was.
With John?
Does the FBI know?
Yes.
Are you?
What is your name?
My name is Samantha.
That's not true.
Sabrina.
That's not true either. All right, now that we've already known that you lie a lot.
Wait, what's your name?
It's the application for being a woman.
Okay, lie.
Oh.
Whoa, is right.
What are the
now that I know you lie a lot, you fit the application of being a woman. Smooth.
Yeah, this is just like how he was telling us this all went down, where he called them out on their bullshit and then made a funny joke and had a one-liner and then moved on with his day, right?
He is incredibly drunk.
Yeah, this is 9 p.m. is when this is happening.
Still early, Johnny boy.
Say, drink heavily, and he did.
The first time he told that story, though, he goes, yeah, they said that they were Sabrina and such and such. And I was like, oh, yeah, well, then I'm Jesus. So that's not what happened at all, obviously, because they had to ask.
He also thought that was pumping up the story a little. Like,
yeah.
That was cool.
Right, yes.
So what your name is?
See, I'm not a person that would lie. I find that
pretty good stuff, man. Pretty good stuff.
Way to introduce yourself. Now, I am not a person that would lie like you, a woman.
Yes. You fit the application.
I'm Rembrandt Q. Einstein.
I don't.
It's totally like missing the point of why they would lie to him too. It's like, well, they don't want you to know who they are and how you can find them. They need to distance themselves from you because you're a drunk creep.
My doxes everyone.
Yeah,
I'm not a drunk creep. I work at an ad agency.
Hey, do you ever watch the Super Bowl? You ever drink a Pepsi? That's me.
I'm not a person that would lie. I find that to be disingenuous. I don't.
He finds lying to be disingenuous.
Well, yeah.
Brilliant observation. Really good point.
You read that somewhere.
Fucking idiot. So this is the conclusion, and I tried to get the original of this, but producer Joe wasn't home when I asked him for it. So that's why we're watching Uncle Rico show. Watch this, so they break it up with a lot of commentary. But let me just fast forward ahead to this is John's big line that he just told Clay Dabbler about.
I'm not a person that would lie. I find that to be disingenuous. I would never want to lie to anybody. So my first name or which one?
Your real name. We'll say first name.
All right, so my real name is Jesus.
Do you pronounce it Jesus? Jesus, are you in this country illegal or?
Like they were actually getting in the better lines.
Yeah.
During
They're
this.
kind of owning you, John.
Yeah. The way John told it, just like, oh, yeah, well, I'm Jesus, Dad. Fuck you, bitches. And they're just like, I'm a guy. I'm fine. You ladies, I can't lie to you two.
That was the longest setup to the worst joke.
Yes.
You just sounded like Matt Reese doing Stallone.
I mean, he is plastered during this exchange. You wouldn't want to be out in public in this kind of shape.
I wouldn't want to be.
No. It would be awful. But this is our buddy John Melendez. Never changed, John. We love you. I have a few more clips from this episode that he did yesterday because Karen is back at it. Cape Coral Karen, we call him, is back at it.
These are the same losers who pick up my fucking cum-filled
Couch cushions.
Did he just admit they were cum-filled?
He just did. He sure did.
I don't remember him admitting that.
I mean, we saw them. It's not a secret.
I tested them, Carl. I knew they were covered, but filled.
Taste test.
And when we used gloves and everything and dropped them on the table, they made a squishy noise.
And just to clarify, it's promo code CUM filled cushions.
These are the same losers who pick up my fucking cum-filled
Couch cushions.
I mean, it's like at some point there is a certain stalkness, which is I'm gonna talk to my I'm going to the Cape Coral police. This is stalking. This is
it's harassment. It's harassment more than stalking, John.
I'm going to tell Cape Coral. I want Alabama PD contacted. This has got to end.
Wait, the couch was in California, yet he's calling Cape Coral and Alabama.
He's going to call the Cape Coral police and the Alabama police because this is stalkish. Is that what he called it?
What does it matter? You're leaving, John, right?
He's leaving the Dabbleverse.
Yeah.
But now he's afraid that people are going to try to get more content out of him. So they're going to be following him around. So I want to talk to these police. Next time we're down at Cape Coral, we got to talk to the police.
Okay.
And see if they know who John is. They must. He calls them every day with another.
Yes, we're working in conjunction with Canoga Park.
You're right, yes.
About this new level of stalkness.
Yes. We contacted the Canoga Park Police Department. Apparently there was a car in front of his house the other day. We had to make sure Alabama PD knew about it.
It's wild, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, John has claimed, he's leaving the Dabbleverse. He's already got a gig. He was talking about this the other day. And Carter, maybe you saw this. He goes, I already have one gig in January that's already lined up. And he goes, and trust me, no one's going to want to come to that who's trying to take videos or stalk me. And I forget who he was talking to. It might have been Rob Saul or something. Could have been Clay Dabbler. And they're like, oh, biker gang gig, huh? No, John's already talked about this. He's doing a volunteer thing for the police department.
Yeah.
He's doing stand-up, which is why he's talked about the one-man show and writing jokes again and all this shit, because he booked this gig to get out of community service or whatever the fuck he had to do.
I kind of get it, because all the calls he makes to the cops, I'm sure they find hysterical.
Right. They're like, this guy's hilarious.
Yes. Okay, would you mind coming down to Station 2 in 2 hours?
It's actually a 911 operator's party. They're like, we got the guy. We actually have the
guy. You get your photo taken with the guy.
Ladies and gentlemen, the guy. Tell us about the girl who recorded your calls again.
Karen.
All right, so John, what are you going to do when you talk to the police department? What are you going to accomplish here?
And I'm getting a fucking restraining order against this fucking asshole, because it's just getting to the point where, I can't live my life without being harassed. And you know what? I don't need my friends harassed. And
good news.
And they don't even take that into account. That ultimately they're harassing my friends too.
Who's harassing John? Because he went to hit on those two women who were clowning him because he was so drunk? Was that harassment? Is that you get a restraining order for that sort of thing? He's going to get a restraining order against Shuli, who's never... John claims he's going to go to Alabama and go to his house. Shuli doesn't want anything to do with being anywhere near John, but he's going to get a restraining order for this?
Who's gone to 3 people's homes in this universe?
Well, this is the kicker, because not a minute and a half after talking about getting a restraining order and calling the police and getting all these different police departments involved and these people stalking him, he says this.
Yeah, and I'm going to tell you something right now, Clay. This fat fuck, he better not go... because when I confront this prick, he better not go, oh, it was all just a joke. We're just kidding around, aren't we? No, we're not. No, we're not. That's not how, that ain't going to work for me.
He's talking about Chad Zumach right now.
I can tell.
So he's just like, these people are harassing me and my friends. I'm going to go to the police. And by the way, when I see Chad Zumach, I'm going to kick his fucking ass. And it gets even crazier than that.
How is it that they both live so close and still have not found a way to meet up yet?
I know, isn't that wild?
They're both talking a big game.
Yeah, you'd think they'd be able to meet in the middle or something.
Past that now, is it, John?
Way past that, baby fatso. Don't even think about fucking trying to tell me this is all a game. It's not. Not to me. Same with Pinky. No. Same with Shitwear. Pinky, I might be by tomorrow. That's a fact check.
What? I might be by as a fact check?
Exciting.
Also, the fact that he goes, they're harassing me, they're stalking me, I'm getting a restraining order, and then the next breath he's just like, and by the way, Kevin Brennan, I'm going to go to your house tomorrow and beat you up.
Again.
I know.
He's been there before.
For the third time. He's so stupid.
It's crazy.
And harmless.
Right, yes.
Yeah, of
and
course.
no one's afraid of him at all. Oh, the other thing that I think has been proven now is that John stands 5'4".
Okay.
He is a much smaller man. He says 5'7.5". I believe it's 5'4". Because there were some photos taken and some eyewitnesses at Sal's place.
Again, it's stupid to lie in that direction. It's very easy to see that that's not the case.
What we got to do is trick him into an amusement park. Get him in one of those roller coasters.
Hey, come on, John.
Let's go on this ride together. It'll be fun.
Remember when he was trying to get Anna
And if
Nicole
they stop him,
they stop him like this.
Remember when he was trying to get Anna Nicole Smith on the scales?
We're trying to get Anna Nicole to step on the weigh machine.
Yeah, the weigh machine. Let's get him on a
Yes.
on a measuring machine.
I'm not going to get on your stupid weigh machine.
Like Fierce Fatty.
Yeah.
Speaking of gay commenters. Stuttering John has been on fire these past few days because we're winding down to the end of the Stuttering John podcast. He just has one more episode today.
Yep, and that's definitely it.
And that's it. We'll never see John again. He'll be completely done unless someone offers him $3,000 to come on the show after the fact, or $5,000 to go to Hackamania.
Yeah, or 300 or 30.
Or a six-pack.
Yeah.
Right. So John has been talking a lot about, even though he's leaving the Dabbleverse, he is still going to get people arrested. He's still looking at lawsuits.
Good.
He's got a couple guys that he is going to take down. And one of those, of course, is Shuley. And John has now decided that Shuley is cyberbullying him and that he needs to get law enforcement involved in this.
Boy.
So John gets a super chat on his show.
Now, I'm taking a picture of this, if this is actually the shitware. Because now this is a threat of cyber harassment and bullying.
Okay. Producer Chris, I want you to read the name of the channel, YouTube channel, that posted this super chat here.
We win, you lose, good day, chump.
Okay. So Shuley's channel is called the Shuley Network. Huh. And Chuck goes, is this really Shuley? Like, obviously not. He's not even trying to pretend it's Shuley. But John, because he uses the Shuley logo, is like, I think I know who this is.
Classic Shuley.
And he's going to take a screenshot of this as evidence of cyber harassment and bullying.
When you return in a few weeks, the trolling and trashing will increase times 10. It will be brutal. See you soon. Can't wait. Okay. I just took a picture of that. I don't know if this is you. I believe there's a way for me to find out. I just don't know how to do it.
Okay. Could you imagine, and I can imagine, he shows up to the police station with like printouts of these things. Yeah, and look at right here. He said it's going to get 10 times worse when I come back. That's harassment. That's a threat. They're just rolling their eyes at him.
How often do you think he's actually gone to the police or higher? Like, I know with us he called the FBI.
Right.
But like, how often is he actually, versus him just being like, I'm going to go to the police?
I think he actually does call the police quite a bit.
I believe that.
That is-
Yeah, I know he's filed the FBI report 3 times on Kate Meany.
Sure, of course.
They're
His
just not buying
girlfriend.
it.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, his girlfriend now. So John's like, I want to see if this actually is Shuley, this channel that's obviously not Shuley, and then he figures it out.
I think I got to go here. But if it is you, then I will have proof that this is cyber harassment and threats. And I will take that to the Cape Coral police.
I just want to point out, this is the guy who threatens people nonstop. He's constantly flexing his muscles and talking about coming to your house, and he goes to people's houses for real. And he's like, this $10 super chat is proof that I'm being harassed.
He's going to walk into the police department and say, let me talk to the cyber division.
The cyber sergeant.
That's what I was going to ask. How big, roughly, Carl, is Cape Coral?
It's not a big place.
Is there police force capable of handling something
No.
like a national scandal like
They
this?
do not have jurisdiction over the internet. No. As soon as John says there's this guy in Alabama, they go, okay, well, I'll see ya.
Yeah,
Bye. Does he ever come to Florida? No, he does. He's just in Huntsville. All right, bye-bye. See ya.
And we'll handle it accordingly. So let me see if I can get that. So how do I, let's see. Let me find this. Okay, let me see. Go to channel. No, it's not the real shitware. So there we go. It is a fake shitware.
Wow.
Because he was shaking in his boots for a while there.
What a fucking
What did he
idiot.
Snopes it? Where did he find that information?
I mean, you can click into the person who commented and go to their YouTube channel, see what it links to.
Okay.
Snopes. Is
Just
we
Google,
when you
is
lose,
this the
good day
shitware?
chump? Is this the shitware? Yeah, AI would have a hard time with that one. Like, we're not sure what you're asking us. But not only is he going to the Cape Coral police to have Shuley arrested for cyberbullying, but also, I just want to point this out. I don't know if bullying is illegal. I assume it's not. I'm pretty sure bullying is not an illegal activity.
I think Obama made it illegal, actually.
But if it is, let's. I'm ignorant of the law. If bullying is something that's illegal to do,
Then you're under arrest.
Good point. But I would be so embarrassed to press charges.
Yeah, right.
I'm telling the cops you're bullying me.
Grand bullying.
Or maybe you say so, pussy. No, you did it again. You just did it again.
Well, you just bully him back.
Hey, go punch him in the consummate. Punch him in the nose. What do you want from us?
This man just reached 600 counts of bullying.
All right, so not only is he going to the Cape Coral Police to make sure the Shuli's behind bars, but he's also dreaming up a new lawsuit against VTM.
Here, Dwarfy. Thank you, Jeff. To be honest, you're right about the DWI video. Many people still believe it's real. Fight back, John. You're right.
What's funny about this is the guy who's super chatting on this information, Jeffrey Durian, is the guy that John was claiming stole his phone.
Right.
Who was hanging out with him and Kate Meany the other night, and now they're buddies.
Yet another arch nemesis turned best friend.
Right, it happens all the time. So the thing that John's talking about here is when he was leaving the Tonight Show anniversary party, somebody videotaped his Mercedes leaving the parking lot and driving down the street, and Vince does some video editing techniques. I don't know if you guys have seen this before, but he made it seem like John was going down the wrong side of the road, and people were like honking their horns at him, and whatever it was. And so he was trying to say that John was driving drunk, and I think there was more to it than that. And so because of this, John claims,
a lot of people do believe it's real. That's harming my character.
Harming my character. So wait, John, this is a character? Fuck. I thought he was being real. Is this a character that he's doing? The Stuttering John character.
Does it hurt his case that I only know it exists because of John?
Well,
I didn't know it existed before John started telling me it existed.
Right. No one watches VTM's program. But also, does it hurt his case that he was definitely seen drinking beers all night and then getting into his car and driving? It's like, I can't believe he's saying that I was driving drunk. Like, oh, I can. It's kind of the only conclusion you could come to.
And even I know the law about as well as John, but if Vince said he was drunk driving, then you'd have to prove John has never drunk drove, which seems impossible.
That's my character. I drive drunk.
But no, John's going to file against Vince.
Painkiller. At some point in Bessie, I'm going to file a fucking harassment suit against you. Painkiller. You're bullying me. You're bullying someone who can't fight back because I don't have the funds. I don't have fucking $5 million in the bank, you fucking prick.
I only have $4
million. This ain't a bit. This is how pissed I am at you for putting me through mental trauma, for attempting to ruin my fucking life.
Now, what's funny about this, of course, is that Vince was the guest on his show twice last week. Just last week, he's been a guest on the show. Yeah. And now John is going to sue him into oblivion for harassment and bullying. And John says, you're trying to ruin my life, which is the exact thing John tried to do to Vince that started all of this.
Right.
John personified. John is that line in basketball where he's like, 13 or 14 more times, and I'm out of here, guys.
Right? Yeah, I know.
That's
like, it. I know this whole thing where it's like, this time I mean it. No, you don't. No one's taking you seriously. Nobody cares.
Oh man, but how embarrassed we'll feel in a week when John doesn't do his show. Won't that be crazy?
I don't know who came up with bullying for him, but he's gonna get Shuli arrested for bullying, and he's gonna sue Vince for bullying.
Good.
Is that how that works? I'm not sure.
I clean up the streets, John. I like it.
He goes to the FBI's website and he's looking through the checklist to mark down his concern. He's like, did I have bullying out here anywhere? What is this, terrorism?
B for bullying.
Have drug smuggling, human trafficking, terrorism? There's no bullying out here. What the fuck?
What's this clear liquid he's drinking out of a glass?
Oh, God.
Is he mad at Vince because he didn't get a delivery?
He is drinking water out of a glass. And it's
He's like Gandhi.
It's so gross because the glass is clear, obviously, and so is the water. And it actually magnifies his mouth. So when he goes back, I don't have it in this clip, when he goes back, you see his entire inside of his mouth. So gross. All right, let's have some fun with the chat, shall we?
$50 right now for 6 beers in 1 hour. Nah, I don't want to ruin my day. I could easily do it, though. I could do 8 beers in 1 hour. That's simple.
No one told me there was going to be boasting.
I could do 8 beers in 1 hour. That's simple. I love the use of the word simple.
I can't see the screen. It sounded like Stuttering John, but are you guys playing a freshman in college?
No,
or is that a 60-year-old man talking?
That's a 60-year-old man. John is simple.
Yeah.
I could drink 8 beers in an hour. That's simple. Yeah.
Beer has made you simple.
Right. You lift it up, put it in your mouth, and you gulp it down. It's very simple. Correct.
Watch.
I think he means easy.
But also, like, John, as we've seen, John would be shit-faced when he slurs. He's like, yeah, I only drink 7 beers, which actually means that I drank 5, because as you know, one dissipates over. But he's like slurring. He's all fucked up. So, like, congratulations, you can get him down the hatch, but it's not a great result.
Right. Yeah, you don't have good tolerance, as we've pointed out many times. In fact, last night, after John flew back to Cape Coral, he came online. I have some clips coming up, but it's over 3 hours, and there's a lot to get into because John gets wasted and Clay comes on and Clay's drinking, and it is a debacle. Thank you, John. The gift that keeps on giving. When we need it most, that's when John provides. I think he also made bank last night, too. I think everyone was watching and super chatting him.
He did. He set a record, I think he said.
Oh, that's awesome. So
yeah,
maybe that will encourage him to not go away because, as FKA Mommy asks right here, should she cancel? I mean, there's people who are signed up for his YouTube, his Patreon.
Oh, right.
He says he's leaving.
FK Mammy, my lady, should I cancel the membership or, well, I wouldn't cancel it yet because these are going to go behind the paywall. So
she's watching
I'd wait
right
till
now.
the 1st, I guess, or the 2nd.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe wait, see what happens. Maybe
God
3 or
damn it,
4
John.
months I'll come back with a different kind of show. Who knows? I don't know. I just know I want out.
The show last night, he's playing a country song someone made for him. Some AI thing.
Yeah.
And he's all proud of it for some reason. And he's like, should I play it again? And he pulls it up and he goes, but I might get a copyright strike. And then I can get my channel demonetized. He's like, do I want to chance it? He goes, nah, I better not. Like, John, you're leaving tomorrow. what do you care about getting
Copyright from
demonetized?
who? It's an AI John song.
Yeah, he has no clue what's going on in the world, obviously. But also, this whole thing is like, well, don't cancel your membership. You never know. Something might happen. He's like, I'm not buying it for some reason.
I thought he was at least going to commit to it for like a week or 2, but that
Right.
tells me he's going to be back by Friday.
Yeah, I know. It's not. I said it. I might have said it on this program. I said it yesterday on Point Dabble Point. The best thing you could do is create a new character named Stammer and Stan or something and just come back with a mustache and a wig and just be like, hey, I'm Stammer and Stan and I'm taking over John's YouTube channel and fuck you, shitwayer, you know?
He couldn't commit to that for more than 30 seconds, though.
I know, but it would be great. I would appreciate it. All right. So after he watches a video of Shuli saying that, as he goes on Shuli's Anonymous, and he just starts clicking on things. So Shuli says, John better not come to my house or else I'll try out this new toy I got for Christmas, implying that he got some type of firearm. And this is John's response to that.
What happened to the big tough guy? Remember the big tough guy? Come to my house. He's going to beat my ass and all that. Now he's resorting to weaponry.
He's resorting to...
Now he's... what happened?
He's resorting to weaponry.
That's right.
Does he have a military background? How does he know these words so well? Very impressive.
Oh, big tough guy is just going to shoot me in the face now.
All right. This next one's an oopsie clip because John's just clicking things on Shuli's Anonymous, and sometimes they're things that he does not want on his show.
Oh, boy.
Wait, what's your name?
That's when he's...
Your name is...
Oh, man.
He's watching where on Uncle Rico, the hidden recording of John hitting on those 2 girls.
Oh my God! Now you see why he never gets laid. Can you imagine?
Oh yeah, look who's talking. Silent Mike. I don't know. That's from Sal's place. Oh, Silent Mike, you're so pathetic. It's fucking scary.
Whoops. Take that down. Yeah, you're the one who stinks at getting girls, jerk. All right. No one's going to ask any questions about that. Moving on. Now, the big news that's happening is Hitman Dan is MIA.
Oh, yes.
This is very scary what's going on. In fact, at a certain point during the show, Johnny gets a phone call and he mutes himself and then darkens the screen and then comes back on the show. We find out why.
We have a little emergency going on here. I don't know what's going on. I'll tell you, we can't find Hitman Dan. Nobody. I'm starting to get worried. This is getting a little scary. That was one of my friends who's also fucking worried. I mean, we're all worried now. Not Jimmy's too. Oh, God, I hope nothing's happened. White people will if you haven't noticed, JM. No, I don't notice that stuff.
John's very concerned about his good buddy from back when they were 10 years old. They've maintained this friendship. It's very important to John, this Hitman Dan guy.
So worried he won't even read racist comments in full.
Right. This is not the time or the place. I can't have that right now. I'm grieving Hitman Dan. We don't know what happened. But let's see how concerned he really is.
But I am worried about him. And you should be too. He's a good man.
I should be.
And I'm really getting nervous. We were just talking about going to his house. The only problem is, I can't break in. And I don't want to call the cops. I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
They're handling too many of my other matters.
Ask Bar Nuts and see your mates call. I'm getting fucking really worried. Sonny Melendez, mom neck injured after my visit, not from fall, yeah. Fucking hell. Oh, where is my friend Hitman Dan? Oh, where can he be? I'm really getting nervous.
Even when he's concerned, he can't stop entertaining us.
I know. When I get nervous, I sing.
He's
I like to think that someday the nation will be singing that song as we hold a vigil for Hitman Dan.
He's really concerned about his friend Hitman Dan. Not enough to go to his house. Because what am I going to do? Ring the doorbell? Yeah. Knock.
Well, this came up. Was this from like yesterday or something?
The day before, yeah. Because yesterday
this
he was travel. Yeah.
Before Christmas, he was like, I haven't seen Hitman Dan. We're all worried about him.
Yep.
And then someone said, why don't you call his wife? Because we've all met his wife during the
Dawn of the
Atlantic
Dead.
City.
Yeah.
And John goes, that's a good idea. I never thought of that. Maybe I'll do that. But you didn't think of that?
Yeah, how concerned could he possibly be? Well, now he comes up with a solution to figure out what's going on with Dan.
Maybe I can call Jerry. He was a cop. I'm going to call Jiggs, tell him to call Jerry, have somebody, because this is getting a little fucking scary. So let me just...
I want as many middlemen as possible on this.
Yeah, you and you.
Let me call Jiggs to call Jerry to check on Hitman Dan. Because he was a cop. First off, that doesn't change anything.
No.
Being a cop doesn't mean you get to ring the doorbell harder. So I don't know what that has to do with anything. But also,
he's not on the lam.
right. Also, John's laziness knows no bounds. The idea that even when he was having his get-together at Sales Place, his other friend was in charge of letting Hitman Dan know when and where they were getting together.
Correct.
He couldn't shoot a text? What is going on with Hitman Dan? What is happening here?
Well, you may remember that John was in charge of Facebook.
Right, that's right.
So John posted on Facebook, yeah.
I'm wondering, hear me out, is it possible that Dan finally discovered the Dabbleverse and went, this guy's a piece of shit. I don't want to be this guy's friend anymore.
I speculate no, based on my little knowledge of Hitman Dan.
Yeah.
I think
He's
he's
ride or
kind of,
die.
he seems like kind of also a piece of shit. But
Yeah, no, he's ride or die. You're right about that.
yeah.
Okay, so the next day after this, he's in an airport. He does a show from the airport for a while. Not a lot of video, just kind of talking to his phone. For some reason, he has a 3-hour layover traveling from New York City to Fort Myers.
Sure.
Now, I travel to Fort Myers quite a bit, a lot of times through New York City, because I can't go direct from Rochester, but New York has direct flights to everywhere. And if you want to go to a city, New York's a great place to start from, because there's a direct flight to it.
I'd like to check in there. They have flights most places, not Florida, though. I've heard the New York to Florida line is very obscure.
I talked about this on Point Down Point. Cardiff looked it up. He's like, yeah, there's 3 more flights today. And that was in the afternoon. It's like they're flying there all the fucking time. And John, because he's, probably has to find the cheapest possible flight, gets some flight that routes him through Raleigh or something and has a 3-hour layover to get to Fort Myers.
Who doesn't have 9 hours to kill?
That's what I mean. It's ridiculous. You're going to spend a lot more money at the airport sitting around than you would just get the better flight. Anyway, so then after that, he gets home and he starts his second show. Oh, and he's wearing his Tonight Show shirt in the airport because he wants to get recognized so badly. It's so embarrassing how badly he wants to get recognized and have people talk to him. He's a lonely guy, and we're going to find that out in just a moment. But first is how he starts off his show when he gets back home.
Duke is back, part 2. On my second show today, I did one earlier, and now I'm back from the airport. It's been, that flight lasted a long time. It seemed like a fucking hour and a day. I know I'm a little disheveled, but fuck it. I was going to shower. I said, fuck it. I don't give a shit.
Nice.
Yeah, this is the laziness I'm talking about. When I get home from traveling, I want to shower. It's gross. Being in airports and airplanes.
John, don't listen to him. Don't doll yourself up for us.
Be on top of people for all that time. You're like, oh, I can't wait to get home and get in the shower. And John is so lazy. He's like, I am fucking gross. I'm sweaty, but I don't know. I don't feel like showering.
Let's see those super chats.
It's crazy.
I do have to go back to something, though. If John wanted people to recognize him, wouldn't he wear a Howard Stern Show shirt?
Yes, but
who the fuck would be? Is that John Melendez from The Tonight Show?
Here's the problem. Howard Stern famously never let anyone make a Howard Stern shirt.
Damn.
Right. Because otherwise,
Foiled
it's all
again.
he would wear. He'd be wearing that because he wears a Stuttering John podcast shirt. He wears anything else that will get people to recognize him.
Right.
But, okay, so this is what I'm talking about when I talk about John's loneliness. Because he's bragging about Kate Meany. He's rubbing it in Chad Zumach's face. And then a delivery guy shows up. And I've enhanced the audio for us to enjoy and dissect.
And I get the ladies way more than you. That's a fact. Jack, oh, baby fatso. What happened when you met the beautiful, talented young woman known as Kate Meany? Oh, did she go with Louis J. Gomez instead of you? Yeah.
Again, I've warned John about this before. I would stop giving away details of Louis J. Gomez's love life that he doesn't want out there.
Correct. Yeah.
I don't know. Like, John's threatened some people before. I feel like the rattlesnake's not someone he wants to deal with.
And he's lucky because Big J wants to talk about this shit.
Right.
So John's lucky that Lou is just like, I don't give a shit about the Dabbleverse. I don't want to talk about that. But if John drags him into it, it's not going to be good.
Yeah.
Louis J. Gomez, great guy. A guy I would not want disliking me or coming after
absolutely
me.
Not.
That would be very bad.
Not the Duke. We were. Ooh, my beer.
So he gets out.
Might be the most genuine moment he's ever had on air.
His face lit up just now as he heard his doorbell.
¿Cómo está mi amigo? Okay, I got my. It's still in my wallet. No problem, thank you. ¿Cómo está? Look at his body.
He has to come back into the room he was just in with his wallet. All right, check out this back and forth. Tell me to pause it anytime.
Moving? No, are you from Cuba? No. Oh, from Ireland. Ireland? Yeah.
Classic mix-up.
Yeah. He starts speaking Spanish to him immediately. And he goes, where are you from? Cuba? He goes, no, Ireland.
The amount of Cubans I deal with at O'Flaherty's in Boston.
Yeah.
What's up? I got a lot of Irish friends. Yeah. Yeah. Have you been?
3 times.
Nice. Dublin? Belfast?
Belfast.
What was the second one you said?
So this is hilarious. John's making small talk with this guy because he just needs a friend.
Yeah.
But he goes, are you from Cuba? He goes, well, I'm Irish. He goes, oh, have you been to... I figured he was like from Ireland. He goes, like, yeah, I've been there a few times. It's just an American.
Yeah.
He's just an American delivering his beer to him.
Just a white Irish American that John's like, you must be from Cuba.
If his mom tries to ask him something, Mom, I'm doing a show.
Right.
But he's belaboring this delivery.
Oh, we're only a minute 19 into a 4-minute clip.
And I've said before that John's superpowers is incapable of being embarrassed.
Yep.
But he is incapable of anticipating anything that he needs. You know that you need your fucking ID.
Yep.
I get booze delivered. I've got it on me.
Yep.
And it's a 1-minute transaction of that.
Well, there was that one time when he lost his wallet, and so he told the delivery person they had to bring it back to the store. Yes. It's incredible. It's like it's somewhere in your house.
I know John's like putting on an act for us. He's doing his best to entertain all of us during this exchange. But this guy must be thinking, like, what a fucking degenerate. Like, what a loudmouth drunk this guy is.
Oh, yeah.
And he stinks, too.
You're going to hear John crack a beer while the guy's still standing there. Of course. He can't wait to get into this thing.
Court, yeah. Have you touched Blondie Stone?
Kissed it twice.
Kissed it twice. I love it.
I gotta put it in manually.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Check that Red Bull, will you, while we're waiting?
What's the last name?
Melendez. Half Puerto Rican, half Danish. Have been to Denmark?
Amsterdam.
Yeah, you go. Well, that's Holland. That's another one.
I wonder.
See a Viking? My mom's Danish flag.
He's literally showing off his tattoo right now and explaining, see, this is the Viking.
Yeah.
And then here's the Danish flag.
My father's from America. There's the American flag. There's the Viking. There's my kid's birthday. It's 1571.
What's your birthday?
It's called 10/4/65.
He goes, those are my kid's birthday. It's great. What's your birthday? Because I need to get this delivery done.
I really thought he was going to invite this guy in, and then in like 6 weeks we'd be like, all right, who's more annoying, Rob Saul or Irish Tim?
10-6?
10-4, good buddy.
10-4.
65. Oh, yeah, hat says Irish. Are you a Notre Dame fan?
John had so many clues. His hat's at Irish. He's white. He's not Cuban, I guess.
And then he goes, are you a Notre Dame fan? Because apparently if you're Irish,
you have to be, right?
You have to be a Notre Dame fan.
Who's your football team?
I'm from Boston originally, so.
Boston?
So you gotta go with BC. Boston College.
Oh, how about the Patriots?
Yeah, definitely.
Well, my Giants took you down twice in the Super Bowl.
Oh, I haven't heard about it.
This fucking asshole. This is him at a sports bar, too.
Yeah, right.
Oh, who's your team? Oh, the Patriots. My Giants.
Oh, you're referring to 13 and 17 years ago, respectively?
Right, yes.
Bruins.
I did the Heinz Stadium. I watched Boston College play. I was doing stand-up over at
Holy shit.
Or the Improv in Pittsburgh.
Both are incorrect.
No, Boston was a comedy connection.
There we go.
Do you know the expiration of the license?
I love this guy's just trying to keep it business.
Right.
I did stand-up. He wants so bad for this guy to be like, oh, you do stand-up?
My God.
He wants so bad to be like, yeah, I used to be on the Howard Stern show.
This poor guy.
This guy probably has more deliveries to make.
You're right, yes.
So, Tim, how was your day? More lonely assholes.
Yeah. This is a guy who craves another human being to be in the room with him.
Any sort of connection.
Any connection with anyone.
Oh.
20.
It's probably my birthday, 2025. 10/4/65.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see if it takes it.
Yeah, I think so.
It took it. There you go, pal.
All right, brother.
Have a great time.
You have a great night.
You sure you can't stay?
Let's go, Yankees. Let's go,
Have a
Giants.
great time is very funny when you're looking at a man alone drinking.
What's your name, by the way?
What's your name? Jimmy.
Jimmy John.
John, nice to meet you.
I'll see you. There's a sausage, Jimmy John's. I'll see you.
He goes, my name's John. He goes, yeah, I know. I just looked at your fucking license, remember? I had to type it into my little thing here.
As in stuttering?
Yes.
Yeah, hello, sausage. Hey, yo! Fucking hell.
What a maroon.
Yes. Now, the other thing that I want to point out, so he just got this beer, and he comes back in the room with his case of beer, but he's also drinking a Red Bull. Like, why would anyone need a Red Bull at this time at night? It's like 8 o'clock at night.
Keep him jacked up.
He's getting jacked up for his show.
Yeah.
He's going to put out a big one for us because, well, not until he figures out how to get these beers to be a little colder. All right, this is a visual thing, but you see how he's struggling just to even lift a beer out of the case right here?
Yeah.
This is the guy who's going to beat everyone up. Just want to remind everyone.
These beers are lukewarm. Luke, I am your father. Hold on, let me put these fucking things in the freezer. Hey! Where you going with that? What the fuck?
Always entertaining. So he pulls the beer out and he says they're warm, but he leaves 2 in front of him anyway, 2 of the warm beers, and then he brings the rest into the kitchen. Who would deliver warm beer? Has anyone ever needed beer so badly that they need it delivered? But it's okay if it's not cold yet. That's fine. Doesn't even make sense.
That is funny. They left 2 behind. I take it back. He did anticipate his needs that one time.
Yes, he did. He knew exactly what he was going to need. All right. So now, have you seen any of this, Mike?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Yeah. It sounded like you're familiar with this. He starts reading this note that was forwarded to him. And it was a note that was forwarded by Chad Zumock. And there's some TM Zumock going on. John's getting some hot goss about Kevin Brennan.
Yes. Yeah.
Because MLC is sniping him at this time. And John says, here's my opportunity to really stick it to Kevin Brennan.
This is from a source, and this is from Chad Zumock. Hey, Chad, this is what you forwarded to Pinky. You watching, Chad Lee? You fucking watching? Skull. Hey, Pinky, this is what your buddy Chad sent over to Pat Dixon. I just want you to know. Just in case. I know he's sitting there, his fat fucking ass, which I hear is about to get kicked. And he's sitting there with you. But this is what it says, Pinky. Let's see. Are you ready, Pinky? I hope you are. Because this is really, really embarrassing for you. Very fucking embarrassing. I'd be embarrassed to have this kind of shit coming my way.
Like 3 or 4 days ago, he was reading this note and skipped all the information he's about to read. He's like, I don't want to get into family stuff.
Protect the innocent.
Right. And then a couple of days later, he's like, no, fuck this.
I have heard from multiple sources that the reason Kevin Brennan isn't doing spots at the Comedy Cellar. Now, of course, we cannot, this is alleged everything.
Oh, so Kevin can't sue you for cyberbullying because you said it's alleged. Okay, good.
Yes,
Smart.
he's touching home base.
Right. My fingers are crossed.
Isn't doing spots at the Comedy Cellar because he got suspended last year for things he said on the podcast, and now Etsy, who I know very well, won't give him spots because he's
Her name is Esty.
Right. Who I know very well.
Etsy, who I know very well and have ordered from many times.
Anti-Semitic, true.
Let me back that up just a little bit.
Who I know very well, won't give him spots because he's anti-Semitic, true. So, also another thing I know about, and I can't tell you how, is that the reason Kevin and his wife were separated around this time. He first started his podcast was because he caught her having an affair. Whoa! Is this true? I don't know, John. Well, it was email. Chad sent it. Guest coordinator for the More Stories podcast with Jay Moore. I wonder. Wow. Did Chad send this?
Why did he keep saying that? Was he saying that Chad is the coordinator of the More Stories podcast? Or Chad got it from that person?
Yeah, so this is like an email thread that's been bounced around a few different people. And I guess it went to More Stories. But John's
Why
trying
would they care about this?
Well, maybe there's a Kevin Brennan interest in that world.
Okay.
But John's trying to implicate Chad for spreading this rumor or pushing this information out there to try to get Kevin and Chad fighting, which probably isn't hard to do. And I feel like this information about Kevin's wife having an affair, this has been going around forever, right?
I feel like I've heard John say it before.
Yeah,
Am I crazy?
okay, good. I'm like, John acts like he's breaking this news that no one's ever heard before. I think that this has been something that everyone has talked about in the past.
And I like the part where he's like, "Oh, John or Kevin's wife had an affair, whatever." The part where he's like, "Comedy clubs have canceled Kevin because he's difficult to work with."
Right? Yes.
Whoa, what a bombshell, John!
Yes.
None of us knew that.
And also, Kevin doesn't give a fuck because he doesn't want to do stand up anymore. Wow, amazing.
Or did he forward it? I'm not sure.
You should be able to see what. Anyway, so this is some more breaking news that John is breaking on his show to get back at mean old Kevin Brennan. Now he switched to warm beer.
That his wife was with another guy and moved out. Whoa! He only moved back in because he wasn't making any money and was spending all of his savings. I don't know if Florentine knows about this, but I know for a fact Lenny does. I don't know who Lenny is.
Lenny Marcus, I believe.
Right, yeah.
You can do whatever you want with this information. I just figured you should just know. As for Kevin's current finances, I do know that during the pandemic, his mom was paying his rent. Whoa! His mom was paying his rent.
All right, big if true. I'll give you the Patrick Melton line. That would be very interesting if that is the case.
Sure. Isn't this the fucking freak that was saying my mom bought me a house? What the fuck?
We all say that, John, because your mom's name is on the deed. That's why we all say that your mom bought the house. It's in her name.
The Lenny Marcus thing would imply to me that this email is very old.
Yes.
Kevin hasn't worked with Lenny Marcus in 7 years.
Has it been that
Something
long?
like that?
It's probably
6, maybe.
Yeah, probably hasn't been that long. But yeah, it is definitely. This is old news for sure.
Yeah,
and this is going back to probably 3 times ago when Chad and Kevin were fighting. That
Right.
Chad is spreading this information around. So yeah, John's breaking this. What he thinks is this breaking news that kind of everyone's talked about already. I didn't know about the mom paying rent thing. I don't know where that came from. Maybe John's adding that because he's embarrassed that that's what's going on. I don't know. All right, I brought on.
Excuse me, I'm a little sick, so sorry about the sound.
Oh, no worries. We brought Pat on for a couple of different reasons. The main reason being is that Pat got to be on one of the most important broadcasts of our lifetime, Stuttering John's last show ever. And before we get into that, I do have a parody song that came in just a little bit too late, unfortunately. But Mr. Magenta wrote a song for John's New Year's resolution, and this is a U2 cover parody.
I will be broke again. I will podcast again. I can't see my kids again. I will have a stroke again.
All right. Short and to the point. I always do appreciate that.
There's a good chance all of those resolutions come true.
Yes,
Follows
thank you,
through with all
Mr.
of them.
Magenta. Appreciate that. And one more piece we have to talk about before we get into John's last show ever, and that would be Bob sent this in. He had a similar idea that I had. He actually tried to send this in before I put together my version of A Hard Day's Night, starting with the chord. Yes, the chord heard round the world. But he took it to the next level here.
It's been a lost phone night, and I'm on YouTube trying to cope. It's been a lost phone night. All I remember was pushing rope, and you'd have thought I was cut when all the blood from my butt left the mattress marked for good. You know I can't say why, but I think surely he sent a guy, and though I'd love to fight, this time I'm calling the FBI. I can't imagine the ago. If Kate recorded my calls and they'll be played at WATP. Or what to do? Kate's gonna need some more code. But it's clear I'm a bad guy who is rogue, yeah. It's been a lost phone night. I could have left it in the cab. It's been a lost phone night. And at the strip club, it's still a tab. But what just cannot be missed is clearly Kate and I kissed. And I was trolled once again. I was trolled once again. I was trolled again.
Well done, Bob.
That was great.
Very fun song. So, yeah, the big news, I don't know if we've talked about it on this show, but I know that Shuli has announced it, and I think he's even played some clips of season 2 of the Kate Meany, John Melendez telephone tapes. So apparently they struck up a relationship again because John gives such a good phone. And Kate was recording yet again. And John had all this trust in her for some reason, even though he tried to get her arrested with the FBI, hold on her to her mom and her grandma, bothered her mom on the phone. He bothers other people's parents on the phone, as we're going to see in just a minute. So I'm not surprised that Kate was ready to stick it to John again, if that is the case. Or maybe it's all AI. Who knows? I guess I have to go to DappleCon 3 to find out. So I want to start off now. Pat, you did join the show. I'm going to start before you were on, but I do have some clips with you on there as well. And again, I'm not asking you to trash your friend John. Make any observations you care to make here, but you do have some insider knowledge.
I mean, what difference does it make? I mean, he's history. He's finished.
Well, right. So I'm glad you have that attitude. Also, just so you know, all you have to do is be on the show, and you've already trashed him. Because that's what happened with Adam Bush. Is he's just like he's going on all the shows and trashing me, and Adam Bush has never trashed John one time. He's just making.
That's true. I only got one side of that story, and I totally believed it.
Well, this is the thing. John doesn't know what trashing someone means.
Oh.
So Adam Bush will come on and make brilliant observations about John and what's going on in his life and with his show. And John doesn't listen. He doesn't care to actually get feedback. So he just goes, they're trashing me. Okay,
if you're not complimenting him, you're trashing him.
Right.
Right. Yes, I think that's true.
You don't even have to trash him or be on the show. If someone he knows tells him that, he'll think
that's
you're trashing
true as
him
well.
too.
Yes, good point.
Because
Adam Bush, this is an interesting backstory. Okay. You wouldn't know this either, probably, Pat. But Adam Bush, the first time he was on John's show, he goes, John, I love the Dabbleverse. I listen to all the shows. John's like, you like Shuli shows? Yeah, I love Shuli show. You like Carl's show? Yeah, I love Carl's show. Do you watch those shows? Yeah, I watch all the shows. He even watches Potato Soup. That's how deep he goes. And John even said, well, you can go on other shows. Whatever. If you're a fan of this stuff. He didn't have a problem with it until just recently, for some reason, he's had a huge problem with it. Speaking of Potato Soup, what's up, Cardiff?
What the fuck was that, Carl?
I saw you on there. I saw you
and I worked on something special for you. I might not even give it to you now.
Oh, come on.
Give it to me.
Don't be like that.
Ready?
Yep.
That's pretty close.
I got it.
Okay, you have to send me the, I was going to say the notes, but I don't know if that's possible.
Well, there's a strange tuning required as well.
I don't think Pat can play that on the piano. Let's put it that way.
It's a friggin' it's a parody chord.
Oh, that's not bad. That's pretty close.
A parody chord. That's a fantastic way to surmise that note.
All right, so John starts off his show, and he doesn't want people sending deliveries to his house during his final show.
Oh, by the way, there's a sign out there. No deliveries. If you come past, if you knock on the door, you ring the doorbell. It ain't going to be good.
I'll belch in your face.
So my question to all of you is, who is he threatening right now? Does he think the delivery
people?
Do you think the delivery people are watching the show? Like, oh, turn around.
Yes.
Never mind. He's going to beat me up.
Dodge a bullet there.
And I was going to say, I don't know if John understands this or not. He doesn't. When he makes declarations like this early in the show, he goes, I have signs out that say no deliveries. What VTM does is he puts in the Uber Eats app. There's going to be signs out front, but ignore those. He definitely wants this delivery. It's for these other things that are coming through. Like, he'll put in there specifically to ignore the signs.
Tell him you're a fan.
Yeah, tell him you're a fan.
Yeah.
He'll be like, my uncle's a huge celebrity.
He went Home Alone style. He put some tar on the door. Some feathers fell after they knocked. So now they have...
He heated up the handle so when they held it real long. All right, so this is... He cracks up in his first beer.
I went shopping. Let me see if this is really bad. Fuck it. I don't know.
He's smelling it.
Sitting in my fridge. Should be okay. I hope they're all not going to taste weird. After a few beers, I won't even notice.
What a pro.
Now, if I were to open up a beverage and I tasted it bad, I would dump it out, try a different one, or call it a day. That never even occurs to Chad. He just goes, wow, whatever. I'll get drunk enough. I won't even be able to taste it anymore. It'll be fine. I'll puke it out.
Didn't he eat the old meat or cheese or
the vegetable tray?
Vegetable tray.
Two vegetables go bad was the question he asked his co-host.
Do vegetables go bad?
What do you think about that, Pat? Do vegetables go bad?
I've never eaten one. I don't know.
Yeah, you wouldn't know. I'm asking the wrong guy. I like when, I don't have this clip, but at one point a super chatter comes up and they're just like, John's chugging energy drinks and then beer. And they're like, John, that's not good for your heart. You've had a couple strokes. And Pat's on there going, your heart can handle it. Just rub some dirt on it. You'll be fine. Pat gives the worst medical advice ever.
If your heart can't handle an energy drink and some alcohol, what's the point?
Right. If you can't do that for 40 years straight, then what even is the point?
You don't deserve to live then.
Does he do this often? I thought it was just a New Year's Eve thing.
Oh yeah, this is every day. He chugs energy drinks and then goes right into beer.
Do you think there was a chance that case of beer he bought before he left for New York, and it's been sitting in his trunk for like 3 weeks in the Florida sun?
Yeah, there's a real good chance that's the case. Yes, of course.
Just checking.
Now,
it's like a weird reverse Smokey and the Bandit thing. He's got a case sitting in his trunk.
John gets back from New York a couple of days ago. And of course, he left his cats there for 2 weeks. Now, I thought that he had Bob Sativa watching the house or one of his buddies down there watching the house, but maybe not.
Got some cleaning supplies because I had to clean my litter. Got to get the kitty litter. I fucking scrubbed the fucking floors with fucking soap and on my knees with the fucking cat shit and cat litter sticking everywhere, fucking scrubbing it, fucking sweeping. Then I'm out there in the fucking floor and fucking scrubbing it with bleach, fucking cleaning all that cat shit. Whole place smelled like cat shit.
Dude, these cats have destroyed his new house.
Good. He deserves it.
No, I agree with you, but think about that nightmare scenario. Like, John doesn't clean.
No, I thought he had a cleaner.
There was so much shit on the floor. Oh, that's a good point. Maybe the cleaner comes went, no, I'm not doing this.
Also good.
Because he was already home for a day or two, and then he finally, this day, decided he needed to clean up.
Enough's enough.
He's walking on cat shit. And think about that.
There's a parody song.
I'm walking on cat shit. But think about that right there. If the cats are shitting everywhere, what else are they doing? Or they must be pissing on his pillow.
Poisoning his beer.
Oh, yeah. They poisoned his beer. They're probably shitting in the beer and then closing it back up, taping it so he can't tell.
Oh, my God.
What a nightmare this is.
For the cats.
Yeah, for the cats.
Yeah.
How is he not having people watch his cats after he already had the Humane Society ever show up to his house? And so he had to get this paperwork done. He had to pay a fine or something like that because of all these. And then immediately after that, he leaves the cats for 2 weeks and just shit up the house.
Who gets this angry about having to change cat litter or scrub out the box or something? Like this squinty, angry John. I have not seen this before. I don't like this character.
Oh, you think that he's talking about litter boxes? I think he's talking about his floors.
Oh, just the whole floor. Okay,
I think there's shit all over the floor. Yeah, a litter box, you can throw it away and get a new one if it's too
right.
bad.
That's well, most people can.
Carl.
Well, right, yes. I wouldn't. That's what Mrs. Hamburger does. Not in charge of that. All right, so this is the moment everyone's talking about. John decides to go out with a big bang. He's got this whole idea, this plan that he's going to do for his last show.
Hello. Yeah, hi, is this Mr. Igor?
Why do you want to know?
Because my name is Stuttering John Melendez. I'm a celebrity, and your son, Shuli, has been harassing me. You're on a recorded line. I'm live right now. He sends people to record me at clubs. He goofs on my 87-year-old mother, saying that like guys on his show is having sex with my mother.
What is happening?
Is this Mr. Weyer?
What is going on?
Your son shit. So this is what I always say about John. This is what sums up all of his behavior. Just remember that John never progressed past the age of 6 or 7. Mm-hmm. This is the exact same thing as being over at a friend's house, playing outside. Your friend swears and you run inside and go, "Oh, Billy just said a swear. Billy just said a swear, trying to get your friend in trouble." Like, what are you doing? Why are you calling his parents?
How would this even cross the mind of anyone over 10 years old?
That's what I mean. Remember, he called Kate Meany's mom to try to get her in trouble. And then when that didn't work, he blasted Kate Meany's mom and said that she was a horrible mom. It's like, Kate Meany's an adult.
He doesn't know what a bad look is.
No, he doesn't know embarrassment. He doesn't know what a bad look is. But
he's advertising it.
I'm more offended by this on a showbiz level, Carl.
Yeah.
He finally has a good bit. He blows it in the first 5 minutes and then does 4 hours of nothing. No offense, Pat. 4 hours of nothing. The rest of the stream.
I don't know if this is a good bit, but it is being talked about.
He's come up with.
It is being talked about for sure. I like that he also said, he goes, "Oh, by the way, you're being recorded." So if you are recording someone else and you're worried about two-party consent, you have to get consent.
Right.
You not just tell them, but by the way, I'm robbing you right now, so you can't arrest me because I'm telling you I'm robbing you. But this is just a little bit more from the call. And it's Mr. Agar is the all-star. I mean, he might win Dabbler of the Year.
He asks the hard-hitting questions.
2025.
Who is this? What is your name?
John Melendez. I was the announcer for the Tonight Show with Jay Leno. I've never been arrested. I have a college degree. I'm very successful. I'm rich. I'm intelligent. I got smart kids. And your son and his show harass me every day. I filed a report with the Cape Coral Police, and he keeps on going. Now he's sending people to tape me at bars, and he's goofing on my 87-year-old mother and saying that they're having sex with my mother. This is your son, Shuli.
Tell me something. Why you?
Huh?
Why are you calling me?
Because you're his father. Maybe you could talk some sense into him.
Oh, that is my favorite right there. So he starts right off with his credits.
Yeah.
So he has to explain that he's on the Tonight Show. He's never been arrested. The credits change a little bit based on who he's talking to and what he's talking about.
Jesus Christ. I thought he was going to get to that. Not so much to brag about.
I know he didn't talk about writing for the Howard Stern show. And some people say I was just a call screener, but actually I contributed in a lot of different ways to that show. Let me tell you, Mr. Egar, one of my favorite bits where I talked to Ringo Starr. Maybe you saw it.
Really, it all begins in the 4th grade. How much time you got?
Pat, can you talk a little bit for me? Your mic is cutting in and out.
It is.
Let me crank you up and see if that works.
Fine up here. Sorry about that. I was wondering how come nobody laughed at anything I said.
I think that's why you've been trashing John, and we can't even hear it, unfortunately.
I've been trashing him nonstop. Fuck you, John.
All right, so Mr. Agar plays that perfectly. Why are you calling me? Why are you telling me this? What do I have to do with anything? Because Shuli's an adult man. I think he's close to 50 years old. His dad doesn't have any control over what he does anymore. But I love the way this call ends.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Mr. Igor.
Happy New Year.
Same to you, sir. Okay, shitway. Now, you've harassed my mother.
Okay, that's actually not true, but we'll get into that. I love that. All right, Happy New Year. Your son's the worst person ever. Talk some sense into him. Happy New Year.
This is crazy. He's really proud of himself. Like, he really thinks he did something with that phone call other than embarrass himself.
Yeah. I mean, like a 30-second conversation with Count Chocula, and he's like,
How'd you fix that mic?
So, what's more embarrassing, this call or the Trump call? Because both failed miserably.
Immediately, too.
Right. What do you think, Cardiff?
I don't know, because this is playing all the hits. Like, I would think that this was a bit that he was doing, because him just listing his credits and him saying that he has money and he's a great father. Like, there's so much about this where if I gave him more credit, I'd be like, this is actually hilarious that he's finally just like leaned into it. And this is his big send off. So I don't know what to think of this. This is better than the Trump call, definitely, though.
yeah, the Trump call definitely wasn't a goof. He was genuinely mad at Donald Jr.
Right.
Trump would intervene.
Okay, so he's going to go on to explain that he told his mom how Shuli and the Uncle Rico show were harassing her.
I go, Ma, they were. She goes, wait a second, they're using my image? I go, yeah. She goes, can I sue them? I said, probably. Well, what are they doing with my picture? Oh, they got you with handcuffs, KY jelly, video fucking machines, saying they're having sex with you. She goes, you got to be kidding me. I said, no, but I'm calling this asshole's father today.
All right, a couple things here. So, A, this conversation didn't happen. We'll explain why that's true. No, that's ridiculous. So, this hasn't been happening.
We don't all scream KY jelly at our mothers?
I don't, personally.
Oh, okay.
Not if we're not cooking.
They haven't done this since like July, when John got that attorney involved, and I talked to him, and Bob Levy talked to him, and Shuli talked to him, and the whole point was like, leave family out of this. And they stopped doing that bit of John's mom dating Mike Morse and all that kind of stuff. So John's saying that he's just brought this up to his mom now for no reason. Like, he always is the one who's harassing his own family. When he repeats the jokes that I said about his kid that one time, and he repeats it over and over and over again on the show, he's then harassing his own family.
Nobody has called John's kids losers on the internet more than John.
Correct.
Yeah. I'm also thinking, because it's his last show ever, he's bringing back the greatest hits.
Yeah. Sure. Yep. But he goes, I told my mom that they were showing your photo, and she goes, can I sue? That didn't happen. Only that's what John would say.
Of course.
That's not what an 87-year-old woman would be like. Well, let's get a lawsuit started then. I'll make some phone calls. Doesn't make any sense. Now, props to Clay Dabbler. We've been saying that a lot lately because he brings Clay on, and Clay did not approve of this phone call.
Hey, Clay.
Hey, Johnny boy, my man. What's going on, mate? Yes.
You see, I just called Chitway his dad. I'm so fucking over these guys.
Yeah. Ugly stuff, John.
Hey,
Ugly stuff.
look, they just sent people to tape me at my fucking local pub.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, at what point do they think they crossed the fucking line, Clay?
I love Clay's
just so you know, that
reaction.
local pub is 4,000 miles from where he currently is.
True. But I love Clay's reaction right there. He goes, yeah, that was ugly stuff. And John did not like that.
Yeah.
So he has to get fired up and all worked up about it. But I know this has been said, and we all know this. Shuli did not send people to Sales Place to film John. John did. When I go out somewhere, like we go to Detroit or Nashville or Philadelphia, and we want to meet up with people before the show, I put it on social media. This is where we're going to be at this time. And then people come and meet us. This is what John did. He advertised where he was going to be on social media. It was all over Dabblers Anonymous. No one told anyone to go. They just went, oh, John's going to be there. I'll go down to that.
I was thinking about it.
If we lived closer to Sales Place,
yeah,
could have hung out there. So he's full of shit with this. He's looking for an excuse for his awful behavior. And he's dumb.
Exactly.
This is John explaining that he did the right thing when he called Mr. Agar.
Very elderly.
Don't worry.
Old
I
man.
said, you're on a recorded line. You're on a fucking air. I said it twice. So fuck off.
I mean, I don't think we shouldn't punish Shuli's death.
It don't matter. He played the fucking tapes anyway that were illegally fucking recorded. Fuck you!
No. We're not getting into it. Let's not even get. Let's move along and have a great final show, John.
There you go, Clay. Why are we even talking about this?
This is when John says you're absolutely right.
Yeah, right. Yeah, what am I going on about? Good point. Getting myself all worked up over here.
You're right. I am too good to call people's fathers. You're right.
Yeah, Clay Dabbler, all sunshine and rainbows on this day. It's wonderful.
Yeah, Clay's excited to celebrate
the
Farewell to the King episode that they're doing. So John claims, and that's the other thing too, where he goes, well, they did something illegal, so why wouldn't I do something illegal? It's like, that kind of works in football or hockey. Like, if you react to the thing that happens to you, you're the one who gets the penalty. But in law, not so much. Or else gang warfare would be litigated very differently. Oh, they did a drive-by on you guys first? Oh, well then, yeah, that's fine.
Why didn't you say so?
I didn't realize.
I thought you meant if you cross-check somebody, they get to call your parents.
They know I just came back from an injury. It's so mean.
Well, he's trying to win hearts and minds here, is what it is.
Right, yes. You understand why I'm the good guy, right? No. But keep explaining it. Now, what we're going to find out here. Now, remember, John's all fired up. He's all upset. And because they were harassing his mom, that's why he had to call Mr. Agar. And just for the record, no one cares that he called Shuli's dad. Shuli laughed about it. Everyone's laughing about it. Mr. Agar came off way better than John did in that exchange. But this is what actually happened when John told his mom about what happened. This is the real response.
I take it my mom was like, they're showing my picture?
Yeah, Silent Mike thought it was hilarious, didn't he, at the time?
And my mom's so vain, she goes, how'd I look?
Was it a good picture, I hope?
I don't know. I go, you look great, Mom. Don't worry about it. It's just...
So she always looks beautiful.
Isn't it amazing? It just became a funny anecdote.
Yeah, that's a bizarre turn.
Yeah, just 7 minutes ago.
The writing process.
It was World War III was started just 7 minutes ago. It was Franz Ferdinand, and now all of a sudden it's just like, yeah, we laugh about it to this day. She's like, KY jelly, what's that for? I'm like, oh, Mom, you know. Don't make me say it.
You're a dry cunt, Mom.
I don't use that kind of language for my mom, but you know it. The point.
I think your dry cunt does need to be a punchline in something.
It's the name of my next album.
Yeah, okay.
All right, so...
It's never not a punchline.
It's correct.
I think it's a super chatter.
It's actually a term of endearment in my home. hey, dry cunt, how's dinner coming?
Oh, you.
All right. This is John fishing for a compliment and not getting it. This is hilarious.
How do I look? I just got my head glazed.
Just do it. What, can you afford a haircut, you cheap bastard? You don't want to spring out the extra?
I don't. Look at your hair.
Okay, watch John's facial reaction when he realizes he's not getting the compliment. So first he calls him gay with the just do it for even asking him. But then watch John's face drop immediately.
Yeah. What, can you afford a haircut, you cheap bastard? You don't want to spring out the extra?
I don't agree. Look at your hair. Do you think I'm going to take advice with that fucking...
What, my crisp fade? Come
you
on.
look like you're wearing a goddamn wig.
No, I don't, John.
It's literally a fade. How can it be a wig?
Yeah.
That'd be amazing.
Right.
I
Yeah.
killed for Clay's hair.
Clay has amazing hair. I mean, we can all agree on that. So, Pat's up close second.
Why, thank you.
Of course.
I have hair. I get haircuts.
You get haircuts? John doesn't need them. He just lets the hair grow right over his ears and just tells the woman, do you imagine he went to whatever the place is, Sam's special place, or what's the name of the salon?
Supercuts?
It's Special Sam, Super Sam.
Super Sam's, yeah, something like that. And he goes in there and he's just like, no, I don't need my haircut. They're like, no, but sir, you do. It's like you bring
Fantastic Sam's.
Fantastic Sam's. It's like you bring your car in and it's 5,000 miles overdue for an oil change. You're like, no, just rotate the tires. That's all. Like, no, but sir, we really should change this oil. No, I'm good. So John's explaining why he's leaving the Dabbleverse and once again explaining why this was his last show ever.
See you next year, John. Take your bowl and run home. See, this is so funny, Clay. I'm not running. I'm beginning a new adventure. You know, like to me, it's become toxic. It's not, you know, when you start sending people to my pub for your content because you can't create your own, no, it's not. I didn't get into this thing to have people harass the fuck out of me.
You're embarking on a new chapter in the Stuttering John.
What the fuck is that noise?
He's gonna ask if it was you.
All right. John is now claiming he's got his timeline off here. John announced he was leaving the Dabbleverse in early December, mid-December maybe. It was weeks.
The day I saw him in Zoom Court, yes.
Right. Yes, that's correct. It was the Zoom Court thing.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's right. He's leaving the Dabbleverse on the 31st. Now he's claiming that he's leaving because it's A, too toxic. He's the one calling family members. And B, because they're sending people to the pub that he's at, which happened on the 26th of December. So yeah, you already announced this, so you really can't factor that one in to the reason.
Reasons on top of reasons.
Yeah, I mean, like I had reasons before, but now I have even more reasons. Okay, sure. Yeah, I murdered my wife, and then I found out she was cheating on me on top of it. It's like, yeah, but that's not what. Okay, well, okay, fair enough. Now you heard all those blasts. That's because it's New Year's Eve and now New Year's Day, where Clay is in England. So they're shooting off fireworks, and John's like, "Turn those things off." I swear to God, Clay's like, "What am I supposed to do?" Fireworks.
The king, everyone.
Is that the TV? Do you have the TV on really loud?
Actually, at first, I thought, you know what I thought it was? I thought it was a delivery guy banging on his door.
Yeah, right. At John's house.
Yeah.
Right.
I was told to ignore the signs.
Ignore the signs and knock really, really loud. Use the battery grab if you need to. All right, so now the exciting entrance of Pat Dixon comes in. And this is what I was talking about earlier.
So there's this other guy. So it happened now twice in the last month. You got this Adam Bush guy who was on like Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I got him on the Stern Show to play horns years ago.
I love that this story is completely changed now from what it was originally. Like Adam had to explain this to John, that they were doing this song with the Losers. They needed a horn section. And so Adam's from Long Island, John's from Long Island. John asked someone if he knows anyone, and that person was just like, yeah, I know these guys, and Adam was one of those guys. And now John's taking full credit. It's very similar to how he's discovered every whack packer of all time. You know, it's just like, oh yeah, I take full credit. You answered a phone call. It was Jeff the Drunk. That you had nothing to do with that. You're just calling into the show.
With our band, The Losers, right?
Yeah.
He kept thanking me over and over. Thanks, like DMing me on Facebook. John, thank you so much. It was so nice of you to do that. I'm grateful to you forever. Everything. Then he goes, I'd love to come on your show. I get him on my show, Pat. What happens? The same week, he's on Shitway's show, Lady K's, trashing me.
Okay. He told you he was going to do that, and he didn't trash you, and that was months ago. But all right, carry on.
Yeah, same thing happened with this fucking Nasty Neil. They all come on. They all can't wait to kiss the ring of the Duke. Then what happens, Pat? Then they're on every other show trashing me.
Now what happens? You call their dads.
Yeah.
Call all their fucking dads.
Well said, Pat. So Nasty Neil is this other guy who was on John's show and Rob Saul's show and stuff like that. And then he was on Point Dabble Point. And I was on with him. I don't remember him. And Cardiff, you were there. Was Nasty Neil trashing John?
Relentlessly.
Okay, I guess we all were, right? Who can remember what was going on? But that's all it takes. So, Pat, when John comes back, I'll hopefully he'll let you back on the show again.
I'm not real concerned about it. I mean, like, if it happens, it happens. Whatever, we'll see. I mean, like, my thing, which I get along with John fine so far. You know what I mean? And let me ask you something. If he would have asked you to do his New Year's Eve show, would you have dropped by for half an hour?
Of course I would have.
So
I would do John's show anytime. We've done shows together, and I've had a great time doing it. I would do it again.
That's kind of what I figured, is that, like, it's other people do it, so I have no reason not to do it.
I know a little bit more about John, so I would have challenged him on a few things, but still, I would have done the show.
Yeah, I'm not a student of John.
Correct. Yes.
So I was going in unarmed a little bit, but
You're along for the ride.
That's probably why we get along, is because I'm not as steeped, in the John lore.
That's actually a perfect scenario for getting along with John, is believing all of his bullshit or just not knowing and just going like, oh, okay, Adam Bush is an asshole. All right, yeah, sure.
Right.
I did love Pat's caveat there. Very casual, though. I have no problems with John for now.
Well, yeah, because he knows.
He just knows it's coming. Wait for it.
I don't want to sound naive.
Right. All right, so this is so now you brought up here, yeah, you're going to call everyone's dad, which is a very funny line because that really is how John deals with his problems for some reason, even though it never fixes anything. And so this is Clay making some sense right here.
Well, I just said, can you just tell this fucking idiot to stop the harassment?
Yeah, that'll work.
Well, yeah, but he goes, why are you calling me? I go, you're his father.
Well, he's a 50-year-old man. Shit, wow.
Yeah, I know, but he's fucking obviously a high school dropout. You think he's smart in any way, Clay?
What does that have to do with anything? So Clay's like, yeah, he's a 50-year-old man. Like, why are you calling his dad? It's like, well, he was a high school dropout. Oh, so he must probably still live with his dad, and his dad's still giving him guidance on how to live his life? Is that what happens?
I'm going to move the goalposts over here now.
Yeah, right,
what do you think of that?
Yes. Producer Chris, you revealed that you dropped out of high school. Yeah. Are you able to live without your father still taking care of you?
I have found a way.
Wow. So it does happen. All right. Good to know.
I mean, what did he expect? From his dad, he's like, last I heard, he was weighing shit.
Right. It's like, yeah, we already know the Shuli's a lost cause, John. What am I going to do? I did my best for 18 years, and then I did my time. Your turn. Now, this is great. And I apologize, Pat, because I know it can be tough to watch yourself and react to yourself. I do it from time to time. We're going to do it in a minute coming up. But John decides, all right, let's recreate this phone call. He's going to do a little improv exercise with you.
God, yeah, this is horrible.
And it's not your fault.
Oh, God, this is the worst.
It's not your fault. John's impossible to work with in this type of scenario, but he's going to try to do a recreation of this phone call, and he really does not know how to do improv at all.
I forgot about
Pat, go ahead. Let's recreate that phone call. Okay. Dad?
Hello.
Hey, Dad, why are you calling me? We haven't talked in 10 years.
Surely. I am concerned about the phone call I got from John Melendez. He says you want to fuck his mother?
He told you that?
Yes, he did. He told me many things.
Well, Dad, I'm trying to do a show. I got to make a living to feed my kids, and this guy is way more talented and way funnier than me. What else am I going to do? You told me.
Whenever he's doing this, he does it with Chad Zubak too. Whenever he's doing a recreation of how they would talk, he always does this. Yeah, but I'm a loser, and this guy's so cool, and I just want to be just like him, but I suck so bad. Like, he thinks that's what Chad and Shuli are saying behind the scenes.
They suddenly have this crazy self-awareness, and just like John's.
But you have to understand, I'm just jealous of him. But look at how bad his improv skills are right here.
I mean, what else am I going to do? You told me to listen to to my brother. I should do something, something that means something.
But surely you've always been a winner. I'm sure you'll make the right decision.
No, his dad wouldn't say that.
So that's my favorite thing. My favorite thing about improv is when you go, no, you did that wrong. Let's back it up. Let's try this again.
Yeah, I guess I got the idea we weren't playing as hyper realistic.
Yes. Yeah, I love the shoe he says. I was like, all right, well, whatever. Trying to do better. And John's like, no, that's not what he would say. He said you're in a lot of trouble. Well, let me do both parts. I'll show you how this goes down.
Just get his dad back on the phone.
That's right, yeah. Who is this imposter I'm talking to? Obviously not Mr. Agar. I can tell that. Welcome back, Doug.
Hey.
All right.
Family shit.
No worries, buddy. No worries at
all. Okay, cool.
All right, so this is...
Someone trashing your kids?
That's right. And to make a phone call to one of your mothers.
Oh, shit. Is that why she's texting me? So this is, again, Pat doesn't know what's going on. He only knows about what's happening from John. So he assumes that Shuli is up to no good.
But, like, who's going to miss you the most?
I know.
Shuli doesn't want you to leave.
No.
Maybe that's why he's doing this last-ditch effort to keep you in,
Oh, what is he doing?
Well, I assumed he must have done something if you called his dad today.
Oh, I was waiting. I figured, let me give him a little surprise for my way out.
I love that. I love how naive you are on this. You're like, yeah, Shuli must have done something really shitty because you called his dad and said he's fucked up what he's doing. And John's like, oh, no, he did that like 8 months ago. I just let him know now. Like, what's
been on my list?
Wow, that's crazy. Okay. Pretty funny. All right, so now we get into talk about your ex-girlfriend. And so I'll give a little bit of the backstory here. We can discuss it. We talked about it on This Little Piggy yesterday, and I have Kevin Brennan reacting to that. So we'll talk about that a little bit more in that segment. But basically, it's pronounced Felicia, right?
Felicia. Whatever, yeah.
Okay. Basically, John asks, because Felicia's been on MLC. She goes on these other shows, and her and Pat used to date. And so John asks if they're still in contact with each other. And so Pat is answering that question.
Yeah, she said like, "Oh, we can make it happen. We can get together or something." I mean, like, these are super tips that she sent me, that she paid to send me. Like, that's what it's escalated to now. But I haven't spoken to her, and she's emailed. I didn't reply.
Oh, wait! I'm sorry. What did she say?
He's not even listening. He asked you about her. You go, oh, okay. So here's what's going on. She's been sending me these emails. Blah, blah, blah. He's like, oh, I'm sorry. I totally was just reading something else. I asked a question that just spaced out of my own show. What did you say? So that's always embarrassing. So then he follows up with this, and it gets even worse.
What now? Would I go back?
Yeah.
No. That's my whole point. I mean, what I said on a stream. I didn't tell her per se, but I said it to when I think I had Rocco on.
Hold on, just hold on a second. I'm sorry. You guys continue. I have a fucking big oak tag sign. Do not knock.
Oh.
The thing is, they don't like us talking through this bit, Pat.
So John gets up because he hears the door. In the middle of you explaining again his follow-up question about, would you guys get back together or whatever, take her back? And then he's like, all right, finish up that answer with Clay, who didn't ask and probably doesn't care. I'm going to go grab this thing that I'm getting delivered to my house. Now, the beauty of
did Clay say they don't like us talking during this? Like the
Clay
audience needs John to be there?
No, Clay has learned something that when we clip this show, when John gets up and goes to the door, I like to crank the volume and play the clip so we can hear the conversation he's having with the driver.
Oh.
And if Clay's talking over it, it fucks it all up. So at this point, Pat starts playing the piano and shit. Clay's like, no. We got to be quiet so they can hear the conversation. So the beauty of this is that it was fireworks outside John's house that he heard and thought it was a knock at the door. So he gets up. There's no one there. He comes back and he yells something like, I put up the sign, get out of here. And he's like, just joking, whatever. But check this out. This is some inside information that I got from VTM, who sends John deliveries. So he sent Kyle over to John's house recently with a delivery. And Kyle is ready to deliver, and he gives his feedback when he meets up with John. He says he was very nasty. A message from the courier of Uber Eats. So John was very nasty to this guy who delivered it. And then this goes against Vince. A message from Uber. It says, Dear Vincent, one of your delivery persons mentioned feeling uncomfortable with a conversation during your delivery. We're sharing this feedback with you because we want everyone to feel safe and comfortable while using the app. Our community guidelines don't allow disrespectful language. We encourage you to keep your conversations casual and friendly.
Wow.
As a reminder, not following any of our guidelines may lead to losing access to your Uber account. Similarly, if a driver does anything that makes you feel uncomfortable, report that back as well. So what did John say?
I don't know.
Nicolas Cage.
What did John say to this guy?
Funny, none of the Ukrainian ladies have delivered have ever complained about it, but Kyle, for some reason, John didn't like something about Kyle. I don't know what it is.
John was probably insisting that he was Irish, something like that.
You from Cuba?
Your first name Zig?
Of course, what's really happening here is that John doesn't want people delivering food to his house because that's what Vince does to fuck with them. But John takes it out on the delivery person. as if they have anything to do with this. Like, how did you not know that this guy was sending you to my house?
He
Because
did
he
warn
annoys
them
me.
at the beginning of the show.
That's right. He did. John, they should be watching. Everyone who works for Uber should be watching his show.
Yeah.
So that they know that.
Well, he is the point of contact. So he can yell at Vince or he can yell at Kyle. Same result.
It really, yeah. No, it really is the person who beats up the customer service rep. We've seen John do that on the phone with Spectrum. And you imagine in every store that he's in where he feels like he's being wronged, he's yelling at a cashier who's just like, yeah, I work 3 days a week here. I don't have any pull. I don't know what you want from me. So this is, he's talking now about VTM because, the question comes up about this money that is owed to Vince per their agreement to get out of the $12.5 million lawsuit.
Well,
what about the money? What are you going to do? Don't you owe him?
Well, that's the great part. See, if Hank, so I, I only have, so now, like, this is my last show, right? So as you know, like, so I'll get paid on the 21st for this past month, right? So, that'll be it. So that'll be his last big, like pay. Then I'll be gone, and then he gets nothing. You get nothing. Good day, sir. I said good day.
So he's just he can only garnish your money. He can't. He's not entitled to any money outside that.
No.
So what John is doing here, and thanks a lot, Vince. Thanks for running John off the internet, retard. So John owes Vince a percentage of his YouTube income, his earnings, going back to October. And John didn't pay him in October, he didn't pay him in November. And Vince is just like, well, I'm not just letting you not pay those months. We'll just push it I'll be nice enough to push it forward into the coming months. So John goes, okay, well, then I'll just get off the internet and then I don't have to pay him at all. And he thinks that gets him out of this obligation that he has. So he paid him December 26th, like they agreed to. And I guess he's going to pay him in January. And then John's not going to make any money and he won't pay Vince anymore. And he thinks that gets him out of this agreement they had. I don't think it does. I think it's a breach.
Yeah, I don't think it works that way.
I don't think it does at all. And what happens next is Pat says the funniest thing you could possibly say without knowing it's the funniest thing you could possibly say.
There's only, I can't disclose the details according to Vince, but there's only a certain amount of time where I'll get anything.
That probably works with child support too.
What do you mean?
Like you could just quit your job and be like, garnish nothing, motherfucker.
Yeah, exactly. Mike Lee, great guy.
Bravo, Pat. Wow. Bravo. So, of course, you don't know this, but when John lost his job at the Tonight Show, he stopped paying child support for 8 months, and his ex-wife had to serve him to get him to pay that back, the money that he owed. He just stopped paying. So it's like, I don't have any money, so nobody's coming in, so nobody goes to my kids.
Oh no! What have I said?
I love that. I love that you said that at the very end of that clip. You're going to hear Clay. It's not easy to hear, but he says accurate reference after he said that.
Exactly. Mike Lee, great guy.
It's actually very accurate reference. It's perfect. And you saw John get nervous for a second. He's like, "What do you mean by that?" And then it's like Pat doesn't know the backstory, so it's like, we're just having fun. All right, good. But that was amazing.
Well, every once in a while, the broken clock is right. That's what they say twice a day.
It was perfect right there. I give you mad props on that. So this guy, Mike V, is super chatting him. Mike V is a guy that none of us have ever talked to. We don't know what he sounds like. He's just a guy who super chats John. But John does a Mike V impression that he's going to do for us.
Bang on, too.
I suppose. Maybe. Who knows?
And Mike, I hope imitation is the most sincere form of
flattery. You got it.
Yeah. Flattery.
Like there Pat goes, dabblery. But yeah, John couldn't get that out. And then that leads into the history of the Dabbleverse.
Dabblery.
Yeah. Flattery.
But did you ever used to retaliate to Cole covering your show, or did you start, because obviously the Dabverse evolved from you retaliating from them watching you, going back and forth? Because if you didn't go back and forth, there wouldn't really be much of a Dabverse, I'd say.
Did he ever retaliate to us goofing on him, Producer Chris? You remember these old days?
Yes.
I believe he threatened to break my legs.
That was the first one.
And then that was followed up with a lawsuit. And then he was going to take my house.
Still coming down the pike.
Yeah, he was looking up how much my house was worth and talking about how he was going to live in it.
He tried going after me.
He was looking how much your house was worth in a boxing ring. In a boxing.
YouTube's terms of service. It's amazing the things that he forgets about the beginning of the Dabbleverse. He likes to pretend it's all Chrissy Mayer, but it's very little Chrissy Mayer.
There was a reason we all gathered around this goof in Rochester and took his side.
Well, the other thing, too, that John doesn't understand is that, yes, did he respond to us and did we have a little bit of a back and forth, but not a ton. For a long time, he was doing his political show. He was doing his beer on the balcony, interviewing people. He wasn't doing this Dabbleverse show that he's done ever since he came back to the internet.
No, he wouldn't acknowledge. He wouldn't say anyone by name or anything.
And we still goofed on him because he's so easy to clown.
Oh, yeah.
And it's the same thing with Opie. Opie's never really acknowledged us, a couple times here and there, but he's never done a show about us or anything like that. But we've continued to clown him because he's just so mockable.
Yes.
He just sucks at what he does. And so the Dabbleverse would exist with or without John threatening to break my legs.
It just wouldn't be called that.
Well, it probably would be called the Dabbleverse because of the Chrissy Mayer interview, but you know what I mean? Like, I don't think it has as much to do with John as John thinks it does, is my point. It's not because of John's actions outside of his being a terrible broadcaster,
right,
and the worst podcaster in the history of podcasting.
Well, you pointed out long ago, the worst thing you can do to John is embarrass him, and he couldn't get any of us to shut up, and it was just getting bigger, and it became clear that it wasn't going away.
Yes.
And in spite of people like Monique and Chrissy and all of us say, lean into it. Yep. Have fun with it, you dummy.
Yep.
He continued to battle and then finally embraced it and said,
but it was
I want some of this money too.
Right, but it's still always been a battle though.
Right, correct. He's still battling to the end.
But you know what? Give him credit. He's playing his part to the hilt.
Yes.
He's the king.
There's a reason why this is so addictive for people.
Yeah. He gives and gives and gives. And I think he does lean into it, you know? I mean, like, obviously, like when he's yelling at his mom about the KY jelly, you know, and his face is red and shit. You know, he knows he's being funny.
Well, no, I know. But he also is trying to get across this thing where he's, like, really livid and angry, and because he's always threatening to fight people. But, yeah, Pat, you're still in the John's playing a character thing, which we all go through. It's fun. It's a fun world to live in. We all go through this thing. It's like, John's smarter than this.
Yeah.
He's just playing a character.
He's giving him the benefit of the doubt.
You don't think it's 100% serious?
I think it's 11% serious.
I think he's 100% stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
but John's doing the best thing for John. Like, Opie doesn't have to do this. Opie has his millions of dollars in his penthouse, his multiple homes. Like, he doesn't need to do this. So I'm not saying John is smart for doing it, but it's the only way that he can have any sort of income. And I guess he realizes that at least.
Well, we'll see.
I mean,
he's got a new gig.
He just left the internet.
He just left. He's moving on to other things.
Right.
I just have one more clip on here. We're about 50 minutes in. This is a 5-hour show. So we'll be looking at more parts of this going into the future. I just wanted to cover the first part here. And I appreciate Pat for coming on, because you ask if, we ask, how dumb is John? John asks a question here where I think that Pat was thrown off a little bit because he's like, well, he can't. This must be like a trick question or something.
Where the fuck is Boise State, by the way?
Iowa.
Is that where?
Iowa, Idaho, Boise, Idaho, rather. Yeah, Idaho.
Where the fuck is Boise State?
This is great.
It's in the name. That's helpful.
Just fly over and you look for a blue field, and there you go. You're there.
Yeah.
Boise's not even a state.
Right. John was trying to get into some college football talk, and Clay is over in England, and Pat's just like, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you.
I'm not on the edge of my seat waiting for that Boise State.
Right. Yeah, you weren't too concerned about it.
He's only aware of schools that he pretends to have graduated from.
You're saying you didn't graduate from NYU?
I'm not saying that.
Oh,
Someone
I am.
texted me and said that.
I will say that right now.